If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 12, John Andrew Ramsey. We are finally getting to John Andrew, long speculated by some to be the guilty party in this case. This is, of course, Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. I examine many different theories, and we do so in a logical fashion, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also support the channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube and get access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like and share the podcast. Keep up awareness in unsolved cases, missing persons cases, and wrongful convictions. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So a logical, comprehensive look at John Andrew has been requested on Mindshock for quite some time. So I aim to please the Mindshock listeners. So we will be attempting to figure out John Andrew's exact movements and why some people believe he could be the responsible party. Of course, his suitcase with his DNA on a stained blanket or bed sheets or whatever, highly suspect that just happens to be in the basement. I mean, what is the justification for that? For those that believe that it was either John Ramsey, Patsy Ramsey, or them covering for Burke, what would be the point of framing their other son? I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense, especially if they're going to go with the intruder kidnapping theory and frame that. So that's something the family did it people do not ever properly address, and it is a major curiosity. All right, so let's start this episode off with a major mind shock right away. Some kind of tip in the early days that John Andrew was somehow responsible for what happened to Jonbenet Ramsey. So from the book Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, page 199, expert said this: killer knew Jonbenet. Jonbenet Ramsey knew her killer, and the killer had already had ready access to the family home. A renowned criminologist told the Denver Post Robert Ressler, who for 16 years was a profiler for the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit and the first manager of the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, told the Post that his study of the case, including a visit to Boulder this week, convinces him that the 6-year-old was not killed by a stranger. Howard Pankratz, the Denver Post, January 31st, 1997. When the Star received a tip on February 5th that John Andrew Ramsey had tried to arrange the death of his half-sister Jonbenet, they passed the information to the Boulder police. A sometime police informant had told the tabloid that on the weekend of either Memorial Day or July 4th, 96, while the Ramsey family was vacationing in Michigan, John Andrew had offered him $10,000 to ram a powerboat into a smaller boat that would be carrying him and Jonbenet. Supposedly, John Andrew would... I'm sorry. This is... this is kind of hard to believe. But let me finish here. Supposedly, John Andrew would jump overboard to safety just before impact, and Jonbenet, he hoped, would be killed. I mean, first of all, how sane is John Andrew Ramsey? I'm not calling the tipster a liar. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's insane. I don't know. How sane is John Andrew? Because is this the way that you would arrange someone to be killed? You would be there with them? I mean, what if he doesn't jump out in time? Then they both get killed. I mean, it's kind of a weird, Ramming power boats? I mean, that's the way he wanted it to be done? Okay, anyway, the informant told the Star that he had rejected the offer. Detective Jane. I mean, wow. Is ramming powerboats the go-to for rich people to take out siblings they don't like? I mean, how many times has that been done, by the way? Has that ever successfully been implemented? That's curious. Detective Jane Harmer was a. I didn't see that coming. I mean, I don't know. That would not be my number one way to take somebody out. I mean, are we talking split second reflexes? I mean, is John Andrews some kind of freak athlete where he'd be able to time it perfectly so it wouldn't look suspicious? And where was this even going to be done? Because if this was going to be done in some remote area, what's the point of that? I mean, couldn't he just throw her overboard? I mean, I don't know. This is all kind of weird. Or does John Andrew have like a really twisted sense of humor where he was just screwing around and the tipster was telling the truth, but there was never any intention to follow through with this? I mean, again, we don't know. Some rich people have really bizarre senses of humor. All right. Detective Jane Harmer was assigned to follow up on the tip. The informant was interviewed by local police in Waterford, Michigan, where he repeated the story he'd told the tabloid. 2 weeks later, the Boulder police discovered that the informant had a dubious history. A check of Michigan police agencies revealed that he had come under suspicion, first for possibly planting drugs in an alleged dope house, and second for refusing to take a polygraph test to confirm information he had provided in a cocaine investigation. I mean, that's not that dubious of a history. By the end of February, Boulder police had decided that the informant's accusations were unfounded, and yet another lead in the Ramsey case would go nowhere. I mean, that is kind of weird, though. So, I mean, the main crux of the John Andrew theory by many is that neighbor Joe Barnhill, the older neighbor that we had gone over, he had the boarder in his basement, Glenn Meyer. And of course, Glenn Meyer's former wife was the one who blew the whistle on him. We went over that in episode 6, The Neighborhood. So make sure you check out the previous episodes in this series to keep up here. But apparently the history with Barnhill's account is he initially said that he saw someone he thought was John Andrew Ramsey at about 5:30 p.m. the night of the death. However, later on, his testimony somehow changed to stating he wouldn't be able to pick John Andrew out of a crowd. And the Boulder Police Department apparently just accepted that as gospel, and that was the end of that. So, but what's crazy is that if it wasn't John Andrew, there was somebody else there. Unless they're trying to claim he's so old and senile, he wouldn't be able to identify, even tell whether a human being was outside of a house. So, wow, okay. The other thing that we went over in the previous episode also is there was also a sighting that early morning of a man running away from the house. And this is also something that has basically been swept under the rug. A lot of curiosities that night and that early morning. There's something else here. I'm on miscarriageofjustice.co right now. There's a lot of old forums here, not even that old, 2019, supposedly, unless these were copy and pasted. But apparently there's a quote here. I don't know what the origin of this quote is. This is allegedly from John Ramsey himself. I don't know which interview. The killer said he would call the home and give instructions. John said that there was a call that came in around 10 a.m. and the caller did not say anything. Was this the killer making the call? And so, and I don't know the exact time the FBI got the phone tap set up. Was that closer to noonish? So is this John Ramsey just making up more stories, as some allege? Was there a silent call at 10 a.m.? Was it a wrong number? Was it the killer? What is up with that call? I have not been able to find too much information on that. This is just another one of these little tidbits that gets lost along the way, and when you have enough of them, you can't tell which one might possibly be the smoking gun, like the guy, like a man running away from the Ramsey home that morning. I mean, that's just kind of weird how nobody's talking about this. So a few more accounts here, as well as Melinda, John Ramsey's sister. So this is the other line of the family, of course. The John Ramsey's current family was, of course, Patsy Ramsey and their two children, Jonbenet Ramsey and Burke Ramsey. From his other marriage, John Ramsey had John Andrew and Melinda Ramsey. Okay, so apparently, Melinda, John Andrew, and Stuart Long, Melinda's boyfriend, turned up at the scene, and then they were taken away in separate cars. This was approximately 1:30 p.m. The official story is that she flew in with John Andrew. They left early from Atlanta to meet John and Patsy in Minneapolis that morning, only they were rerouted when they landed to Denver. Then they got the taxi to Boulder. So supposedly, the three of them are traveling together, Melinda, her fiancé Stuart Long, and John Andrew. Now, there's a lot of curiosities here. So from Paula Woodward's book, this is a quote here, when we got to the house in Boulder, I remember seeing police setting up yellow tape around the yard. Dad and Patsy were outside with friends, and Dad was crying. Patsy looked awful. Dad said, Jonbenet is with Beth. That's my sister who was killed in a car crash. My mind played tricks on me. I was already in shock. My first reaction was that Jonbenet had not died. It was that Beth was taking care of Jonbenet while she was still kidnapped. We all almost immediately got into cars and went to a family's friend's home. When we got there, Patsy couldn't even sit up, so I went to comfort her. Melinda told Patsy, we're going to get her back. It's going to be okay. And Patsy told Melinda, no, Melinda, you don't understand. Your dad found her in the basement. She's dead. I remember thinking this would kill them. After all, my sister Beth was killed in a car wreck. It was just so awful. I didn't think they could take another loss like this. I thought they'd be dead in a year from sheer grief. Patsy already seemed dead inside. Her whole body was pale and gray. She just wasn't there. Dad was sobbing continuously. His way of dealing was to pace and cry. So these are Melinda's statements. What do we make of that? And apparently Stuart Long said that John Ramsey found Jonbenet at 11 a.m. And again, he could just be misreporting. A lot of inconsistencies here. And the 1 hour time difference from Minneapolis. Here's an interesting post on the miscarriage of justice.co forums. The post starts with the Patsy Ramsey interview, God knows who you are and we will find you, pointing her finger at the killer. The comment here, it is hard to imagine that the person who committed that crime of murder would make such a claim to the world. Has it ever happened before? I know people to swear an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and yet lie. The gravestone for Jonbenet is odd in that the date of her death is December 25th, 1996. In my theory, her death was on the day after, on the 26th, in the early morning thereof. The inscription of the tomb, love, purity, and joy, a gift to her family and the world, home in the peace of God. Others have noted John Ramsey can write a book and not mention John Andrew at all. I noted he had an hour interview without a mention of John Andrew. A book seems even longer. If I had to nominate anyone, I'd keep an eye on Melinda and John Andrew and how their alibis were backed by their mom, Lucinda. Brad and Chris could be part of it too. Law enforcement tried to get to the truth back then. It would be virtually impossible now unless the evidence they have is released for public scrutiny. The next bit is the basis of my theory. In my opinion, it points to something happening between the Ramsey siblings. There was a huge fortune, so there was plenty of motive to reduce the number of beneficiaries to the estate. I'd say any talk of $1 billion business, etc., is enough to get some people scheming. Money is a common theme in murders. Top this off with the possible incestuous relationships between the kids and Jonbenet beginning to speak about it. There could be the additional motive to shut her up. But the Ramsey family all had lawyers and they became impossible to crack. But it is evident that the two older siblings were on the outer and were being given a cold Christmas, so I wouldn't be surprised they planned something to interfere with Patsy's birthday treat, the big red boat cruise. The timing of finding Jonbenet at the moment that John, Andrew, and Melinda turn up seems significant to me. The way everything was made to point to Patsy is also very significant in my opinion. Interesting. Also, apparently Chief Kohler stated that according to John Ramsey's account, one of the intruders must have remained hiding in the home long after the police arrived on the scene to investigate the kidnapping. This is what my theory demands as well. Can anyone accept what Chief Kohler is saying and what John Ramsey's account demands? It is the last thing anyone would expect that the morning that the kidnapper would still be on the property. Once the friends are invited over for support, any alarms would have been turned off, so the exit is possible up through the kitchen and out the butler's door. That door was later found open. As I understand the floor plans, there were 2 stairways in the basement, one to the kitchen, the other to the butler's kitchen. You know what else is curious, too? Is it possible that John Andrew was spotted by Joe Barnhill and the other neighbor in the morning? So he was spotted the night before, then he was spotted running away the morning of? Or was it just a guy who looked like John Andrew? I mean, there's no shortage of suspects of guys in the neighborhood. Another curiosity regarding Melinda Ramsey is that the palm print on the door was apparently attributed to Melinda, but it was explained away as that was from one of her previous visits to the house. A comment here, as far as I know, you can't tell when a finger or palm print is made, you can only identify it. Interesting. Now, supposedly one investigator is claiming that John Andrew made an ATM withdrawal and had a receipt of it 9 p.m. Christmas night. I'm assuming this was Atlanta. And he was with a friend. Now, is there video in that ATM back in 96? Possibly not. They're stating the receipt is proof, which it's not really proof because you can give your ATM card and PIN to anybody to make a withdrawal if you're planning something, but I don't know. Brian Morgan wrote to Detective Thomas on March 4th. This is how long it took to get their alibis, stating that John Andrew made an ATM transaction at the QT store on Roswell Road in Marietta, Georgia at 9 p.m. on December 25th. His friend Brad Millard had been present. To support his claim, Morgan enclosed the ATM transaction slip. He also repeated that Melinda had awakened her brother in the early morning hours of December 26th, in time for him to stop at a store and still make the 8:30 a.m. flight to Minneapolis. It was impossible for John Andrew to have flown from Atlanta to Boulder, whether by commercial or private aircraft, commit the murder, and return in time to be awakened by his sister in the presence of Brad Millard, who had stayed overnight in John Andrew's room. I mean, obviously it'd be far easier just to get 2 people to lie. I mean, I don't know. Alright, so let's go to candyrose.com, which has a lot of great info on the Jonbenet Ramsey case. John Andrew Ramsey, so Barnhill thought he saw John Andrew in Boulder Christmas Day. John Andrew and Melinda are being publicly cleared on March 7th, 97. So it looks like, at least for John Andrew, what publicly cleared him was the word of 2 other humans, possibly 3 if we're including his mother, and an ATM receipt, not an ATM video. So he is a sophomore at the University of Colorado at the time. Interesting. I mean, the amount of connections through the University of Colorado are crazy. I think I went over this before. There are 87 colleges and universities in Colorado, according to ballotpedia.org, higher education in Colorado. So between 93 and 2016, higher education in Colorado. So 87 colleges. So 29 public institutions, 18 nonprofit private schools, 44 private institutions. So a lot of goofs were saying, "Oh, well, there's only like one or two universities in Colorado." I mean, there's 87. There's 87. Even if we're only counting the public ones, that's 29. 29 public universities. I mean, this is crazy. And for everyone to be going to the University of Boulder. I mean, that's crazy. University of Colorado Boulder. I mean, we have Chris Wolf. We have the journalism, in terms of journalism, we have Bill McReynolds, the Santa Claus at the Ramsey home Christmas party, who happened to be a professor of journalism. We have John Andrew, sophomore at the university. I mean, we have John Mark Carr sending emails and all of this correspondence with Michael Tracy, professor at University of Colorado Boulder. I mean, it's like there's no other college in existence except this one, and not that far from the Ramsey home. I mean, this coincidence stack regarding the University of Colorado and how in Boulder and how it intersects all of these persons of interest. And it's just, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, coincidence theorists can really have a field day with that. So apparently, December 25th, 96, he was with his mother and a friend, Harry Smiles. The guy's name is Harry Smiles. At Peachtree Presbyterian Church in Georgia. 8:30 p.m., John Andrew Ramsey to Brad Millard's home in Marietta playing video games. At 9 p.m., Millard was with John Andrew during the ATM transaction at the QT store on Roswell Road in Marietta, Georgia. All right, so if he's at Brad Millard's home, who else is in the home? Is there nobody there? Are there 20 people there that could all corroborate John Andrew's presence? Because that would be interesting. Because according to all this information, the basis for clearing him was the email regarding the testimony of one person, or two if we're counting Melinda, and an ATM receipt. That's it. Not all these other people at all these other places. Okay, at 10:30 p.m., he allegedly went to a movie at Town and Country Movie Theater, Marietta, with Brad Millard and Chris Stanley. After the movie, they went back to Brad's to get car. At 1 a.m., John Andrew Ramsey is at his mother's house in Georgia. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So apparently, he was in Boulder until the 19th, December 19th, and then he left his car parked at a friend's house in Boulder and flew to Atlanta. And then on the 26th, 8:36 a.m., he flew from Atlanta to Minneapolis. He testified in a grand jury September 30th, 1999. Okay, very interesting. Apparently, he was ruled out from the hair found on the white blanket covering Jonbenet's body. He was investigated by Steve Thomas and Ron Gosage. John Andrew Ramsey wrote this statement: "I think it was someone that had intimate knowledge of my family and how we lived day to day. Why would they leave the ransom note on the back staircase instead of the front?" And then, of course, he was officially cleared March 6, 1997 by Boulder Police Department. This was the release March 3rd, 97, Ramsey Case News Release number 32. March 6th update. Various items in the case have been sent to Cellmark Diagnostics in Maryland for DNA testing. Items delivered Tuesday, February 28th. Testing by Cellmark could take up to 6 weeks for results. Boulder police are in receipt of a third set of handwriting samples from Miss Patricia Ramsey. These items were collected by Boulder police Friday, February 28th. Police had difficulty obtaining satisfactory samples because Miss Ramsey is reported to have been taking medication since December 26th. Based on information Boulder police have to date, police are now able to eliminate John Andrew and Melinda Ramsey as potential suspects. Once again, this is March 6th, 1997. John Andrew and Melinda are being publicly cleared of involvement to relieve them of stress caused by inappropriate speculation. Boulder detectives traveled to Roswell, Georgia for the express purpose of collecting conclusive evidence that would allow us to eliminate John Andrew and Melinda from suspicion in this case. Upon arrival, we were informed that John B. Ramsey had retained attorney James Jenkins, what a name, in Atlanta to represent Lucinda Johnson, Melinda, and John Andrew. Mr. Jenkins declined to allow his client to speak with us. As a result, alternative sources of info had been developed which delayed our ability to publicly issue this information. Okay, very interesting. Okay, now the following month, interesting news item here, April 4th, 1997. Ramsey's son accused in assault. A photographer working for the National Enquirer told police that he was assaulted by John Ramsey's eldest son at Denver International Airport this week. Alan E. Butterfield, 33, of Salt Lake City, said he was photographing John Andrew Ramsey Monday in DIA's concourse. B. Ramsey had just arrived on a flight from Atlanta. Butterfield is a freelance photographer who said he was on assignment for the supermarket tabloid. Ramsey, 20, swung his hands at Butterfield and knocked Butterfield's camera from his hands, the photographer said. The back of the camera was then knocked open and the lens was damaged. Investigators said last month that John Andrew Ramsey is not a suspect in the death of his stepsister, 6-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey. So let's go to some interesting comments from John Andrew Ramsey. This was the Jonbenet Ramsey murder 25 years later. Page 41. Those who were following the case closely through media reports, including other media, were successfully led to the Ramseys did it viewpoint through this daily barrage of untrue information. They framed us for murder. It was a calculated move on their part. It has continued for 25 years, says John Andrew Ramsey, John Ramsey's son from his first marriage. He has the benefit of hindsight and 25 years of being part of the family suspected of killing Jonbenet. He was in college at the University of Colorado when his half-sister was murdered. I suppose enrolled in college would have been a more accurate statement if he's in fact in Georgia at the time of the murder. Here's an interesting post by Searchin' Girl a year ago on the Jonbenet subreddit. This article was written approximately 6 weeks after the death of Jonbenet. There was a rumor floating around that an arrest was imminent in the case because they had heard that DNA testing was due to be returned. So here's the quote from the article here. National media were abuzz Tuesday with rumors of an arrest in the Jonbenet Ramsey murder. City officials issued a news release denying that an arrest was pending. Apparently, reports that DNA testing would take 42 days, meaning the Colorado Bureau of Investigation might complete results this week, spurred calls about an arrest. We're through with some parts of the preliminary processing of some evidence, one source said, but we're not finished with all of the DNA procedures. That last statement is clear as mud. City officials issued a release. One source said, but we're not finished. For the media, it's all about seeking and selling a story to the tabloids. For the officials in Boulder, it almost seems like they were willing to appease the storytellers. And like sharks circling, the press seemed so sure the DNA results were going to lead to the arrest of a male in the Ramsey family. Oh, how ironic that today's bloggers insist the DNA doesn't matter if you are to assume the Ramseys killed their daughter. However, while they were, even back then, waiting for DNA results, they picked up on something, anything, to say about John Andrew. Meanwhile, Jonbenet's half-brother, 20-year-old John Andrew Ramsey, has disappeared, friends said Tuesday. The University of Colorado student returned to Boulder shortly after Jonbenet's funeral, December 31st. He came back, got some things, and now he's vanished, a friend said. I'm really worried because he hasn't been going to class and I haven't seen him in over 3 weeks. City spokesmen have said John Andrew and his sister Melinda were out of state at the time of the incident. Authorities, however, have not named any suspects. The whole thing has just devastated John Andrew, another friend said. He lost one sister in a car accident, and now his other sister is killed. I know this is an incredibly difficult time for him because he was close to Jonbenet. He always talked about how beautiful she was. Ramsey family members, however, would not discuss John Andrew's whereabouts. I've seen him several times, said Pam Powell, John Andrew's aunt who lives in Georgia. He's grieving the loss of his little sister. If his friends truly care about him, they will wait until he contacts them. My guess is the press wasn't happy with Pam's answer, trying to find John Andrew as thought they had a right to know. After all, they seem to think they have the right to know everything about everybody and tell everybody as well. Bloggers too. And even if on some level they know they have no right to know, they don't care. They don't care about Jonbenet, and they certainly don't care about anyone who cared about Jonbenet. I think Jonbenet herself could use some justice. She was brutally murdered and tortured, and that should be respected. Her family, those that care about her the most, want the chance to find her killer, and they need Boulder to give them the DNA profile. So, interesting post here. Very interesting indeed. Another post on the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit by Elsie Mack, also about a year ago, John Andrew and John Ramsey's most recent interviews. These interviews are such a complete crock of expletive. Anyone that is just blindly believing what these people are telling you is crazy. Research and look at the evidence and you'll see it was blatantly an obvious cover-up. The grand jury voted to indict John and Patsy for helping a third person cover up the crime of murder in the first degree. This family is so full of complete and absolute expletive. They have made money off their daughter's sister's murder while pushing this completely bogus story all out to protect themselves. They have accused so many people, even their best friends, of the murder and completely slaughtered the investigators that worked tirelessly on this case. If this had been a lower or middle class income family, the circumstances would have been completely different. Please do some research before you just assume they are telling the truth. Anyone can lie, especially when they are desperate. Do your research, people. I mean, yeah, it's hard, too, because these are people, regardless of who the perpetrators are, I mean, these are emotionally distraught people. And as we went over in previous episodes, the latest DNA technology has not been utilized in this case. So, it could be, but apparently they don't have that much DNA left, so they would not be able to run the test again. So perhaps if they wait one more generation, they'll get a more accurate result, but by that point, I mean, I don't know. Justice delayed is justice denied, of course. I mean, I don't know. Also, has the briefcase with John Andrews' things and DNA with the blanket, the duvet, all that, has that ever accurately been explained? Because many people think that that points to him and that he was going to try to stuff Jonbenet in the suitcase. I don't know. That doesn't seem logical. I mean, it's not that big of a suitcase. But if John Andrew did have something packed, he had the briefcase, he was going to run away from the house, but he had to abandon the briefcase. And that was the guy running. Now, if it's not John Andrews, some other guy just happened to grab his suitcase with his things in it. I mean, would it be randomly in the basement? Or was that stuff from John Andrews' room that was put in the briefcase that morning or the night before and then moved to the basement? I mean, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Alright, let's take a look at John Andrews' bedroom. So this is a post by M. May 333, also about a year ago on the Jonbenet subreddit. The last time we looked at photos of Jonbenet's bedroom. In keeping with the theme of going by floor and proximity to Jonbenet's room, here are photos of John Andrews' former bedroom. One of the most interesting aspects of this room is that this is where the unsourced rope was found. According to Whitson, this rope has never been tested for DNA or fibers. Some reports state it was found in or near a blue bag on the chair, and others state it was in a brown paper bag. If anyone could add additional info to this, I'd appreciate it. from the WHYD Investigative Archive. A rope was found inside a brown paper sack underneath a bed in the guest bedroom next to Jonbenet's bedroom. This was the room that John Andrew had used when he was home for college. The rope and brown paper sack did not belong to the Ramseys. Lou Smith made the following observations about this room. Quote, whether or not the note was written in this alcove or not, we don't know, but we do know that the ransom note was found on the bottom step of this spiral staircase. From here, it's only a short distance to Jonbenet's room. This is Jonbenet's bedroom, but the door right next to it is the guest bedroom, and there was a real interesting thing that was found out about this room. This window overlooks the garage and the driveway, and would be a great vantage point for anyone that would want to see if the Ramseys were coming home that night. What's interesting about this room, we did see that some of the drawers in the bathroom right off the bedroom were partially open. Looked like they were out of place. Also, in this room, there was a rope, and we don't know where that rope came from. No one can explain why that rope is in this room. Also, what was real interesting in this room, and it's just a small detail, is that there was a dust ruffle that was tucked in except for a small area that seems to have been pulled out. Now, does that mean that the killer may have been under that bed? We don't know. But it's just an observation. One of the small things that detectives look for. He could have been under there, and it would have been a perfect vantage point for him to go right in Jonbenet's bedroom in order to take her out later. Huh! Very interesting. So we do have this mysterious rope that nobody knows anything about that happens to be in John Andrews' bedroom. So even if John Andrews is completely innocent, an intruder could have used their room also to watch out for when the Ramseys came home that night. Some post here. I was thinking about those open drawers and I had a thought. What if the intruder was looking for something that was left for him? If Smith was right and the intruder hid in this room, you have to wonder how he could have been sure this room wouldn't be used. That's always kind of bothered me. So I've thought that the intruder likely hid in the basement. But Lou isn't someone whose opinion I'm going to brush off. Surely this occurred to Lou also. I don't think there's any way in hell this guy is hiding under that bed unless he knows 100% that no one is using that room. How does he know? What did Lou think about this? Inside job, question mark. Could the ransom note and maybe some other stuff have been left for him in those drawers? Huh. Very interesting indeed. Just kind of thinking out loud here, if the rope was found in the brown paper bag, as some sources indicated it was, isn't that kind of odd for an intruder to carry his own tools in a brown paper bag? For one, paper bags are noisy. Two, it ties up one hand. Not ideal at all for breaking into a house. You want something quiet with a strap to free your hands. Suppose it could have been in the bag while inside of a backpack or something, although I still don't see why he would do that. We have some eyewitnesses who saw a stranger approaching the house, but no mention of him carrying anything that I'm aware of. But if this rope was brought into the house by someone else undercover of, say, their employment, perhaps it makes a little bit more sense it would be brought in a paper bag. Maybe play it off as their lunch bag or something. And it's odd that this would be left by the intruder. Why bring it just to leave it? But if the intruder didn't actually bring it, then it's not quite as odd. Perhaps he didn't see it under the bed, didn't realize that the bag had rope in it. Maybe this was even what he was looking for in those drawers. Or maybe it just didn't fit what he had in mind, so he left it. Or alternatively, perhaps there was a change of plans that night. I'm getting real suspicious of the housekeeper. Always kind of wrote her off because I didn't take the ransom seriously. But Lou did, which has made me really consider that possibility. His opinion should be given a lot more weight than probably anyone else's, in my opinion. Who had big financial issues? The housekeeper. Who had knowledge the guest room wasn't being used? The housekeeper. Who would be really worried about being seen as a suspect, worried enough that the ransom note would show the author was really concerned about this? the housekeeper, who would be in the house the day the call from the kidnapper was supposed to come in, the 27th, and would be positioned to know the status of police involvement. The housekeeper. Edit, also rereading her reaction in Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, to finding out Jonbenet was killed. Boy, did she have a strong reaction. I don't want to read into it too much, but imagine she knows about the kidnapping but has no idea that it failed and ended in Jonbenet's death. Here's the excerpt from Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. In the kitchen, the police told the housekeeper that Jonbenet had been murdered. She screamed and couldn't stop shaking. After Hoffman Pow settled down, they asked her to print some words on a sheet of paper. Mr. Ramsey, attaché, beheaded, and the number 118,000, but Linda was too upset to write. Huh. I mean, yeah, that's also impossible to really make anything of that. Interview with John Ramsey regarding the room. We did when we sat down with Linda Art. She wanted to know, kind of get out of the crowd. She would sit down and tell me what to do when the call came, so we went into John Andrews' room. Interesting. So that's the room that they chose. Lou Smith asks John Ramsey, did you look at closets and things in that room? Not that I remember. I'm going to show you a picture of John Andrews' room, and it's picture 29. That's the picture right here, and your head might be in the way there, picture 29. And what is it? You tell me which room that is and see if you can make any observations about that room, and then I will touch on something a little bit later. This was taken during the kidnapping phase. John Andrew responds, it's John Andrews' room. There are some clothes piled on the chair, which isn't unusual. Maybe it's a backpack. Some red thing with a black and white. Looks like it might have been one of Jonbenet's outfits. Clothes stacked. I mean, is it common to just throw clothes all over the place? Like, would Jonbenet's outfits be in John Andrews' room? Or was the kidnapper in there and he was perhaps taking stuff for Jonbenet as well, if there was no initial plan to kill her? Do you remember looking under the bed? John Ramsey shakes his head. Lou Smith asks, take a look at that ruffle on the bed. John Ramsey says, it's disturbed and I didn't look under the bed. It's pulled out. Is that something that would be usual or unusual? Well, it may be a bit unusual. That room didn't get used much, and the cleaning ladies would clean it and make it neat, and Patsy used it to fold laundry on top of the bed, but it didn't get used. Okay, so if she's using it to fold everybody's laundry, I guess that makes sense. So, somebody would have straightened that out when they cleaned the room, I'm sure, but it's a little unusual, I would say. John Andrews' bedroom, did you ever recall any rope or cord being in this room? John Ramsey says, gee, it's possible. John Andrew loved the outdoors. He was there. I stayed in that room. I know he had seemed like his backpack was there for a while, so it wouldn't be. I don't remember seeing any, but it wouldn't be. But he did have things there in his backpack. It wouldn't have been out of the question. Just for the camera, the photographs we are looking at, photo 113, 114, 115, 116. Brian Morgan says, may I just ask one question? Can you tell us, is this the form in which it was originally found? Lou Smith says, no, that's the bag it was put in for evidence. So the paper bag is just evidence. Lou Smith says, evidence bag, and again, that was just found in the room. It was found in a bag in her room. That's all I can tell you at this time. That's kind of weird. They use paper bags for evidence? Huh. An interesting post here. I think... I'm guessing this is referring to the intruder or the murderer or whoever. I think he was pretty familiar with the family's schedule and routines. The killer demonstrates some key inside knowledge. Either that, or when he broke in, he just went for it and lucked out in several ways. Especially in regards to the Ramsey dog. No dog around to bark, but only because the Ramseys were leaving the dog at the neighbors since they were going on vacation. I've long thought that the killer could be a friend of John Andrew Ramsey's from college. That kind of person could learn a lot about the family through seemingly innocuous conversations with John Andrew Ramsey. The killer probably walked all around the house for a while, and though hiding in the basement could make a lot of sense, it wouldn't surprise me if he was in fact hiding under a bed upstairs. Even if it's uncomfortable, he's determined. I mean, and that if that were true, that would just be yet another connection to the University of Colorado Boulder. Another post, I always felt he knew John Andrew was not going to be there because he was aware John Andrew would be away for Christmas. And that may be why he targeted Christmas night. If John Andrew had been home, I don't think this would have happened. I mean, that's an interesting way to put it as well. Apparently, John Andrews said the rope did not belong to him. And the clothes were all there because of the packing for the trip, so supposedly that's not unusual either. It's weird how there's just all of this unconfirmed information and pieces of evidence that have never even been tested. Does this sound like an up-and-up investigation? Also, something interesting, apparently the Steins both worked at University of Colorado Boulder as well. I mean, I'm just reading through the Reddit post here. This is what is stated. I mean, wow. This is also Mindshock. How many connections to the University of Colorado Boulder are there? And apparently, both of the Steins left their high-paying jobs at the University of Colorado to go to Atlanta with the Ramseys when they moved. And then, of course, there is that mysterious 911 call on the night of the 23rd. We've gone over that extensively as well. And Susan Stein's strange behavior at the door when encountering the police. And didn't even let them into the house. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. And it seems like there just keeps... that more and more connections to University of Colorado Boulder just keep popping up. Couple of points against John Andrew Ramsey by not lying dude 8 months ago on the Jonbenet subreddit, on the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit. I find John Andrew Ramsey suspicious, but I'm unsure of what part he played. He miraculously still has the movie ticket stub from Christmas night to help his alibi. Was he ever picked up on CCTV going into and out of the cinema? That is curious. How many people keep their movie stubs? That is weird, especially rich people. I mean, why would they just be keeping their movie stubs? That is weird. 2, John Ramsey owned 2 planes. Wow, interesting. Could John Andrew Ramsey have been flown to Boulder by the pilot who was given one of John Ramsey's planes supposedly for unpaid wages? Small aircraft do not have to file flight paths. Do we know for sure John Ramsey's planes never left the airport between 25th and the 26th of December 96? CCTV footage ? 3, a man originally thought to be John Andrew Ramsey by 2 neighbors who saw him was seen walking up to the Ramseys' front door late afternoon, December 25th. So was there a second neighbor? I haven't heard this. Was there a second neighbor who saw him that same afternoon, or were they getting confused with the other story about a man running from the Ramsey home the following morning? 4, John Andrew Ramsey said the ransom amount was so low he could have paid it. Did John Andrew Ramsey brag to college colleagues about his father's bonus or wealth? 5, John Andrew Ramsey was said by his college colleagues to be almost obsessed with Jonbenet Ramsey and talked about her constantly. Could he have been the alleged prior molester? There could be more points. Feel free to add to them. So this doesn't necessarily point to any kind of murder on the part of John Andrew Ramsey, but these are curiosities, no doubt. Here's some also interesting comments from John Andrew Ramsey. So this is thesun.com. To catch her killer, my sister, Jonbenet Ramsey 6, was killed to fulfill a fantasy. Here are clues that will lead to murderer's capture. This is relatively recent. Published December 26, 2021. A few months ago by Christopher Eberhardt. The half-brother of murdered pageant queen Jonbenet Ramsey says the 6-year-old was killed to fulfill a fantasy as he pushes for DNA to be used to solve the crime. How would he know, though? John Andrew Ramsey was 23 when the young girl was found murdered on December 26, 96. Wasn't he 20, according to the other information? That's weird. Okay. He was in Atlanta for the holidays when Dad and stepmom Patsy reported Jonbenet missing before finding her body in the basement of the family home 8 hours later. Cops were initially suspicious of Jonbenet's parents as well as her older brother Burke, who were all at the Colorado home at the time she was killed. Yet they were cleared in 2008 after DNA from an unidentified third party was found on the young girl's remains. 25 years after her death, John Andrew has continued to battle for justice for his young sister and pushed Boulder police to pursue DNA testing. However, he has blasted it as a one-sided relationship and claimed they failed to answer his request. I've had a handful of meetings that I've requested over the years, John Andrew exclusively told The Sun. The purpose was to encourage them to pursue DNA testing, but it's a one-sided relationship. They don't say anything to me. They just say it's an ongoing investigation. Despite his claims about the police's lack of action, John Andrews still believes the case can be solved more than 2 decades on. It's going to take a strong investigator. There are a lot of personalities and egos, he said. But now there's a technology component, and we need an investigator to tap into it. I don't care who it is, whether it's someone inside Boulder Police or someone else. I just want someone to get on a podium and say we have our guy. John Andrew added that he believes the person responsible is still alive, as he claimed that they targeted the Ramsey family because of a fantasy. I don't think he's dead. I think it can be solved, but will it? I don't know, he told The Sun. The killer is a narcissistic, sadistic pedophile who latched onto my dad or my sister for his own fantasy. For some reason, our family slotted into his fantasy. Wow, curious words from John Andrew Ramsey. And how would he know the age of this particular criminal? This sadistic pedophile, as he put it. Because if he was already an older guy, why would he think he was still alive? I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is kind of weird. Ransom note: Jonbenet was murdered in her home, Boulder, Colorado, as her parents and brother slept in their rooms, allegedly. Her body was found covered by a white blanket in the family's basement hours after she had been reported missing to police on Christmas morning. A nylon cord was wrapped around her neck while her wrists were bound above her head and her mouth was covered with duct tape. When Jonbenet's parents called 911, they said that the ransom note had been left behind. John Andrew claims that there were signs in the note that could lead to his sister's killer. Referencing the bonus amount and swipes like that in the ransom note, it's showing that I'm smarter than you, he told The Sun. His profile is right in line with that. They stalk their victims. What they do to children, they have to kill them afterwards. It's not something they can sweep under the rug, he added. He seems to have a lot of thoughts on this. Interesting. No charges brought. Jonbenet's death was ruled a homicide, but nobody has ever been charged in the case. It has become one of the highest profile mysteries in the U.S. as videos of Jonbenet competing in pageants were released to the public. After her death, the family were immediately thought of as suspects by the police. A grand jury voted in '99 to charge John and Patsy Ramsey with child abuse, resulting in the first-degree murder of their daughter, but the DA refused to sign the indictment. But there have been many theories, as well as a false confession over the years. On January 10th, 2019, it was reported that a pedophile had admitted he killed the 6-year-old beauty pageant queen Jonbenet Ramsey in a series of letters to a former high school classmate. This is Gary Oliva, 56, is currently serving a 10-year sentence for child abuse images and has been a longtime suspect in the murder. Oliva wrote in his letter, seen by Daily Mail TV from a Colorado prison, I never loved anyone like I did Jonbenet, and yet I let her slip and her head bashed in half and I watched her die. It was an accident. Oliva was arrested in June 2016 and charged with sexual exploitation of a child, according to Inside Edition. DNA testing: the police department was criticized for its handling of the case in the initial stages after the family was allowed to move the body. They have since interviewed more than 1,000 people and received more than 21,000 tips. On Monday, Boulder police said that they have not ruled out using DNA to solve the case. The department said it had been working with state investigators on future DNA advancements as the case progresses. As the department continues to use new technology to enhance the investigation, it is actively reviewing genetic DNA testing processes to see if those can be applied to this case moving forward, it said. It comes after high-profile cases such as the Golden State Killer in California were solved using DNA testing results shared online on ancestry and genealogy sites. It is unclear if this tactic that the Jonbenet investigation plans to take. Monday's statement from police said that there have been nearly 1,000 DNA samples taken already. Wow, can that be true? 1,000 DNA samples? I don't know if I believe that. That's a lot of samples. Are there even 1,000 suspects? I mean, I know they had over 100 suspects, but are there 1,000 suspects? DNA helped to clear Jonbenet's parents and her brother, but unfortunately came 2 years after Mom Patsy had died of cancer. Former DA Mary Lacey called the family victims of this crime. So yeah, interesting statements by John Andrew. He seems to have a very, very interesting and specific opinion about what went down and the profile of the killer. I found one more interesting post. Someone's claiming there is a security video at the ATM of John Andrews' alleged withdrawal, but it's a really blurry, grainy video, and the guy's wearing a baseball cap pulled down over his face. I don't know if that's true. I couldn't find any corroboration on that, but that's all I found there. So feel free to leave your own thoughts, theories, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section, because again, with this case, there's so many oddities. And what's bizarre, believe it or not, we're actually only beginning to scratch the surface. I mean, for people that believe this case is a psyop of some kind, not that nobody died, I know there are some proponents of that theory, but a psyop could very well include a real murder and also be a psychological operation. I don't know if I want to do a dedicated podcast on that, even though this is Mindshock. I mean, there's just so many other things to go over. Perhaps if we've exhausted everything else, which we have not, it'll get there. But as of right now, there's just way too many other things to examine. So I hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime in the Jonbenet Ramsey series. If you enjoy the podcast, want to help support the podcast, want to help us get more mind-shocking content out there with logic and reason at the forefront, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to members-only streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 13, J.T. Colfax. This is the mortuary transporter that actually became a suspect in the Jonbenet Ramsey case. You cannot make this stuff up, people. This is one of the most unusual cases ever. I mean, there's over 100 suspects. I mean, there's just so much to go over. Obviously, I still have to go over the crime ring theory. There's so many other individuals, but I did want to touch upon J.T. Colfax just because this individual is one of the least talked about in the Jonbenet Ramsey case, and I wanted to make sure the comprehensive, exhaustive coverage continued with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike any other podcast or documentary. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast. Keep up awareness in unsolved cold cases, unsolved murders, missing persons, and wrongful convictions, and more. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, not suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. Alright, so let's jump right in here. Let's, look at this article here. Relatively new article by Jason Arment, February 19th, 2022, on thebigsmoke.com. From mortuary transporter to Jonbenet Ramsey suspect, an interview with J.T. Colfax. Jason Arment interviews J.T. Colfax surrounding the series of events and choices that wound him from being a mortuary transporter to a Jonbenet Ramsey suspect and more. And supposedly this is the guy that allegedly tried to burn down the entire Jonbenet Ramsey home, but let's get into it here. So, question, you're taking photos of the dead? JT states, I stole them, I shoplifted them. Then you request Jonbenet's medical documents. I stole them. Let's start at, you're taking these photos that eventually get you into trouble. And the response, that was the first in one blob of trouble. Is that normal to say a blobs of trouble? It was the mortuary photos. I was all over the news and getting charges in 4 different municipalities. For the photos alone, when someone added fuel to the fire and snitched on me for stealing the morgue log papers that logged Jonbenet into the Boulder Community Hospital morgue, which acts as the morgue in Boulder. Someone snitched on you? Another mortuary worker who wanted to be a cop. How did you get in trouble for the pictures? First and foremost, let's go there. Previous to this, I was living in San Francisco again. I was going to commit suicide and I went to Canada. I had this crazy idea called temporary Cobain that I graphed all over Vancouver. Chickening out of suicide, I thought I'll just go to jail in a foreign country, burn something down. I wanted to make it to the French side of Canada to learn French. Temporary Cobain meant to put yourself in suspended animation, just burn something down, go to jail, and be alive in 4, 5, or 6 years. That's very specific. This was back before Fight Club was a thing, before escaping from society became romanticized. What year was this? 1996. When Jonbenet was killed. This is already shaping to be one of the most bizarre interviews ever. That Christmas, I had left San Francisco for a month and a half. I stayed in a hotel in Granville Ave in Vancouver, the Royal Hotel. I was just waiting for the day to commit suicide or something. Originally, I wanted to go to France to go to jail. Then I wanted to go to Montreal, but I was just stuck there. The hotel thought I was such a weirdo. Bitterly, I had to get up every day by 10 or 11 just so they can clean my room. They'd become really upset if I didn't let them in there for a day or two. There's no do not disturb sign in that hotel. My family was calling San Francisco frantic because I wouldn't communicate because I wouldn't even get the messages. And I was waiting to do all this. And the day after Christmas, I used the rest of my money to buy a ticket back to San Fran, but could only make it back to Seattle. I called my sister, she sent me the money, and I traveled back to Denver on a bus. Is this adding up to anybody? So he's trying to make it to San Fran, but then he goes to Denver. In Portland, at Oregon, at a McDonald's on a layover, reading the Oregonian, and somewhere around page 10, this is the first I ever heard of, and I didn't know how to say it. Weird name, Jonbenet Ramsey. Then I go through epic blizzards and flooding, delay after delay. I finally get it back to Denver by New Year's, miserable and exhausted. Though, through the stress of trying to commit suicide for 2 months, I stayed at my sister's house. By January 7th, I guess that kind of makes sense. So if he's originally from San Fran, he was going to go to Denver by way of San Fran to get his stuff, but then if he has no stuff, whatever, he just went to Denver. Okay. By January 7th, 97, I saw a classified ad for a first call position in the mortuary business. At the time, I'd been that before, but I'd never seen an ad for it ever. Naturally, I hopped right on it. I come back a total wreck, then bam, I'm back in the mortuary business. The Jonbenet case is raging everywhere. Now it's spread around the world, but it's just something in the background. I'm so depressed and out of it and starting a new job, I'm not paying glued attention to it or anything, but you can't live in Denver and not hear about it. It's giant. At that point, it was giant because of the police bungling. Also, her pageantry and that sort of thing. What police bungling? The police get the call early in the morning at 6 o'clock. They understand it's some sort of kidnapping, so they pull up lights blaring in front of the kidnapping house. Anyone who has ever watched television for more than 2 hours know that is not the way to do it because the house might be watched by the kidnappers. And they have no choice but to believe this is kidnappers. The mother is saying that and saying there's a ransom note. That's interesting if that's true. So there's a ransom. They don't want the police to be called, so the police just show up lights blaring. Wow. Then the house fills up with people, and they let the father and a friend search the house. They walk right to a basement boiler room, and he's like, oh my god, there she is, and picks up the body, brings it up, and dumps it under the Christmas tree, creating trace particles everywhere. And his best friend also knew right then. Bringing you back? It does. I abused Jonbenet in the media and for my own fun. What do you mean you abused Jonbenet? As in, I didn't take her seriously and used for my own purposes. The heck does that mean? So probably more accurate to say that you were not respectful of Jonbenet in the memory of her life. It chokes me up sometimes when I think about Fleet White and his wife, who were friends with the Ramseys and had dinner with them that night, Christmas night. And they believed so much in them. And then they realized they were being used, but that came later. Police mistake was that Fleet White and John Ramsey were told by the police to go search the house for any kind of clues, when the house should be completely unoccupied by anyone but police at that point. And there is also the fact that John Ramsey, before the search, made arrangements with his pilot. They all intended to go to Atlanta for Christmas, but he told his pilot there would be a delay and they'd be leaving in a few hours. To me, it's the most giant red flag of all. Who do you think you are? Your daughter is missing and you're going to fly off to have your regular Christmas plans? But just on the subject of Jonbenet herself, which I've had to deal with so long, some kind of cold state overtook me. I don't like seeing pictures of her and I don't like thinking about her at all. I only really thought of police bungling and my own problems. So you're telling me you made her into an abstract thought because it was easier to deal with the death of a totally innocent child? There definitely was something, pageants and the way she was presented, that made me think of her as a cartoon. Yeah, okay, next question. Yeah, it's sick, but it's typical Americana. I see what you're saying, but I don't know if it reflects poorly on the parents because it is so common. Response: it made me feel less about her. I suppose you could find some other 6-year-old who was murdered and I could feel more about it somehow. I definitely picked up children. I picked up a young boy, 8 years old, in Wyoming. What does he mean by picked up? Like, is he some kind of psychic? He was killed in an accident while riding with his father in a big rig, and I heard about it all the way up there because you can only get one radio station all the way to Casper. He picked up children? Like picked up radio transmissions of dead children that he's picked up, as in picked up interest? I mean, this guy talks kind of strange. When you say picked up, oh, okay, here's his answer. Picked him up as a dead body. I came from Denver to get him because they didn't have a good airport in Wyoming. These were lucrative jobs for me, by the way, to go into Wyoming. I picked him up fully ready, as in he was dressed and casketed. That was heartbreaking. A little boy in a tuxedo. It sounds like this impacted your psyche, so you're doing your thing. Life is going on. I hate the owner of this first call service. His name is James Culvin. I hate him. He's just an awful person. Now I'm out of my sister's house. I suffered from depression, and my sister loves me and takes care of me so much, but she didn't know much about it at the time either, as much as she knows now. I would stay at her house for weeks, months. I was always like a robot, uncomfortable, and they would wonder why. I couldn't help it because I was staying there. I don't know what to make of this interview. It's just bizarre. It's hard to be on all the time. Response: which made things worse. As soon as I started getting paid by the first call service, I moved to a slummy rooming house, which you could get very cheap for those days in Denver. How cheap? $80 a week or something. That's not too bad. What year was this? 1997? Answer: very early, January 7th. I was dirt poor, but back then you can get your own place and get out of people's hair. It was a dump. It was just a tiny room, and the owner was a tyrant. Scream, scream, scream all the time. He seemed to treat me okay, like I was different from some of the bums. Okay, we need to get where the rubber meets the road about the photos. Response: operating as poorly as I was, I did things like shoplift. I was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in that rotten little room. Were you being paid while you were on call? No. You only got $13 a body in town. Wow, that's an interesting number. Is that the only town where it's specifically 13? And then the further out of town you'd get more, and you'd get a little more if you went on a house call. But they did add up, and generally I had one Wyoming trip a week, and that would be like $150 for me. Considering I'm paying $80 a week, the other $70 of the $150 is there, and then of course all the daily. Some days you pick up 10 $13 corpses. Other days you sit there all day not knowing. Wow, 10 bodies in one day? So I get the rig outside. It was a Suburban. As part of the ordinary mortuary experience, what happens is you've got two gurneys out there. You got sheets and various things because generally you go to the hospital to pick up the body. You lift up the sheets, pull them over onto your gurney. Then you throw your fresh, clean sheet onto the bed and the nurse signs off. During this endless standby, because I had these sheets I had out in the car, I started painting things onto the sheets, then I'd throw them onto the bodies later if no one else was there. I had keys or codes to get into the mortuaries. I never went to a mortuary just to do that. I always had a drop-off or a pickup. They would say things like getting fired isn't the end of the world. Obviously that was on my mind. Happy Halloween. I guess I was kind of thinking of them as greeting cards, but it made it look this very much confused the police and public. It gave the appearance that I stood around the bodies at night in the morgue painting for hours, but I didn't. I did it at home. Okay. Next question. Okay, so this is all going on. How do the photos of the dead come into play? Answer. So I take the photos. I have them developed at a Safeway store in 5 Points, which was very much a ghetto at the time. I get them from the counter in the envelope and then go shopping around the store and I shoplift them. Wait a second. The person who developed the photographs, what did they think about that? They'd be like $9 or $10 and I needed that $9 or $10. One time I got busted. They saw me from upstairs or on camera or something. I took the inner envelope out and crumbled up the other thing and hid the photos. They knew exactly where. I get taken upstairs to the office. There is a real off-duty cop on duty. At first, it's all ordinary. I'm just a shoplifter who stole $9 worth of merchandise for not paying for those pictures. Wait a second. So he gets the pictures developed and then tries to steal them without paying for them? Wow. But then they opened them and life changed drastically after that because next thing you know, the entire Safeway parking lot filled up with cop cars. Filled up with them. There were cops everywhere and the cops' greed was incredible. I knew it was going to be weird when they discovered what was in the photos, but I didn't expect it to be so murdery. I didn't expect with all the mortuary equipment in the background of every photo, I didn't expect it to be so concentrated on that I had murdered these people. And there's a wide variety of people in the photos. They freaked out. That is kind of weird, though. Like, what are the cops? If these are the types of cops that show up to a kidnapping with their lights blaring, are these also the type of cops that think a murderer would actually get pictures developed of his murder victims and then when he comes to pick them up, he would try to steal them without paying for them, creating even more of a scene? Wow, okay. Describe these photos for me. The photos turned out to be taken in 4 municipalities. It's not like I cared as I took the photos where I was. It just meant I come in at 2 o'clock in the morning to this place, no one is there, so I can go ahead and throw something on this body and take a picture. So there's 4 different corpses. But of course, to the bane of my existence, I worked all over the metro area and further to Wyoming or Colorado Springs, and now I have cases in 4 different municipalities. And what is in the photos, the main thing is that it shows all these places. Every single photo had a corpse in it. I don't remember if there were any at that point, if I'd taken any strange, oh, this corpse looks disgusting, or giant, or fat, or armless. I think every one of them had been dressed up a little bit. Were you dressing them up? Dressed up as in throw a sheet over them with signage, or sometimes it was about a poster-sized paper that I had with me. What attracted the police so much was, well, it was all dead bodies with strange things. There was one where the mortician who later snitched me out on the Jonbenet Ramsey morgue logs, I popped by his house. He was Mormon. His family was there. I had to go on a call. It was his birthday, and his mother gave me a party blower. And I had that on me. I didn't buy it or anything. I had it on me, and I had to go on call, so I stuck that in a woman's mouth, which was deeply haunting because it was very, very late at the time, and it popped right back out of her mouth. Then I realized her jaw had been sewn shut. But I did get it to stay in there and take that picture, and that one cost me dearly, I would say. Did the police not like that? Answer, it reeks of someone who has time to do whatever they want. Follow-up question. I feel like it's one of those dark humor things you can make it look terrible. His response, it was totally a dark humor thing. But you can also make it look totally innocent. Response, that was my surprise, as in, I knew I shouldn't be doing this, and what if this was your mother and all that? I definitely have come to that conclusion over the years. I was a little defiant at first. I was stunned by the arrest. I was like, this is art I'm seeing here. All these atmospheres and these bodies. Someone came up with this for me, called me a still life photographer. Question, wouldn't that be a still death photographer? His response, I thought it was clever. I understand, but a still life painting involves life. Okay. If it wasn't as if you were desecrating the corpses, his response, yes, I was. Were you charged with that? I was charged with that. I was charged with the abuse of a corpse, in which the main line in that law reads something like, quote, offending community sensibilities, end quote. I pled guilty, spent 2 days in jail. I was supposed to be released, but they kept holding me because that way cops from other municipalities could come. I'd been in Littleton. The cops called me and told me to come down to the Littleton police station right away or they would come get me. Then they booked me there. The charges kept coming even after I was released from jail in Denver. So I get there, and this horrible cop, like a TV cop, gets up to go greet the two. A detective from Littleton and a detective from Englewood, who came to charge me. I'm in a glassed room. I turned the law book the cop had been talking to was reading. I read the law about the abuse of a corpse. The other 2 detectives who just arrived cried out, he's reading the law, he's reading the law, like I just pulled out a grenade. What? Next, the interviewer then states, knowledge is power, my friend. His response, I will never forget that. Because I looked through the window like, what are you, stupid? I'm still going to be free to go after this. I'm going to be able to go to the library, which I did eventually, to make copies of that law. But this, he's reading the law. To your memory, you did not actually break the law? His response, no, I think I did. Next statement, next question, in your opinion, question mark. Response, do you want your mother dressed up with something that looks like a 60s sleeping bag? Interviewer response, it's a vague and poorly written law. It's kind of weird. I mean, is this interviewer just pandering to this guy? It's weird. His response here, it is vague, but there are so many vagaries of what people can do. And of course, the worst thing is when you're charged with abuse of a corpse, there is only one thing that everybody comes to. Interviewer states, they think it's sexually, but it doesn't have to be at all. Response, which reminds me, back to the very first arrest in Denver, after all those cops arrived at Safeway for that, was a shoplifting incident turned thing of interest. Were they really treating you like a serial killer? When I was finally put in a cop car and I saw the Suburban I was in charge of being left behind in the Safeway, and I was on the way to the police station, the police car screeches to a halt because another cop car was coming down the street the opposite way. Obviously, the driver of the car I was in was friends with that one, and he wasn't going to let that guy out of the loop on the big kill on me. He yanked up the photos from the front seat, ran across the street, and showed his friend through the window of his police car. That guy had nothing to do with the case, but it was obviously hot on the wires of all the radios. They thought so much they had a Dahmer. Wow. So the officer that's arresting him is just sharing the photos with these other officers. This is kind of weird. They weren't just trying to railroad you at this point, they're trying to fry you. Response: it was more greed. God, they hoped it was so. They really hoped I had killed 20 people and dressed them up, and they were in on the bust. Yeah, that's kind of weird. They were real glory hounds, is what you're telling me. It reeked of it. Why stop in the middle of the road and run over and show a cop who has nothing to do with the photos? Because you want your buddy to see the fresh evidence before it gets logged. You eventually make your way to some kind of precinct, you're booked in, then what? I'm in the homicide squad with a body tape outline on the floor to intimidate all the people who are sitting in the seat I'm in who did murder someone. It goes on and on about the photos and how I did it, how I had access, with me saying it's not that big of a deal. There were 2 detectives who were mainly doing this. I can't remember the other one's name, but one who still works for the cops is named Larry Valentine. Wow, that's definitely a movie cop name. He takes me, kind of does this buddy thing where he touches me on the shoulder. I don't think I'm handcuffed. I probably am. I certainly had been in the car. Maybe he takes them off. And takes me in the hall and down the hall a little bit. There's a holding cell there, but with the door wide open. This is not like an inmate-infested place. This is the homicide police hallway. He takes me there and sits me down and tries to do soft talking, nice voice, and mentions things like, sometimes we all get lonely. Wow. Bit by bit, he's trying to slice into the sex thing. When he did that, it was like a sinus headache like you'd never believe. It went all the way down my spine like, oh my god, because if it isn't about the idea that I killed these people, which obviously was never going to materialize as a case, so I wasn't worried about it, it was the idea that I had sex with these bodies. Did they ever outright ask you if you had fornicated with the deceased? Yes. Did you say no? Of course. Did they check for semen inside of the deceased? Not that I'm aware of. I bet you they did. You know, I've never been asked that question. Really? After all these years. Whether you fornicated or the semen. Oh, the fornication, I've been asked that for sure, but any mortician is going to be asked that for sure. Interviewer response: I don't think so, I really don't. JT Colfax responded: happened to me all the time. Maybe at a party or something? Yeah, that type of thing. But not at the cop shop. No. Okay, yes, totally different, but in casual conversation, that is something a mortician gets asked all the time. That's kind of weird. That's just bad dark humor response, but the gravity of being asked that when all you can say is no and say it in disgust. But there is no way that's going to prove in anyone's mind that you didn't. At this point, there is absolutely no proof that you fornicated with any of the bodies. Response: no, and there never could be. Because you didn't. Well, yeah, because I did not. So this cop is shaking you down, go forward. He's doing the friendly, good cop thing, and as soon as he verges into the territory and I realize it, I defend myself with, corpses are disgusting, I can't believe you'd even think that. And now I hate him, and I'm brought back in with the other detective because there is no good cop situation. I must have said, you can expletive off, that is ridiculous. I was righteously indignant, but I was also in horrible shock that this is never going to end. Interviewer states, bottom line, you're not playing ball, so you get brought into the room, and what do they say then? Response here: I did talk. I said this one is at the mortuary. They asked me. They had certain pictures they were more interested in. You even cooperated. I mean, I shoplift the evidence in a mortuary van. You're dead to rights. At a certain point, they showed me a black corpse. We had one black mortuary. There is only, to my knowledge, still just one black mortuary in town. They never called us, but they did once. And I took this black woman over there, and when they showed me her, I refused to identify where it came from, but it wasn't about her race or anything like that. It was their interest in her because she was different, and me realizing that I'm not doing myself a favor by identifying all the mortuaries where these came from. And it sure came to pass that it was terrible that I did. First, during this horrible day of being charged with all this and having all of this interaction with the police, I'm only charged in Denver. But then they reach out to my boss, who I never spoke to again. They go through the books and find out where the business had been lately and come up with all these counties and municipalities. I have charges in Denver County, Arapahoe County, Littleton, and I have charges in Englewood, both of which are in Arapahoe County, but they're separate home rule municipalities, separate courts and everything. So I've got 4 separate cases, and I'm also thinking if they ever find this one was in Jefferson County, this one was in Douglas County, I'll be going to court forever. I stopped identifying the mortuaries, and they found it odd I clammed up on the black woman. That mortuary was such an offshoot weird place to go for me, it made me realize I need to stop identifying these places, period. I get taken to the Pringles Can City Jail downtown, where it's so airtight and awful. I end up staying there for 2 days, even though the next morning I went to court and got released on a PR bond. but I just remain in jail while they work on spreading the word. So I come out of the jail, I get to where I was living with the Mormon snitch. He tells me, I mean, has anybody ever called somebody a Mormon snitch? Is that an original phrase? He tells me there was this weird little blurb in the paper. I haven't been home in 2 days, so he knows something is weird. And there was this most hackneyed 1-inch thing in the Rocky Mountain News, not my name in it, totally all jangled and weird. Totally typo insanity. Like they put it as a place marker because they didn't understand the whole story yet. But then the whole media was on it like crazy. I agreed to go to the Denver Post building and get interviewed there. They confronted me with Paula Woodward and her team from Channel 9 News, the dominating news channel at the time. I tried to say the cops are lying on this and that and the other, and she was like, yeah, cops lie. She was not going to hear it. She was a real big expletive. She was the worst reporter I've ever dealt with. She mentioned me in her book somewhere, and I haven't even looked. I just know that I'm in there, and I have so low esteem for her that even though it's me in a book, I've never even looked at it. Then I'm out. Everything is a disaster. I have no job. I have no money. My Mormon roommate, who was into bodybuilding and very good-looking guy, could talk about nothing but gay. He thought I was asexual. We all three worked for the same company when I first started that first call thing. He quickly moved on to another job, but I worked with him some. He trained me, and there was another guy who was going into the Marines, and he quickly left. And when he did, by that time, I was now the roommate. Those two had been friends for years. And this guy who composed a letter to the Marines when his friend was in boot camp in USMCRD to destroy and hurt him, we used the name Demetrius. Acted like Demetrius was upset about him leaving for the Marines, a letter that could be harmful to him and made in such a way that it would have to be opened by someone else to figure out who to deliver it to, by screwing up his name. What kind of interview is this? This is just weird. Okay, continuing on. Did they keep him in? I never heard, but we made it on purpose so that it couldn't just go right to him. He opens it and goes, what the expletive? It was to him, yet not addressed quite correctly, so someone else would have to know. But the point is, they were friends for years before they joined that mortuary thing, before I came along, and this is what he wanted to do, to harm him with gayness. This guy was obsessed about being gay. When he moved into the place that I ended up living with him, some gay people from across the street gave him a plant or something. He spoke to them nicely, and he threw it in the yard after they got back into their house across the street, so it would just rot outside on the lawn. He was obsessed with gayness. So now I come back from jail. He knows the media is trying to dig in. I believe he even received phone calls somehow. So I've got to get out. I think I borrowed some money from my brother and stayed at the YMCA, which I'd picked up a corpse in before, by the way. I must have stayed a night or two because I got the call that I needed to go to Englewood or Littleton or some other police office I went to where I was charged for 3. Arapahoe County, Englewood, and Littleton, where I read the law. So I had to get out. I had nothing. The YMCA was only $120 a week or something, and I was under massive pressure. And I ended up starting the Ramsey house on fire. We're moving way too fast. It is very common for headlines to spur forward police activity, the interviewer stated. Response here, and as those headlines grew, the police would constantly put into the media notions of my autonomy with the body. They use the word autonomy all the time, which explains how I could throw these paintings on bodies and all that, but they used it in such a way that anyone in the public would automatically wonder what else happened. I believe the cops really tried as hard as they could to infer that, and that the media was like, no, he's just a kook. I did then start participating with the media and alternative media where I could say what I wanted. One cop told me, you're the one causing this, because I was in the media. But I never once called the media during that, never once. Interviewer states, by in, you mean involved? No. By me saying the cops did this, the cops lied, or anything like that, that's why they came and kicked my mattress over in the YMCA. When I'm so destitute and busted, they pound, that horrible cop pound, on the door and toss my room for no reason whatsoever. That's rough, his response. And they say, because of what you were doing, as in because I said this or that. What do you think they meant? Because I said anti-cop things in the media or engaged with the media, period. But I did go to that office where I read the law and got charged by those 3 different detectives. When I was in the waiting room after check-in, they had me sit down and a woman came and sat next to me reading that day's Denver Post with a huge article about my day. Just striving to make sure that I can see that. And you want to go, look, that's me, but you don't. And she was an Associated Press reporter, sitting right next to me beforehand. Then I go in, and it's just a matter of fingerprints being charged in all these counties. It's not a big interview at this time because they already got all that from Denver. As soon as we were done with the paperwork, the police introduced me to her. They PR'd me with her. Were there any questions you answered to your detriment? It went everywhere and it ended up on CNN and all kinds of things. It was basic and I have nothing to complain about. But the fact that the cops arranged it and had her sitting right next to me to see if I would say something to her, she was definitely showing me that article, and there was an L-shaped series of seats and there were at least 14 other places to sit. And she sat right next to me reading the paper in a scrunched up way. This is while the Jonbenet case is going on. You've got to remember that I know other morticians take pictures all the time. They have scrapbooks. The guy that owned the company had a scrapbook. Well, that's kind of weird. How do you know that they did? My 2 coworkers. I hated that guy. And as a first call person, to be told that you're going to be there at 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. and go off on all your calls and then you're going to be on call all night, no one ever does that. It was just unacceptable to me, as in, like, the one thing you do your calls and you go back home. If you need some sleep, you rest. You don't sit in an office in a tie all day. It's like 2 rooms down the hall and then a reception area and then an area for me at this point because the other 2 left. I'm sitting there watching a TV that installed. I hear mumbling, and he had handwritten a letter of all employees will do something, and then gave it to his mother out there, and so she types it up and comes and hangs it up next to the TV. Is this the most bizarre interview ever? Wow. I'm sitting there by myself as I'm the only employee, and I got up and looked at it. I wish I could tell you what it said. It was just boilerplate. All employees will do this, clean up their lunch debris or whatever. Wow, that's an interesting phrase. It's not like I did something to cause it. It was just a memo to all employees, and I'm the only employee. And I'd sat there watching it being typed, wondering what was going on. It was just 4 sentences with all this blank space. I signed it like a child with a crayon to take up all the space. I then went on some calls, and they harassed me the whole time with what is taking you so long and all that. And I say, it's expletive mayhem out here with the traffic. I never stopped anywhere. I never was much of a person to interrupt a call and do something else. So the pressure kept building on them, rushing me. And it's like, you made me go all the way up to Jefferson County. I'm in the parking lot going to the corners over there. And they're like, no. And that's when I went to the YMCA. They made me come all the way to the YMCA downtown in Denver because the police were there. So it's like, come on, give me a few minutes to drop this body off. Then I had to go all the way back to Jefferson County and drop that body off. The memo filled me with hatred already, and then the constant irrational rushing when anyone could look at that time I got the call and where I am now, and I really should not be that concerned about it. Maybe if you got out of your presidential office and go do a call yourself, the problem would be solved. So I said something like, I'll be there when I can be there, and I hung up. They caught me at another mortuary on the phone, and I hung up on his mother. When I came back, he was all like, look, we gotta talk, and he had that clipboard. What is the meaning of this? My huge scrawl. And he was like, you yelled at my mother. I told him to expletive off, and he barked, give me your pager, and that was the end of that. I immediately got a different job at a different place. This sounds like the job is not that regulated, and maybe it should be, the interview stated. Response, the only place I ever heard of that wanted people to sit in an office all day and then be on call all night. And aside from just the insanity of it, what is the point? There is nothing for me to do. If I don't have a dead body and paperwork to fill out, I worked for the next company for 2 months before the whole thing exploded, and it exploded on a better, nicer company. Not that they were great, but I really destroyed their business. And that first company, they went on talk radio and tried to say all these things, like the company I worked for when I got busted, they're full of criminals and all this, and a very popular radio host named Jay Marvin said, we know who you are. They tried to take advantage of it to boost their own business, when it's like, this is like mortuary secret stuff. Most people don't even know what first calls are. It's like you should keep your expletive mouth shut and not get into this when you own a company I worked for 2 months ago. Okay, interviewer states this. It does sound like Tiger King in a way. You've got these non-felonious things happening. You're not a felon, but this is when the other shoe drops, right? Tell us about it. This was a media mess, and it had gone national to some degree. Remember Paul Harvey? I was on that. I never heard it, but an inmate told me, it's not like I haven't done anything really crazy like the Ramsey house arson, but the things I put on the signs and all that, he read it as a kooky mortician in Denver does such and such. So I got all these corpses abuse charges everywhere. This is very bleak to me. I have nowhere to go. I'm borrowing money just to stay for a week here and there, and I'm seeing charges stretching out. Say I get a job somewhere, say Taco Bell, how am I going to go to all these court things for a year for 4 different municipalities? So everything is bleak as well. And the maximum amount of charges are being leveled at you. His response: the roommate that kicked me out that is obsessed with gays, he decides that in the midst of all this publicity, he needs to throw gas on the fire. He calls the Rocky Mountain News and gets one of the main Ramsey reports. The case is raging but totally separate from me at the time, and tells them how I stole the mortuary logs from the Jonbenet Ramsey case. Did you? His response: which I did. Okay, how did you do that? I went to the morgue in Boulder. I was pretty drunk. I left for my rooming house in downtown Denver. I was talking in a three-way conversation with two drag queens from New York City. And they loved my mortuary stories. And then I get a page and they just can't believe it. You're going on a call right now. So this guy, this is just like a regular day for him to be in a three-way conversation on the phone with two drag queens from New York City. Okay. So I drove to Boulder Community Hospital from downtown Denver. I missed the highway exit that would go to Boulder, which I grew up so near, which is the most familiar highway exit in Denver to me. But I keep on driving and there is no exit all the way to Thornton. Then I come all the way back down and get off. I do get there to the hospital. The security guard has to take me down to the morgue. He whispers to nurses I checked in with and buys me a cup of coffee, one of those where the cup comes down and the coffee gets squirted into. That's really relevant. They know I've been drinking and they're very nice about it, but he's getting me a cup of coffee because of it instead of telling me we are not releasing to you. We go down into the basement. There's a podium with a giant book on it, and we start checking out my ordinary, dull, 50-something-year-old guy's body. I've got him sheeted up and on my gurney with a cover over it, totally ready to roll. We're right by the door. I've got to sign this guy out naturally. Anyone who is bringing in a body or talking about it, you've got to or taking it out, you've got to log into this book to establish chain of custody. A knock comes at the door. I'm already like, no. Remember, I'm not in trouble yet. I showed my roommate the morgue logs the minute I got home like a schoolgirl. So I'm just about to leave, but a knock comes at the door, and it's your worst nightmare as a first call person. It's the iBank. What does iBank stand for? iBank, the iBank of the Rockies, EYE. Okay, keep going. Sorry, I thought it was some kind of an acronym. Response: so I'm a 2 and he's a king if we're playing poker. I have to roll the goddamn body back over, put it on the autopsy table. It doesn't take forever, but it takes a while. The security guard says, well, it'll be a while. And he arranges with me that he'll be back later for the checkout because I cannot take the body now. I roamed around the basement of the hospital. I stole a piece of a phone to get a longer cord for my phone because that is how I lived at the time. I couldn't spend any money on anything, and then it occurred to me. I'm in a dark conference room, and then it occurred to me that this is the morgue. And I'd propped open the door of the morgue with a magazine, and I did my roaming, bored, and kind of angry. I've been through this before, and I really hate it. If I'd been gone, I'd have been gone. Then have had to come to the mortuary and do this or something later without me. Now I have to wait, and I'm drunk. Then it occurs to me I'm far off in the basement away from the morgue, and then it dawns on me that this hospital also is, and that morgue I was just in, is the morgue that Jonbenet had to go through. As soon as that hit me, I went roaring right back in there, grabbed my magazine, and let the door shut. I take that book on the podium and flip back through it because anyone knows the date, Christmas. And sure enough, how could she not be there? It is like a little lightning strike to me. There she is, and it's like, of course she is, how could she not be? And I'm in a big room with a security guard. At first, I took some pictures of the book, hoping that he didn't notice the flash, and nothing seemed to happen. Then it occurred to me, and I reached up to the top pages and carefully ripped them out. Okay, interviewer states this: a lot of podunk police departments still put out reports like that. I have not ripped any pages out yet, though, but I have been dumb enough to pay the money to make copies, not realizing what was happening. J.T. Colfax responds, I ripped those pages out, I can still see them. I can't envelope without making a giant mess my whole life. And yet I ripped these with really good precision, and I was a very, very heavily bound book, and I put them in my pocket, and I start looking around, and there is, like in any morgue, there are brains everywhere. There are jars and jars full of brains, and the thought occurred to me that Jonbenet's brain is one of these. I never saw anything marked that or anything, but I bet it was. What else occurs to you in this place? Mostly just waiting and waiting. And then finally the guy is done. He leaves. I get a hold of the security guard somehow. probably by dialing a couple of numbers into a phone, and off I go with my body, my boring, dull, ordinary body, drop that off wherever that was, go home, hangover, etc. I did gleefully show my roommate and laid out the pages on the dining room table, and he was like, no way. It was obvious it was a thing, even though the info contained in the two facing pages was of no value. It would in no way change the case because it was missing. It was just when she arrived there who brought her and where she went, which was Christ Mortuary. Christ Mortuary up in Boulder, which I'd been to in my travels. And of course, 4 pages later in that book had been my signature. I'd been there before, I believe. So nothing happens to the bulk of the publicity. I'm going to talk radio, both local papers. Were they friendly to you? Yes, in most cases. I was just kind of an oddity, and all they wanted was just a couple of sound bites to explain, you see the craziest things, and I want to document it. And you didn't hurt anyone. On that front, I've got to say, if I'd gone to trial, I would have been confronted by the families. But the families wouldn't have even known. His response, they still don't. They still don't, as far as I know. But if I had been pressed it to trial, they would have brought in the families to say, yes, this outrages my sensibilities. There's no way you can win with someone going, that is my mother, and look at her, she has a party blower in her mouth on a mortuary table. It would have never worked. When does this come into play? By the Ramsey morgue logs hitting. I'm at the YMCA and the next police knock comes. I did do a large interview with the Rocky Mountain News and divulged too much information in that, I think. The police were not aware that the pages were missing until that roommate of mine told the reporter, and the reporter called the police. That was a weird and intruding thing to do because I had copies of the morgue log and I hid them in a Vietnamese book in the Denver Public Library, not so far from the YMCA. Anybody voting this is the most bizarre interview of all time yet? I mean, can we get a poll going? I called the Rocky Mountain News and he came right away. I walked him over to the library. At first I was in terror. Oh my god, he's going to think I bull expletive him because the first Vietnamese book on the top shelf, the most inconvenient, biggest, thickest book in Vietnamese I could find, didn't have the logs. But I did find them and there they are. I gave him the copies of it and I believe they put them on the news because I believe I painted the copies or used magic markers and made it all rainbowy around her name with her name all yellowed, which I did not do to the originals. I'm sure that made you look fairly crazy, but keep going. You could almost see him ejaculate in his pants like, yep, I've got my story. I've got my story right here. And that night, the dreaded knock comes again. Not nearly as rude as your usual police knock, but a police knock nevertheless. And it's Detective Thomas and Detective Gosage, who are now quite well known to me and everyone as part of the Ramsey Detectives. They search the room. They're quite polite, basically. One was nicer than the other, of course. And they were like, do you have anything about Jonbenet Ramsey in this room? And I told them no. And I told them I sent the logs to a friend and I'm trying to get them sent back here. They're arresting me for the morgue logs, by the way. But of course, it's all about the Jonbenet thing. And they find in the closet some horrible collage I put together about some of the publicity. And there was a picture of Jonbenet, a very elegant, inch-sized picture of her face. And they go, we thought you didn't have Jonbenet in here. And I went, that's about me. Because the article below it, which they took as very indignant. It's not like I had it and held it. It was in the closet. It was an awful piece of mess that I was making to try to do some kind of piece of art and make some money. So they were antagonistic about that, like, you have a picture of Jonbenet in your room. And I'm like, it's a tiny incidental picture. The thing is poster-sized and she's an inch. And the article is about me. They became almost apologetic as they went, we're going to have to put handcuffs on you. On the ride up to Boulder, the nicer one, Detective Thomas, whose life was destroyed by this. How was his life destroyed by this? Because he accused the Ramseys on Larry King Live on TV with them sitting right in front of him. He's like, I think you're good for it. I don't know why, but that makes me emotional because I knew him to some degree. The roasting of everything that was so intense in that case alone. Not with me or anything, but me too. His wife left him and all kinds of stuff. And he was portrayed as a wife-beater with very little evidence. It was internet gossip. He was the smartest one of them. It was a great joy to me when I saw it on jail TV, him saying, I think you're good for it, Patsy. But he starts asking me about being gay in the car. In the most casual way. So were you born that way, or And I realized completely that this is not just chit chat, but it's also a bit of an interrogation. You know, the girl was molested, and he wants me to talk about being gay to see if I'm gay or not, because I don't present that way. Okay, statement from the interviewer here. A lot of gay men, and I'm not trying to tell you how to think, but the idea of a naked woman, that is just not the slightest bit appealing. His response, gross. It's never been appealing to me. I've tried it, I've forced myself to try it, but the point is that chit chat, that wasn't just like, we've got a long ways to go to Boulder. How is being gay working for you? It was to flavor in their own minds about whether I could possibly, whether it's official or not. Cops need to suss out from a person if a case is molesting and killing a young girl. You're going to ask a guy who you've heard is gay. I get to Boulder, they show me words off the ransom note, which was highly, highly explosive at the time. It hadn't been released yet. Leaked to Vanity Fair later. But for me to be going, why was I asked that? And they swabbed my mouth, and they took care. They cut themselves. Detective Thomas cut himself taking a sample of my hair. I was booked for just the morgue logs. I got bailed out live on the radio by a radio host. I'm back out real soon, and I did immediately humiliate them by writing to a gossip column in the Rocky Mountain News. They were being portrayed as the Keystone Cops. They cut their own hands trying to take a hair sample. It was a terribly sad and horribly emotional moment for me to be asked these questions. Did you ever know Jonbenet? Did you know John? Did you know Patsy or Burke? Just to be clear, you have never met any of these folks. No, but I did live in Atlanta when they did. Okay. Wow, okay. So is it just me, or do all these individuals in Boulder happen to also have lived in Atlanta? I mean, is that strange to anybody? See, if it was like New York City, D.C., L.A., Dallas, doesn't that make more sense? I mean, Atlanta is not the most populated city in the United States. I actually just brought it up. Atlanta is the 36th most populated city in the U.S. So not even top 10, not even top 20, not even top 30. So statistically, out of tens of thousands of towns and cities, what are the chances that everybody in Boulder surrounding the Jonbenet Ramsey case just happened to live in Atlanta also? Like John Mark Carr? I mean, what is going on here with these Boulder-Atlanta connections? I mean, or did JT Colfax just make that up to sound more coincidental? Can anybody prove that he actually did live in Atlanta? Okay, interviewer asks, okay, but did you meet them? No. You've never met Jonbenet yourself? Never. Did you ever see her at a pageant? No, I've never been to a pageant then, now, or ever. If you wanted to go to one right now, I wouldn't go. That's an interesting way of answering the question. Okay, interviewer says, not really my scene, but I catch your drift. Response, there were a lot of murder questions, and it's foggy to me as to why I would be expected to, well, I was a suspect. There were like 8 or 9 words they gave me off the ransom note. Oh, they made me write them, and the most frightening part of it all was I do print. I'm old and I grew up with cursive, but I switched to print in high school, and there is something I do, like perhaps an A or something. It's still cursive to me or something, but there are letters that I did then, I do now, and always. And they were like, stop doing that. And that was very scary to me because the absolute essence of that is change your writing. Interviewer states, to match the killers, he responds, it strikes you. You don't want to change your writing. They shouldn't ask you to change your writing. They did. I can't imagine any scenario where you're having a suspect who is presumed innocent write and then you're yelling at them. Stop doing that in an angry, angry tone. Did you stop? I think I still did it, and when I did it again, they were disgusted. Perhaps they thought I was masking. But I'm scared because I'm not doing anything. I don't want to leave a bunch of words that they can find other things where they can be like, you totally lied in print with that. That's not the way you write at all. I wrote the way I wrote and still write. It was very, very scary to be told to stop doing that. It was just issues of certain letters that displeased them. I'm then driven across town to the Boulder County Jail, got booked. I'm just setting up my stuff on an upper bunk when some Mexican comes up. He's my cellie. He comes up from down in the day room and says something about the toilet not working. I just barely get things set up when I hear a roll up, and I'm like, what? How can I possibly be getting out of here? And Jay Marvin, who is barely still alive, was a big radio host in Chicago who I'd called from intake. He was very big for a couple of years in Denver until he fell ill. During that corpse photo thing interview, I would actually come and hang out with him in the studio and chip in every now and then. He was a very suicidal, weird man who would make remarks like, "I'm going to blow my head off after the show." He didn't have a problem with your dark humor? No, because I would say things like, "When they send your body home, make sure to call Delta Cares. That's the program." My voice would just come in. It would show the police I was sitting with him. It's not like I was on all day with him, but it's just like he is sitting in the expletive studio with him. Just little things like that. All of this is going on. The police, they're not happy. You're getting shook down. You've been let out. You're associating with the press, which might have saved your ass, or maybe it made it harder at that time. Who knows? His response, "And now it's the Ramsey detectives I've got. I'm busted. I've got all these corpse photos. I don't have a corpse photo problem in Boulder, but I did steal those morgue logs. That's what they came for, and that's what they charged me with. And probably something else, but only related to that. When do you start worrying about, I'm going to spend time in jail, maybe I don't want to? But here's the thing, I'm bailed out, but I have nothing now. The bail lady is all amazed I got bailed out by this radio host. I ask her where the town is, she lets me go, finishes out her paperwork, and then she sees me walking and decides to go ahead and give me a ride to the bus station. And I believe she may have shelled out a couple of dollars to help me get to Denver. I doubt I had anything. This was way out in residential nowhere, but she takes me to the Boulder bus station. Then I called my brother and he got me back into the YMCA, and their maid at the YMCA is like, yuck, when she sees that I'm back, because they know. So then I eke out my existence that way another little bit by borrowing money from my brother, who I will never be able to pay back. Then I realize I can't keep doing this. I have all these cases, and the sickest idea occurs to me because it's the only path I could think of. Everyone is going to go, obviously and forever. There are some mental health problems, but the best I could come up with was to go to Boulder and expletive with the Ramsey house. Start it on fire. You think I don't want to go to these jails, which are rougher, but if I go burn this place down, his response, "I'm so glad you said that, because that reminds me, part of the logic of doing this drastic thing to start the Ramsey house on fire, because it occurred to me that I've been to some of these other jails, even if only briefly. Boulder's jail had a carpet. You can see on the bulletin board there is a movie on Friday and Saturdays. There is popcorn and Pepsi." The interviewer states, "So it's a jail for rich hippies." His response, "My future is I'm going to jail, so I'm going to choose the nice one. So I go up to Boulder, make all my cases be controlled by living in the Boulder jail. I start the Ramsey house on fire. I don't really get it going. I sit out there for hours and hours on their patio. I look into the garage and see Ramsey Christmas on boxes. Which, when you're looking at a house like that and see that, oh my God, it's so weird. I want you to talk about being freaked out at the prospect of going to a rough jail, so you think I'm going to take control of my future." It's an interesting question. His response, "It's just life itself, as in I can't keep borrowing. I hate it. It's expensive for my brother. I have to end that. I don't have a phone. Cell phones weren't prominent then. How am I going to go get a job? I'm all over the news. I don't have a place to be called at. How am I going to go to all these court dates? The future with just these misdemeanor charges is very bleak as it is. Now I'm suddenly in the media for these morgue logs, which bleeds into I'm somewhat of a Ramsey suspect." To be fair, logically, you were never a Ramsey suspect to a rationally thinking person. His response, "I felt secure in that myself, but that did not stop a lot of people from thinking that, and why shouldn't they? And I've just been greased over their faces for like the last 2 months, in town anyway, for weirdness in the mortuary business. And then it's like, aha, look at this guy, and the word suspect was used in some papers. This is the price we pay for our system." His response, "Now I'm in jail and I'm just thinking, okay, just a little rest here and I get out of the jail within half an hour. But I've got nowhere to go. I eke out another week or two on my brother's dime, and then I realize that I'm in no mental health way able to get a job. I don't look like a person who should be hired. I am so corpseified myself. I look like a person who has been using speed for 5 years because of the stress of the last 2 months. Who is going to hire me? No one. And I have no way to be contacted or anything. It's impossible. I decide I'm going to start my inevitable jail time now. And I went up to Boulder. I had somewhere around $10, some of which was used to get up there, about $2.50 for bus fare. I sat around in the Pearl Street Mall for a while in front of Access Graphics, where Ramsey worked. I bought a soda and a hot dog. Weirdly, that was so important to some people. What did I do? Then I found a Manson-type girl, a very dirty hippie mean girl who was talking to me. And I told her my story, and I told her to come to Boulder to start the Ramsey house on fire. and she made damn sure I knew where it was. She walked with me for close to a mile, then she told me this way, that way. I mean, this does sound like some kind of movie plot. Was she attractive? No, she was a dirty mess. She was a Manson type girl and not Marilyn Manson. Well, that's a less cool than that could have been, but keep going. This is an interesting interviewer here. She could see I was deeply serious. Did she know you were serious? She knew I was serious. I believe I had articles and things and I showed them to her. You had them on you? In my bag. Very John Fonte of you. Do you know John Fonte was from Boulder? Never heard of him. Famous author. He wrote about doing much the same thing, but go on. We sat at a picnic bench and then she told me the rest of the way to the Ramsey house. She drilled it in. She made sure I knew it was very important to her. Interviewer laughs. Here continues. I bet she bought a paper the next morning, so I made my way to it to 15th Street where the Ramsey house was, and I did not see it. I passed by it the first time. There were about 3 houses down, a woman raking. I asked her. She kind of sighed with disgust, but she was polite and pointed it out. She was sick of being asked that. It was broad daylight, say about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Other cars did come and take pictures. 2 tourist girls parked a car and got out and looked at the house with me, and I talked to them. This is when the sun is up? He responds, I don't do anything on the Ramsey property because of this. There are people driving around looking at this. But the 2 tourist girls, black and white college girls from out of town who came to look at it, we chatted briefly for a minute about the case and the freak show, all of that. Then they told me some of my story and they became very uncomfortable and one of them took a picture of me. I don't know if he meant to say he told them of his story. Was it ever published? No. If the internet was bigger then, she would have posted that somewhere. Now you just post it and off it goes. But anyway, she was like, do you mind if I take a picture? And she took it right away before I could even answer. Then they left immediately. I made them so uncomfortable. I don't blame them. Then I went to Chautauqua Park. The interviewer states, I'm published at Chautauqua. He responds, I guess ignoring that statement from the interviewer, and I'm sitting there smoking a cigarette at a bus stop. Luckily, there's an extra lighter laying there, knowing what I'm going to do. I wait until dark, roam around, then I come back to the Ramsey house and I go up and down the alley and up and down around the front. In the alley, there's a big area by the fence where you can drive cars in and there is no gate on it. It's big enough that 2 cars could drive in there at the same time. A huge gaping hole in the fence. So I enter the property that way. And I look around through the windows, peep through the windows, then I sit on the patio furniture and move one of the chairs so I can look at the house more. And I just sit there smoking cigarettes, totally miserable. This is so stupid what I'm about to do, I know it, but I also cannot think of a different plan. I mean, what am I going to do? If I call my brother for some more money? Wait, what, another week and then I'm back where I started. So I'm determined. Oh, and by the way, some neighbors saw I was sitting out there, and they did notice that I moved a chair and was staring at the house. But they thought I was some kind of security because I wasn't doing anything but sitting there and staring at the house. I go into the crevice between the garage and the house, and there are Ramsey things and they have nothing to do with me. That lights up my brain from the glowing worldwide frame of the whole thing. Like when I look at that window and see the spiral staircase, it's like a little stroke of something like, oh my God, I really am here and I'm going to do this. Same thing when I look in the garage. The back of the garage has windows on it. I look in there and see boxes and boxes labeled Ramsey Christmas, and I wonder who boxed that up. The police? The Ramseys? Interviewer states, so this is the moment where you take back control of your life. You're lighting this place on fire where someone killed a little girl. You have nothing to do with it. Probably demonstrably have nothing to do with this, but you're internalizing this is the way most people won't because it's time for you to now seize control of your fate. He responds, and even up to that moment, I'm not any kind of expert on the Ramseys, which I kind of became later in jail. I was doing my mortuary jobs and running around town and all of that before, and being a person who lived in Denver with time on their hands with the job. So I'm sitting on the patio and I decide this is so miserable and awful, I can't sit here forever, asking myself if I'm really going to do this. And I review the fact that I have nowhere to go, nothing else is sensible, I am going to jail, and I want to go to jail in Boulder. Why do you want to go to jail in Boulder? Because it's a young college town jail, without the hardened criminals and everything. I've only barely seen it, but I have seen it. It's clean. If I'm going to have to go, I'd rather go here. So I do this. I commit a felony by arson and make it so buses will come and take me to my court cases in the future and all that. I was never so relieved. I mean, the rest of the night was miserable. I ended up calling the police on myself. Were you worried about, in particular, that inmates might not hear you out and might just read the papers and be like, You might be expletive up, you might be expletive little kids. And I'm not here and not hear you out when you say I'm basically goth. Well, I'm going back to the beginning, the Denver City Jail. I always called it the Pringle Can, a very bad atmosphere jail where there is no air. They knew. I was ordered released, but they didn't let me out until they got together with the other municipalities. Interviewer states, and these other municipalities had to have their stay. I got a personal recognizance bond. It takes forever. By forever, I mean 2, 4, 6 hours whenever they feel like it, but I was there for 2 more days. Okay, so then at some point you are literally held. He interrupts the interviewer here. My point for that was going back to that. I'm crawling the walls like, why am I still in here? I got a personal recognizance bond. More detectives came and interviewed me there, and they acted like, we're surprised you're still here. And I'm like, you lying mother expletive, you know you kept me here. When I get back to my cell, I get released. I get back in my suit coat. I looked ridiculous compared to everyone else. Going down the hall, someone unseen to me said, man, how'd you get corpses into Safeway? I'm too far away and almost out the door for conversation, but they knew something about it already. But they think I'm abusing a corpse in Safeway, on the ground, expletive, a corpse. Interviewer states, it's a macabre game of telephone, but you get let out, and eventually they process you back in, and they don't let you go for about how many years? For that, about 2.7 years at Boulder after the arson. It's a very specific amount. Take me back to when you're processed in for this. For the arson for the initial 3 years. The arson itself was they had an in-out mailbox. I reached in there and felt they had a cabinet in there, but that is all. From the Jonbenet house. From the street, harshly zoomed in, the best they can do, a National Enquirer picture of a pack of matches. I left the tiny door on the mailbox open so that some air would get in there because it was failing the fire. I truly did intend to. I lied to the media afterwards when I said that it was just a tiny little thing just to get into jail. What I did could have started the house on fire. I did try. So you were taking one thing at a time. The first thing was burn the house down, then get arrested. I expected it to go up and for me to just be standing there like, yep. Wait, so he just put some matches in the mailbox and didn't... That's the fire? Well, okay. Tell us what happened. You threw some flaming stuff in there. What goes on? What are you throwing in there? Whatever I had that was paper out of my bag. Articles about me, the corpse thing, and I did have the paperback version of Interview with a Vampire. I've always equated Jonbenet with that little girl because of that Claudia. You know, that bitter little girl who is stuck in a vampire's body. She grows up into a 100-year-old vampire, but I'm a little girl, remember? I don't remember that part, but I'm going to rewatch it now. Okay, response. So I throw out page after page of that on fire in there. Books of matches, things like that. Maybe I don't know if I had some of their mail or whatever, but I did not stop anywhere and bring any supplies. You didn't bring any accelerant, no gasoline, no oil. No, I couldn't have afforded it. Not a thing. That march all the way from downtown Boulder to their house is a couple of miles. I didn't even think to bring any of the multitudes of papers anywhere, not a pile or a few. So I throw these things in there, I go to the back patio and wait and wait and wait. Then I went back and the fire hadn't taken. And I did it again. Nothing happened, nothing happened. Then I think I threw the whole matchbook in there. Then I left, went the other way down the street, went all the way back to downtown Boulder, just as miserable as you can get. As in, anyone who sees me, people would cross the street. Like, this guy has something wrong with him. And I sat on a bench in front of a cop shop, you know, those little mall things, and there was a cop in there. Then he came out and locked the door and went, how's it going? And he even looked at me like there was something wrong with him. If he'd just engaged me in the slightest bit, I would have told him what happened. Then I went all night long in misery. I've left this mess, and it's totally traceable to me. I wrote something on a matchbook or something, I believe. The next morning, I'm exhausted. You can't take this kind of depression and exhausting without wanting to get off your feet. I slept at a restaurant called Mustard's Last Stand on a bench out front. The interviewer states, I've eaten there. Okay, Colfax continues. I called the police station and asked for either Detective Thomas or Gosage by name. Or, in any case, I asked specifically for the Ramsey detectives. I told them it was J.T. Colfax, and I was put right through. And this is at a time when idiots from all over the world are calling in like my neighbor did it, and they live in New Zealand. What did you say? Have you heard anything? And they're like, no. And apparently I did say, well, I've done it again. Kind of like in the Gilligan way of I've done something really stupid. And that was in every article and got really bad because they made it sound like I've returned to the Ramsey house and I've done a thing. I told them what happened. At the time, I'm in front of the granola shop. There is a Malamute tied to a street pole. And the owners put it there and it went inside. The Malamute does what it does, doesn't like it that they went in. He looks bored as can be, but he's howling. So this is the atmosphere. This wasn't happening when I dialed, and now that happens, and the cop is like, what is that noise? God, the luck I had. It sounds like I'm standing on a child or something and just killing it. It sounded horrible. Anyway, I told them what I did. They said, we'll be right over, and a squad car came too. They all got there at pretty much the same time. The squad car people put handcuffs on me. So that starts your 3 years in confinement? Yup, 2.7 years. I think Eric Parker's confinement was a lot easier to rationalize. They held him for years because he did X, Y, and Z, and it turns out he couldn't even do that, so they let him go. They held you for 3 years? Well, no, I was sentenced. You were sentenced to how many? Well, first it dragged on forever. 7 months go by and I get to court and it's an arraignment. I hated my public defender. I was like, arraignment? He claimed he told me that. I couldn't believe that my arraignment was 7 months earlier when I first went to court. He was like, you knew. I hated him. I asked for him to be fired. The judge was all like, maybe later. I was stunned that after something like 7 to 8 months that I'm still not even arraigned yet. I didn't know that. I thought I was. Because of the court appearance, which I was removed from, by the way. Why were you removed? So the next morning after, the fire, I go to court, you get charged, the judge starts talking about the case, arson, etc. The public defender, who I've never seen, gets up and starts arguing about boilerplate expletive like a bond. I stood up and went, could Your Honor introduce me to that man who was talking about me? Which was like a needle being lifted off of a record. And there were reporters there. And that did get in, but they went, Colfax claimed that he never met his public defender. Like, I'm going to put on this show in front of the judge, and I really did talk to him for 5 hours. You had never met him? Never even heard of him. Kerry Lackland. Everybody called him lackluster in jail. Everybody hated him. His reputation was well known. Boulder is a small place. For 2.7 years, meeting all these inmates coming and going, most people came for a few days or something. I used to deliver pizza to that guy. He's a huge drunk. And I would hear all these things about his house, like the house is just covered in crap. You never know whether to believe it. He did look like a drunk, though, and he was awful. I interrupted immediately and went, could Your Honor introduce me to that man who was talking about me? And he had to sit there humiliatingly and look at me and go, I apologize to Your Honor, I have not had a chance to meet the client. Then he looks at me and says, I am Kerry Lackland, and I'm from the Boulder Public Defender's Office. I've been assigned to your case. Did you ask for a new one? Not then. How long did it take? The media claimed I'd never met my public defender, but my public defender had to do this whole thing of saying, I'm sorry, Your Honor, so don't say claimed. Why not say the public defender admitted he had no chance to meet with his client? If your constitutional rights had been honored, you wouldn't have needed to. His response, but on the media front alone, to watch the way things got twisted in the media, who I always had a good relationship with before because they were doing art articles about me, like, say some bull expletive about your art, and it all goes fluffy and fine, or you have a bad feeling, to say, he claimed. This is the start of 3 years. Response, this is my first court appearance. It's for arson. The media is there, the stress is on, but weirdly I'm protected in a sense. Well, the court rattled me. That part being gotten up to be looked at, to have my charges read in front of the other inmates was not good. But in reality, the next 10 days I would say I was in a bubble like heroin. I felt nothing. I felt so at ease. I needed other inmates to go, look, you're on TV again, and I wouldn't even bother. I've never felt so relieved. I was totally relieved. It was an endorphin-style thing. People would say, you're so calm about what you're facing, and I felt nothing. Then you'd get filled with paranoia and inmate problems and all that. Although a lot of it was okay for a long time, there is nothing worse than being on the other end when you're at 2 years and 3 months, 4 months to go. Now it's very irritating. So after all this, a lot of railroading, you end up in jail. Response, so I'm in jail now, period. I'm in SMAN, Special Management. The public defender visits once or something, not much happens. 7 months go by, slight contact from him, maybe a letter here or there, but I don't even know that I'm not arraigned yet. It was just being in jail and letting it all go by. I'm taken by van from my comfortable Boulder jail to the other jails. I'm there for arraignments. I'm only in court for 5 minutes, but it takes me 2, 3, or 4 days, at least 2, to get back to Boulder, in which I've lost my cellmate or my single-person cell or whatever. It's agitating because I'm going to the real big city jails and living like that. at the worst of it, the intakes of things, I got put in with a very serious murderer who had been in prison for around 26 years. But he was up on a writ. I was in the writ pod of the Arapahoe County Jail. Pale as a ghost murder guy who was always talking about his case going, well, they say I bit her tits off. He's trying to scare the expletive out of me, and he is. Life goes on that way. I'm an SMAN for about a month, and they realize because of all the publicity and all that, and the weird charges, that is naturally where they put me. It's also segregated for snitches and stuff too, but no one thinks that of me. I got put into Gen Pop, and very first day when we marched down a hall to the chow hall was a big rack of trays. You grab your tray and go into the chow hall. When I was reaching for a tray, a voice from the line way back behind me with no way to identify who says something about, why did you kill Jonbenet, or child molester, or something. And I immediately turned into a whirling dervish of clown publicity, and it worked. You are a very well-educated man to know what a whirling dervish is. So while you're in there, man, this interviewer is interesting. His response, this is a very important point though, now I'm out and about with the people and it's the very first thing that happens and I cannot have everyone thinking I'm a child molester. So what do you do from there? I make jokes, I steal every piece of police paperwork I can find, I send it to newspapers, and I mock them. I show the other inmates, look at what I did, and they're all going, tell them about the food. They're all suggesting things for me to do. So you have access to the ear of the media while you're inside. Yes, because of my previous art projects and because of all the noise of what was going on, so I published some things that are banal. The very first one, I get my commissary order list, and it says white power donuts on it. I ask someone and they say, oh, it's been like that for years. White power donuts. I get back in line to grab a different commissary list because I need the first one to order, and I send it off to Westword, and they put it right in, just this weird racial thing, but it's just a typo. But they're using your every mistake against you. Everything I can pick on the jail for, and sometimes Ramsey things, but anything. Notices that we're going to have sack lunches on Saturday because the Broncos are in the championship. It's just a dumb notice on a bulletin board. But me, I yank it off. Broncomania in this town, of course, this is going to get publicized. As in, the media needs everything about the Broncos they can get. And how about some weirdo, the weirdo? I'm very well known at this time, and mind you, I'm going on the radio from jail to a show that gets 120,000 listeners. It peaked with that show, and I was a regular there on all the time. They were always leaving me messages. Do you remember the name of the show? Peter Boyles. He is now a nut on KUNS. He's one of those right-wing Trumpy nuts now. Libertarian weirdo, but too far, as in out of his mind. The fact that I did these things and they would show up in the media, everyone in my surroundings in jail knew and were suspicious of my charges related to Jonbenet. That was the hardest time. The people in jail have some sleuthing going on in and out. You were never beat up for touching, in quotations, Jonbenet? No, I got into many fights, but it was more of a I hate your face type of thing. So not related to Jonbenet. Okay, what does everybody make of this Jason Arment article? So Jason Arment himself is a military vet. He served in Iraq as a machine gunner in the USMC. So this is how he conducted this interview with J.T. Colfax. So, I mean, every case, obviously, that has a lot of publicity, there are some weirdos that come out of the woodwork, but is the Jonbenet Ramsey case unlike any other in terms of this? I mean, here's a little article from the Denver Post. Colfax free to be free spirit. July 14th, 1999. By Karen Aj. Boulder. The city's most famous transporter of the dead and would-be arsonists walked out of Boulder County Jail on Tuesday. So he got 3 years for attempted arson? I mean, how much arson was there actually? And got right to work at two of the things he does best, making himself a thorn in the side of law enforcement and making himself a public spectacle. His followers organized a mysteriously named 1,000 Noodle March to protest their view of Boulder justice and to celebrate the release of James Michael Thompson, better known to web crawlers and Jonbenet Ramsey investigation devotees across the country as J.T. Colfax. But the event, advertised on some websites, might have been more appropriately named the One Noodle March. Only a handful joined in the procession from Pasta J's restaurant, owned by Jay Alofsky, a friend of John and Patsy Ramsey, to the Boulder County Justice Center. Photographers and Boulder police who followed at a discreet distance far outnumbered the marchers. At the Justice Center, as confused passerbys looked on and news photographers snapped pictures, Thompson admonished Boulder voters to take the eel out of re-election. Wow. In an obtuse reference to Boulder County DA Alex Hunter, Hunter is considering whether to run for re-election in 2000. Thompson said he felt some obligation to speak out on behalf of Ramsey case followers and his former colleagues at the jail. He had assured himself notoriety and jail time by ripping from a morgue logbook a page containing a notation of the December 26, 1996 death of Jonbenet. Colfax worked transporting bodies from morgues to funeral homes when he saw Jonbenet's name in the book at the Boulder Community Hospital. A month later, he went to the empty home where Jonbenet was found beaten and strangled, lit papers on fire, and shoved them through the mail slot in what he admitted was an attempt to burn down the house. According to police reports, Thompson spent the night at the house, then called a detective working on the Ramsey case and told him what he had done. What he did was get himself a 2-year stay in the county jail. While there, Thompson, as Colfax, penned a diary of sorts, a rambling concoction that was part a rare glimpse of life behind bars and part clearinghouse for the Ramsey case rumor mill. His letters were faithfully posted on his website. As he outlined for reporters his plans, a young woman walked up and asked, "Are you J.T. Colfax?" The woman held out a copy of Lawrence Schiller's book on the Ramsey case, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, and asked the recent inmate to add his autograph. He obliged. "I'm a very jaded person, but I'm polite," he said. Okay, so that gives us an idea of the relationship between Colfax, the media, and the Popo in Boulder, Colorado. So here's where we're going into Mindshock land. So let's go over a breakdown here regarding J.T. Colfax, an inside view of J.T. Colfax on ode2colfax.tripod.com. Remember tripod websites? I mean, this was like GeoCities back in the day. You had GeoCities and Tripod. So here, I wonder if there's a date on this website here. It said it was last updated June 30th, 2004. But, okay. Part 1, James Michael Thompson, a.k.a. J.T. Colfax. On December 25th, 1996, the night Jonbenet Ramsey was murdered, J.T. Colfax was staying at the Royal Hotel on Granville Street in Vancouver, Canada. On December 27th, he was crossing the Canadian border into the U.S. from Portland, Oregon. By the 28th, he was on a bus headed for Denver. He got a job as a cadaver transport driver at M&M Transport in Denver, moving dead bodies for morgues. Colfax was a grave register clerk in the U.S. Army in '87 and had previously worked in the mortuary business in San Francisco. Colfax was arrested April 30th, 1997, when he left Safeway Photo Processing in Denver without paying for photos processed that turned out to be photos of corpses he attached funny signs to. I mean, also, who developed those photos? They didn't raise the alarm? On May 7th, 1997, he was charged with corpse abuse in Denver, Englewood, and Littleton, Colorado. On May 22nd, Colfax stole the December 26, 1996 morgue log sheet from the county morgue that showed when Jonbenet Ramsey was taken to the morgue. With that, J.T. Colfax became a suspect in the Jonbenet Ramsey murder case. On June 13th, 1997, Colfax was arrested again, this time for destruction of property, when Colfax angrily beat the receiver against the payphone he was at in downtown Boulder. Wow. What? He didn't mention that in the interview. By June 16th, he lost his job at an apartment he was staying at the Denver YMCA. On the 18th, Colfax was scheduled to appear in court on the charge of abuse of a corpse. So he was smashing the receiver at a payphone, which a lot of people do when they're frustrated. They just slam that phone down. Anybody that's watched movies from the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, that was kind of a thing to do. People don't really seem to abuse their cell phones as much. Obviously, in a rage, people do throw their cell phone and smash it. But smashing the receiver of a payphone, that was kind of, that was not not a rare event in the heyday of the pay phone. Now, what's weird is, were the cops just randomly around where he's just frustrating and he smashes the receiver down? It's also unclear how many times. Angrily beat the receiver against the payphone? Was that 1, 2, 10 times? Who knows? But apparently a cop was there and was like, wait a second, you can't be abusing that payphone. On June 18, 1997, Colfax went to Boulder, Colorado and attempted to push burning papers through the front door mail slot of the Ramseys' vacant home, the house where Jonbenet was murdered. Nobody reported the fire or that a stranger was on the Ramsey property. That night, Colfax slept at Mustard's Last Stand on Broadway in Boulder. I burned it the day I came to the end of my rope financially. I sat on the Ramsey patio with a duffel bag containing my typewriter and a phone and a radio. I forced myself out of the patio chair to go do what I did so I could stabilize my situation and free all the legalities I had before me. Only 2 months ago did I finish my Denver corpse photography case. I saw legalities stretching way out before me. I handled it in the desperate way that I did. Okay. Out of desperation that nobody reported the fire, Colfax called the Boulder police the next morning and talked with Detective Ron Gosage to tell him what he had done. Gosage was shocked. Colfax reported, and that told him that nobody had reported the fire. Colfax was arrested on June 20th, 1997, and charged with arson. He went to court January 16th, 1998, and through a plea bargain deal that included Lou Smith and Trip DeMuth, Colfax was charged with criminal mischief and theft between $100 and $400 and sentenced to 2 years in Boulder County Jail and 2 years probation that would partially run during time served. So criminal mischief and theft is 2 years? From the legal arrest documents, another story is told beyond the charges that were filed against Colfax. Between the night of the fire and the next morning, when Colfax turned himself in, one of the investigators named Jennifer Gedde from the Christman, Bynum, and Johnson law firm had been to the house and was aware of the fire that morning, but failed to report it to the police. The plot thickens. Why is this random lawyer there? In the police report, she said she reported her discovery to Brian Morgan, but Brian Morgan didn't report the fire to the police either. Jennifer Gedde was an investigator for H. Ellis Armistead, hired by the Ramsey attorney. What? Other additional interesting factor was that Colfax had opened the mail door slot with his hands while attempting to shove the burning papers into the slot, yet Officer Zamora dusted the mail slot for latent fingerprints. He reported there were no fingerprints on the mail door slot. So the question remains as to why Jennifer Gedde or even the Ramsey's attorney did not report the fire to the police and what happened to Colfax's fingerprints on the mail slot door. Wow. While serving time in jail in Boulder, Colorado, Colfax met another inmate named Lance Matthews. Although Colfax stated later during a July 28, 1999 live chat that he had some issues with Matthews while they were both incarcerated together about using his name in news articles along with Matthews, Colfax did ask Matthews to check out the Mrs. Brady's URL website when he got out. After Matthews was released from jail, he moved to Albany, New York, and Colfax began a snail mail correspondence with Matthews. Those letters, in the form of handwriting and art doodles, became the Colfax Diaries. From October 14, 1998 through June 1999, Matthews represented Colfax officially and unofficially on a 10-month promotion gig. Matthews logged on to the Boulder News Forum on the internet on October 9, 1998 under the hat name of Matthews and started a thread titled What I Heard While in Boulder, and within days, J.T. Colfax police reports were posted on the Rod Herring website. Shortly after that, the owner of the Justice Watch forum put the J.T. Colfax website online. Matthews then got another internet poster known as Wilton Jr. to maintain the website for him until it was hacked on January 3rd, 1999. Wilton Jr. would later be accused of being the hacker when Matthews posted on the Boulder News Forum that only 3 people had the password: himself, Wilton Jr., and Chris, the owner of the Justice Watch forum. During the 10 months Matthews was a member of the Boulder News Forum, he posted daily diary letters that Colfax wrote in jail and sent to him in the mail. Matthews added additional help from a friend of his named Lisa Flowers, who moved from Boulder, Colorado to Albany to stay with Matthews. Lisa helped transcribe Colfax's handwritten letters so they could be uploaded to his website. The postings of the Colfax diary letters on the forum drew mixed reviews from other forum members, some whom criticized Colfax for his criminal activities and others who felt that Colfax was just another victim of the system, even though he injected himself into the system. Colfax's diaries were full of interesting stories and also included some Ramsey case tidbits, like the Dean Cole story, the discovery that a wild party was happening the night of the murder near the Ramsey house, complete with hand-drawn map. Colfax's additional collection of jailhouse art doodles, as well as parody stories, mail art projects, and campaign projects, helped him keep his mind focused on what he does best, and that is communicate via his writings, his project, his art, and the media. Okay. Wow. So, one step at a time here. Let's look at the Dean Cole story. So, this is Colfax diary here. Message from October 17th. On Friday, October 16th, in the kitchen, some of us trustees and one jail employee were casually discussing the R case. A new kitchen trustee named Dean Cole went by and came back to join the conversation. Cole said he installed the marble countertops in the Ramsey kitchen 5 weeks before the murder. Cole specifically recalls the Ramseys wanting the job done by Thanksgiving, but it wasn't finished. Cole spent 2 days at the Ramsey house. Cole said the Ramseys stayed elsewhere because of the mess. Cole said he met John Ramsey and that he was a real nice guy. Cole said he didn't find anything weird about Ramsey. Ramsey inspected progress and left. Others were in the Ramsey house doing other remodeling work. Cole said he did enter the basement of the Ramsey house to obtain buckets of water from the water heater. Other workers from other companies working elsewhere in the house did the same. Cole said the police never contacted him about anything to do with the Ramsey house. Cole said they may have called so-and-so, and Cole mentioned a couple of his employees' names, but Cole had no knowledge of any remodeling workers actually being contacted by the police. Cole said that the Ramseys signed off on the marble job the day after it was completed and that they were happy with it. End Cole story. Are these the kinds of things you web people want to know? Should I bother with them? I realize it's just a snippet that doesn't necessarily point to anything, but it certainly could explain the high-tech boot mark. Cole lives 2 cells down from me. I guess I could ask him about that, but I don't really know him, and it's embarrassing to interview people in this situation. Oh, and I have no idea what Cole's case is, and that I wouldn't tell you. More on Cole. I asked him about high-tech. He doesn't have any. Couldn't resist asking, though. He is in here on very minor charges and will be gone before this is posted. Okay. Someone should ask Blue Lou Smith why he never talked to any of the remodeling workers. The shoes? The shoes? Anyone could have stood in high-tech shoes. Cup of diarrhea in your face, Lou. So that is this journal entry. So that opens the door, though. So how many? So there were countless workers, construction workers, traipsing around the house and the basement, including that boiler room area. That's curious. Very, very curious indeed. All right, now let's go to the next Mindshock. This wild party that happened to be going on. So here is this Colfax letter. An entire party gets thrown under da bus with 2 S's, splat. So this is posting Ramsey infested for April 23rd, 24th, 25th, 1999. Greetings and welcomes to the pages of the Encyclopedia Lockdownica. Last week, an idiot named Hamilton didn't get his way in court, and he did proceed to rip from his neck a crucifix made from string jail style. He threw it in the corner, proclaiming it didn't work. With malicious third-degree intent to haunt, I shall now tell you the Ramseyka that was related to me over this long, cold weekend. While Mr. and Mrs. America were doing whatever it was they were doing that night in 96 in their home on 15th Street, it turns out that there was much more activity in the vicinity that has previously come to light. There was, in fact, a wild party a few doors away from the Ramsey house. I am hearing these details from two inmates that were at the party. Hold on a second. So this guy just happens to be in prison with construction workers who happen to be in prison, who worked in the Ramsey home. He happens to be in prison with not one, but two inmates who happen to be at a wild party right near the Ramsey home. Does anybody else find this strangely coincidental? And keep in mind, supposedly J.T. Colfax also lived in Atlanta. Not Chicago, not New York, not Miami, not LA, but Atlanta. Okay, so two inmates were at the party, one of whom I'll name. He is Al Laughlin. And you can find dirty details of his legalities by scrolling for his original heroin-related arrest on the Boulder Camera and other Denverish papers of September 96. He's now back on a violation of probation. I wonder if he knew Michael Helgoth and that crew. That'd be curious. Is there any overlap with Helgoth, some of the construction workers, or some of these inmates who attended this wild party near the Ramseys? Al was the keyboardist with The Samples, a band that was able to sell out Red Rocks, 9,000 seats, 3 times, etc. I'm sure details like that are in the news reports of his arrest. Anyway, Al says he was at Boulder Fox Theater until about 2 a.m. Christmas night 96. Okay, so he and others enter into a caravan of automobiles and head to a party only doors away from the Ramsey house. All these doped up people park their cars all around the neighborhood, anywhere they can find a spot, and proceed loudly to the party house. Did Jesus H. Christ see to it that there was plenty cocaine and hard liquor? Well, yes he did. And more people arrived throughout the night. Al's unidentified friend here told me it was rager. It was a rager. And Al says people were disappearing into the dark corners to undulate their thrusting, throbbing bodies together. So get this, when Al decides he's done enough cocaine, drinking and undulating for the night, he focuses his attention on breakfast. So he and others walk outside where the sun has just recently come up on a snow-reflected world of yellow crime scene tape. Cops look at them, they look at the cops. There is fear that this is a drug sting. The partygoers, by drugged instinct, go into dead silent mode at the sight of der Polizei. But they get in their car and evacuate without a word being spoken. They proceeded to Dot's Diner, where speculation on the cop scene gives way to idle chatter on just who grinded with whom last night. Later, everyone at the party will see Ramsey News and stare off into space with a slack-jawed look, thinking. Meanwhile, what about H, the other guy, Al's old friend, who also got out of jail on some minor thing on Sunday? He said he left the party before Al did. He called a cab, and so this cab, with a driver whose name might have been Bruce, comes that close to the Ramsey house at the intersecting time of around 6 a.m. on that morning. So H gets in the cab and everything is normal. He's been driven by the same driver many times. There's no world of crime scene tape evident, but just then the cabbie does open his mouth and say, "Look at that cop hauling ass." And so screeches in what might have been Officer French's car. H says, "Let's get out of here," and off they go. And before any Mindshock listeners want to chime in, no, I was never a cab driver in Boulder. But wait, there's a few tiny grains more for you Ramsey mainliners. Later, H gets a call from the cabbie. A warning call. Beware, the cops are checking on cab calls for early that morning. A little girl was murdered. They've been given log indexes about your ride. Wow. The punchline is the cops never came to talk to H, even though they requested and received taxi info about him. What a thorough investigation. Thereby, they never found out about this party, which had people roaming 15th Street all night during the critical hours. The cops never inquired at the party house. Meanwhile, people like Al and H and all other attendees of the party have been running into each other, as Al and H just did here in jail, for over 2 years, and there are various combinations of people who have been whispering, of course. Did the cops ever come? No. That sort of thing. In the beginning, when the first news reports began to air on TV, the attendees actually speculated along the lines of, what if somebody from the party, etc. You can imagine how the rest of that notion would trail off. I spent the entire weekend pestering and repestering. Is repestering a word? For more and more on this, and so I figure about $17,000 will suddenly appear in the mail for me next week. Right, for being a prodding, probing, suspicious L. Yeah, right. You web people can't manage a 20-cent anonymous postcard. Anything to make me aware I'm not talking to myself. I shouldn't leave out that I did get a nice little reaction soon after the blueprints of the jail were posted last week. Oh Lord, yes, the whole module watched as several officers spent a half an hour unscrewing the light sockets in my cell to see if anything was hidden there. How many times have I seen that happen to anyone else in almost 2 years of watching? I'll tell you exactly 0. JT Colfax, quite an interesting individual. But wow. So we have a major mind shock here. So there are all of these upstanding individuals snorting coke, drinking, and doing other drugs who go in and out of prison who happen to be partying hard in the critical hours when Jonbenet Ramsey is alleged to have been murdered. Does anybody else find this weird? Does anybody else find it strange? And does anybody find it stranger still that law enforcement never even bothered to contact these felons and criminals who were doing drugs in a house right near the Ramseys? I don't know what to make of this. This is Mindshock. Make of that what you will. I don't even know if this information has ever even been covered on any other podcasts or documentaries on the Jonbenet Ramsey case. When you have this many criminals and druggies wandering the area at the critical hours, I mean, what does everybody make of that? What does everybody make of that? He actually also drew a map here where the party would have taken place. He calls it the Ramzilla house, the Ramsey house. So apparently it was not far from it, a couple of houses over. Either way, he's not sure exactly which one, but interesting. There's another post here, Colfax Diary, June 8th, 99. Received word from the temporary grave. Stop. Al Laughlin is still at the prison reception center in Denver. Stop. Very unusual to languish there for so long. Stop. Did he mention an interesting thing? Stop. Why, yes, as a matter of fact, he did. Stop. Morty the mortuary pie giggling on a shelf somewhere over this item. And the envelope, please, with real small at the end of his note, he writes, oh, my friend Gully, who used to work at the Fox Theater as a bouncer, and who was at the party near the Ramsilica, blew his head off in Houston. First shot his wife. So now we have someone placed very near the Ramsey house on the night in question who later did go on to commit murder and suicide. Your Honor, I rest my case. The Ramseys can't be proven guilty, so gimme some money. Munnayy. And I told you all along, Jameson, whatever. But if anyone is interested in that sort of reasoning, I'm sure you can find mention of it if you scan the Houston papers of probably April 1999. There was a small mention of it in Westward's Backbeat feedback column by M. Roberts in maybe early May 99, but I didn't know he was at the party, so it passed by without memory much. Huh. Okay, another interesting post here regarding this, where the plot might thicken even further, if you can believe that. So apparently is this an email? Party near Ramsey's, suicide info available, June 29th, 2000. Posted by JT Colfax. Back through Les Mists du Time, I wrote about how Al Laughlin told me he had been to a party very near the Ramsey house on murder night. and one of the attendees went on a move to Houston where he killed his wife and then committed suicide. I finally went trolling through Westward's archives and find a mention of the incident. I tried Lake Chronicle to Houston, but I don't have a credit card, so I can't even pay the paltry $4.95 it would take up for a more detailed report on the incident. But to see the Westward mention, wish I could know how to supply a link. You can find it in the feedback column by Michael Roberts in the May 13th, 99 issue, about halfway down. The guy's name was William Gully. He committed these acts on April 17th, 1999, so it's probably in the April 18th issue of the Houston Chronicle. If anyone here lives in Houston and subscribes to the Chronicle, you can access all the info for free. Otherwise, a day pass costs $4.95. Gully ran No Violence Productions. Okay. His wife was speaking to someone on a cell phone during the argument, and due to this conversation, they are sure it was Gully who killed her, then himself. He was 36 years old. Westward says he put on a lot of hip-hop and underground parties and was trusted by the Boulder police for his party management. In a related note, Al Laughlin, the inmate and former Samples keyboardist who told me about the party, was recently extradited back to Colorado for violating his Colorado parole via drunk driving in Massachusetts. He's not in prison, though. Okay, whoa. So this guy runs No Violence Productions. He does underground parties, and the police not only know about him, but they trust him? I mean, is there some kind of drug running in these parties, and it has something to do with the police, and this is why they never investigated any of the individuals at a drug party, these hardened criminal individuals at a drug party right near the Ramsey home the night in question? What does everyone make of this information? So he has No Violence Production. He ends up killing his wife and then himself, and he's at this party. Who else is at that party? Is it possible that the Ramseys are involved in some kind of satanic abuse, and Jonbenet Ramsey was abused, but her death has nothing to do with that abuse and those circles of politicians and possibly police? Because if a criminal from a nearby party in some kind of drug-induced rage committed this crime and the police covered it up for other reasons, is this the kind of tangled web that would prevent the case from ever being solved? And there are articles in the Houston Chronicle corroborating everything J.T. Colfax just said. Houston Chronicle, April 18th, 1999. Man kills self after being charged in wife's death by Eric Hansen. So what does everybody make of this? J.T. Colfax brought to light that there was a bunch of construction workers. I mean, that was kind of known, but he added some specifics that they definitely went into that boiler room area frequently. All different types of workers for different construction companies. And then also this discovery of the party. I mean, J.T. Colfax is really rubbing shoulders with a lot of criminals. And is it weird that in that rich neighborhood that there's this massive drug party going on just a few houses away from the Ramseys? I mean, does anybody find that strange? Like, what is going on in Boulder, Colorado? Feel free to leave your thoughts, theories, rebuttals, debunking, suggestions of any kind in the comment section. And all the Mindshock listeners can find a way maybe to make sense of all of this information and the lack of police investigation and all of these strange coincidences, because this is really, really tough. But I hope you guys all enjoyed another edition of the Mindshock podcast, the most comprehensive, exhaustive, and logical case analysis of various true crime cases. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 14, Inside Job. We are going to look at one of the most popular theories in the Jonbenet Ramsey case other than the parents or a random intruder, or the Santa Claus, or the forgotten suspect, as I've gone over on previous episodes. We are going to look at the theory that there may have been someone involved on the inside working for the Ramseys, housekeepers, handyman, things of that nature, who may or may not have been connected to outside criminals brought in for this specific job, some kind of a kidnapping that perhaps went wrong. And we will do so in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies, unlike all these other true crime podcasts and documentaries. Because this is, of course, Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Help support the channel that way. Like and share the podcast. Spread logic and reason and awareness to all of these unsolved cold cases for justice and closure for victims and family members. Particularly cases that have supposedly been botched. Like many believe, the Jonbenet Ramsey case was, regardless of who one can believe is responsible. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, first of all, in a case where there are so many coincidences, I just cannot get over this one. I think I mentioned it in the early episodes. If not, whatever. Linda Hoffman Pugh. P-U-G-H. So, supposedly not related to Patsy Ramsey. Pal. P-A-U-G-H. I mean, okay, first of all, Pal is not the most popular name. Neither is Pugh. I mean, to be one letter off in the last name, I mean, what can be made of this? I mean, for those that believe the Jonbenet Ramsey case is some kind of psyop, I mean, these are the things that point to it. Why are these people, like Linda Hoffman Pugh, and her husband Mervyn Pugh, the handyman, their last name is off by one letter, and these are not common last names. We're not talking about Johnson with or without an H, or Jameson with an E or an I. You know, like, it's weird. It's weird that these names are so close together. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. That's mind-shocking in and of itself. I need to mention that because statistically, what are the chances? So for those that believe it was an inside job, many point to Linda Hoffman Pugh, who, by the way, was the very first person on the Ramsey suspect list. So, if you believe the Ramseys are innocent of the specific crime, not necessarily that they weren't... They might have been abusing their children in some capacity. Obviously, the scale ranges on to what extent, or just simply been negligent parents concerned with other things. Either way, for those who do not believe that they either intentionally or accidentally were physically responsible for the death of Jonbenet Ramsey, what does everyone make of their intuition? Like, let's just say for a moment, just as a thought exercise, theoretically, if they're innocent, if the Ramseys are innocent, their go-to suspect. I mean, in criminal investigations, I mean, I don't know why we don't talk about this more often. I haven't even talked about this that much. I mean, obviously you have the mother's intuition, but there's also an investigative technique. If you just flat out ask someone, a friend, a family member, someone who knew the victim, who do you think did it? The very first person that comes to mind is more often than not the true perpetrator. Now, that's across many cases. So if you take 100 cases, that might be 80 or 90 out of those 100. That's the first person who comes to mind. Now, that doesn't mean that that would be true in this case. That's just something to keep in mind, that at the very first, it's almost like the subconscious. Before the conscious mind has time to evaluate, reevaluate, you bring biases into it, what disbelief, I mean, all of these things. Just the very first instant response. Who did it? Bam. The first person that popped into the brain before any kind of mental gymnastics were done, or any kind of cognitive biases tripped, or any kind of triggering or dissonance occurring, that first immediate thought, more often than not, it turns out to be the true perpetrator. I might have to do an entire podcast on that, because that's a point that's overlooked. So again, that's if the parents are innocent. The very first person on their list is Linda Hoffman Pugh. Now, some would argue she had motive, means, and opportunity with all of the inside knowledge working in the home. And anybody who was in the home could have seen that bonus. Which, again, I mean, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. If the parents are guilty, they could have added the bonus amount in the ransom letter to make it look like one of their guests at the previous Christmas party was the one who did it. I mean, if they're that forward thinking. Now, it's difficult because the emotional state that they would have been in, even if they were guilty, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue that they were serial killers and they would have been completely 100% cold about the death of their daughter. I mean, I don't even think people who think the parents are guilty would argue that. So, because even if they are guilty, accidental death or otherwise, there would probably have been some kind of an emotional state. So would they have been able to think of that bonus about? Maybe, maybe not. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. This is Mindshock. But some kind of disgruntled employee, and that might be the next episode, because Access Graphics has a laundry list of disgruntled employees who had a reason to try to get back at John Ramsey. Now, that's not to say that they would go as far as possibly kidnapping his daughter and holding her for ransom, but it's something to be explored, because a case that is as of yet unsolved, you do have to go down every avenue, and this is Mindshock, the most exhaustive, comprehensive analysis of all true crime cases. But let's focus on Linda Hoffman Pugh for a moment. So, there's a lot of good information here on candyrose.com, I mentioned it before, that kind of organizes a lot of the known information. So, she met Jonbenet when she was in preschool. She's from Fort Lupton, Colorado, or at least that's where she lived. She was the Ramsey housekeeper. Thanksgiving 1996, when the Ramseys were in Atlanta, Linda, Mervyn, and Ariana... Now, Ariana is the daughter of Mervyn and Linda Hoffman Pugh. They did decorations and washed windows at the Ramsey house. Linda brought the decorations in from the garage, but couldn't find artificial trees brought from the Access Graphics storage hangar. Linda and Ariana searched the house, found the cellar room door, which was painted shut. The next day, Linda's son-in-law, Mike, daughter Tina, and husband Mervyn got the trees out of the wine cellar and took to the bedrooms. Interesting. The National Enquirer offered $20,000 in a trip to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The Pughs took the offer and gave an interview. There was also a lawsuit, March 2001, a $50 million lawsuit, Pugh vs. Ramsey, which was dismissed in 2002. And this lawsuit, decided November 19th, 2002, right on caselaw.findlaw.com, Linda Hoffman Pugh, plaintiff appellant versus Patricia Ramsey, John Ramsey, defendants appellees. United States Court of Appeals, 11th Circuit. This diversity case arises from a book written by John and Patricia Ramsey about the police investigation into their daughter's murder. Linda Hoffman Pugh, the Ramseys' former housekeeper, brought suit against the Ramseys, alleging libel and slander under Georgia law in connection with the book and its promotion. The district court granted the Ramseys' motion to dismiss Hoffman Pugh's complaint under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 12b-6 for failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. This appeal followed. For the reasons we will discuss, we affirm. The Ramseys' young daughter, Jonbenet, was murdered in 1996 in Boulder, Colorado, and the investigation that followed received intense media scrutiny and public attention. In March 2000, the Ramseys published a book about the investigation into their daughter's murder entitled The Death of Innocence, The Untold Story of Jonbenet's Murder and How Its Exploitation Compromised the Pursuit of Truth. Thomas Nelson Publishers, 2000. Hoffman Pugh's complaint alleges that the Ramseys libeled her, in particular in the following passage from their book describing the Ramseys' interaction with the police after Jonbenet was discovered missing but before her body was found in the Ramseys' house. And here it is right here. The police asked Patsy these same questions about who might have been angry or acting strangely, and she begins to think about our cleaning lady. Linda Hoffman Pugh had called Patsy a couple of days before Christmas, very distraught and in tears. Linda said her sister, who was also her landlord, was going to evict her if she didn't come up with the past due rent. She asked Patsy if she could borrow $2,500 to cover it. Patsy had consoled Linda and agreed to lend her the money. In fact, Patsy had intended to leave the check for Linda on the kitchen counter before leaving for Michigan. Linda would let herself in the house and pick it up while we were gone for the holidays. Patsy, see, the thing is, if that's all true, why kidnap Jonbenet if she's going to get her money? Patsy remembers that her mother, Nedra Powell, Pugh and Powell, really? I mean, come on, does anybody else find that strange? Had said that Linda had remarked to her at one time, quote, Jonbenet is so pretty, aren't you afraid that someone might kidnap her? End quote. Now those comments seem strangely menacing. See, again, I'm going to have to go with the coincidence theorists on this one. I mean, that kind of seems like an innocent comment, because rich people, guy works for $1 billion company, she's in pageants, she's in the public eye. I mean, yeah, what are you going to make? And especially how long ago was that? It doesn't state. Finding the phone number in her digital Rolodex, Patsy tells a police officer where Linda lives in Fort Lupton, Colorado. Patsy later tells me she was thinking, if it's Linda, it's okay because she is a good, sweet person. She is just upset. She may need the money, but she won't hurt Jonbenet. John Ramsey really needs a brain fingerprint scan, doesn't he? Because if this is all true, I mean, that's interesting. The police tell us that they will arrange for the Fort Lupton police to drive by Linda's house to see if they notice anything unusual, but they don't want to alert anyone there they are being watched. So they actually did a drive-by on her house? That's interesting. Death of Innocence, 19-20. Hoffman Pugh alleges in her complaint that the statements in this passage are false, and that the Ramseys know that they are false, and that they were made with the intent to create an impression that Hoffman Pugh is a suspect in the murder. Hoffman Pugh claims that her sister was not going to evict her, and that she did not make the above statement to Nedra Powell or anyone else. Pugh is stating she did not make the statement to Powell. She also claims that the statement, if it's Linda, it's okay because she's a good, sweet person, she's just upset she may need the money but she won't hurt Jonbenet, is a deliberate falsehood because Hoffman Pugh did not murder Jonbenet. Hoffman Pugh claims she knows that this passage is a deliberate falsehood because Patricia Ramsey killed her daughter and wrote a ransom note to cover it up, and John Ramsey knew this and helped his wife in the cover-up. Both John and Patricia Ramsey deny any involvement in the murder of their daughter. See, you know what's weird though? Isn't that libel? If it's not true, right? If it's true, it's not libel. But if it's not true, she's claiming, Linda Hoffman Pugh is claiming here that Patricia Ramsey killed her daughter and her and John Ramsey covered it up. I mean, those are bold claims. Those are bold claims. Although, if Linda Hoffman Pugh was involved in some kind of botched kidnapping, would she say that to cast suspicion away from herself, while also looking for a payday? I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, criminal-minded individuals, they might do that. The complaint alleges that the Ramseys repeated the false allegation that Hoffman Pugh was a murder suspect in television interviews, promoting their book and in the print media. It identifies no specific statements outside the book, but alleges that the unidentified statements constitute libel and slander per se. The complaint also alleges that as a result of these statements and the book, Hoffman-Pugh has been the subject of heightened, unwelcome, and unflattering media scrutiny and has been exposed to hatred, contempt, and ridicule in her small community. The Ramseys moved to dismiss the complaint for failure to state a claim. The district court concluded that because Hoffman-Pugh did not identify in her complaint or in her response to the Ramseys' motion to dismiss any specific offending oral statements that the Ramseys made to the media, her claims based upon statements outside the book had been abandoned. The district court then granted the Ramseys' motion to dismiss because the passage from the book that Hoffman-Pugh relied upon for her libel claim was non-defamatory as a matter of law, or alternatively because the statements in the passage were non-actionable statements of opinion. Hoffman-Pugh appeals the district court's judgment insofar as it concerns the passage of the book, but does not contest the ruling that she abandoned her claims involving statements made outside the books. Okay, and then there's more legal mumbo-jumbo here, but basically it also mentions that because the Ramseys also mentioned many other suspects, and Hoffman-Pugh's name appears only once in the book regarding to specific suspects' ID, etc., etc. So that's basically the description of the court case that was dismissed. So, and she was looking for $50 million. Now, of course, if she had won some kind of settlement, obviously it wouldn't have been 50 mil, so that it's obviously inflated, so that, settle for 1 or 2 mil, it looks kind of good, whatever. But, yeah, that was dismissed. So, interesting. Okay, we're about to go really, really deep into Mindshock land. So, she worked for Merry Maids. So there's 4 people once a week cleaning the Ramsey house. Linda began 3 days a week, $72 a day, Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., some Saturdays and holidays. On October 27th, 1996, she received a $300 bonus. That's not too shabby. It's like a Halloween bonus, not even a Christmas bonus. On December 23rd, 1996, Linda took Patsy's paint tray to the basement. So this is just a collection of information. So what can we glean from that? That any kind of paintbrush or painting tools, supplies, whatever, Linda Hoffman-Pugh would know their location. Okay, I don't think anybody's disputing that. December 24th, 1996, Linda called Patsy asking to borrow $2,000. So in the other claim, it was $2,500. On a Candy Rose here, it's stating $2,000. So it's unclear whether Linda Hoffman-Pugh was referring to her sister. What was untrue is that the sister was going to evict, or that she didn't ask for the money. Did she ask for the money, but not because of eviction? Again, unclear. We need brain fingerprint scans. So it would be repaid at $50 a week. Linda's next cleaning day was to be December 27th, 1996. Linda was the first to tell police about Jonbenet's bedwetting. That's an interesting piece of information as well. So is Linda Hoffman-Pugh some criminal mastermind genius, and her kidnapping plot? We're going to get into a couple different theories here. If Linda Hoffman-Pugh and Mervyn Pugh, if they got into some kind of, if they had other people that they were going to bring in on this plot, and these other people kind of took it away from them and botched it, and maybe were even possibly going to cut out the Pughs. I mean, this happens all the time with criminals. Again, the coincidence theorists, they really have a hard time with understanding how criminal conspiracies work. I mean, people get cut out of the picture all the time. So Pugh here, if she got cut out of the picture at this point, or even if not, even if she was part of the botched kidnapping, whatever happened after, who knows, would she seek to paint a certain narrative and point everything at the parents? Because again, in most cases, a large percentage of cases, the parents are responsible for the death of a child. That can't be argued. So is she trying to paint that narrative here? So she was the first, according to this, she was the first to tell police about Jonbenet Ramsey wetting the bed. Another curious footnote here is on the December 23rd Christmas party, Patsy gave Ariana Pugh a Christmas sweater and loaned shoes. So loaned her shoes, not gave her shoes. Interesting. And the Pugh family had 2 keys to the house. Not one, so they had a key to the house, like dozens of other people, and countless numbers of keys out there in circulation. But they also had a spare, so 2. So theoretically, if she did bring other criminals in on it, she even had a spare key to give. Not that a copy of a key can't be made, but she already had a spare. She did give fingerprints. She did give blood. She did give a hair sample. And she did give a handwriting sample. And apparently her DNA did not match. What's also curious is Linda began working for Lawrence Schiller, author of Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, after the murder. Interesting. She also testified before the grand jury, September 1999. Go through some more info here. So Ariana Pugh, here's another mind shock. So apparently Susan Bennett uncovered this information, which may or may not be true, and I've gone over Susan Bennett on previous episodes. But apparently, Ariana Pugh, the daughter of Linda Hoffman Pugh and Mervyn Pugh, who assisted in the housekeeping, Susan Bennett turned in a tip to Lou Smith, stating that she found Ariana in explicit sexual pose on an internet porno site. On the internet, people were writing that Linda Pugh's husband, Mervyn, was a child abuser and her daughter was in child porno pics. Her fingerprints were taken by the Boulder Police Department, and as she helped out occasionally with the Ramseys' cleaning. Various other internet posters have claimed that Jameson's claim is completely bogus. So apparently the police would have that. Now, are the police involved? For those that believe in some kind of wide, grand conspiracy involving some satanic rituals and satanic abuse and such, if the Boulder police is compromised, then of course they would basically shut down this kind of information. So there's not really any further information, so apparently that has not been verified. So depending on how trustworthy people find Jameson, and again, Jameson just happens to be from the town in North Carolina where the tape was manufactured, of all places. And not only that, based on the date of manufacture of the tape, it wouldn't have had time to go through all the warehouses and be put on a shelf, so possibly taken from a local employee. I mean, the coincidence stack here is just, I mean, come on, pew pal. I mean, come on, people. The coincidence stack is just simply too high. This is just weird. And we're only getting started here with the mind shocks, so yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough. Apparently, from a Candy Rose, it only states that Ariana gave fingerprints, not blood, hair, handwriting samples. So, yeah, it's unclear exactly how many samples were taken. But again, this is another individual who found the Christmas trees in the wine cellar, so familiar with the area. So let's talk Mervyn Pugh. So, apparently, a woman called Mervyn Irwin the Molester and said he killed Jonbenet. Again, this is just, this is John Ramsey relaying information from Pam Powell. So this is, let's keep this all straight. This is Patsy Ramsey's sister, Pam Powell, talking about Linda Hoffman Pugh. Is everybody keeping all of this straight here? Thanksgiving weekend, 1996, Linda Pugh's daughter, Tina, son-in-law Mike, and Mervyn helped take the Christmas trees out of the wine cellar and carried them upstairs. So the other strange thing about Mervyn Pugh listed here is he gave the cops 3 rolls of black tape, a white-lined notepad that came from the Ramsey house. See, how many notepads were there? And just because the notepad was found there with, like, the practice note-taking, how does anybody know that the notepad wasn't taken from the house? All of that practice was done and then brought back. Again, I mean, we're just thinking critically here. I'm not saying it makes sense for anybody to do that. I'm saying that this is not verified information. 3 felt tip pens and 2 narrow ropes and a rope around a stick. Weird. So he randomly gave the cops this? So Mervyn Pugh claimed he didn't know the Ramseys, but he did go there to help Linda get the trees out of the basement. And is that the only time he's alleging to have been there? So he did give fingerprints also, and it is unclear here. So the rest of the family, it's only verified here that Linda Hoffman Pugh gave all of these different samples, hair, blood, prints. With the rest of the family, it only lists prints here. But perhaps they did. So Mervyn Pugh's alibi is that he was not in Boulder the night of the murder. He fell asleep on the couch in front of the TV. Also, the police did search the Pugh house December 27th, 96, so pretty much immediately after. That's curious. That's curious. So Tina Hoffman also was a housekeeper who assisted. The Ramsey house's wine cellar was full of trees, some still covered with decorations from 1995. Thanksgiving weekend 96, Linda Pugh's daughter Tina, son-in-law Mike, and Mervyn helped take the Christmas trees out of the wine cellar and take all the trees upstairs. Okay, Pugh's son-in-law Mike also assisted here. Okay, all gave prints. So here's an interesting statement from her that doesn't make a lot of sense, though. I mean, this does not make a lot of sense. So this is August 5th, 98 interview. Jonbenet's America. KUSA Channel 9 Denver, aired August 5th, 98. Interviewer here, then another story appeared. The room where Jonbenet was found was so hidden that whoever murdered her knew the house. Even the mayor of Boulder said so. The mayor stated, by all reports, there were no visible signs of forced entry. I mean, again, there were pry bar marks on the one door. The body was found in a place where people are saying somebody had to know the house. Interviewer states, television hammered the message home and shows the American Journal saying Jonbenet's body was found in a hidden room, using the word hidden. Linda Hoffman, the housekeeper, stated, when I cleaned that house, I cleaned that basement many times and didn't even know that that room was there. It tells me somebody had to know the house. So Linda Hoffman Pugh, who cleans the house countless times, does not even know about this room. I mean, come on, does anybody buy this? So as you can see on the map, I mean, this boiler room is right next to the wine cellar where all the Christmas trees were. I mean, how is it possible? So the wine cellar is the storage room where Jonbenet's body is found. So this is the same room we're talking about here. So this is where the trees were. So you have to go through the boiler room here area to get there. So what does everybody make of this? Because this is where the Christmas trees were, where her and her whole family took Christmas trees from this hidden room. Let me repeat the quote again. When I cleaned that house, I cleaned that basement many times, and I didn't even know that room was there. It tells me somebody had to know the house. So the room from which she physically took Christmas trees out of, she didn't know that room was there. Okay, so February 18th, 99, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. Page 198 to 202, the Linda Hoffman Pugh story. I was born in Lyons, Kansas, and my dad was a poor wheat farmer. I had 3 brothers and 1 sister. I'm the youngest, and one of my brothers is 23 years older than me. He's a welder with his own construction business in Fort Morgan, Colorado. When I was 13, we moved to Fort Morgan because my dad wasn't doing well. We went to work for my brother as a ditch digger. My dad was an alcoholic. He died in 1986. My mother was 41 when she had me. I have 6 living kids, 10 grandchildren, and a paper route. I have my ladies, the woman I work for. I have a doctor's wife in Greeley and a lawyer. I was working for a bonded agency called Merry Maids when I met Patsy. I started with her 1 day a week. I was dumbfounded the place was so huge. It was too much for one person. Soon we had 4 people once a week. Patsy was warm and kind, just a sweet person, but she had a hard time keeping up the laundry. She was doing lots of charity work and was involved with her children's schooling. Then I went to work for her 3 days a week, 72 a day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I got there at 9 in the morning and be gone by 3. That's when my daughter Ariana gets out of school. Sometimes I worked for Patsy on Saturdays and holidays. She gave me a $300 bonus at the end of my first year. That was October 27th, 1996. Patsy was afraid she wasn't going to live and that her cancer would come back and she never lived to see the children grow up. She read a lot about illness and healing. Every 3 months she had a checkup. She believed if she prayed, everything would be all right. Patsy admired John. He had accomplished a lot. She told me that when they started out, they had nothing, and they worked themselves up to where they were now. I first met Jonbenet when she was in preschool. She was home like half a day. Patsy called her Johnny B. I spent half my time picking up after her. She and her brother would just leave everything on the floor. Their socks, their shoes, toys, books, just everything. They were never trained to put things away properly. I always came in the side door and I'd walk right into the kitchen and not know where to start. Dishes all over. If they had Ovaltine, whatever happened to the popularity of Ovaltine? That used to be quite popular. The jar would still be open. I always had to wipe the peanut butter off the counter. I think we ought to get a hamper, I told Patsy. Yeah, that sounds good, she answered, but we never got one. They don't have a hamper? Linda is not here to pick up, Patsy's mother would say. She's here to clean. How do you expect her to do a good job if she's picking up? Okay, Mom, I'll work it out. So I'm guessing she's recalling a conversation between Patsy and her own mother. Patsy's clothes went into the laundry chute. I never had to pick up after John, maybe once a pair of shoes. Patsy changed purses once a week. She'd lay her purse on the spiral staircase and I'd clean it out and put it in the closet. She had maybe 40 of them. And even more pairs of shoes. I think the problem with the children was they didn't have any responsibility. They were spoiled. Burke had this red scout knife and always whittled. He'd never use a bag or paper to catch the shavings. He'd whittle all over the place. I asked Patsy to have a talk with him. She answered, quote, well, I don't know what to do other than take the knife away from him, end quote. After Thanksgiving, I took that knife away from him and hid it in the cupboard just outside Jonbenet's room. That's how that problem was solved. These weren't naughty children. They dressed themselves, and Patsy did Jonbenet's hair. All her daughter's clothes were organized in drawers, turtlenecks in one drawer, pants in another, nighties and panties in one, socks in another. Dates on all their underclothes. Just go away and leave me alone, Jonbenet said when I tried to help her with her boots. Sometimes she acted like a spoiled brat. No, don't you answer the door, she'd say when someone went to open it at a luncheon Patsy gave. I'm answering the door. Jonbenet spent a lot of her time sitting on her bed watching Shirley Temple movies on her VCR. She loved them all. She also loved being in pageants. If she didn't want to go, Patsy didn't make her. Interesting statements from Linda Hoffman-Pugh here regarding the dynamic. So she's stating that Patsy did not force Jonbenet to go to the pageants. Interesting. Nedra used to bring lots of things for Jonbenet to wear. Nedra did most of the pageant planning. Another interesting point. So it was Patsy's mother, Nedra, who did all of this planning. Jonbenet would have to practice singing and dancing. Nedra and Patsy's sister, Pam, would decorate Jonbenet's shoes, her gloves, put sequins in her hats. Some dresses were made from scratch, but they had fun altering most things. They prepared differently for each pageant. Sometimes it would take a month. They were always reworking something. Jonbenet played a lot with Daphne, the White's little girl. They were real close. And Burke had his friends, the Walker and Stein children. We've gone over the Steins quite a few times, and the Whites, which we will continue to do so. When the Ramseys traveled, I started taking the children's dog, Jacques, home with me. It would always yip, 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 and I couldn't take it. Joe Barnhill, the elderly neighbor from across the street, started watching Jacques, and they got attached to each other. Before long, the dog was always running across the street to the Barnhill's house. Jacques started staying over there, and when Jonbenet wanted to see her dog, she went over and played with him. In the summer of '96, Jonbenet started wearing those diaper-type underpants pull-ups. She even wore them to bed. There was always a wet one in the trash. By the end of the summer, Patsy was trying to get her to do without them. Then Jonbenet started wetting the bed again. Almost every day I was there was a wet bed. Patsy said she wasn't going to use pull-ups again. She just put a plastic cover on the bed. No big deal to her. By the time I'd come in the morning, Patsy would have all the sheets off the bed and in the laundry. Jonbenet's white blanket would already be in the dryer. The Ramseys had 2 washer dryers, one in the basement, and a stackable unit in a closet just outside Jonbenet's room. I mean, you know you have a big house when you have 2 sets of washers and dryers. Patsy started taking a painting class, and Jonbenet drew a lot with crayons and markers, people and flowers. They had a big easel, but most of the time Jonbenet painted on a card table in the butler's kitchen. Patsy had her paints and brushes in a white paint tote. Sometimes she asked me to take her paints down to the basement. I don't want to see it. Interesting. On the day of the Ramseys' Christmas party, I took the paint tote downstairs. Evenings were for the family. They did homework and had dinner together. Patsy worked on school projects with the kids. She was always doing something for the children on her computer. She read to them at bedtime. Sometimes she asked me to babysit if she couldn't find a sitter. Patsy spent a lot of time alone in the house while John was away on business. She never kept a baseball bat under the bed or mace. Never even set the alarm. Let me repeat that again. Never even set the alarm. She didn't like it because it went off accidentally and it drove the police crazy. The last month I was there, nothing was different. Patsy went to New York with her family and some friends. Jonbenet even ice skated at Rockefeller Center. When they came back, they got ready for another pageant. Patsy was always putting things off until last minute. On December 23rd, Jonbenet was playing with makeup. Jonbenet, you are not going anywhere with all that on, Patsy told her. You take some of it off. Jonbenet did. At 1 o'clock, she went to play with some friends and was back by 4 o'clock. Late that afternoon, she didn't want to wear a dress for the Christmas party. Patsy got a little agitated. Finally, Jonbenet put on a velvet one with short sleeves. I stuck around with my daughter Ariana to see Santa. We hadn't planned to stay, so Ariana wasn't dressed up. Patsy gave my daughter a Christmas sweater and a vest. Even lent her a pair of shoes. At the last minute, Patsy wrote a little verse about Ariana for Santa to read. Well, that's nice of her. Patsy Ramsey wrote a little verse about Ariana for Santa to read. So if they're not all involved with some kind of satanic child abuse, I mean, that's a very nice gesture for the housekeeper's daughter. I mean, how many rich people would actually do that? I don't know. At 5:30 p.m., Santa showed up. By then, the Barnhills, the Fernies, the Steins, Pinky Barber, and the Whites, who came with Priscilla White's parents, had all arrived, maybe 8 couples and their children. Most of the men gathered by the spiral staircase. John made drinks for everybody from the butler's kitchen. The kids played in the living room by the big Christmas tree. That's where Santa read his little verses about everyone. This year, Mrs. Claus was there too. Santa looked kind of sick. I was supposed to come back the next day, December 24th, and clean up. I called Patsy and said I couldn't. I told her I had a fight with my sister and needed some money to pay the rent. Okay, so she's admitting this. I asked Patsy for a $2,000 loan. I told her I would pay it back $50 each week. She didn't hesitate. Sure, she said she'd leave it to me on the kitchen counter for my next regular visit on December 27th. The more I think about it, Jonbenet could not have been killed by a stranger. I didn't even know that room was there. How could a stranger know to go there? How in the world did this happen? So the room that she retrieved the Christmas trees from with her family. So keep in mind, the lawsuit was for the Ramsey's book, Death of Innocence. These are statements that I just went over from Perfect Murder, Perfect Town by Schiller, which apparently she admitted all of these things. So it's a $2,000 loan, not a $2,500 loan. So it doesn't say that the sister would have kicked her out if she didn't pay, simply that there was a fight and she needed to pay the rent. Not that there was any threat of a kick out, just that the rent needed to be paid. So that seems like a really minor quibble. I mean, this is a little weird. Also, what does everybody make about Linda Hoffman Pugh denying the existence of that she knew about the room? So let's look at this excerpt from Rolling Stone magazine revolving different suspects here. Patsy claimed to investigators that Hoffman Pugh was struggling for money and had asked for a loan of several $1,000s, which Ramsey had declined. So, so Linda is claiming that Patsy was nice and didn't decline the loan. Is that to cover herself by removing that motive there? Police showed up at the Pugh's home the night after the murder, asked for the 57-year-old housekeeper to write the number $180,000 on a piece of paper, and reportedly took her fingerprints and several strands of her hair. She then testified in front of a grand jury for a total of 8 hours, including a statement against Patsy that read, "I think she had multiple personalities. She'd be in a good mood and then she'd be cranky. She got into arguments with Jonbenet about wearing a dress or about a friend coming over. I had never seen Patsy so upset." So she's really pointing the finger at Patsy here, because she said she's never seen Patsy so upset as the night of that Christmas party. Was it that party or the one 2 days prior? The Hoffman-Pugh theory asserted that the housekeeper led a trusting Jonbenet down into the basement that night in an attempt to trick her employers into leaving money for her ransom. It's possible she could have seen John Ramsey's pay stub for $180,000 as a holiday bonus and chosen that as her demand. Familiar with both the home and the family's schedule, Hoffman-Pugh makes a convenient suspect and without an alibi. She was asleep in bed while her husband allegedly slept on the couch. There is room to speculate she could have been involved. Okay, so let's go to let's go to all the evidence here. This is on the Jonbenet Ramsey Case Encyclopedia, jonbenetramsey.pbworks.com. The Linda Hoffman-Pugh theory. The incriminating evidence against Linda Hoffman-Pugh. Linda Hoffman-Pugh had the motive. Patsy had denied her recent request for a loan of several $1,000s. I mean, do we have corroboration from other people here? Because is it basically just Patsy's word against hers? Because then how do we know what the real truth is? So the means, a key to the house, or two. Knew the house, knew Jonbenet Ramsey. Yes, true. Opportunity, she likely knew their schedule on Christmas night as well as their travel plans for December 26th to kill Jonbenet Ramsey. No alibi. Investigated by the Boulder PD. So, again, the Boulder PD showed up at the Pugh's house, or police showed up, unclear which department, but police showed up and searched their home the day after. So, the author of Sweetie B, Little Girl Blue, the Jonbenet Inside Circle Theory, and internet poster Braveheart summarized the case against Linda. 1. The Pughs had black duct tape, white nylon cording. Well, then again, so do a lot of people. 2. They had recently been in the windowless room. I mean, that's kind of damning because of the trees they had to take out of that room. And then Linda's claiming she never even knew the room existed. Although, even if she's innocent, she might still claim that just to kind of make sure the finger's not pointed at her, right? They knew of the broken window. They had a key to the house. They had access to John's payroll stubs, although supposedly anybody wandering around the night of the party would have seen it. They needed money. They knew the Ramseys were going to Charlevoix. She thought the Subic Bay photo said Subic Bay Training Center. Interesting. She volunteered the meaningful information that Jonbenet had an ongoing bedwetting problem. She knew where the knife was hidden. She knew where Patsy kept her paint tote. She thought the terms fat cat and Southern common sense were used by the family. If she had heard them throw those terms around and she was trying to implicate them to make it look like they wrote a bogus ransom note to cover for themselves, the theory kind of sort of works. Possibly an ignorant person might believe they could extort $118,000 from someone without getting caught, especially if they could convince that someone not to call the authorities. The Pughs watched a lot of television. Oh, so do a lot of people. They were home together the night of the murder. That's so weird, a lot of people. Okay, so there's circumstantial evidence here, no doubt, but so far, there's nothing really damning here. Internet poster Deb has provided the following evidence that points towards Linda. A suspicious comment, she stated, "Aren't you afraid she might get kidnapped?" Again, I don't consider that suspicious. The apparent lie about the wine cellar, stated she didn't know the cellar was there even though they removed the trees from there. That's a big one. I mean, that might be that's one of the biggest ones there. She had access to the paper used for the ransom note, so could have written at any time. She knew the back stairs were primarily used. She knew the dog was gone. If caught in the house, she could have an excuse. Wanted to drop off a gift before they left in the morning, left something behind, looking for the check, etc. told mixed stories, no alibi. Per Pam, she would say weird things. She would have been able to get Jonbenet downstairs because Jonbenet trusted her and or her husband could have been the person who told Jonbenet about Santa coming after Christmas. She would have felt comfortable offering Jonbenet Ramsey pineapple. Deb also offered additional reasons for suspecting Linda Hoffman Pugh. She was supposed to work that day but backed out. I mean, that is a curiosity. Anytime somebody's schedule or something is out of the ordinary, so she did not work that day. She lied about why the money was needed. I mean, do we know that for sure? Where did that information come from? She lied about Mrs. Ramsey drawing pictures on Johnny B's hand. Came up with the Barbie nightgown being stuck to the blanket, which she said must have been in the dryer. What made her think that? Had a key, had access to everything, knew the family very well, all their little sayings like Southern common sense, was around the grandfather who used fat cats. Knew the dog was gone, needed money, knew they would be using the back staircase, and which was commonly used to leave Patsy's purses to be cleaned for her. She and her husband only had each other's alibis, and they did not sleep in the same room. So that's not even a 100% verifiable alibi. Her husband is or was an alcoholic by his appearance. Her daughter might fit the underwear. What? She would know how soundly the Ramseys slept and that they could not hear much on the third floor. She would feel safe if caught in the house, could say she was looking for the check or left something there that she needed. Johnny B would feel safe going downstairs with her. She stated, "Aren't you afraid she might be kidnapped?" She knew where she hid the red knife. Lied about not knowing about the cellar room. They removed the trees from there. $118,000 would seem like a lot of money to them, which she would have seen on his paycheck stub. Also, if she really, it's kind of hard to really dissect the mentality of criminals looking to extort, especially if they're known to the family. Because if she really did maybe care or like the Ramseys to a certain extent, she might think just taking the bonus isn't that bad. Like, if her bonus was $300 or whatever, it's not like that's her main paycheck. So it's like she probably thought they could survive without the bonus. She didn't want to take them for all that they were worth, but just the bonus, because the bonus would be life-changing for them. Or whoever. If there was an intruder and if this really was some kind of botched kidnapping, that could have been their line of thought. She changed her story about Patsy being warm and kind to Patsy having a split personality, sweet then angry. The ransom note was first made out to Mr. and Mrs. R. She liked Patsy. She probably thought John was aloof. She changed her story so much as if to cover for someone. She came up with the idea of Subic Bay Training Center from a picture that hung in the Ramseys' house when it actually just said Subic Bay. She knew they were leaving town, and if they needed more money, now was the time to do it. So, exculpatory evidence here. The DNA does not match, so the DNA found at the crime scene is reportedly of a male. Now, again, first of all, this is old DNA technology. As I've stated in the last few episodes, the latest generation DNA technology has not been used to test the sample that they have. And supposedly there's only enough of the sample to do one more test. So they could either do it now, or they could wait for another generation of technology to come along. So also, if Linda's not acting alone, that doesn't specifically exculpate her, but continuing on here, she's not a suspect by police or the Ramseys. I'm assuming this is currently. The 11th Circuit, however, affirmed the district court's decision that the defendants, John and Patsy Ramsey's book, when considered as a whole, does not defame Mrs. Hoffman Pugh as a matter of law. The court concluded that the book, when fairly read, did not convey that Miss Hoffman Pugh was a suspect in the murder. I mean, they named a lot of suspects, so... that's from Carnes, 2003. Key to the 11th Circuit's analysis is the defendant's failure to ever state that Miss Hoffman Pugh, defendant's housekeeper, was considered to be a murder suspect by them or the police. That's not entirely true. They named a lot of plausible suspects, or hypothetical suspects. And apparently Hoffman Pugh was never formally accused of the crime, although that doesn't really mean much. Okay, the Ramseys vouched for her character. Before they knew their daughter's fate, at a time when they believed her to have been kidnapped, and were running through their minds the people who knew Jonbenet, the defendants never believed that Miss Hoffman Pugh would hurt their daughter, even if she had kidnapped her. because she was a good, sweet person. Although, again, if it's a kidnapping gone wrong, does not fit the profile. Okay, so the profile is a male, age 25 to 35, former convict, or has been around hardened criminals who had access to a stun gun. Again, I mean, what can you make of that? An interesting footnote here is, too, chance to lie averted. If Linda or Mervyn were guilty, one would expect them to have provided an alibi for one another. Instead, they pointedly indicated that they had slept in different rooms. I mean, I don't know what to make of that either, because that doesn't really prove anything one way or another. Also, if they possibly came up with a kidnapping scheme and brought in other hardened criminals that squeezed them out of the plan, I mean, that's not exactly 100% innocence there. Let's go through some more articles here. This is February 15th. There's no year here. Book offers insight into Patsy. Denver Post staff and Wire reports. So I'm assuming this is somewhere around 2000, but it doesn't actually list here. This is Denver Post. February 15th, when police detective Tom Haney told Patsy Ramsey during a June 98 interview that she had lied to him, Mrs. Ramsey replied, "Pal, you don't want to go there. Don't start that." Author Lawrence Schiller writes in his book on Jonbenet slang. The excerpts were released Sunday by Newsweek. The tougher the questions became, the tougher Patsy became, as Schiller stated. Still, it was almost impossible to believe that she'd gone from being a normal mother, which until then she had given every indication of being, to being a murderer that night. Haney had never been able to come up with a motive for the killing, and now, after 3 days of questioning, he had not been able to find a trigger that might have set Patsy off if she was the killer, Schiller wrote. The author also theorized Jonbenet's killer was familiar with the house and knew where the family kept the blanket in which her body was wrapped. Suzanne Lorian, a spokeswoman with the Boulder DA's office, said the DA won't comment on this book or any of the parade of books or television programs featuring the crime that continues to captivate the country. Our office has a long-standing policy of not responding to stories about the Ramsey case, Lorian said. This includes newspaper and magazine articles, television programs, and books. We intend to adhere to this policy throughout the promotion and sale of Lawrence Schiller's book. Attorney Hal Haddon, who represents Jonbenet's parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, declined to comment Sunday because he had not had a chance to read the book, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, which will be released later this week. In the book, Schiller examined several facets of the crime, including differences between police and prosecutors, tabloid speculation, and the culture of Boulder. I think there will be a resolution to the case, Schiller said. I think all the evidence will come out, but that doesn't mean someone will be convicted. Schiller assisted O.J. Simpson on his book, I Want to Tell You, and co-wrote American Tragedy, the uncensored story of the Simpson defense. He also worked with Norman Mailer on his Pulitzer Prize-winning The Executioner's Song. Jonbenet, a 6-year-old beauty queen, was found beaten and strangled in her family's Boulder home December 26, 1996, about 8 hours after Mrs. Ramsey reported finding a ransom note demanding $118,000 for Jonbenet's safe return. Police have said the Ramseys remain under suspicion in her death, while the Ramseys have repeatedly maintained their innocence. A Boulder County grand jury had been reviewing evidence in the case since September. In the book, Schiller said Mrs. Ramsey was polite and charming during the first 2 days of the June interview with Haney and an attorney working on the case. On the third day, Mrs. Ramsey became tough. At one point, she raised her hand across the table in front of Haney's face and said, "You're going down the wrong road," Schiller said. Case detectives believes Haney reached the real Patsy. She had exhibited the hard side of her persona, a side capable of bringing harm to her daughter, Schiller wrote. I mean, isn't this all kind of presumptuous, though? Like, any parent being accused of lying or possibly being guilty in some way of the death of their child, if they're not, would react. I mean, wouldn't they react quite defensively? I mean, I'm just speculating here, but I mean, it doesn't seem strange to have them react that way. If they're guilty, they could react that way. Also, again, that's a, false dichotomy here. He also detailed police interviews with the Ramseys' former housekeeper, Linda Hoffman Pugh, who told them Jonbenet's body was wrapped in a blanket that was either on her bed or in a washer-dryer unit in a cabinet outside the girl's room. Only someone who knew which washer and dryer the Ramseys used for Jonbenet's sheets and blankets would know where to find the blanket if it wasn't on the bed, Schiller wrote. That's an interesting point. So Hoffman Pugh really does know all this information other people can't know. Like, what does that mean exactly? What does that mean? Let's continue on here to another article here. ABC News, Denver, July 5th, 2001. Judge Ramsey housekeeper can talk. A federal judge today ruled that a former housekeeper for the parents of the slain child beauty queen Jonbenet Ramsey can reveal what she told a secret grand jury 2 years ago. No indictments were ever issued in the Boulder, Colorado grand jury proceedings that ended in 1999, and neither was any report ever issued, meaning under Colorado rules that grand jury witnesses had to keep their testimony secret indefinitely. Linda Hoffman Pugh, who wants to write a book about her experience working for John and Patsy Ramsey when they lived in Colorado, sued Boulder's current DA, Mary Keenan, arguing the state's strict secrecy rule for grand juries was unconstitutional. U.S. District Judge Wiley Daniel agreed, ruling that Hoffman Pugh could repeat what she testified before the grand jury in 1999. The judge said the rules were invalid to the extent that they prohibited grand jury witnesses from disclosing their own testimony after a grand jury has completed its work. Daniel's decision opens the door for about 100 other grand jury witnesses to speak about their testimony. Suspicion about a Swiss Army knife. Hoffman Pugh has been talking with the media about her opinions on the case. The difference is that now when she describes things she believes about the case, she can also say she said the same thing in front of the grand jury. But she may not disclose what questions she was asked or describe any reactions she may have seen from grand jurors. Her New York attorney Darnay Hoffman told reporters after today's hearing. Darnay Hoffman? Is that a relative? Linda Hoffman Pugh? The Ramseys were not a party to the case, but their attorney Lynn Wood said he agreed with the judge's decision. Our preference would be for the public to know the complete truth, he said by telephone from Atlanta, where the Ramseys now live. The former housekeeper can, for instance, relate how she told the grand jury that she had hid a Swiss Army knife that was found near Jonbenet's body and that she believes only Patsy Ramsey would have known where the knife was. Okay, so this is the knife that Burke Ramsey whittled with, and there were wood shavings all over the place from the whittling, and supposedly, according to the testimony here, it was Linda Hoffman Pugh who said she took away the knife and put it in the cupboard. I'm going to get back to that point in a second, but let's finish the article here. Former Ramsey supporter, the relationship between Hoffman Pugh and the Ramseys deteriorated after the child's body was discovered in the family's home in December 1996. Initially, the housekeeper supported the parents, but later turned against them, presumably because Patsy Ramsey told the police the housekeeper had asked her for money just before Christmas. Was that really true, though? Because she admitted to a certain extent in the other book. She just didn't tell him what the money was for. So she was mad about the disclosure of the asking for money. That's weird. Hoffman Pugh has sued the Ramseys for references they made about her in a book they have written on the case. Ramsey attorney Wood said today he will be asking a judge to dismiss the case. Still under an umbrella. When Jonbenet first disappeared, it was believed she had been kidnapped for ransom after Patsy Ramsey said she found a note in the house asking for $118,000 for the safe return of the girl. No arrests have been made in the case, although police have said the parents remain under an umbrella of suspicion. The Ramseys have steadfastly maintained their innocence and have criticized police for what they characterized as botching the case. Under U.S. federal rules and the rules of at least 35 states, witnesses are free to discuss their testimony, but Colorado continues to follow the centuries-long rule of strict grand jury secrecy. Okay, let's go back to the knife situation. So this might be the most damning article of all regarding the knife situation. This is Associated Press, August 3rd, 1999. Ramsey housekeeper doubts intruder theory. Pocket knife hidden in the cupboard found near Jonbenet's body. A former housekeeper for Jonbenet Ramsey's parents believes the location of a pocket knife found by police casts doubt on the theory that the girl was killed by an intruder. And, I mean, is this the biggest smoking gun in the Jonbenet Ramsey case thus far? I mean, I don't know. I think it might be. Let's go over this. A knife that Linda Hoffman Pugh kept hidden in a cupboard, so it was her. So there's no evidence that anyone else knew where this knife was other than Linda Hoffman Pugh by her own word, which doesn't make any sense unless she's looking to implicate Patsy Ramsey, although perhaps Linda Hoffman Pugh didn't think this far enough ahead because she's admitting that she was the one that put it there and there's no evidence that she told Patsy about it. But let's read the article here. A knife that Linda Hoffman Pugh kept hidden in a cupboard on the second level of the home was found by police in the basement where Jonbenet's body was discovered. But Hoffman Pugh does not believe an intruder could have found it in the cupboard and left it downstairs. That knife showed up where Jonbenet was, she said. Quote, I would stake my life that an intruder wouldn't know to get that out of the cupboard. Someone took that knife out of the cupboard where I put it. End quote. So is that interesting phrasing? Would you stake your life on something if you didn't know that statement was true? If Linda was the one that took the knife out of the cupboard, she would of course staked her life on it because she knows she's the one that took it out. Unless, again, that's just a common phrase. If she says she's going to stake her life on everything, and if that's a common phrase for her, and she always says that about everything, then that's not an unusual statement. But if she never says, I would stake my life, then that's a lot more damning. One detective who worked on the case and was familiar with Hoffman Pugh's theory said it has merit. I think it's a legitimate area of concern that she has pointed out, the unnamed detective told the Denver Rocky Mountain News. Hoffman Pugh said she does not know who killed Jonbenet 6, whose body was found in the basement of the family's home December 26, 1996. Hoffman Pugh said Jonbenet's brother Burke, who was 9 when his sister was killed, used to wander around the house whittling with his Swiss Army knife and leave wood shavings behind. She said she threatened to take the knife away unless he cleaned up his act. He didn't, and about a month before the Jonbenet slaying, she took away the knife and put it in a cupboard over a sink near Jonbenet's room. Is it possible Burke could have found that knife eventually after a month of looking? I mean, I don't know. How tall? I don't know. Hoffman Pugh said she did not tell Jonbenet's parents where she put the knife. Hold on a second. So if she didn't tell them where... So is she basically just admitting here that she's the only one who knew where that knife was and the knife ends up next to Jonbenet's dead body? Does anybody find this weird? A list of items removed from the house after a 10-day police search included a red pocket knife that was found by a detective on a countertop down a corridor from the small room where Jonbenet's body was found. So it wasn't right next to the body. Huh, that's curious. Countertop down a corridor from the small room. Okay, well, perhaps that's tough. Huh. Police have not disclosed whether they believe the pocket knife was used in the crime. However, the lengths of nylon cord used in the garrote and those found around the girl's wrists would have been cut into sections with a sharp instrument. But if they don't have any proof that the pocket knife was used to cut those specific ones, I don't know what to make of this. There have been no arrests in Jonbenet's slaying, which is being investigated by a Boulder County grand jury. John and Patsy Ramsey remain under suspicion, but their son Burke, now 12, has been cleared. This is August 3rd, 1999. So if there's no... so the pocket knife was found down a corridor, so not right next to the body. And if they have not disclosed exactly whether or not they can prove the knife was involved, then perhaps it's not the smoking gun here. Rents.com, ex-housekeeper says Patsy Ramsey killed Jonbenet, by Mike McPhee, Denver Post staff writer. This is July 6, 2001, Denver Post. Federal judge Thursday gave grand jury witnesses permission to talk about their secret testimony, prompting the Ramsey family's former housekeeper to declare that Patsy Ramsey killed her 6-year-old daughter. I mean, that's interesting. If Pugh is actually innocent, I mean, the timeline kind of does add up that all of a sudden she's allowed to talk, so now she can reveal what she testified. That's not quite that shady. I don't know. Former Ramsey housekeeper Linda Hoffman Pugh, speaking publicly for the first time about her testimony before the Boulder County grand jury, told reporters Thursday She thought Patsy Ramsey had killed Jonbenet. The grand jury seemed to zero in on Patsy Ramsey, and she thought it would indict her. A Swiss Army knife was found in the basement room where Jonbenet's body was found. And again, I'm assuming they verified this was the same Swiss Army knife. Only Patsy could have put the knife there. I took it away from Burke, Jonbenet's older brother, and hid it in a linen closet near Jonbenet's bedroom. An intruder would have never found it. Patsy would have found it getting out clean sheets. Okay, well, that's actually a plausible explanation. I thought she had meant she hid it in some spot where nobody could find it, but if she just put it right next to the clean sheets, theoretically, anybody could have found it. Because if an intruder is looking for a place to hide, they're going to check some closets, aren't they? They open a closet, they might see a knife there, they might take it. So again, now going over this new information here, it would seem this is not a smoking gun in any way. Pieces of rope were tied around Jonbenet's neck and wrists when her body was discovered, December 26, 1996. The blanket wrapped around Jonbenet's body had been left in the dryer. There was still a Barbie doll nightgown clinging to the blanket, so it would have had to have come out of the dryer recently, she said. Only Patsy would have known it was in the dryer, she said. I mean, that's curious. An intruder would have never found the door to the basement room where Jonbenet's body was discovered. It was too difficult to see unless someone knew it was there, she said. Hoffman Pugh has never turned off her porch light since the death of Jonbenet and won't until her killer is found. She believes Governor Bill Owens should appoint a special prosecutor to the case. The rest of the post here is just other people who think Patsy did it. Okay. So interesting information there. So let's move on to Mervyn Pugh, Linda's husband here. So this is kind of weird because from all this information here, he did work for the Ramseys as a handyman, but he said he didn't know them. Does that mean he knew their house and he worked there, but they were never there when he was there? Is that what that means? Or did he deny ever working there other than moving the trees the one time? So apparently he had been expected to fix the broken window in the storage room. So that was an expectation. It's unclear how much of an expectation this was or if there was like a formal offer for him to do so. Jameson also stated that after reviewing investigator notes, she found that he worked in the Ramsey house around Thanksgiving '96. He worked on tiles in Patsy's bathroom and on the cabinet doors in the kids' playroom on the second floor. And he never got to the broken window in the basement. Also, Tina was with him part of the time he was there. Later, Linda and her family removed Christmas trees and other decorations from the basement, some from the windowless room. And that, of course, exposes Linda's claim that she didn't know the room was there. So make of that what you will. A couple more interesting points on Merv from various sources here. Boulder Police Reports, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, Thomas's book. Mervyn Pugh, the husband, was visibly intoxicated when he was interviewed, and the detectives knew he had a few brushes with the law back in Michigan. So this guy also happens to be from Michigan? I mean, there's 3 states in question here. There's Colorado, Michigan, and Georgia, where Atlanta is. And it seems like a lot of these people just circulate amongst these 3 states, of all states. Is she missing or dead, he asked. How did she die? Was it natural, strangulation, or what? The questions were awfully close to the truth, close enough to raise police suspicion. That is kind of random. I mean, would you ask if a 6-year-old had a natural... what does he mean by natural? Is that supposed to be like accidental, like in a non-murder situation? Because obviously, I mean, unless she had some kind of illness, it wouldn't be a natural cause. It would be some kind of accidental cause. Or strangulation, or what? Huh. A blunt-spoken man in his 50s, Pugh had been in the Ramsey home a few times to help his wife, including a recent weekend when they spent 3 hours hauling Christmas decorations up from the basement. That's from Thomas's book. From Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. Hoffman Pugh was then asked to make a list of everyone she knew who frequented the house and a list of those who had keys. After 2 hours of intense questioning, she was so upset that for a moment she couldn't find her own key. Months later, the police asked her about scuff marks they found on the wall below the broken basement window near John Andrews' suitcase. Maybe someone had climbed in that night and left the marks. Had she ever seen the marks? No, she told them. So apparently those marks were brand new. Interesting. We didn't have that piece of information before. Very curious. So this is now back to Thomas's book. When detectives asked the parents who might be responsible for the disappearance of Jonbenet, Patsy promptly gave them the name of her housekeeper for the past 2 years, Linda Hoffman Pugh, who had recently asked for a $2,000 loan. The handwriting in the ransom note, the mother said, also looked a little like the housekeeper's. The Reverend Raul Haverstock told police about a phone call made that morning to Patsy's parents, Nedra and Don Powell, in Atlanta. Mrs. Powell, he said, mentioned that Linda Hoffman Pugh had commented about how beautiful Jonbenet was and expressed the fear that someone might kidnap her. The housekeeper's name had come up several times in a short period, and police had already been told she had a key. She became the first suspect, and police made plans to contact her immediately. In the weeks that following the murder, housekeeper Linda Hoffman Pugh was riding around in a limousine paid for by the tabloids. Again, I mean, innocent or guilty. I mean, actually, I would say that'd probably be more likely that she was innocent if she would accept that. I mean, I don't know, again. Linda Hoffman Pugh's husband Mervyn worked sometimes as a handyman for the Ramseys, so while he was not at the house as frequently as his wife, he certainly had access and keys to it and could have become familiar with the basement area in particular. He had been expected to fix the broken window in the storage room next to the train room, but it's not clear whether he was asked or completed the work. From Boulder Police Report 5-29, the housekeeper's husband supposedly washed the windows at Thanksgiving time and supposedly went in the basement and washed the basement windows. Why would he say he doesn't know the Ramseys? I guess if he means he doesn't know them personally, if all this work, because he wasn't there a million times, it was however many days, a couple days, if the Ramseys weren't there at the time that he was there, I mean, I guess that could make sense. This is from Woodward. Patsy told that detective about her housekeeper's family, and how the housekeeper had recently asked to borrow $2,000. Arndt also wrote that Patsy's mother, by phone from Atlanta, had said she wanted Detective Arndt to know the housekeeper had told her many times that Jonbenet was such a beautiful girl, and asked if she, Jonbenet Ramsey's grandmother, wasn't afraid someone was going to kidnap her granddaughter. So this is from Woodward. Okay, so if it was many times, that is suspicious. If she's constantly going on and on about her getting kidnapped, I mean, that's kind of suspicious. If it's only one or two times over a period of 2 years, that's probably less suspicious. Okay, back to Thomas. When the detectives asked if the couple had any black tape, Mervyn dug 3 rolls from his garage, only one unused. Then the detectives said they wanted white-lined notepads, and Linda handed over one that seemed to be a visual match of the ransom notepaper, and admitted it had come from the Ramsey house. So hold on a second. Hold on a second here. So why are they just handing over all this stuff that implicates them? Isn't that kind of weird? Anybody else find that kind of weird? If they're guilty, why would they freely admit and give all of this? So they're lifting. So Linda's stealing notepads from the Ramsey house and admitting it. Continuing on here from Thomas. A key, question mark, 2. So they have 2 keys to the Ramsey home. Any felt tip pens of the sort that probably wrote the ransom note? 3. So they also have 3 felt tip pens that would match that of the ransom note. Police found a 2-foot piece of narrow nylon rope, and then another length wrapped around a stick. The detectives left with an armful of potential evidence. So again, this is from Thomas's book. So has it ever been revealed if the nylon rope matches that which was used in the crime? Because this is all crazy. Or is it simply the same type of rope, but not the one used? Same thing with the tape. The 3 rolls of tape. Are they simply the exact same type of tape, but not specifically the tape used? Because why would they freely give all of this? So apparently the nylon rope they didn't freely give. The police found that on their own in the house and took it. But why would they hand over the ransom notepaper that they admit came from the Ramsey home? I mean, can anybody make sense of this? This is weird. So Detective Steve Thomas was also asked this in an online chat room in the year 2000. Wow, that seems like such a long time ago now. It's 2022. It's kind of weird. So, roughly 22 years ago, Steve Thomas commented on the Pews. This is his response. Hoffman Pugh's immediate and even extended family were investigated. Again, absent a great conspiracy, I am not a conspiracy theorist, these simple people of simple means were not involved. Linda the maid loved Patsy like a sister. The husband, although some scrapes with the law, showed no evidence to suggest involvement, etc. Again, too long for this chat, the moderator reminds me. But Hoffman Pugh is not involved. So even though he wrote all of this circumstantial evidence about them, I mean, it kind of makes sense if they're that simple-minded and they really did just lift note paper and pens and random stuff from the Ramsey home, they would admit it. If they're that simple-minded and they know they didn't commit the crime, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is all kind of weird. So Steve Thomas is basically saying they're way too simple-minded to have pulled this off. But here, so I have a rebuttal to this, because if someone is that simple-minded, I mean, let's go to a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. So Mark Twain stated this: "There are some things that can beat smartness and foresight. Awkwardness and stupidity can. The best swordsman in the world doesn't need to fear the second best swordsman in the world. No, the person for him to be afraid of is some ignorant antagonist who has never had a sword in his hand before. He doesn't do the thing he ought to do, and so the expert isn't prepared for him." So, again, I'm not stating that some really dumb people committed this crime. I'm just stating that if criminals who had never committed a crime before, if there was a mix of some awkwardness and pure luck that they could have springboarded their stupidity off of, this case, again, is unsolved. It is as of yet unsolved. It has not been definitively solved beyond a reasonable doubt. So no one's debating that they're simple people. And here's the thing, if they did bring other criminal contractors in the loop and then they were actually pushed out of the loop, again, that doesn't mean they're 100% innocent. There's further degrees of crime here, even if they didn't physically commit the crime themselves. They could have provided insider information. Regardless of how much of simpletons they are, they could have still provided insider information. Also, furthermore, Mervyn still has that Michigan connection and a criminal track record, and his statement, how did she die? Was it natural strangulation or what? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to completely write them off. Here's an interesting post by Captain Kroger on Reddit regarding Steve Thomas. It shows what a bad detective Steve Thomas was. Pretty much all you have to do is appear cooperative, and he's convinced you have nothing to do with the crime. Which anyone who's followed true crime knows that is absolutely not true. Guilty people can be just as cooperative as innocent usually are. He says a lot in the book, so-and-so was cooperative, insinuating that person is innocent and that the Ramseys must be guilty. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it ends up that he interviewed the intruder and didn't suspect a thing just because the person was cooperative and seemed nice. I really don't know why people are impressed with him. Even some intruder did it people and think his book is good. He's an idiot, and his book is easily the worst written book on the case, an absolute chore to get through. But it did make me wonder just how many pens there were, like the Sharpie that was used. Sounds like the Ramseys bought them in bulk. So how sure was the FBI that the pen used to write the ransom note was the exact one that was put back? I mean, that's actually a really good question. So apparently, from the Wolf versus Ramsey deposition, Lynn Wood, Steve Thomas here, they stated here, regarding the exact pen, the Secret Service matched the ink from practice note to the ransom note. So they said it was the same pen for both notes. But here's the thing. Is the ink really different from an identical manufactured pen? I mean, is the ink really different from pen to pen? Like a standard stock pen of whatever, Sharpie pens. Can the ink, I mean, this is a question for any pen connoisseurs out there who are really into pen forensics. Can it really be determined, like if you have two identical model Sharpie pens manufactured within the same time period, can you really tell them apart where the ink came from? I'm not sure about that. Another interesting, this is a post from Jameson245, unknown if this is the actual Jameson. Mervyn was described to me as a lazy drunk who would have been too lazy to go to Boulder for this crime. He was a couch potato and not smart enough to have written the ransom note. Any item that came from the Ramsey house was not only accessible but almost expected, like all housekeepers are thieves. Since the focus of the investigation done by the Boulder PD was to find evidence against the Ramseys, anything that could be considered exculpatory to the Ramseys was, well, as I see it, buried. I have no idea if the evidence taken from Mervyn and Linda's house was actually tested, but it needed to be. Major mistake there, as the people associated with the Pews should have been listed, interviewed, and investigated. I have no reason to think that happened at all. No reason at all, not a single source, not a single document, indicates that happened at all. There is a theory that Linda would talk to the family and their friends about the rich family she worked for. I can absolutely believe that. She may have spoken about their family, their money, John's business, seeing a pay stub, and can you believe that bonus? Even if Mervyn was too drunk and lazy to have been Jonbenet's killer, that doesn't mean the investigation should have ended there. Their circle of friends with access to the black duct tape owned by Mervyn and the information provided by Linda, well, one of them may be the man we need to talk to. That's a good point, too. Yeah, that's a really good point. Huh. Someone else hypothesized that if Mervyn Pugh really was some kind of pedophile or involved in other criminal rings, if he knew the real perpetrator might have told him that he strangled Jonbenet. Even if Mervyn is not directly connected to the crime, he could have heard it from criminal friends down through the grapevine. If he's a criminal, I am not alleging he is or he is not. This is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But that's just more interesting information there regarding the pens and all of these things. I mean, these are the details. The devil is in the details. Okay, let's move to the Jonbenet subreddit. Interesting post here by Comic a la Simoke. 2 years ago, the Pew Theory. I think Linda Hoffman Pugh and her husband needed money, and they decided it would be easy to kidnap Jonbenet for a short time and get a small amount of money that Linda knew that the family had readily available. She copied the note from a letter she had composed beforehand or went to the house while the family was out with her key, and then Mervyn and or other accomplices snatched Jonbenet and kept her in the wine cellar and left the note out during the night. However, since they were amateurs, they didn't know how to contain her without having to hit her, and accidentally killed her in the basement, improvising partially with items in the home, including Linda possibly grabbing new underwear, although it isn't clear whether Jonbenet happened to be wearing those anyway. They fled the scene at some point during the night after cleaning things up. The note shows someone uneducated trying to sound educated, and is sprinkled with movie references and educated phrases that could have been used by Patsy Ramsey in her own notes to Linda Hoffman Pugh. A lot of the ideas shed on Burke, like the feces things, were made up by Linda Hoffman Pugh. And it's actually, it's kind of unclear. I don't know if that's definitively been stated one way or the other. Also, her book chapter had similar short sentences with the exclamation point like the ransom note. I noticed other similarities as well. Jameson posted that they were cleared by handwriting and DNA, and again, the handwriting there's experts on both sides, and that's not a definitive science, and then the DNA, again, also using faulty old generation technology. So no one has been cleared by the latest generation DNA tech. I don't know how many times I have to say that. But I'm still interested in seeing them investigated to see if any of their friends may deserve a closer look. Another response here, I believe Mervyn was there, but he didn't do the actual murder. He had 2 other accomplices with him. I believe one of them is a DNA match, 2 are dead, and 1 other male is still alive. A response by M. May 333. I've shared this list before, but I'd figure I'd share it again since so many have commented on this post. Below are several points that help support this potential theory. Both Linda Hoffman Pugh and Mervyn Pugh were in desperate need of money. They were behind in rent, needed to pay for serious dental work, food, etc. They both had keys. So I guess Mervyn had 1 key and Linda had the other. Linda had lost or misplaced hers when first asked for it by police. Interesting. So from Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, Hoffman Pugh was then asked to make a list of everyone she knew who frequented the house and a list of those who had keys. After 2 hours of intense questioning, she was so upset that for a moment she couldn't find her own key. What does that mean, for a moment? At which point did she surface with the key, if at all? Or was her key missing permanently? They knew the family's dog would be gone, and they never set the alarm. The Ramsey housekeeper plus a longtime babysitter both said the family left some doors unlocked and never used the alarm. Never? That's curious. So even when John Ramsey was home, they never used the alarm? That's kind of weird. So if someone knows they don't use the alarm, that's interesting information for would-be criminals. So both the Pughs knew where the cellar was, and both denied it. They had recently taken Christmas trees out from there the month prior with the help of 2 additional family members. From the Boulder Police Report number 5-607, a blunt-spoken man in his 50s. Pugh had been in the Ramsey home a few times to help his wife, including a recent weekend where they spent 3 hours hauling Christmas decorations up from the basement. Quote from Linda, I didn't even know that room was there. How could a stranger know to go there? How in the world did this happen? The housekeeper's husband, this is from Boulder Police Report 5-29, the housekeeper's husband supposedly washed the windows at Thanksgiving time and supposedly went down in the basement and washed the basement windows. Report 5-607, last time housekeeper's husband was there around Thanksgiving, cleaned all of the windows inside and out. Here's another curiosity we didn't go over yet. Linda Hoffman Pugh and Patsy Ramsey often communicated by leaving notes on that particular staircase and knew the back stairs were primarily used. See, this is another little piece of evidence here. If Linda specifically communicated with Patsy by leaving notes on that particular staircase, now do we know if it was in that exact same spot that the note was found? Also, Linda was incapable of giving a handwriting sample at first. From Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, in the kitchen, the police told the housekeeper that Jonbenet had been murdered. She screamed and couldn't stop shaking. After Hoffman Pugh settled down, they asked her to print some words on a sheet of paper. Mr. Ramsey, attaché, beheaded, and the number 118,000. But Linda was too upset to write. Interesting. Continuing on here. She knew the Ramseys' bedroom was a distance away on the 3rd floor, and they would likely hear nothing. I mean, yeah, we can't dismiss all these little points, because a random intruder might not necessarily know the layouts of the bedrooms and where all of the individuals slept, although if he got in there early enough, like the other intruder within 9 months of the Jonbenet murder who, actually hid in someone's house not that far in Boulder and sexually assaulted a girl after hiding in her home for many hours. If the intruder got in there early enough and just meandered around all the rooms, I suppose he could have figured out the master bedroom with the photos, any kind of family photos, etc. Maybe. But it's rough. Linda had ample time to write the note with the pen and paper, could have taken the items home, or been responsible for the still missing pages torn from the center. And so this poster here is hypothesizing when she actually did take the items home. So, wow. The police found similar black tape, 3 rolls, only 1 used, and similar white cord with an additional piece wrapped around a stick in their shed. They also found the same pads of paper and pens in their house. Okay, so, I mean, is it not a fact that she took him home? Or is this user alleging took him home, brought him back, and left it for the ransom note, which is also possible? Because a lot of the people that kind of dismiss any other theory other than Patsy did it, trying to point to no intruder would take the time to write that. I mean, how does anybody know they wrote it in the house? It could have been written wherever. And we already went over the source for this information on everything found at their house from Thomas. Linda called in and missed work on the 24th due to a supposed fight with her sister over money. She also asked Patsy for a $2,000 loan at the time. Could have easily seen any one of John's pay stubs over the previous 11 months, which had his bonus printed on every one. Okay, all right. See, what? That's kind of weird. Huh. Is that true? He had his bonus printed on every single pay stub that month, that year? John's bonus was $118,117.50, paid in February of 96, therefore printed on every pay stub of 96. Or someone potentially overheard her saying, "Can you believe that man's bonus was $118,000? Linda thought or had heard the family use sayings like fat cat and Southern common sense, felt John was aloof and not very fond of him, took the paint tote to the basement on the 23rd, and the daughter borrowed one of Patsy's Christmas sweaters for the Ramseys' party that same night, the 23rd party. Was jealous of their lifestyle, felt they didn't deserve it, and had struggled her entire life. Patsy had hired her away from a cleaning service known as Merry Maids about 14 months earlier and befriended her new housekeeper. Hoffman Pugh had dropped out of high school as a sophomore, married at age 15, and had 6 children. She was wearing a pair of Patsy's old shoes as she spoke to police. So this is not a housekeeper who's kind of in the middle income bracket. I mean, she is clearly struggling for money here, which can make people desperate. Again, I'm not alleging she's innocent or guilty, but this is clearly not a case of a well-to-do housekeeper who has a certain amount of money and just simply wants more and is greedy. That does not seem to be the case here. Linda had asked multiple times if they were afraid Jonbenet would be kidnapped prior to this happening. Detective Linda Arndt, date of report January 8, 1997, Arndt talked with Patsy about when she found Jonbenet missing, who had keys to the home, their vacation plans, and if Patsy had any ideas related to who might have kidnapped her daughter. Patsy told the detective about her housekeeper, the housekeeper's family, and how the housekeeper had recently asked to borrow money, $2,000. Arndt also wrote that Patsy's mother, by phone from Atlanta, had said that she wanted Detective Arndt to know that the housekeeper had told her, quote, many times, end quote, that Jonbenet was such a beautiful girl and asked her if Jonbenet's grandmother wasn't afraid someone was going to kidnap her granddaughter. I mean, when you have a poor family working on this house, the father's had some criminal charges, regardless of how minor. I mean, criminal charges are criminal charges. It's just, this is tough. So they were both avid TV movie watchers. They knew the Ramseys would be out at the Whites that night. There were several rumors online that certain members of their family were involved in sexually abusing children. I do not know if there is any truth to those rumors. Linda offered up the explanation that the Barbie gown must have been stuck to the white blanket when taken from the dryer. Linda was the first to volunteer information about Jonbenet's serious bedwetting problem. This is from Thomas again. Despite being overcome with grief, she furnished the startling information that the little girl had a problem wetting her bed. That was of great interest to the police. So what is he alleging there? That she was too upset to give a handwriting sample, but she wasn't too upset to talk about the little girl wetting her bed. I mean, is that the first thing someone would bring up when a child is missing and or found murdered? Is the first thing they would tell police is that the kid has a problem wetting the bed? That that's a relatively common problem for extremely young children. I mean, I don't know about every single night, but regardless, to offer up that information while being too upset to give a handwriting sample, I mean, I don't know. What does everybody make of that? Could be something there. Apparently, the police thought that was a little strange. So she changed her story about Patsy being warm and kind to Patsy being evil and having a split personality. So this is Thomas's account here again. Hoffman Pugh had fallen apart with emotion at her home on Valley Drive in Fort Lupton when two detectives told her that Jonbenet was dead. This was what she had dreaded and warned the family about. The gorgeous child was allowed to roller skate and ride her bike all alone. And the nightmare had come true. My poor Patsy, she sobbed. I love Patsy like my daughter. Is that a little strange as well? I mean, she's sobbing about Patsy? When Jonbenet is dead, the detectives told her Jonbenet is dead, and she starts sobbing about Patsy? Does anybody find that strange? Also, if they really did let her roller skate and ride her bike all alone throughout the neighborhood all the time, I mean, I would actually say that's relatively reasonable for a housekeeper to be mentioning it to the parents or grandparents. Aren't you worried about her getting kidnapped? If they're letting her do all of that, I mean, if that can be verified, if that's true, then this is a concerned housekeeper, and it's not suspicious that she'd be asking about them being afraid if she was kidnapped. Yeah, I mean, a lot of variables here, a lot of variables. She lied about Patsy often drawing on Jonbenet's hand. I mean, how did they know she lied? I mean, yeah, I guess there'd be other people who could have theoretically witnessed that if that were true. Neither had alibis besides being home with one another. Mervyn slept on the couch, Linda in her bedroom. Linda was so distraught that she sold several hurtful and detrimental stories to the tabloids following Jonbenet's murder. She also started demanding pay for any interviews given, was vacationing in Florida and riding around in limos in the months following Jonbenet's murder. Again, if this is someone of very low means, I mean, they might jump at any type of money. Again, like, you know, when you don't have food to eat and tabloids offer you money and you have a ton of kids, I mean, I don't think that specifically points to her guilt in any way. Supposedly, Linda's handwriting was similar from Thomas again. The handwriting in the ransom note, the mother said, also looked a little like the housekeeper's. The Reverend Raul Haverstock told police about a phone call made that morning to Patsy's parents, Nedra and Don Powell in Atlanta. Mrs. Powell, he said, mentioned that Linda Hoffman Pugh had commented about how beautiful Jonbenet was and expressed the fear that someone might kidnap her. Linda said the following in Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. Just go away and leave me alone, Jonbenet said. When I tried to help her with her boots, sometimes she acted like a spoiled brat. Patsy spent a lot of time alone in the house while John was away on business. She never kept a baseball bat under the bed or base. Why mention the baseball bat, too? That's weird. Like, specifically a baseball bat as opposed to any kind of weapon. Never even set the alarm. She didn't like it because it was off accidentally, and it drove the police crazy. I was supposed to come back the next day, December 24th, and clean up. I called Patsy and said I couldn't. I told her I had a fight with my sister and needed some money to pay the rent. Here's the other thing, though. If you need money to pay your rent, why are you calling out of work? Like, if you got in a fight with your sister and your sister is your landlord, wouldn't you want to go to work and avoid that situation? I mean, I guess her sister doesn't live there maybe, but whether she does or she doesn't, if she needs money that much, why not go to work and get the money? Is there something else going on, some other criminal element that involves some kind of loan that made these people even more desperate? Was Mervyn involved in some other criminal enterprises and he owed some really bad people money? And this level of desperation is what drove the Pughs to possibly come up with this kind of scheme. I asked Patsy for a $2,000 loan. I told her I'd pay it back $50 each week. She didn't hesitate. Sure, she said she'd leave it in the kitchen counter for me my next regular visit, December 27th. Again, I don't know. I believe Patsy disputes this. Merv said the following from Thomas again. Mervyn Pugh, the husband, was visibly intoxicated when he was interviewed, and the detectives knew he had a few brushes with the law back in Michigan. So again, out of 50 states and nearly 200 countries, Merv's connection it's not any of these other states other than Michigan and Georgia. It happens to be one of these two other states where the Ramseys are based. So there's 3 states out of 50. I mean, statistically here, it's just kind of weird. Is she missing or dead, he asked. How did she die? Was it natural strangulation or what? The questions were awfully close to the truth, close enough to raise police suspicion. Okay, so moving on here, one potential scenario. The Pughs formed a plan to take Jonbenet for money. They brought someone else on, either a relative or acquaintance, to split the cash. The person that agreed to carry this plan out was a deeply disturbed individual, more so than the Pughs had thought. Once Jonbenet was in the basement, this person sexually assaulted her. She screamed. He hit her, strangled her to death. The kidnapping hadn't gone as planned, and the offender panicked. He left before retrieving the note he had placed on the staircase prior to taking Jonbenet to the basement. So is it possible Linda and Merv probably might have not even been at the house? They brought in one or more accomplices, gave them the key, gave them the plan and the ransom note written by possibly Linda using various handwriting samples she would have had of Patsy's. And then this person just did not do this job properly. And crazy, insane individual. Maybe there was two of them. Maybe they brought one individual in on it, and this particular criminal brought another individual that they didn't know, and this was some kind of psychotic sexual deviant. And perhaps even the individual that the Pughs brought in didn't even know that this next degree of separation individual, because he was too afraid to do the job alone, he might have not even known that about this individual. I mean, in these criminal circles, the levels of psychosis and deviancy can range quite substantially. Other people are speculating that the police ruled her out based on her reaction of shock that Jonbenet was found dead. Is that because the other individuals, like if they were supposed to get, maybe they were supposed to get Jonbenet Ramsey out of the house, but they couldn't. Like, let's say Linda gave them the full layout of the house, and she even mentioned that back room, nobody goes in there, like you can hide in there until the time is right, then you can creep upstairs and get Jonbenet. Or whatever the case may be. And then if Burke was walking around or whatever, they got spooked and they couldn't get out the way they wanted to. Like, what would they do? What would criminal deviants do when spooked? Especially if one of them might be a psychotic and is actually assaulting Jonbenet instead of just keeping her quiet. So if she really believed this would just be a standard kidnapping, Jonbenet would not be harmed, then of course she would have a massive reaction of shock even if she was involved in a kidnapping plot. So I don't see how they could rule her out based on that. But again, we're talking some possibly under-equipped police officers here to handle this kind of case. So who's ready to go to Mindshock land? So for those that don't know, Dorothy Allison was asked to help on the Jonbenet Ramsey case. And she came up with a suspect sketch of the man who harmed Jonbenet Ramsey. He happens to look eerily like Mervyn Pugh. Now, did Merv always have a mustache? Because the suspect sketch, there's no mustache. And you could argue he has a similarity to John Mark Carr as well. He looks similar to Merv, probably slightly more similar to Merv in certain instances, but yeah, especially the cheeks. And even the hairline slightly. If you look at the hairline, I mean, it is quite eerie. Now, you would think, I mean, did Dorothy Allison made the sketch in 98, did she have access? Were there publicly available photos of Merv at the time of the Dorothy Allison sketch? So let's go over the history of the sketch. So supposedly the sketch was created on the Lisa Gibbons show, April 27th, 1998, tracking Jonbenet's killer. If you haven't checked out our podcast on psychics that solve cases, there have been a ton of cases solved by psychics. That doesn't mean they use psychic powers, but there are a lot of people who say psychics have never solved any cases. I mean, there's a laundry list of cases. We have a whole series on Mindshock about it, so you can check that out. But anyway, the Colorado Springs Gazette here, August 6, 1995. Tracking Heather's killer. In 1992, Dorothy Allison, a noted New Jersey psychic who has worked with police across the country, called the Friends of Heather Dawn Church Foundation. I can tell you the killer's name right now. Allison remembered saying his name is Brown, but not like the color brown, not spelled that way. No one is quite sure how the tip was pursued. The name was probably compared with those of everyone connected with the case, Smith said. Then it was forgotten. No one got religion, but in November, El Paso County Sheriff got a new sheriff, John Anderson, a former Colorado Springs police sergeant. Anderson soon hired an old partner, Lou Smith, as head of investigations. Smith, who had a knack for solving old homicide cases, made Heather a top priority again. Shortly after starting work last January, Smith reviewed Heather's file, a process he calls messing with a case. He asked his investigators to come up with something new, something that hadn't been tried. Tom Carney, a crime lab technician, immediately thought of the prints. We knew those fingerprints had to be from the suspect, he said. A better approach, he figured, would be an exhaustive mailing of quality photos of the prints to every police agency with an automated fingerprint identification system. Like the FBI system, AFIS compares fingerprint images electronically. AFIS computers aren't interconnected, but each one may contain prints that aren't in the hands of the FBI. Yeah, things were a lot different back in 1995. So Carney made 100 sets of photos of the 3 fingerprints and began sending them to 92 agencies with AFIS. Carney remembered thinking, if this doesn't work, that's it. On March 24th, someone from the Louisiana prison system called to report a match between the prints from the church home and prints in the database. The prints belonged to Robert Charles Brown with an E. He had spent time in Louisiana prisons for various crimes, including auto theft in the early and mid-1980s. He moved to Colorado in 1987, and after living at several addresses, settled into a home just down the road from the church residence. Considering all the publicity, detectives figured that he are from psychics. Some detectives scoff at psychics. Others are skeptical, but willing to listen. I'm not going to disregard them, said Captain Lou Smith, now head of investigations for the sheriff's office. Sometimes psychics come up with things you can't explain, and sometimes they come up with things almost too hard to believe. So this is kind of weird. So how did she know that a guy named, not only Brown, not only vague, like color, dark colored name, or a name that's a color, not only the color brown, but specifically not spelled like the color, because the prints belong to a guy with an extra E on Brown. I mean, how do the coincidence theorists and the so-called skeptics explain that? It's kind of weird. All right, so let's go over with the connection on to the Jonbenet Ramsey case. April 27th, 1998. Dorothy Allison described Jonbenet's killer on the Lisa Gibbons show. He's probably 5'7" to 5'9". He's got thin brown hair that he wears over to the side, perhaps a little bit balding underneath. He has a very wide cranium on top and a real small chin. Very thin lips and a pointed nose, very light eyes, kind of Germanic descent, and a very slender build throughout the body, a little bit wide through the hips, high-pitched voice, and soft-spoken. So here's a recap of all the info provided by Dorothy Allison, April 27th, 98. 1. Jonbenet was already dead by 11:25 p.m. on December 25th. 1996. Dorothy said the killer was hiding in a closet. Dorothy said Jonbenet's little shiny yellow raincoat was also in that closet. There could be a thumbprint on the shiny yellow raincoat. She said the killer always played hide and seek with Jonbenet by hiding in the closet. She said Jonbenet woke up to go to the bathroom. The killer grabbed her in the bathroom. She said the killer dragged Jonbenet to a washroom where there were dirty clothes. She died from strangulation. That was the main cause of death. Jonbenet trusted him. She felt that it was okay to be friendly with this man. She said the killer was a worker in the house, like a janitor. He killed Jonbenet because she recognized him. He didn't plan to kill her, but things got out of control. After he killed Jonbenet, he then dragged her down some stairs. Dorothy stated, I believe this is how the man always came through the house, through the back door. She said, I get the name Irving or Irvin. I think he's the one who murdered this child. Mervyn is quite close to Irvin, is it not? There's a connection to killer with Germany. Whether he's of German descent, I don't know. Okay. Dorothy said, and something with Georgia. I keep getting Georgia. Huh. I see the numbers 289 or it could be 928. Could be reversed either way. And there's some connection to a Martin. That name comes very strong in my mind. Interesting. The killer fixed a leak in the bathroom about a few weeks before she was murdered. That's very specific information. Now, I don't know if he actually was confirmed to have fixed a leak or just worked on the tiles in the bathroom. She gave info to Boulder DA's office to the same man who worked the Heather Dawn Church case, which, again, Dorothy Allison did get the name correct in that one. She felt Jonbenet's presence strongest near the window grate. Huh. Interesting. Huh. She also stated that the little girl's parents were absolutely not involved, and that the real killer was a former handyman. She perceived connections to Germany and Georgia, numbers 289 or 982, and the names Martin and Irving. And she worked with a police artist to produce this sketch. They also mentioned, there's Dorothy Allison solved quite a bit of cases. TV's Crackdown on Crime 1997. Supposedly, Nutley police asked her to find a missing 5-year-old boy. She did. He had drowned in a pipe during a storm. Huh. Weird. So she's fixated on the handyman. So Merv also wasn't the only handyman that worked in the house. Well, let's touch upon Bob Wallace now. So Wallace and his friend were the ones that put the Christmas trees into the wine cellar that the Pugh family ended up taking out of the wine cellar later. So Wallace put hooks up outside the cellar room to hang wreaths. Wallace and or his friend made the elaborate gingerbread house for the Historical Society tour in 1994 and did the Christmas decorating. So John Ramsey says that Wallace helped Patsy with Christmas stuff. Wallace's friend Gilberto Rubio was a pastry chef, and he made the 1994 gingerbread house. So apparently Nedra also suspected this guy. Also, John Ramsey states here that he thinks that Bob Wallace was gay. He worked 93 to 94, so not immediately recently. He also cleaned windows. In his interview, John Ramsey didn't recall if Wallace was a handyman in 1996. Very interesting. I mean, there's really not a lot of information on Wallace here. So, yeah, I can't really find more information on Bob Wallace, but there is a obituary for Bob Wallace in the Cheyenne Mountain area resident who died 2021 at 69 years old. And there's an older photo of him. It says he was an elite runner and marathoner. So supposedly, I mean, Bob Wallace is also, that's a relatively common name. So this might not be that guy. Unless this handyman also was a runner and marathoner in his spare time. If he was 69, or retired from that. So if he was 69 in 2021, actually it looks like it was 2020. So he would have been in his 40s during the time of the Jonbenet Ramsey, while he worked there. I mean, years, maybe somewhere around 40 years old. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like the sketch. If this is even the guy, I'm not alleging it is. So, yeah, I mean, really not a lot of information on these guys. Wallace and his friend. I mean, I don't think a gardener would be confused with a handyman, but might as well touch upon Brian Scott here, the Ramsey landscaper and gardener. So he began working for the Ramseys in June 1995. The last time he was at the house was December 10th, 1996. And he did fix a sprinkler clock in the basement. He was one of Nedra Powell's suspects. His girlfriend, Ann Preston, was investigated by Jane Harmer. Interesting. Brian Scott didn't know he was a suspect until Linda Arndt asked for handwriting, blood, saliva, and hair. He said he was only He had only been in the basement to fix the sprinkler clock. He didn't know there was a wine cellar, much less where it was. He did recall a broken window at the front of the house, but it was for the electrical cord for the Christmas lights. He said he didn't remember a broken window by the grate. So there were 2 broken windows? What? How many broken windows are there? His alibi is that he went to his girlfriend Ann Preston at 10:30 p.m. until midnight, then went home alone. So Scott, a graduate of the University of Colorado, we're not even going to mention the monumental stack of coincidences circulating the University of Colorado. But yeah, there's just, yeah, there are a lot of coincidences in this case. Apparently he was also cleared. Interesting. But yeah, he doesn't quite look like the sketch either. I mean, yeah, not really. I mean, yeah, not really. Here's an interesting post, The Constant Gardener's Tale, from the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit. I've been reading Perfect Murder, Perfect Town for the first time. I don't believe that I'm stepping on the book club's territory because the first chapter and intro have already been discussed. As an introduction to the case, the author, Lawrence Schiller, chooses to use the gardener's, Brian Scott's, memories of Jonbenet. Does anyone else find the gardener landscape person's recollection of Jonbenet a bit off, or is it just me? Scott's memories seem to go beyond the scope of what one would think a person hired to do yard work would be doing and thinking, which is landscaping, not interacting with a 6-year-old child of the house. But before long, I made a game out of it. It was fun for both of us, he recounts, piling up some leaves. She would attach an exercise device to her ankle, and then as it rotated several inches off the ground parallel to it, she would hop the other leg over the cord as it swung by. She'd keep this up for long periods of time on the back patio, and she was very good at it. It was kind of a cool thing, demanded good reflexes and coordination. I even thought of getting one for myself. And how and why does he know Jonbenet was involved in beauty pageants, and why is he commenting on the state of a little girl's legs? I don't know what to make of that. I've heard she was Little Miss Colorado and asked her if she was excited about winning the title. I really don't care about it, she said. It didn't seem to be a very big deal to her, or if it was, she certainly didn't let on. I figured her legwork was for the pageants. I could see the muscles becoming defined in her calves. I've made a similar assumption when I saw her practicing the violin. I knew the competitions took a lot of preparation, but I never once saw her in makeup or costumes, never spotted her wearing anything but jumpers or jeans or shorts and t-shirts. Scott both praises her and puts her down. She was being kind of bratty. She had a bit of smart aleck in her. Why, when he hears the child had died in horrible circumstances, does he drive by the Ramseys' house the very day of December 26th? He finds the house surrounded by cop cars and drives on by, but what was the imperative to go over there at a time like that? To gawk? To approach the Ramseys? Or to revisit the scene of the crime? The gardener was investigated, but he doesn't have a real alibi. Christmas night, he was at his girlfriend's place until about 12:30 p.m., I think it's supposed to be 12:30 a.m., and went home. On Christmas night, a boyfriend leaves his girlfriend in the middle of the night to go home. Huh. See, is that corroborated that he drove by the scene on the 26th? I mean, ooh, that does not look good. Because it's not like he works there every day. I mean, I don't know. So he provided DNA, hair, blood, and handwriting samples. And he was investigated by several different investigators. Huh. And again, regarding the DNA technology, nobody has been cleared with the latest generation DNA technology. And that's if the sample isn't even degraded enough to be used. I mean, it might already be too degraded to be accurate, but maybe it is, maybe it's not. Most of the posters allege that if there was anything truly suspicious about the guy other than driving by, like, people would have dug it up, like with all these other things. An interesting post here by Gracie. He was explaining away any possible traces of himself in the basement. The whole section about this guy left me feeling investigators need to look closer at him. I have to keep in mind the writer is the one starting out with all this rose and thorn symbolism, plus the cycle of life whirlwind in the leaves he left her to play in. How much of this did he write himself? Does anyone else catch these vibes? He speaks of her like an adult. He says so. Her developed legs, her being older than her age, 6 cycles of the sun to his 27. Underemployed for the amount of education, all kinds of thoughts swirling like his leaf pile, reeks of creepy. There seem to be a lot of people that are kind of off surrounding JonBenet Ramsey, like the McReynolds, etc. I mean, a few more interesting descriptions here from an article on romper.com by Kenza Moeller, September 18th, 2016. What is Brian Scott doing now? The Ramsey family gardener is speaking up. Let's rewind to the JonBenet case and Scott's initial involvement in the investigation. He was initially interviewed by author Lawrence Schiller in 1999 for the book Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. Scott described JonBenet's boundless curiosity and her seemingly disinterested attitude in the pageants she routinely took part in. I remember how intelligent JonBenet was, Scott said, explaining to Schiller that he'd been a gardener at the Ramseys' home during the last 2 years of JonBenet's life. That's why I never talked to her as if she were just a little kid. Scott relayed a story in which he and JonBenet played with raked leaves. That was probably the last time I spoke to JonBenet, Scott told Schiller. 6 weeks later, I took the morning paper from my front steps and saw it. I don't even remember now what the headline said. One of the 2 things that stood out in Scott's words to Schiller was his description of Burke Ramsey, JonBenet's older brother, who has often been painted as a possible suspect by the public. He almost never said a word to me, Scott told Schiller. Just played by himself in the backyard, completely occupied with his own projects. He always seemed to play alone. Although Scott never came out and pointed a finger at Burke, his comments seemed to paint him in a less than favorable light. Scott also brought up Jonbenet Ramsey, JonBenet's father, when speaking to Schiller, relaying a story in which JonBenet cried over her father's absence. According to Scott, JonBenet said John would disappear for long periods of time, and that she didn't know where he went, and that she missed him. Scott told Schiller, I didn't know what to say, didn't know enough about the situation, didn't want to intrude or play counselor, it wasn't my place. I changed the subject and started to rake up the leaves. I mean, I don't know. There's really not a lot there. I mean, I would say the only weird thing is if he really drove by the house, but is that just curiosity? I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's really not a lot of info on this guy. In a 2016 interview, he stated that JonBenet would come out, would be playing relatively close to where I would be, Brian Scott said. She seemed like a normal kid who liked to play and misses her father. I remember that. So, yeah, I mean, make of that what you will. But let's go back to this sketch. Some people believe that this implicates Mervyn, especially with the similarity to Irvin. Irvin. I mean, the sketch does look like him, unless Dorothy Allison already had a photo of him. Because if she's close to Lou Smith, he would have files and photos, etc. Or they might have even been in the tabloids by that point. So she would have had a photo of him. She could have just made the sketch from him, knowing that he was a handyman in the house, if she had that information. Another poster here regarding Linda. Once again, she's a big suspect. Some have said Ransom Note has feminine tone as well. She would be more likely to know about the $118,000 bonus amount. When people are desperate for money, they dream up all sorts of ideas how to get it. What goes against her is the sexual nature of the death. If something went wrong with a kidnapping, I would lean more towards the perps just doing a quick murder. Also, apparently they never had Linda Hoffman Pugh write the note in her non-dominant hand. Another weird tidbit here from Benny Baku. I always thought it was odd Linda was reluctant to speak with Patsy at JonBenet's memorial service in Boulder. Patsy's sisters encouraged her to. By Linda's account, she asked Patsy if she was sure they had left a door unlocked. What a thing to ask a parent after such a horrific event. Another post here by Jen. I guess I've always just assumed if this theory is correct, Linda took the pad of paper that was used with Patsy's writing already in it somewhere, took it home and wrote the note complete with the practice note, then sent it back with the actual kidnapper and told him where to place it. I mean, she seemed to have no problem taking these pads of paper from the house as it was. Then Linda thought she was getting a huge payday, and the kidnapper believed he could have his fun and assault JonBenet in the basement before he delivered her to Linda. But that went wrong when she cried out and he hit her over the head with the flashlight that he had been using. He flees the scene and the Ramseys wake up to the aftermath. They never had Linda write the note in her non-dominant hand to have that to compare it to. Well, regardless, apparently they were not able to rule her out based on the handwriting. Something else that doesn't get talked about is the floor safe in the Ramsey home and what potential intruders might want to do with that safe, regardless of whether or not Linda knew that that safe wasn't used. Not to mention, Linda could try to be the ringleader, but depending on what kind of criminal element she brings into this, they might not listen to her. Again, we're dealing with criminals, especially if these are low IQ criminals. Here's a post by Sarah 5 years ago in the Jonbenet subreddit. Does anyone else here think that Linda Hoffman-Pugh could have been involved? She went over all the stuff we already went over before. And then also this. Also, something else that is often overlooked. Linda Pugh and her husband had been in that basement room before. I believe they were there to retrieve Christmas decorations. Both Linda and the Ramseys acknowledged that she had worked in the specific area of that basement. The crazier part is that there was actually a safe in that room that never gets talked about. If someone were going to kidnap a rich person's daughter for ransom money and knew about the safe, they definitely would go in that room and attempt to steal whatever was in that safe. Which would explain why they didn't immediately leave when they kidnapped Jonbenet, and could also explain the suitcase by the window. John Ramsey has acknowledged that the safe was never used, but an intruder seeing a safe in a wealthy person's home would assume it was packed with valuable items. I'm just amazed that no one ever talks about the safe because it is a very significant piece of information for the intruder did it theories. Interesting follow-up post here by Stu. Your post is well thought out, mirrors some of the same suspicions that I originally had about Linda and her possible involvement. Linda was always the number one intruder-did it suspect in my mind. Besides the family, she is at the top of the list in terms of access and motive. I think it's quite possible that some sort of ransom scheme was developed between Linda and her daughter and or son-in-law. If it was Linda, I do believe she had at least one accomplice. I don't understand why she was eliminated so early on in the investigation. It's not really a big deal to me that she cooperated with the police early on. Many did, except the Ramseys. Oftentimes, the culprit of a crime turns out to be someone that the police have already interviewed. Why her family wasn't put under the microscope really makes me scratch my head, considering many of them were in the wine cellar room recently. They sure investigated the expletive out of Fleet and McReynolds, who were far less suspicious in my mind. The ransom note initially appears to me either to be Patsy framing Linda or Linda framing Patsy. The note was either written by an intelligent person under extreme duress, like Patsy, or an unintelligent person trying their best attempt at sounding educated, like Linda, who had more time to put it together. She had access to the home and the notepad. I think it's super suspicious that she asked for a huge loan and then didn't show up Christmas Eve for her scheduled cleaning time. If I was to ask my employer for that kind of cash, I would literally have to be dying to not show up for work before I got it. Did she lose her nerve? And going back to that point, I mean, that is strange. She doesn't show up for work and she asks for that huge amount of money? And this is Christmas time, too. This isn't just like a random weekend or a random day. This is Christmas time, and she's not coming to tidy up the home for Christmas? And she's asking for that kind of cash? Was there some kind of falling out with the Ramseys that just hasn't been publicized to a certain extent? Like before the crime, before the kidnapping, was there a falling out that might have precipitated this event? Did she lose her nerve? People often act erratic before and after they commit a crime. Police should have been asking way more questions, in my opinion. Perhaps the loan was concocted as an excuse if she got caught inside the house and had absolutely no other reason to be there. The random DNA could belong to someone Linda or her daughter knew. Having said that, there are several things that point to a Ramsey did it scenario, but this is already getting long-winded. I will only mention my main one, the pineapple. It always boils down to the pineapple for me. Can't deny it or explain it away. It's definitely there, and she ate it shortly before she died. That's actually disputed, as I went over. It could have been from the fruit cocktail. It wasn't specifically pineapple. It was fruit consistent with pineapple that may or may not have been part of a fruit cocktail at the party that Jonbenet was at previously. So this is all unknown. So there's a bowl there with Patsy and Burke's fingerprints on it. See, here's the thing though. What if Linda put out that bowl of pineapple that she knew that Burke, like, was there a backup plan? Or if this is a kidnapping gone wrong and then they panicked and they wanted to divert attention away from themselves, would she put out that cup with Burke's that she knew had Burke's fingerprints on it because it wasn't washed? I mean, she wasn't even there to clean up, and she said there was always dishes all over the place, nothing was ever washed anywhere. I mean, she would know all that information. But continuing on with this post, the other thing that bothers me regarding the Linda angle is the sexual assault. Garrett, if the plan was to kidnap for ransom, as soon as the plan went haywire, they would GTFO out of there as soon as possible, particularly if indeed she did let out a scream in the basement. Why would Linda or anyone stick around to tie a Garrett around her neck, poke her with a paintbrush, tie the paintbrush into the Garrett, strangle her, wipe her body down, redress her with huge brand new panties they seemingly already took out of her room for no reason, pose her, tuck her into the blanket, etc., etc.? Did they really believe that for sure no one would hear anything in that creaky, old-ass house? I don't know. Maybe they just didn't care if they got caught. Everything about this case is strange. You can poke holes in either side, but I definitely agree that if Intruder did it, Linda is definitely my number one suspect. Okay, I have another theory. This is the McGuire theory if an intruder did it. My previous McGuire theory is that an intruder did it, but Patsy and John Ramsey might have thought Burke did it. I'm going to build on that right now in typical Mindshock fashion. I hope everybody is sitting down. This might be one of those mind-shocking theories yet. So an intruder did it. Let's say it was Linda and or her accomplices. Then they get out of there. Is it possible Burke discovers her body? He wants to get a pineapple snack, whatever. Or not, if Linda or her accomplices just threw that out there. Either way, Burke meanders through the house. Maybe he even heard something going on, but by the time he gets to the basement, nobody is there. So, I mean, you would think if they would be willing to kill Jonbenet Ramsey, they would probably have killed Burke if he saw them. So let's say they're gone and Burke discovers her body. Is it possible he poked and prodded her in various ways because he wasn't sure if she was alive or dead, and then that's why he's on the phone call saying, "What did you find?" Because he was scared that he would get in trouble. He would think that he did that too. And again, in his own mind, is it possible he thought he could be responsible? I mean, again, without knowing his exact mental state, his exact mental development level. I mean, at that time, there weren't these advanced cognitive tests that there are now to truly determine how functioning he was mentally. Is it possible he thought that she could have been dead because he was mean to her, or he had hit her previously, like a day before or 2 days, maybe even at the party? In his non-developed child brain, is it possible he really thought that he was responsible for her death, even if he wasn't? And then the parents think that he is. And then they cover for him, and then maybe later they find out, oh, he really didn't do it, it was an intruder. Like, what are they going to do at that point? Or vice versa. If they thought it was an intruder, and then they truly start believing it was him, I mean, what are they going to do? Flip their story at that point? Because they're locked in with a lot of their lies and cover-up, even if they're all innocent. So, yeah, that's just a follow-up McGuire theory there, because what if Burke really did find her dead body, and he did poke and prod her in various ways, but he wasn't the one that killed her? So here's a follow-up. Here's how it went down in my mind. This is also by Sarah. Linda is working with 2 other males. I think when the letter says that Jonbenet was being watched by 2 men, that it was an accidental truth. The males were tasked with kidnapping Jonbenet, while Linda is tasked with writing the letter. If Linda was involved, she would not be able to be seen by Jonbenet because she would recognize her face or voice. Linda could potentially be seen out in the open because she had a reason to be at the Ramseys to pick up the check that the Ramseys left out for her. I don't believe the plan was to murder Jonbenet, but the note and the kidnapping were separate, so she wrote the note with the impression that Jonbenet would be kidnapped by the time the Ramseys read the letter. After the two male accomplices took Jonbenet, they went down to the basement, not for an easy escape, but to try to open the safe that was in the same room Jonbenet was found in. They wanted quick money. Maybe they were planning on just leaving her there alive if they could escape with whatever was in the safe, but they never opened the safe and for some reason ended up killing her. Probably because she was dying from the blow to the head and they panicked. Like, yeah, if these are inexperienced, dumb criminals that have never even dealt with children, but they've dealt with, let's say, unruly adults, if they bopped her on the head, like, they don't think it's a hard bop, but this is a very, very small child with a thin skull. I mean, if they're used to the physical violence with if they're grown men and they're used to physical violence with grown men, they might have just wanted to hit her gently, but they hit her way too hard. Another follow-up by Stu, that's a good theory. I never really thought about the safe or someone trying to get inside of it that night. I pretty much agree with this as the most plausible theory in an intruder did it scenario. Linda not showing up for work that day leaves a reasonable explanation as to why she would be in the house that night if she did get caught. She would be most likely person to leave the note for Patsy on the back stairs. I also think she probably formed some sort of an affection towards Patsy. And out of guilt or some sort of undoing in her mind, she switched the ransom note from Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey to just Mr. Ramsey. I don't know why I think this, I just intuitively think that the intruder knew Patsy more personally than John, therefore leaving her out of the note in an attempt to spare her. If an intruder really exists, which I don't necessarily believe in this case, this is where my mind goes. You know what? I mean, this is a pretty decent plan. If they're planning a kidnapping and to receive money while Jonbenet is still in the house, like, what if they originally just planned to tie her up and leave her in the room? Because that's a lot less risky, right? Like, you're not actually killing anybody. You just tie her up, you tape her mouth, you leave her in that room, and then all of the intruders just leave, and they're to pick up the money. Once the money's dropped off, they place a phone call. Oh, by the way, Jonbenet's in your basement. I mean, is it possible that this can all be explained, like all of John Ramsey's weird shadiness? Because if he thinks Burke did it, would he start staging briefcases and making it look like an intruder did it, even if he doesn't believe there's an intruder, even if there really was an intruder or multiple intruders? Does all the funny business add up in this scenario where it's Linda and her accomplices, possibly even including McReynolds? I mean, I don't know if I want to go down that rabbit hole for this podcast, but they're also Chris Wolf is a very shady character. I mean, I don't know how many people could have been involved here, but it's tough. It's really, really tough, but does it all make sense if there is some kind of... Because this is a really safe kidnapping. Because trying to leave a home with a child and transporting a child in a ransom and in a kidnapping operation for a ransom, that's hard. And then once you get the money, I mean, how are you going to get the kid back? It's also dangerous. If you lock the kid in a room that nobody knows about or few people know about, they wouldn't necessarily look. Or at least maybe if they do look, you don't get your money, whatever, at least you tried. It was a good try. Because in the off chance that they don't find her and they do deliver the money, then this is a lot less risk for the kidnappers, because then they could just place a call, anonymous call from a payphone. She's in the wine cellar room in the basement. Thanks for the cash. See, a kidnapper who actually cares about Jonbenet and the family, they might actually do something like this. See, some kind of foreign faction, I mean, obviously they usually do kill the kidnapped victims, so they wouldn't go through with something like this, but this actually kind of makes sense if the kidnappers actually care about Jonbenet and possibly even Patsy Ramsey, and they really do not wish to harm Jonbenet in any way or kill her, and they just want to take the least amount of risk possible. This is kind of like a low-risk kidnapping situation. And even if they got caught, like, what's the crime for, like, tying up a child in their own home, though? Like, you don't actually take them out of the home. I mean, obviously that's a crime. That is totally criminal. But that can't be the same charge as actually removing them from their family home, because you tied them up. That's totally a crime. It is totally a crime. But that's a lot different than actually, removing them from the property, not, the risk factor, all of that. So I actually think this theory is plausible. All right, so let's get even more into Mindshock land. So the previous housekeeper Jameson brought forth this information. It's unclear the exact timeline, but Lynn Wilcox was previously a housekeeper at the Ramsey house. She lost her job after nosing around in some personal papers. Detective Harmer interviewed her briefly. Here is the statement here. Over Thanksgiving break in 1994, the Ramseys went to Georgia. I was working for them as their housekeeper. When I came to work Monday morning, the house was flooded. A window in John's third-room bathroom had been left open by a painter. Then the window blew the shutter, which apparently hit the hot water control in the shower and turned it on. The water must have been running for 3 days. It destroyed the bathroom floor, ran down into John Ramsey's oldest son, closets, and out into his room and on the second floor and all the way down into some rooms on the ground floor. When John and Patsy showed up, they went straight upstairs. We were all standing in the bathroom. There was water everywhere. John was in his stocking feet. He always took his shoes off when he came into the house. He slammed the windows shut, then he realized his socks were wet. That made him furious. He was more mad about his socks being wet than about the house being ruined. You know, that's an interesting point there. What does everybody make of that? I looked into his eyes that almost changed color. He was so angry, really angry, I don't know how to explain it. It was like a light switch had come on behind his eyes. It was the last straw. He didn't freak out, didn't throw things, but you could see the rage. You could feel it. I mean, it was powerful. I wanted to get out of the room, but Patsy was standing between me and the door. I'm not saying he didn't have a right to be angry. I'm just saying I saw him angry. I saw the coldest eyes. He never said a word, but it was right there in his face. It was palpable. Patsy was freaking out. It was, what are we going to do? We're having the Christmas house tour. He was angry, but she was in a total panic. The floor had ruined Patsy's image of what a perfect house should look like. Interesting comment from Linda Wilcox, July 1998. Patsy didn't want a dog, and she didn't want Jonbenet to have a dog. This particular dog didn't get the potty training thing down very well. He tended to leave puddles. He was pretty much relegated to the wood floor at the bottom of the spiral staircase and out the side door off the patio. John told Patsy to get Jonbenet a dog. Patsy chose a Bichon. Jameson's comment regarding this, this was apparently from a news article or whatever. My comment, not sure how much of this is true. I would think both kids would have been teasing for a dog, and John would be less likely to tell Patsy to get a dog than Patsy would agree to get one, because she liked giving the kids what they asked. But a dog was adopted, and it became clear Burke had allergies. The dog was relocated to the Barnhill house. The allergies were verified by Burke's medical records. Apparently, Linda Wilcox also had a key to the house. So, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, page 435. Another item on the detective's list was locating the missing keys to the Ramsey house. Jay Pettipiece, a painter, told the police he couldn't find his key. Suzanne Savage, one of the Jonbenet's babysitters, found her key. She told Detective Harmer that she had never copied it or allowed anyone to have it, but remembered giving an extra one to Linda Wilcox. Man, everybody, even the painter, I mean, everybody has a key to this house. Wow. Also, apparently Lynn Wilcox also stated that she did know about the windowless wine cellar room and that all of the help knew about the room as well. So basically all of the housekeepers would have known about that room. Apparently Linda Wilcox was also the one who actually discovered the floor safe in the wine cellar room and showed it to Patsy Nedra and Suzanne Savage. So nobody even knew the safe was there until Linda Wilcox discovered it. No date here. So Wilcox worked for the Ramseys approximately 2.5 years, from March 93 to September 95. September 4th, 95. So she has only a month, approximate month of the start of her employ, but she knows the exact date she stopped. Another interesting piece here is Linda Wilcox said this. I don't remember if I told them about the large photograph John had of an aircraft carrier. On the bottom of the picture in fancy writings were the words Subic Bay Training Center. The script was faint because it was blended in with the water, so the words were hard to read. It used to hang behind his desk in the bedroom. Interesting information here. So her alibi, seemingly she has a pretty solid alibi. She was at her grandmother's funeral out of town. So if she was really at, some great distance from Boulder and plenty of people saw her at the funeral, that would place her away from the house at that particular night. Of course, that doesn't necessarily rule her out as giving possible information or being disgruntled. I can't find information here on her going through private papers of the Ramseys. Is it possible someone paid her off to get information on Access Graphics? This billion-dollar company. It's weird. Okay, so I actually found a little bit more information. This is from bestfreeforums.com from way back in the day, starting over Jonbenet. A new look at the Jonbenet Ramsey homicide forum from 2006. So, from an interview from the 1998 Lou Smith interview between John Ramsey and Lou Smith, they mention this guy, Jay Pettipiece. And this is the guy I mentioned earlier, the painter. So let's get into him. Lou Smith asks, who was the painter? John Ramsey says, Jay Pettipiece. The reason I remember this is when it was over with, he went into the house just to finish up some last little touches. We're going to be out of town. Patsy told him, please close the windows when you leave. And he left the windows open in my bedroom and bathroom. The wind blew hard, blew open the 4 shutters, which turned on the faucet and flooded the whole house. About 2 weeks before the home tour. So, very interesting. So now, here is a more in-depth piece from the Crime and Justice forums. This is an interview between Peter Boyles and Linda Wilcox. And there's more details here. Wilcox says, the flood, that was an interesting one. What had happened was that Jay, the house painter, I don't know his last name, but that particular bathroom was John's bathroom. They each had their own bathroom, John and Patsy, and neither used the other. It was too weird. And the way it was set up, like I said, it was a big whirlpool bathtub, and it had a handheld shower attachment that hooked to the side of the tub. The handles were the long, skinny handles. Behind those long, skinny handles were one of those louvered kind of window covers you close like a shutter. The house painter had been painting. It was over Thanksgiving break. It had been warm. He'd been painting and he left the window open. We got some of those big windstorms. The wind blew the shutter open just enough to hit the handle on the hot water faucet, and it started running through the shower head. But it didn't reach the bathtub. It went off the side onto the floor, and it ran for 3 days. Hot water. I come in the Monday after Thanksgiving, I get upstairs, and it was like a sauna. I heard water running and turned it off, and at the same time, I wasn't sure how much damage had been done. I cleaned it up the best I could, and then I started looking. It had gone all the way under the big armoire-type things and into Patsy's sitting room. It had gone through the ceiling and into John Andrews' bathroom downstairs, all the way to the first floor guest bathroom. It did approximately $20,000 worth of damage. I had just recently purchased a steam carpet cleaner, which I happened to have in my car. I figure I better get it cleaned up because they were due back in town, but because of the fog in Atlanta, they couldn't fly back that day. I went to call his office, and I looked through the top drawer of his desk to see if I could find a business card for Access Graphics. So, is this why she got fired? And I'm upstairs in his office since there's a phone in there looking for it. I couldn't get an outside line. I'd been there almost 2 years at this time, and I didn't know you had to dial 1 to get an outside line. I thought maybe one of the wires had gotten wet or something because I couldn't even get a dial tone. So I get in my car and I found a payphone. Do any of the young people know what that is, listening to Mindshock? And called his secretary, who I think her name was Lori. And Peter Boyle states here, Lori Wagner. Linda responds, okay, I called his secretary, I get a hold of her, and I explained the situation. I explained to her that I was having trouble with the phone. She said, well, just go ahead and answer it today, and I'll call you back. She called me back, and she told me to look around. I thought I could still hear water running, but it turns out it was the steam heat, because the window was open. It had come on, and I couldn't close the window. It was really jammed because the water had made it swell. I couldn't close the window, and it was 8 in the morning. Well, I spent the whole day there. Especially John Andrews' room, it was worse. It was flooded. I was using the steam cleaner to extract the water. At about 8 o'clock that night, I'd been there 12 hours. They got home. I go down to the stairs, and Patsy was like, well, what are you still doing here? And I told her about the situation. So they go upstairs with me. The first thing John did every time he walked into the house was take his shoes off. He never wore shoes in the house, ever. And I remember we walked up to the master bedroom and I showed him the bathroom and what had happened and said, "Oh, I can't close the window." Well, John gets in the bathtub, he yanked open the shutter and he slammed the window down. He's standing there in the bathtub with his stocking feet. I'd gotten most of the water, but it would like creep up between the tiles and he got his feet wet. He got really ticked. You could see it in his face. It was like his eyes changed color. He was so mad. But he has extreme self-control, and unless you're looking for it, you miss it. But I looked at him and I thought, this guy is ticked. Although he wasn't acting it and he didn't say it, he just very calmly said, "Man, I'm gonna fire Jay right now. He's gonna pay for this." Peter Boyles asks, "How was it Jay's fault?" Linda responds, "Well, because he left the window open. Jay forgot and left the window open, and when it blew in and turned the water on, that's what turned the water on." Peter asks, "Was Jay fired?" Linda responds, "Actually, he wasn't. And insurance covered the cost, and I guess John forgot about it. I think he actually did leave. Jay had some kind of accident at a different house, and he had left. See, they don't think about people except little things annoy them. At one point, it was later, it was almost summer by this time. It took him forever to paint the house. He was kinda slow. But it was summer and it was hot and he had all the screens off, and Burke couldn't open his window to get any air because there was no screen. And Burke's out front, which is a straight fall, and Nedra didn't want him up there with the window open. And Nedra was all upset at this. She goes, "Man, this kid can't even open his window," and when they were trying to get a hold of him. And they had some people working inside, hanging wallpaper and painting, and they were going to take over the inside, and Jay got mad. I'm not sure what happened with all that. Lawsuits were threatened back and forth. I'm not sure what happened after that point. So here we have yet another disgruntled employee in a long line of disgruntled employees. Now, that doesn't mean he's responsible for anything. It's just curious. It's just curious. And we're going to go over yet another disgruntled employee, Dennis Kelly. Kelly was a painter who painted the Ramsey basement in either 95 or 96. The Ramseys were sent a letter stating that this individual had a grudge towards the Ramseys. Okay, wow. And this basement painter was wearing an ankle monitor. So how many ex-cons worked in the Ramsey home? How many shady individuals and how many non-shady individuals, but ones with grudges? Disgruntled employees. So he was on restricted duty. So apparently a guy in Boulder who lived near Kelly is a fairly dysfunctional fellow. This is a John Ramsey Atlanta interview regarding the basement painter and the witness. He was wearing an ankle monitor when he was painting our basement, apparently. I don't know how this was known, but obviously he was supposed to be on restricted duty. Mr. Ramsey, are you speaking of Mr. Kelly as the person who painted your basement? Yes, Dennis Kelly. Right, yeah, I mentioned a wealthy friend I visited, and then Kelly said, "Yeah, I know some rich people." Who? The Ramseys. He seemed to have some sort of grudge against you, which he wouldn't explain. But this was March 2000. So, and also Mr. Gray stated that they never followed up with Dennis Kelly. So this guy that knows Kelly is basically telling the Ramseys that he's got some kind of grudge, apparently. Or was this just drunk ramblings of some ex-con who happened to paint the basement? I mean, I don't know. This is all very, very weird. Now, if you want to go even deeper into Mindshock land, there was actually also a sex offender who worked at the Ramsey home. And apparently he, quote, lost it a few days after the murder. This is posted by Jameson, October 23rd, 2003, Web Sleuths Forum, WEBBSLEUTHS.org. The BCTC suspect. There was a sex offender who worked for the Ramseys at some time. He lost it a few days after the murder. At some point, he was at the Boulder Community Treatment Center facility. The 3-story structure houses 64 residents. Both men and women are served at this location. Looking at a map, it is also clear that this facility is south of Pearl Street, and I wonder if anyone there ever called it South Boulder Treatment Center. SBTC. Huh. It seems this man was in and out of jail and rehab. His name was given to police in early 97 and they took saliva samples from him, but it is unclear if they actually did anything with those samples. The sad fact is that in many cases they take samples but don't check them. I'm wondering if anyone knows anything about the facility. Was it ever called the South Boulder Treatment Center? The man's name has never been made public and I don't believe he has ever been discussed, but I am throwing this out there to see what happens. Another post here. The Boulder police had his name, and so did the DA investigators. There was a man who was in the jail off and on. He had a history. I'm sure they checked him. I'm not accusing him at all, will not release his name. I am more interested in the fact that there was a treatment center south of Pearl Street, which I always took to be a main landmark in Boulder. The college was the other. And I wonder if he was interviewed. Maybe he lost it because he knew something, just a thought. Okay, so a guy in this treatment center just happens to go crazy a few days after the murder, and he happened to work at the Ramsey home. I mean, I don't know. What are we making of all these coincidences? Alright, so let's go over the Pew Crew theory. This was also on the Jonbenet Ramsey Encyclopedia. JonbenetRamsey.pbworks.com. This is a theory involving Linda Hoffman Pugh, her husband Mervyn Pugh, and either one or two accomplices. One very likely accomplice was Michael Helgoth. Other possible accomplices include Gary Howard Oliva, Michael Kennedy, John Gygax, and another individual that I don't believe has been named before. I'll just use his first name here, possible first name, Jeremy. The Pew Crew theory. The fact that this was the murder of a beautiful and innocent 6-year-old girl, and that it appeared she was sexually assaulted, deeply planted the seed that distracted us all from what would later become evidence, hard facts, and the truth regarding the Jonbenet Ramsey case. She was murdered in her own home, and then there is possible allegations of prior sexual abuse. The media informed us that most handwriting experts concluded that the now famous ransom note was most likely authored by a woman. Patsy must have done it. 20 years later, now Burke did it. Sadly and unjustly, the Ramseys were quickly convicted in the court of public opinion. As time passes, the suspect list still grows, and new theories continue to spring up. The case has become so complex that it seems it would never be solved. But you will now see it is not that complex at all, and actually pretty simple. For a moment, I humbly ask you to please set your feelings aside and mentally throw away any and all past judgments and opinions you've had about the case. Now remove the entire cast of characters, including Jonbenet. Now we begin. Look at the crime scene as a whole. A family of 4 whose daughter was abducted from her bedroom and a ransom note was left behind. Father was known to have money and was targeted for ransom. We now know she was murdered, but pretend that the mother just made the 911 call. Please remember that at this point, the case was still considered a kidnapping. The ransom note was their only confirmation of that fact. Primary motive, money. Plot. This was a kidnap for ransom that went horribly wrong. To start, the ransom note is in fact a ransom note. A child was kidnapped and it was left behind. Specific rules were supposed to be followed, but were not, and the girl was murdered, exactly how the ransom note warned them it would happen. The actions that took place between 5:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. sealed that little girl's fate. In an interview, I heard the father mention that the ransom note was a huge clue and not sure why they would have left it behind. Sadly, even then he didn't realize what was planned and what actually had happened that day and the true meaning of the ransom note. Very early in the investigation, the parents maintained that the daughter was killed in a botched kidnap for ransom. Biggest overlooked clue in the case is the floor safe. Did you even know there was a safe? And did you know that the safe was hidden on the floor of the basement in the wine cellar, which was the actual room that Jonbenet's body was found? The official crime scene. Yet since the murder of Jonbenet, very little has been said about it and not much information has ever been released about the floor safe. It's important to note that even though the Ramseys never used the safe, nobody else ever knew that. So I ask that you please do not underestimate the mysterious powers that a safe can hold in our minds. To some, a safe is nothing, and to others, it's everything. What we now know is that it was a combination lock floor safe, and it was never opened that night or that morning. John Ramsey and his friend Fleet White found the girl's body wrapped in a blanket less than 5 feet inside the door, lying next to a small gray safe embedded in the cement floor. Family representatives said the Ramseys found the safe when they bought the home, but never had the combination. After getting the search warrant, police investigators drilled the safe to open it, but did not reveal what contents, if any, they discovered. That's kind of curious. Like, if it was empty, why not? Would they not say? I guess if for a true perpetrator who was responsible, maybe they think there's some kind of connection there. I'm pretty sure that the kidnapping protocol shouldn't be just an unknown hidden location, but it can be somewhere in the woods, it can be in another city or right next door, or it can even be as close as the basement. Law enforcement should have done a better job at protecting the Ramseys by first reading the ransom note and finding out exactly what it entailed. And being that law enforcement are now clearly involved and the kidnapping did take place, why weren't the bloodhounds brought in right away? Even if it isn't protocol, isn't it common sense in a case where a child was taken from her own bedroom of her own home? Did the police even read the ransom note well enough? Ransom note. Forget who wrote it or who touched it or what professionals have said about it, and take it exactly how it is. A strange, already pre-planned out 3-page kidnapping ransom note. Now please allow me to introduce you to the Pugh crew, which is Linda Hoffman Pugh, the housekeeper, who we now know to be the mastermind of this entire operation, her husband Mervyn Pugh, and possibly 1 or 2 accomplices. One very likely accomplice was Michael Helgoth, now deceased. Possible accomplices: Gary Howard Oliva, Michael Kennedy, Chris Wolf, Jeremy, and John Stephen Gygax. Can any of these 6 be directly linked to the Pughs? Such an act of violence would only be in character for someone driven by hatred and greed, and that someone was Linda Hoffman Pugh. If you take the ransom note at face value and squeeze it down to 5 words, it would read, "Give money and follow the rules." They planned the expletive out of this kidnap for ransom. Money-hungry criminals often do that. Forensic TV shows were already around in 1996 to study and learn from. These suspects wore gloves, brought flashlights, duct tape, white nylon cord, taser, masks, walkie-talkies, a police scanner. No gun, too loud if they wanted their plan to work. They had plenty of time to snoop around and gain access to the Ramseys' personal information, and plenty of time for Linda to copy the pre-written ransom note onto Patsy's notepad. It is important to note that after analyzing the ransom note, it seems that it was for Friday, December 27th, and not for the morning of Thursday, December 26th. It was found on the 26th at 6 a.m., and the ransom call would be tomorrow at 8 to 10 a.m. Huh. Has anyone ever interpreted it that way? Be well rested, it said, but they just woke up. So even though law enforcement brought in a detective for the phone wiretaps, they were a day off. This doesn't change our theory, being that whether it was for Thursday or Friday, the final results would have yielded the same outcome, being the actions taken between 5:45 and 6 a.m. that morning. Just how the ransom note was written like a movie, so was their plan. While the Ramseys were at the White's house Christmas evening, they were having a white Christmas? Man, the names in this case, oh man. They broke into the Ramsey home the easiest way possible, with the keys, and were possibly hoping to open the safe. Maybe when it wasn't possible to open it, they came up with the ransom idea, or what we now feel they did, which was planned and plotted this for weeks. Kidnapped for ransom. Keep it small in the hopes that maybe John has that much in the floor safe and possibly ruse to get him to open it, or maybe they can get John to get it from the bank without raising any suspicions, being that $118,000 isn't questioned as much as $1 or $2 million would be. That's actually a good point as well. But here's the thing, though. Were they really hiding in that room if the safe is also in that room? Were they planning to kill John Ramsey when he got down there? And if that's where they were holding Jonbenet? I mean, that's kind of weird. Perhaps even the $2,000 that Linda wanted to borrow from Patsy might have been to pay her accomplices. Or, wow, that's an interesting thought, if they need upfront payment. Or maybe hoping they would have that much in the safe. She agreed to loan her the money and would have her check, and Patsy stated that Linda would let herself in to pick it up while they were gone for the holidays. Maybe even another excuse for Linda if the Ramseys woke up in the middle of the night that she was coming for the check. When the Pughs were working in the Ramsey home near Thanksgiving time, one of them, or somebody with them, went snooping around and found the floor safe. Or what we might think happened now was that one of the previous housekeepers, Linda Wilcox and Company, found the safe and possibly let the Pughs know about it. Of course, we now know that the safe wasn't even used by the Ramseys, but nobody else knew that. And the safe is in the house of a man whose business just made $1 billion in sales. Score. The plan. This was the first big crime, kidnap for ransom. Their biggest gamble of this entire plan was whether the Ramseys would call the police or not. 50-50 chance. That southern common sense of his should make him pay up for his daughters, kidnappers said. Listen carefully. We have your daughter. Get us the money or she's dead. We will contact you tomorrow between 8 and 10 a.m. As they were already lying in wait in the basement with Jonbenet, and just how they meticulously planned this kidnap for ransom, they probably planned an escape route as well as a backup escape route. I mean, why the extra day, though? That's kind of weird. $118,000 ransom was to be split 50-50, half to Helgoth and partner, the other half to Linda and Mervyn. Possibly an ignorant person might believe they could extort $118,000 from someone without getting caught, especially if they can convince that someone not to call the authorities. See, that's where the simpleton angle can work either way, because if they're that simpletons, they might have actually thought this could work. After hearing that the police were called, the kidnappers finished off Jonbenet with a flashlight or bat and escaped through the basement window to the getaway vehicle parked down the street with no ransom money. It's very important that you treat the upper two floors of the Ramsey house and the wine cellar in the basement as two completely different locations. Even though it's in the same house, it was large enough to make this scenario possible. It was a 6,800 square foot, 15-room house with 4 stories, including the basement. After everyone fell asleep, Linda quietly grabbed Jonbenet out of her bed and took her to the kitchen and fed her pineapple. When Linda realized nobody else in the house woke up, she took Jonbenet to the basement. Or they might have possibly staged a kidnapping in the kitchen as she fed her. Masked men grab her and they take her down to the basement. That's when Linda wiped down the flashlight she had, set it on the kitchen counter. See, that's an even better idea because now Linda can show her face, and if she lured Jonbenet down, these masked men could pretend to attack Linda as well. Therefore, if Jonbenet was never planned to be harmed, she would have the same story as Linda. That's when Linda wiped down the flashlight, she set it on the kitchen counter, neatly set the ransom note on the staircase, and left the house. She wouldn't be able to fit out of the basement window. The big heffa was the lookout, waiting in the getaway vehicle parked down the street with a walkie-talkie and a police scanner. Who else would be able to quietly and successfully grab Jonbenet out of her bedroom in the middle of the night, take her to the kitchen, and eventually to the basement without waking up anyone in the house? A perpetrator who is comfortable moving freely throughout the entire house. Note, most people who have had a housekeeper before will understand when I say that. A housekeeper is present even when the housekeeper isn't present. And probably why, when first asked by police on who could do this or who had access to the house, both of the Ramseys mentioned Linda Pugh first. Mervyn and another suspect hold her in the basement, messed with her, bringing her in and out of consciousness, torturing her and sexually assaulting her with a foreign object. The stun gun marks were presumably put on her after she screamed, and they showed her that when she screams, she will feel this. They now had to sit out for a few hours until one of the Ramseys woke up and found the ransom note. In this theory, when looking at the facts, time of death is not definitive, but more of a possible window of time. So if she was killed earlier than my guess of approximately 5:52 a.m. as her time of death, it still wouldn't change our theory, being that if killed on accident earlier than that, it doesn't take away the fact that why they were there, for the ransom money. Cops were called, and they were gone. Although handwriting experts have stated that the author of the ransom note was clearly educated, they might have not taken into consideration that it might possibly have been pre-written days before or even weeks, and we also feel it was put together by more than one person, hence sounding educated. These kidnappers were not very smart, but they were smart enough to make us all think that they were smart, and smart enough to get away with it for over 20 years. And the content on the ransom note was definitely not written off the cuff. These suspects were dreamers and bent on getting cold hard cash and were meticulous in their planning. If the motive was money, why not steal jewelry and other valuables from the house while the Ramseys were gone? Because if things were missing or looked disturbed or out of place, the Ramseys might have noticed and maybe called the police or never went to sleep, which would have thrown a monkey wrench into the entire kidnap for ransom plan. Here's where I feel most people get thrown for a loop. The ransom note was actually a ransom note and not a diversion. However, a lot of the actual content in the ransom note was used as a diversion, trying to point more suspicion towards the Ramseys and away from themselves. But it was nevertheless a ransom note. The sexual assault might have been staged. It helped Linda raise more suspicion on the Ramseys later on, when in fact the Ramseys never physically or sexually abused their children, they never even spanked their children, and there were never reports of any previous abuse. The death and possible rape of a little 6-year-old girl pageant queen on its own made this a big case, but it sadly took away from what really happened. It planted a type of sexual motive in our heads that left us sad and disgusted of what might have possibly happened to this poor little girl, when in fact the motive was first and foremost cash money. Did one or more of the suspects have ulterior motives? Most likely. Did they act on it? Probably. But the primary motive for all of the suspects in this case was money. Let's just say the safe was empty and everybody knew it. It was still where the plot first came about. Pretend the safe wasn't involved at all. Ramseys were known for being wealthy and were prime candidates now targeted for ransom. Whoever did this wanted money, and they could have John come up with that amount of money without getting the police or the FBI involved. What people said about the drawing on Jonbenet's hand was that it resembled a heart, but when it turned, it looked like a smiley face. 2 eyes, one almost touching the smile. It doesn't change anything, being that children will often draw on their own hands. The drawing on the hand doesn't seem to be a major factor in the case. Another reason why the case was diverted was because the DNA and fingerprints for at least 2 of the murderers have been there the whole time, and justifiably so, being that they worked at the Ramsey home. And these kidnapped for ransom criminals wore gloves and left no seminal fluid behind and wiped the body clean. Yes, it was intruders. Intruders that were close to the family, with the keys, knew the layout of the entire house, as well as the Ramsey schedule. Yes, the ransom note author sounded educated, but let me point out a few things. Number 1, listen carefully. How can you listen? Do you mean read carefully? 2, we are a group of individuals. Every group is a group of individuals. 3, copying the ransom note when the misspellings occurred, nervousness. 4, 2 or 3 people contributed to ideas to what eventually went on the ransom note. 5, it was written at an unknown location days or weeks before Christmas. The following is from the movie Ransom starring Mel Gibson. Opening date November 8th, 1996. I want $2 million in 50s and 100s, no consecutive serial numbers, no new bills, no marked bills. Money will fit in 2 Samsonite hardshell suitcases, model 260. Do not involve the police or the FBI. If you do, I will kill him. Do not inform the media or I will kill him. You have 48 hours to get the money. I will contact you. If you so much as remove your wristwatch, your son dies. We'll be watching you, Tom. Sound a little familiar, don't you think? I can bet money the Pew Crew went and saw the movie in their local movie theater between November 8th and December 25th. They were well known for being movie buffs. I will paint the next example as 2 movies. It's the only way I know how to explain it. Bear with me. Number 1, Ransom, Hollywood version, starring Mel Gibson. Child abducted by a group of individuals. Ransom amount, $2 million. Amount of time to get money, 48 hours. Money will be put in 2 Samsonite hardshell suitcases. 2, Ransom, ghetto YouTube version, starring the Pew Crew. Child abducted by a group of individuals. Ransom amount, $118,000. Amount of time to get money, 4 hours. Money was planned to go in a Samsonite hardshell suitcase. This also explains why the blue suitcase was there. The plan was if they got their $118,000 ransom money, it would fit there perfectly, just like it did in the movie Ransom. A lot of material found on the note came from various action thriller movies besides Ransom, including Speed, The Deer Hunter, The Fugitive, Die Hard, in which the term foreign faction was taken from. Death of an Innocent by Linda Hoffman Pugh. I realize this book was never published, but it pretty much a confession to murder using misdirection to place the guilt elsewhere. The smartest thing that Linda ever did was how she set up the Ramseys to take the fall, sold it to the world, and everybody bought it, and she did it just to cover her and her husband's ass. Linda is a cold and calculating evil woman whose motives were money, jealousy, envy, and hatred. Linda plotted this kidnap for ransom so well that she even took the small notes that Patsy wrote her home and later used them as a guide for the ransom note, and specifically how to aim anything and everything away from the Pew Crew and throw it heavily on the Ramseys, even in front of a grand jury. She specifically stayed on pattern of imitating certain individual letters and characteristics that Patsy used and made them a part of the ransom note. She plotted and planned this to the T. Only part of the plan that failed was getting the $118,000 ransom money. These kidnappers really thought they could pull this off, and more planning went into this operation than most people might think. They were very unseasoned criminals and grandiose in their way of thinking. How they got away with it for this long blows my mind. The police department must make things right for all the mistakes and accusations and false accusations they've made for the past 20 years. Jonbenet and the entire Ramsey family at least deserve that. Open your eyes and realize that what you saw happen really did happen. The reason this case has been so hard to solve and for so long is because of the countless possible theories in this case. I believe this is the only one in which the primary motive was money and can be directly connected to explain the pineapple in her stomach, why she was murdered, and finally understand and decipher the contents of the strange and now famous ransom note. So as you begin your own investigation, once you dismiss the ransom note, it goes in every direction and nowhere at all. Random notes. When you Google Jonbenet crime scene, the very first picture is the wine cellar room with the floor safe showing. So the safe is a very big clue in the case. And Linda and Mervyn's daughter, Ariana Pugh, was 13 at the time of the murder. I bet she can answer a lot of our questions. She was in their inner circle, and what did she hear happened? If Mervyn Pugh's DNA has not been collected yet, it needs to be because he was one of the murderers. Through our investigation, we found out that Mervyn was cleared through familial DNA using Ariana Pugh. However, she is not their daughter, but is actually Linda's granddaughter from a previous marriage. What? Ariana and Mervyn are not blood related. The movie theater in Boulder that was showing Ransom might have video footage of the Pugh crew going in to watch the movie, and if not, I bet there were people that remembered seeing them there at the movies. And when people start getting arrested and pieces of the puzzle start fitting together so perfectly, the court of public opinion might even think that I probably had something to do with it. Victory SBTC, signed by the captain. What? And in my heart, I feel that if Linda dies, she will leave a confession behind. But right now, her heart is heavy, and I know she wants to finally tell the truth and accept responsibility for what she did. She will now know that everybody knows, and I always felt that the actual murderer of Jonbenet was by the hands of an ex-military and practiced using the garrote on animals before, and Helgoth was ex-military. He did not commit suicide, he was murdered because the kidnap for ransom plan failed, and that he might eventually talk. He was the weakest link. Helgoth had a hat which read SBTC, had a stun gun next to his dead body, as well as a pair of high-tech boots which matched the description of one of the shoe prints found on the crime scene. Question: was the gunshot residue ever found on either of Helgoth's hands after his death? If the contents of the safe weren't described in the police report, it speaks volumes about why they redacted it and blocked it out on the official affidavit for the search warrant after the death of Jonbenet at the Ramsey home. Being, if what was to be found on court documents, it must also be found at the scene and described in the warrants as to items found. They never said what, if anything, was found in the safe, hence the redaction of it in the affidavit for the search warrant. And on the list of items found in the search, there is also an item blacked out and redacted on the reports. So question, if the safe had nothing, why not just say nothing instead of so much covering up and hiding it from the public on actual unsealed legal court documents? We the people have the right to know. Rest in peace, Jonbenet Ramsey. Condolences and prayers go out to her and her family. Now clean the slate. Minus all the names of the cast and characters you've ever heard of in the case, this was a kidnapping. A child was taken from a bedroom. 911 call. My child was kidnapped and left a ransom note. Police show up. Ransom note said, get the money, follow the rules, or your daughter is dead. We will get called between 8 and 10 a.m., 8, 9 a.m., no call, deadline 10 a.m., still no call, no sign of the girl, time elapses, noonish, still nothing. The detective, who has never been in charge of a kidnap for ransom crime scene, justifiably so, decides to request the father to search the house. Father and friend search the house. In the basement, in the very back, there's an unused wine cellar. Father opens the door and girl was found dead. Father grabs her, takes her upstairs. I found her, my own baby girl, dead with her hands tied, duct tape over her mouth, and rope very tight around her neck. He sets her down. The detective now begins to clear the house until there is only police officers, detectives, and a dead little girl in the living room, choked to death. Who does that? Let's take a look at what happened. The father didn't follow the rules. There were 3 pages to read to make sure he read this ransom note carefully. Very carefully. It was addressed to the father. We are the people who took your daughter. Rules on the ransom note basically: don't call the cops, gather up the money, no funny business, or we kill her. We will call you between 8 and 10 a.m. Must I point out rule number 1, probably the most important rule in the rule of rule books. This one happens to read, don't call the cops. Rule number 1 broken. Cops show up presumably with their sirens blaring when they got there, and probably parked in the marked squad cars outside. Reminder, kidnappers stated that they would be watching. Now, where can the kidnappers be? In a hotel, in a remote area in the woods, in a garage next door? Nobody knows. All they know is she's not in her bedroom. But in a timeline with the ransom note, the paper that you will read because your daughter was abducted from her own bedroom, and to get her back alive, you better get the money and follow the rules or they will kill her. And it ended up being all too real. Now we have a dead girl who was kidnapped from her home, and her own father had to find her in his really big, nice house. Let's just say a lot of square footage. She was found dead in the basement. Who could have done this? I'm no genius, but my guess would probably be the kidnapper or kidnappers. Whoever wrote the damn note killed my daughter in the basement of my own damn house. Why? Because remember, when the note you read, the note that was left by somebody who abducted your daughter, did you do what you were supposed to do? What do you mean? Well, you and your wife woke up, she finds a few pages on some stairs, starts to read it, screams, runs to her room, she's not in there, looks in her brother's room, not in there, mother shows father ransom note, parents pace around in a panic thinking what the hell is going on here. The key to saving your daughter's life is to follow the rules and she won't end up dead. Not sure if the parents read the rules that the letter said to save their daughter's life well enough. Now that we understand that whoever this suspect is, or suspects, they took a girl out of her bedroom, left some rules and orders to get money, not $1 million, that's for the movies. A town of approximately 90K in this city is 96. In 1996. Ask for the 118,000, same as the check stub you found. Good idea. So while they're gone, are we going to kick in the front door? Nah, that's a really big house, and I already scoped it out, and there's windows in the basement with the safe and the jewels, all that gold. Yep, and that's her face, has the keys to get in because she's clean there. She cleans there. It's Christmas. How can they go to the bank and get our ransom money? Well, it's Christmas and it's Wednesday. I Googled it, so tomorrow is Thursday. Our bank's open on a Thursday. I reckon so. Okay, just checking. Friday, too. So after they all fall asleep, one of us takes her out of her room, takes her to the bottom of her own big house we've been studying since they've always been out of town, and she'll leave the ransom note where they can see it. Good idea. What if they don't see it? Well, time will go on and maybe Mama or Papa haven't seen her and they see her missing. No matter what, whether the girl was found missing from her homeroom by the parents or not, the ransom note was going to have to be found. If it was never found, let's just say mother's making breakfast, dad is reading the paper, 8, 9, 10 a.m., some kids sleep later. Eventually, either the brother or one of the parents would see that she's not in her room and look around. When would a parent even suspect their child is missing? And the mother notices she's missing, and what does she do? Scream? No, because she has no reason to think anything if she hasn't found the well-placed ransom note. You would start looking around, probably calling the girl's name, check her brother's room to see if she was in there. Nope. Runs into the husband. Have you seen what's her name? No. Why? She's not in her room or the living room, the kitchen, the brother's room. Maybe we should start calling her name. No answer. Yelling her name. No answer. End result in this scenario. If the entire house was searched, they probably would have eventually found her or them. If not, regardless, the cops would have been called. But it didn't happen that way. Why? Because luckily they found that good old handy-dandy ransom note we left behind. Did you put it in a good spot so that they'll find it? I hope so. Well, at the end of the story is that they did find the ransom note and we waited for the money. We are hoping he follows the rules that were put on the ransom note. Remind me the rules again. Well, rule number 1, don't call the police or the FBI. We got your daughter. What did you write for the money part? That's my favorite part. Well, what's her face? Who came up with the idea? 118,000. Why don't we ask for $1 million? He's rich. $1 million might raise suspicion, because where would he have $1 million? I bet he's got at least $1 million in gold in that safe you showed me earlier, and diamonds. Now let's be realistic. If he has at least 118,000 in the safe down there, he will come down and get it. And then we have him open it and kill them both. If he doesn't come down here, it means there ain't nothing in the safe, so maybe the father will go to the bank and withdraw the money and bring it back and we kill them all. You think they will listen carefully about the rules to get our money and for him to get his daughter back? Hope so. I mean, this plan actually doesn't seem that dumb when you really think about it. Evidence pointing to the pews. 1, the pews had black duct tape, white nylon cording, same notepad and pen. 2, they had recently been in the wine cellar. 3, they knew of the broken window. 4, they had a key to the house. 5, they had access to John's payroll stubs. 6, they needed money. 7, they knew the Ramseys were going to Charlevoix the next day. 8, there was a 2-foot piece of nylon white cord with a stick tied to it found at their home. 9, Linda volunteered the meaningful information that Jonbenet had an ongoing bedwetting problem. 10, she knew where the knife was hidden. 11, she knew where Patsy kept her paint tote. 12, Linda cannot be excluded as the author of the ransom note. 13, the pews watched a lot of television, especially movies. 14, they were home the night of the murder. 15, as the grand jury was still deciding, Linda was at the courthouse handing out packets of 6 handwriting experts' analysis of Patsy's handwriting. That's interesting. 16, her alibi means nothing when she has the key and alarm code to share with others. 17, if Linda was in charge of doing the laundry, why would Patsy keep track and have known what was in the dryer? 18, Linda publicly stated that Patsy had multiple personalities even though Patsy was under doctor care and never heard of any mental health issues. 19A, she went from saying how sweet Patsy was to later being the biggest advocate on trying to get her tried and convicted. B, Police Handbook 101, suspects often point the finger at other suspects. 20, when the police asked the shaken up Ramseys who could have done this or who had access to their house, both John and Patsy's first name they said was Linda Pugh. They didn't think she could do something like that, but looks are deceiving. 21, Linda knew what dress Jonbenet had on for the Christmas party and what Patsy was wearing, even though she told the cops she wasn't there. What? That's a big one. 22. Being that Linda was a possible suspect, how would she even be allowed to testify in front of a grand jury that was aimed at the Ramseys being responsible for the death of Jonbenet? 23. Patsy was warm and kind, just a sweet person. She was doing a lot of charity work and was involved with her children's schooling, said Linda. Yet she testified for 8 hours before a grand jury saying how Patsy must have murdered her own daughter. In addition, the people who continually say that this case was tainted from the start and that it will never be solved are not part of the solution. Yes, proper procedure might not have been followed and obvious mistakes were made, but that's a speed bump in the case that yields a lot more evidence than most murder cases by far, and a lot of evidence that wasn't tainted at all. So we all agree it was mishandled, but now that is neither here nor there. Work with what you've got. Rectify the situation, identify the perpetrators, make the arrests, and solve this case. And very importantly, while looking at this crime, what happened leading up to her death isn't as important as the death itself, which is a homicide. So the crime of homicide is priority number one. What led up to it, you will find out later. And for those still on the fence, weigh these two out. Number one, if the Ramseys did have something to do with the murder of their daughter, then yes, I hope they burn in hell because they eventually have to answer to someone. However, two, if the Ramseys didn't do it, this family for over 20 years now has lived the saddest, strangest, and most bizarre horror story, worse than the scariest movie out there. Husband and wife, humble beginnings, worked hard, acquired wealth, had children, owned multiple beautiful homes. They lived in a beautiful home and felt safe. It started as a normal day. So basically, I've almost solved the 20-year-old unsolved homicide murder case, which happens to be one of the biggest in recent U.S. history, by using common sense. Boulder, Colorado Police Department employed a lot of professionals and even the FBI and Secret Service involved, so why should it be me, an ex-felon, recovering drug addict, living in a garage in Modesto, California, to be the one to tell you how to handle a crime scene investigation 101 and standard kidnap protocol? Okay, so this theory is being put forth by an ex-felon recovering drug addict. Okay. Why do you think this very logical path of investigation wasn't followed? My guess, being that the ransom note was so outlandish, most, if not all, people just dismissed it and moved on to different clues in the case since there are so many of them. See, no matter what your theory is, once you dismiss the ransom note, you're already doomed to fail and chasing your own tail. The power of inference is amazing. Now, please solve this case and worry about apologizing to the rest of the family that is still alive that you accused for so long. Some of the killers are still alive and must be held accountable. Nobody has more evidence than you. It's the least you can do for that little girl so she can finally rest in peace and the world can finally quit cashing in by pecking at her bones. My suggestion: I now believe there is sufficient physical and circumstantial evidence to show a probable cause to detain and interrogate both separately Linda Hoffman Pugh and Mervyn Pugh for the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey. Rest in peace, Jonbenet. Okay, so that's the Pugh crew theory. Now, a lot of people say it couldn't have been them because they were such simpletons. But let's think about this. If simpletons were going to commit a crime such as this, perhaps that ransom note, in their simpleton minds, the ransom note isn't as outlandish as it appears to be to more educated minds. Like, maybe they don't think it's that strange or that crazy or that outlandish because they're all simpletons. So, yeah, I mean, it's really, really bizarre. Let's go over the Michael Helgoth angle one more time here, because, again, I don't know if there's ever been a definitive link between the Pughs and Helgoth. But again, if Mervyn Pugh really is some kind of criminal, as his past suggests, in Michigan at least, and also apparently there were other criminals involved in working at the Ramsey home. Perhaps some of them got in touch, and some of these other criminals know Helgoth. This is from CookingPanda.com. Nearly 20 years later, name of Jonbenet Ramsey's killer emerges. Nearly 20 years after the murder of 6-year-old beauty queen Jonbenet Ramsey, the investigator hired by her parents says he knows who the murderer really is. Ollie Gray, an investigator hired by the Ramsey family, said in an interview with In Touch that he believes Michael Helgoth, who was 26 years old at the time of the murder, killed Jonbenet. Based on what we know, I believe Helgoth and his accomplices committed the crime, Gray told In Touch. John Kennedy, who worked for Helgoth, also told the magazine that Helgoth was responsible for the killing. There was a tape recording made by Helgoth, Kennedy said, and in it he said he killed Jonbenet. Kennedy told the magazine the tape still exists, and has been overlooked by police throughout the investigation, according to the Daily Mail. Jonbenet was killed on Christmas Day, 96 in Boulder, Colorado. The investigation has been ongoing since her death. Kennedy first said he became suspicious of Helgoth roughly a month before Jonbenet's murder, when he says Helgoth told him that he and a partner were going to make a great deal and they were each going to bring in around $50,000 to $60,000, reports CBS show 48 Hours. I will never forget, they were walking into his house and he said, "I wonder what it would be like to crack a human skull," Kennedy told In Touch. "I was amazed. I thought it was a very odd thing to say." Hours after being reported missing, Jonbenet's body was found strangled and bludgeoned. She was covered with a white blanket and a nylon cord around her neck. Her mouth was covered in duct tape and her wrists were tied above her head. Her skull was also cracked. Jonbenet's parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, called the police to report their daughter missing after finding a ransom note asking for $118,000 for her return. The note asked that they not contact the authorities. John and Patsy were the primary suspects in the case until 2008, when police cleared their names. Patsy died in 2006 from ovarian cancer. Helgoth died of an apparent suicide in 1997, though Kennedy believes he was murdered by an accomplice. A gun found at the scene of the suicide was on the right side of his body, but the bullet hole reportedly went from left to right. He was murdered to keep his mouth shut, Kennedy claims. Helgoth was cleared several years later after investigators say none of his DNA was found at the scene. Both Gray and Kennedy believe Helgoth is responsible for Jonbenet's murder. And of course, again, none of the DNA was tested with the latest generation technology. Alright, so let's go farther down the Michael Helgoth rabbit holes. Here's a post on the subreddit Unsolved Murders by Laminated34, the death of Michael Helgoth and the ineptitude of the Boulder police. Michael Helgoth was a family member of mine, and if any of you know his name at all, you likely heard him mentioned as a suspect in the Jonbenet case. Just before investigators turned their attention to Michael Helgoth in the Jonbenet case, he was found dead in his bedroom. Now, I'm sure many of you are aware of the Boulder Police list of expletive ups in the Jonbenet's case. However, the Boulder Police Department struck again by ruling Michael Helgoth's death a suicide instantaneously without any real effort to investigate foul play. The day after a press conference in which investigators told the media that they were closing in on the killer, another mistake, the day after Valentine's Day 1997, Michael was found dead in his bedroom. Now, many of you might be thinking that it's very likely Helgoth killed himself out of guilt or fear of going to prison. However, it's as if his suicide was perfectly set up to paint him as the killer. In order to shoot himself, Michael would have had to be holding a pillow up to his head, and then with his left hand, which was his non-dominant hand, he pulled the trigger. However, the shot wasn't fatal at first. The coroner's report showed that he had significant ante-mortem bleeding. Michael was a military veteran and well-trained with firearms. If he wanted to shoot himself, he wouldn't have used his non-dominant hand and shot himself in a spot that wouldn't have killed him instantly. Furthermore, his high-tech boots, stun gun, and a baseball cap that said SBTC were all within feet of his body. These three items were all pieces of evidence that put him at the scene of the Jonbenet murder, since a high-tech boot print was found outside the house. Police theorized that a stun gun was used on Jonbenet and the ransom note was signed SBTC. Michael kept his boots in his closet, his stun gun in his safe, and nobody had ever seen him wear an SBTC cap. Why would he set all of three of these things before his suicide? Even if it was an admission of guilt, why not just write a confession note? I mean, these are all great points here. These are all really great points. It's as if someone wanted to just point the finger at him. The Boulder police didn't even attempt to search for evidence of a murder despite a slew of motives that could have taken place. Maybe Michael Helgoth knew something and then it got him killed. Maybe he was a planned patsy from the beginning. His suicide seems extremely suspect, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, this guy makes a lot of interesting points. Supposedly this is a family member of Michael Helgoth making these points. So Helgoth worked at a junkyard with his uncles. Now, I haven't been able to track down this other piece of info. Supposedly there was some kind of land dispute or legal dispute of some kind between either Helgoth or the junkyard that he worked at, or possibly one of Helgoth's family members and John Ramsey. Again, this is unsubstantiated info. I'm not claiming it is true or untrue. I can't track this down, but this has been mentioned a few times on various forums. This family member of the Helgoths, Laminated, said that their uncle, who is also Michael Helgoth's uncle, was clean as a whistle, no criminal activity at all, or at least not to the knowledge of this individual. They took ownership of the junkyard in the early 90s. Huh. Curious. And someone asked this guy, why were they interested in Helgoth? So, because of John Kennedy's accusations. Kennedy is Kenady, for those that, I mean, that would be insane if it was one of the Kennedys who worked at this junkyard, but Kennedy worked at the yard with him, and he told police about some things that Michael reportedly said to him. So in November 96, Michael was supposedly bragging about a job where he and a friend were each going to receive between 50 and 60K, which just happens to add up to the amount requested on the ransom note. Kennedy also said that Michael was, quote, into ninja stuff, end quote, and liked to torture animals. Also, 12news.com reported that Helgoth worked near the Ramsey family home, had a history of violence and sexual abuse. The DA announced they had narrowed down a list of suspects in January 97. 2 days later, Helgoth was found dead with an apparently self-inflicted gunshot wound. The response here from his cousin, no idea, he had some problems with depression and anxiety and was definitely a drug addict. But he had no recorded history of sexual violence. Supposedly he assaulted his ex-girlfriend's daughter, but she was physically and emotionally abusive towards him, which caused him to file a restraining order against her. She then filed one later claiming he assaulted her daughter. I mean, and if those dates can be verified, that's kind of curious. His depression likely came from his uncle, his legal guardian, and his stepfather, who had a falling out over custody of Michael. His uncle and stepfather were brothers, and it would get so bad that they would avoid each other at social events. This didn't stop until his stepfather's death in 2010, so their feud lasted long after Michael died. Okay. So, I mean, that is kind of weird, though, regarding the hat. I mean, someone just tossed that hat there because supposedly no one can come forward and corroborate that he actually wore that hat. Just another quick aside here on John Mark Carr's SBTC. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but this is absolutely, utterly mind-shocking, so I just have to get it out here. We mentioned John Mark Carr signing his yearbook, Shall Be the Conqueror, SBTC, but there's actually more. 4 letters that an Alabama couple say John Mark Carr scrawled at the bottom of the notes to their daughter could spell out another clue in the decade-old Jonbenet Ramsey murder. Carr signed SBTC at the end of the mail he sent Quintana Ray, whom he married when she was 13, according to her parents Melissa and Larry Schatz. The underage bride, lured by John Mark Carr into a nightmare marriage, got letters from him marked with the initials SBTC. The same cryptic sign-off found more than a decade later on a ransom note for murdered Jonbenet Ramsey. Melissa Schatz, whose daughter Quintana Ray was 13 when she wed the 19-year-old Carr in 1984, made the revelation to ABC's Good Morning America yesterday. Schatz said she remembered, I mean, this is an old article here. Schatz said she remembered seeing the odd initials at the bottom of the disturbing letters he sent to the girl at the time. Schatz's disclosure supports shocking claims by Carr that he killed 6-year-old Jonbenet during Christmas '96 in her Colorado home. Someone left behind a ransom note at the murder scene demanding $118,000 from the girl's parents and ended the message with victory, SBTC. Some have speculated that SBTC is shorthand for Shall Be the Conqueror, which Carr once wrote in a high school classmate's yearbook. So wait a second. He wrote Shall Be the Conqueror in the yearbook, and allegedly, he wrote letters to this 13-year-old who he ended up marrying when he was 19. These letters were marked with the initials SBTC specifically. Not Shall Be the Conqueror written out, but S.B.T.C. What does everybody make of that? That's kind of weird. Another interesting post here. Most of the negative comments about Helgoth came from John Kennedy, who in my opinion was trying to convince people he was Jonbenet's killer in order to collect the $100,000 reward. I mean, that is curious, though, because if Kennedy is not sure if Helgoth was involved, I mean, maybe he suspected something, so he made up a bunch of stories, And just in the off chance that they would pin it on him, whether he did it or not, and he would collect $100,000, would someone, again, I don't know Kennedy, I don't know Kennedy's IQ, but would someone of a low IQ do that? Another post here. It could be that Mike did know the killer of Jonbenet. He may have been involved or knew too much. They killed him and attempted to make it look like a suicide. There's also another viable theory, which we're actually going to go over next. Also, Anderson Cooper apparently reported that the baseball cap with the letters SBTC was found near Helgoth's body. So make of that what you will as far as sources. So that was from CNN. Also, Jeff Scott Shapiro, editorial at Boulder Weekly, reported also about the SBTC on the hat. So there's multiple sources here for the SBTC hat, because some people were saying there's no evidence that there was a hat. There was. I mean, we have multiple sources here. So this is Shapiro stating this regarding Helgoth, who they refer to as Boots, nicknamed Boots. This is Shapiro's editorial here. Ghosts of Christmas Past, obsessed reporter reveals dark underworld behind Ramsey case. As I wrestled with my personal investigation of Wolf, I heard about Boots. Once upon a time, Boots lived with a local woman and her 4-year-old blonde daughter, until the two had an explosive argument that led to their breakup. The woman accused the man of masturbating under his blanket while her daughter was sitting on his bed. Boots lived in a small shack at a local junkyard on Valmont Road, where he also worked. On February 13, 1997, D.A. Hunter had a press conference in order to send a message to Jonbenet's unknown killer. You will pay for what you have done, and we have no doubt this will happen. The next day, Valentine's Day, Boots was found dead in his apartment. Supposedly, he had killed himself with a shotgun. Immediately became another possible suspect, albeit a dead one, in the Ramsey murder. But the theory that Jonbenet's killer got spooked and took his life had a gaping hole in it. The suicide began to look like a murder. Boots was right-handed, and the bullet's trajectory went from left to right. In addition, someone had placed a pillow in front of his chest before firing the gun, something professional killers do to muffle the noise of a gunshot. In addition, Boots was a former military sharpshooter and parachutist who had been trained to use an M16 rifle and hand grenades. I wondered, if Boots was a sharpshooter, why the odd trajectory? When police took crime scene photos at Boots' apartment, 2 items grabbed their attention. Not only was there a pair of high-tech climbing boots by the dead man's feet, there was also a stun gun besides his hand and a taser in the distance. Wait, so he had a stun gun and a taser? 2 different items? Supposedly, Boots also owned a baseball cap with the letters SBTC on it. Later, a friend of Boots found a videotape in the dead man's apartment that intrigued police. It was footage of a newscast from a couple of years before. The news story featured an unsolved case involving a kidnapped and murdered 6-year-old girl. Was the newscast a random recording left behind by someone else, or was it a trophy of some kind? Since the ransom note refers to at least 2 other kidnappers, Lou Smith believes it's possible more than one person was involved. It was strange that some of the exact items used in Jonbenet's attack had been found next to his body. Had the second kidnapper killed his ex-partner, hoping to get police detectives off his trail? If so, the ploy failed. Even though Smith and I found the Boots story compelling, Boulder police weren't biting, at least not that hard. Wow. Okay, someone else sleuthing some posted just 5 months ago here on the Jonbenet subreddit. Summer of 94, he did have that hat. Sorry to be the one to tell you. Huh. Again, this is just a random commenter stating that he did have that hat. Weird. Alright, so let's go into the Michael Helgoth theory on the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit. Nuclear Tribe posted this 6 years ago, possibly one of the most detailed write-ups on Helgoth. I don't think Michael Helgoth was involved by any means. Allow me to give you some background. I'm on my way to becoming a forensic scientist, as I am absolutely enthralled by forensics. I have been extremely interested in it since I was 9 years old at the least, and I'm an adult now. I've seen many things regarding homicide, suicide, natural deaths, etc. I thought Michael Helgoth was guilty of this murder just like a whole gigantic group of other people, including detectives. But something about him stuck out to me. I had heard what John Kennedy had said against him. I had seen him be painted as this animal-abusing, pedophilic, trigger-happy, burglarizing murderer, but I was still interested. I would close my eyes, and there his photo was. I couldn't stop mentally going over his death scene photos. his quotation suicide/murder. Usually I'm disgusted by people like this because as someone who was molested as a child, I cannot stand pedophiles. But something felt very off about this guy's story, so I decided to do my own extensive research through public records since little was known about this guy. He seemed like the perfect person to nail for this crime, eh? This is what I discovered. He was born in Kimball, Nebraska, July 9th, 1970. To parents of Kimball. Both of Kimball. Most of his past is hearsay. People claim one thing about him, then claim another thing, especially regarding his legal guardians. But according to his obituary, his legal guardians were his aunt and uncle. Doug and his brother, so Doug and Rita Helgoth. Doug and his brother, Richard, worked on and later managed the Valmont Auto Parts Junkyard in Boulder, Colorado. It's not known when Michael and his family moved down to Boulder, considering they had family down there, but I assume it was in the mid-70s, considering his first youngest sister was born in Kimball, December 20th, 73, and his second youngest sister was born in Boulder, November 28th, 76. Not much is known about his childhood other than the fact that he was brought up well. Beginning in 86, he worked at Valmont Auto Parts with his uncles at age 16. He graduated Boulder High in 89. He joined the U.S. Army, serving 13 months, trained to handle firearms and grenades. After he served, he did return to Colorado, but I'm unsure if he immediately moved back to Boulder to live with his aunt and uncle or what. He was a member of the Nova Auto Club and received many awards for drafting. He was a very gifted, skillful, and hardworking mechanic and was also very interested in automobiles as well as the automotive industry. At some point, and certainly in 1994, he had a girlfriend. I believe they may have lived together in a house, possibly her own. She was 2 years older than him. I don't know much about this relationship other than she had a young daughter that Michael cared for as if she were his own, and that she went against him after his death, along with John Kennedy. The only two people who have come out against him, mind you, and accused him of behaving inappropriately with her daughter, which led to her filing a restraining order against him. This is very untrue because in July 95, he filed a restraining order against her for domestic abuse. To what extent isn't known, but it was probably for physical abuse or verbal abuse. He was issued a permanent restraining order against her 7 days after his initial filing, July 19th, 95. That was obviously in effect at the time of death. And what is the how much evidence is required for a man to be issued a permanent restraining order against a woman? I'm just wondering there. I assume they broke up in 95 before this restraining order went into effect. After this, he moved in with his aunt and uncle in their home, and that was on the Valmont Auto Junkyard property, and proceeded to live there until his death. Friends and those who had met him described him as very nice, kind, hardworking, well-mannered, yet quiet and very private. Contrary to John Kennedy's accusation, he only brought out his gun for target practice out in the back of the junkyard lot, and while he did have a small collection of Army paraphernalia, which included his stun gun, it was locked away, and he by no means ever was trigger-happy and shot at people. There's a chance he may have hit an animal during target practice, but he never intentionally hurt them. At his time of death, he had owned 2 wolf dogs that he had purchased as puppies a couple of years prior, which are seen in one of his home videos. He showcases them proudly. He was good with children and also treated his ex-girlfriend's young daughter as if she were his own. This is also seen in one of his home videos, which were subsequently used against him years later. Upon seeing this video, I was pleased to see him in motion while he was alive and to hear his voice so I could finally put a personality to this man. He was not physically threatening at all. He had a slightly muscular build, was mostly thin with a chubby face. Small interesting details about him. According to the coroner's report, he had a tongue piercing and 3 tattoos. On his left bicep, a skeleton with bloody extremities crawling up his arm. On his right bicep, the Grim Reaper with the word "next?" underneath. Lastly, on the left side of his chest was a tattoo of a woman with 2 wolves. He also had a mullet for the majority of the 90s. I mean, who didn't? As most metalheads did, but cut it sometime before his death and had its short hair again. I've known and have been good friends with several people who sound like him, and he sounds like a typical 90s metalhead based on his physical description, to be absolutely honest. Now let's talk about his death. I will attach photos of his death scene in the comment replying to this post. According to the coroner's report, Michael died approximately 10:30 p.m. on Valentine's Day evening, 1997, in his bedroom at his aunt and uncle's home alone. He was found sprawled out on his bed. He didn't have an actual bed, just a very thin mattress in the middle of his bedroom. On his back, in a somewhat of a weird position, wearing a black shirt that said "morning person ... not!" Gray sweatpants, purple and yellow boxer shorts, and white socks. He died of a single shotgun wound to the chest. I mean, is that really that common of a way to commit suicide? The entry wound was in his central chest, just between his second and third ribs, immediately to the left of the sternum. The exit wound was in his back, 8 centimeters to the right of the vertebral column between ribs 8 and 9. The trajectory path was anterior to posterior, superior to inferior, left to right. There were perforations of the left anterior chest wall, upper lobe of his lung, extensive pulmonary hemorrhage. He bled internally massively. The anterior and posterior pericardial sac, the pericardial sac, also known as the pericardium, is quite literally the thing protecting the heart and the roots of the major vessels. This means the pericardium was shot straight through. The right auricle, hemothorax, 1350 cc. The right auricle is attached to the heart's right atrium, and it is a small cone-shaped pouch that overlaps the root of the aorta. A hemothorax is a collection of blood, in this case 1350 cc, in the pleural cavity. It may have been caused by blunt or penetrating trauma and can limit normal breathing by limiting the expansion of the lungs. And lastly, the right posterior chest wall. There was renal adrenal preceding an adrenal hemorrhage, meaning he died of an internal hemorrhaging, thus causing heart failure. Pulmonary and central nervous system congestion. The bullet was found partially sticking out of a 10 by 7 millimeter defect. Blood came from his left nostril and the left side of his mouth, and blood was found on his left hand, which he wiped on his forehead. His chest cavity was filled with blood. Michael died very slowly and painfully. You must remember that this was a man who served in the Army for 13 months. He was more than trained with firearms, and if he wanted to shoot himself and end his life, he would have known very well how to successfully and effectively do it quickly. He's also right-handed and was shot slightly diagonally from the top left of his torso through the back of his right torso midway. This means that he was shot at close range, and he saw his killer. The killer used one of his main pillows as a buffer to silence the gun, which means that once this killer decided they were going to shoot him, he was out of his bed, and the killer was able to snatch one of the pillows. I will go on to talk about who I believe murdered him in the comment responding to this post. Michael was not depressed at the time of his death. He was about to begin a business of his own, which could have been what was going to earn him a large sum of money of cash around Christmas, but it fell through, if he even said that at all. And although he was taking Xanax, there was no reason why he would have committed suicide, or at least no known reason. As for the case of him and Jonbenet, he was not within the social circle of the Ramseys at all, nor was he in their economic class. But he might have been to the pews. He lived far from their home, and his path never seemed to have crossed theirs. He never worked for them, and he appears never to have known any of Jonbenet's existence before her death. He showed no interest in the murder of Jonbenet and never seemed anxious about the case to anyone. DNA evidence cleared both him and the boot, and no traces of him were in that house. He was never involved with this case, and every bad thing said about him has been said to tarnish his identity. He was not only murdered, but innocently framed. Lies have been told about him for nearly 20 years. He was cremated and buried in his family's plot in Alliance, Nebraska. Okay, follow-up post here. He posted a link to crime scene photos. We don't do those on Mindshock. I'm going to admit right now that I believe Michael's ex-girlfriend was his killer. He was shot on Valentine's Day evening. I mean, that is a very specific day. Because let's say if the day before Valentine's Day, there's the announcement closing in on the killer, why wouldn't he have killed himself then if it was in connection to Jonbenet Ramsey? Like, why wait until Valentine's Day evening specifically? You must remember that this relationship failed due to her abuse towards him and ended with a restraining order against her. It's not like he had a window in his bedroom for someone to break in through. The killer had to have known how to enter the house where they could find Michael and how to catch him off guard or in a vulnerable state. That, or she could have arrived at his house and he let her in. I don't know if it was ever released that the gun belonged to Michael or not. But if it had, then they'd also had to know how to get their hands on his collection. If she were his killer, she would know a majority of these things. Perhaps she came only in for an argument or for a reconciliation, but he was probably not having any of it. She threatens him with his gun, and he gets his stun gun in fear of her and of losing his life and warned her to stay away from him, but perhaps either dropped it or got into a physical altercation with her, and it was smacked out of his hand, or again, maybe he dropped it. During this altercation, she gets the best of him, grabs one of his pillows and tries to shoot him in the heart, but misses. He falls back onto his bed. She throws the pillow down next to him and places the gun to his right, knowing he's right-handed, and flees. She may have also been wearing gloves or something covering her fingerprints. Also, I mean, I don't know why this guy's not considering the possibility that maybe Kennedy. Is there a love triangle between his ex and Kennedy, and that's why these negative things were said? Or simply, did this ex-girlfriend have another man with her, so they were able to overpower Helga? This is the only explanation I can provide, apart from the idea that it might have been John Kennedy himself, the man that brought the idea of Michael being Jonbenet's killer to the police years after his death. John claimed to have been Michael's friend, when in reality that's not true. John was just a co-worker of his, an acquaintance at best. He would talk to John sometimes just because he was there. He didn't live on the property. He just worked on the family's lot. Remember that Michael was quiet and a private person. He wouldn't talk of criminal activity with John, and even then Michael was never involved in any criminal activity. His whole family at one point, even uncle whom he lived with and worked with, have claimed that every accusation against him is ludicrous and that he was a good person. John Kennedy is a bit of a strange guy. He's got a criminal record, Michael did not, and has a charge for sexually assaulting a child, a teenager. In 2000, he broke into the home of Michael's aunt and uncle by kicking the door in and stole an abundance of things. He stole several of Michael's belongings, including home videos, his drawings, his high-tech boots. I don't think those were his because I have read that they were a size 8.5. Michael wore 10s. Army and medical records, photographs of him, the deed and trust of the house, a check made out to Michael's uncle Doug from his mother's trust for $54,000 and a check for $12. I mean, that's quite a disparity, those two checks. Insurance papers and MasterCard bills. Most of this was requested by Kennedy to have copies made under the supervision of a female friend of his and to wear gloves. The Helgoths were notified because someone at this business noticed. John claimed that he thought he was helping with the case when in reality he's obsessed with Michael. He does think he was killed, however. The BPD definitely didn't do well in the investigation of Michael's murder, seeing as they were so busy being 100% involved in the case of Jonbenet's murder, but I also believe they're willing to take an innocent man into consideration on an impossible reality because they want so badly to solve this case. Just my 2 cents. Yeah, I mean, the Valentine's Day, I mean, this could be some kind of jilted lover or vengeance situation if Helgoth really did abuse her daughter, or maybe he didn't, but she really believed he did, and she wanted to kill him for that. I mean, there's a lot going on here. An interesting post here. Catherine, by Catherine, I believe the BPD when they said they've fully investigated everyone, but I think that Michael was maybe the exception to that. They obviously never got to interrogate him because he died mysteriously before Kennedy called the police with his suspicions. Also, was Kennedy stealing all these things because he really did believe that Helgoth was involved, even if Helgoth wasn't, and he wanted that $100,000 reward? Did they compare any handwriting samples when it came to Michael? From Kennedy, the police straight up told him that their interest in this case did not lie with Michael, and they have never specified why the footprints found didn't match up with the boots Michael had, even when investigators repeatedly asked. I just don't think the DNA is really all that reliable. The only thing we know about the DNA was that it came from an unidentified male that was possibly of Hispanic descent. It could have been transferred from anywhere. Good points. And again, the DNA was not tested with the latest technology. Another poster brought up an interesting point that supposedly the animal hair found on Jonbenet could have been from the wolf puppies that Helgoth had. Again, I don't know if anything of that was tested, but people are claiming that it might have been. And so, regarding the property dispute, so the Tracy documentary is where they claimed that Helgoth owned 2 wolf dog puppies, and 2 different color animal hairs were found on Jonbenet Ramsey's body, and they exactly matched. Now, what do they mean by match? They just matched the colors. There were 2 different colors, and they matched, so they weren't actually scientifically tested. Okay, so I don't know if this property dispute had anything to do with John Ramsey. The only thing I could find is this article from July 23rd, 1996. Michael's relatives were preparing to sell the business, something that had been in the family for decades. Daily Camera, Lisa Marshall, Sea of Wrecked Cars could become a park. If the Boulder City Council decides to buy up 101 acres along Valmont Road for a large community park, children will someday kick a soccer ball, and it was now a sea of wrecked cars. Families will picnic in what was once a thriving poultry farm. But finding a farm fresh egg or a part for an old Chevy in Boulder could be tricky. So the City Council will give final consideration August 6th. Negotiating deals. So was it ever actually sold? I mean, that's an interesting question, but I mean, it's unclear what John Ramsey, if anything, has to do with any of this. I mean, obviously, Axis Graphics is and the Ramseys are major players in Boulder, so to speak, but there doesn't seem to be a direct connection here. Okay, so here's where things get tricky. So supposedly the boots were not the right size. Again, I don't know how any of this is verified. The stun gun also wasn't the right size, allegedly, to match the one allegedly used on Jonbenet. One might ask, if these were planted by the real killer of Jonbenet to frame Helgoth, why didn't the killer leave the actual items, boots and stun gun, used in the crime instead of similar items? Two reasons. One, the real killer may have disposed of all the items he used in the crime immediately after to avoid implicating himself if he were identified as a suspect and had his home or car searched, so he didn't have them to plant on anyone else. Two, if not one, then the killer may not have wanted the real items actually used in the crime to be analyzed by law enforcement because they may throw up evidence that could identify him. Fingerprints, hair, DNA, or in the case of the stun gun, may be traced to where it was bought. A very astute reply here. The question is, how much of the public knew about the evidence when Michael Helgoth died? Did they know about the stun gun or the high-tech boots? At the time of Helgoth's death, the 13th or the 14th, 1997, the public wouldn't have known about the items because they were not made public until Lou Smith joined the DA's investigation in March 1997, the following month. The first mention of the stun gun in the Daily Camera wasn't until many months later in December 1997. So none of this information is public until the following month. So how would they have known to leave the high-tech boots or the stun gun? That's a curiosity. That is indeed a curiosity, is it not? Are there connections within law enforcement that might have put Kennedy up to this? Also, if it was the ex-girlfriend that killed him, did someone else leave the items after the ex-girlfriend killed him? Or if the ex-girlfriend wasn't the one who killed him, this was some kind of professional hit using the pillow, etc. Because why would some random ex-girlfriend know to put a pillow to muffle the sound? I mean, I don't know. This is all very mind-shocking. Also, supposedly there was a tape recorder that was found next to him. Some allege there's a confession on there, and then we have zero information about that. So, yeah, I mean, what does everybody make of that? So, the final post we're going to go over on Helgoth here is from 1 year ago by Laminated Again. Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit. Hello, everyone. I was told to come here from a few users. There seems to be more interest. I'm related to Michael Helgoth quite closely, so hopefully this information is of interest. Facts about Helgoth that I've found inaccurately reported. 1. Michael Helgoth was not biologically a Helgoth. He was born a few years before his mother's marriage to a Helgoth. Biologically, he is not a Helgoth. 2. Michael was involved in custody disputes throughout his life. Mike's stepfather had personal issues which inhibited his parenting ability. Because of this, Russ's brother, Doug, and his wife, Rita, took Mike in and raised him for most of his adolescence. Custody of Mike caused a rift between Russ and Doug to the point where they would avoid each other at family events. Obviously, this had a negative effect on Mike and caused him to have a great deal of social anxiety. 3. Michael Helgoth has one living sibling. I don't want to reveal their name for obvious reasons. Okay. With that out of the way, the only connection police had to Michael Helgoth are the testimonies of John Kennedy, a man who worked at the junkyard with Mike and his uncles. Kennedy claimed that Mike bragged about a job that would pay him $50K and that Mike had a desire to break a human skull. However, according to members of Mike's immediate family, Mike was not close with John Kennedy. They were co-workers and got along fine, but they were not friends. Furthermore, and this is the kicker to me, Mike was never suicidal. He had some anger issues and some anxiety from being in the middle of a custody dispute, but he never showed signs of being suicidal or homicidal in the midst of his family. Mike was also trained well with a gun from his time in the military. He kept his high-tech boots in the closet and his stun gun in a safe. There's no way he set out his boots and his stun guns for the investigators before holding a pillow to his head and pulling the trigger with his non-dominant hand. Too long didn't read. Michael Hogarth suffered from some childhood traumas but showed zero signs of being violent towards others or himself. Alright, so this was Helgoth, and in the next episode we will explore more of the John Gygax's accomplice, who many believe is Helgoth's possible accomplice. And Gygax does have a few convictions, criminal violence. So the last thing we're going to go over are the former housekeeper, two housekeepers ago, Geraldine Vodica, the former Ramsey housekeeper, and her daughter, Lorraine Lawrence. So, for those that don't know, Lorraine Lawrence, and this is quite mind-shocking, was found dead in Boulder just weeks before Jonbenet Ramsey. Does anybody need a moment to process that mind shock? The Ramseys' former housekeeper was found dead just weeks before Jonbenet Ramsey. Jameson stated this about Geraldine Vodica. Vodica would have been able to tell people about the house, the family, and with the Ramseys in the news, with Jonbenet Ramsey in the parade and the mall programs, someone might have decided to act out a fantasy or two. So, Lorraine Lawrence died December 4th, 1996. So her mother, Geraldine Vodica, was a former Ramsey housekeeper. Supposedly Lorraine Lawrence also helped her mother out with the housekeeping in this house here. Died December 4th, 1996. This is Daily Camera, December 5th, 96. Body found at Boulder work site. By Ali Krupski, camera staff writer. Crime scene. Police investigate the scene where a construction worker found the body of a 37-year-old Boulder woman. As her grieving mother and sister watched Wednesday morning, authorities removed the body of a 37-year-old Boulder woman from a construction site ditch close to her apartment near the North Boulder Recreation Center. At Twin Peaks, excavating foremen discovered the body of Lorraine Lawrence face down in the hole near the Boulder Housing Authority's apartment complex in the 3100 block of Broadway at 7:50 a.m. Wednesday, Boulder police said. We are treating it as a suspicious death, said city spokesman Calvin McNeil. It appears that the hole was properly covered and access to it was limited. Police would not comment on the condition of the body or possible suspects. The Boulder County Coroner's Office planned to conduct an autopsy today. Workers had covered the 6-foot hole with 2 pieces of plywood and 2 heavy buckets Tuesday night. We had it secured so nobody could lift the plywood. It was safe so nobody could fall in. And there was equipment parked around it, said J.D. Lemmel, who found the body. When I got there this morning, the plywood was broken, and when I looked in, she was only in panties and a t-shirt, Lemmel said. Lemmel notified police, who said they found a trail of blood from the apartment building to the hole, as well as a broken beer bottle near the scene. Investigators removed the body at about 1 p.m. as runners and rec center users stopped and stared. 2 murders occurred in Boulder in '95, and as of July, none had taken place in the city this year, McNeil said. Geraldine Vodica, Lawrence's mother, said her daughter had epilepsy, but I don't think that's why she's dead today. I think someone killed her. Dominic Vodica, Lawrence's sister, who moved into the North Boulder apartment complex 3 months ago, says a neighbor saw her last night at 9 p.m. sitting on the ice in her underwear with a black eye and blood dripping from her eye, and there was a guy walking away near her. The neighbor made her go inside, but he never called us. So she went back inside after this incident? The neighbor should have informed the family, said Jonathan Smith, a family friend. If it looked like she had been punched or hit, and if he had called us or the police, she would be alive today, Smith said. She wouldn't have hurt a fly, and she didn't deserve to die. Family members said they will remember Lawrence's gentle disposition. The mother of a 9-year-old son and the oldest of 5 children, Lawrence had worked as a bagger at Safeway for the past 4 years, Geraldine Vodica said. Lorraine liked reading and taking long walks, her mother said, noting that Lawrence had lived in the apartment complex for roughly 9 years. She was just a sweet person who never bothered anybody or fought with anyone. But Lawrence had encountered violence in the past several years, according to records from the Boulder County Sheriff's Department. Records show she reported an assault in May 1990, a domestic dispute in January 91, and saw a friend harass her sister in October 96. Neighbors said they occasionally heard Lawrence argue with friends, but did not notice any unusual noise Tuesday night. Some residents, however, said they heard a car speeding away during the evening. Irving Tejada, who lives in the apartment next to Lawrence's, said he noticed her door wide open at 7 a.m. Wednesday. The lights were out and it was cold, he said. Irving? That's the name the psychic gave. Irving. Now, there was a follow-up to this article, December 20th, 96. Coroner exposure killed woman. Body was found in a ditch December 4th. The Boulder County Coroner's Office ruled Thursday that a 37-year-old woman found dead in a construction site home near her apartment died of exposure to the cold as the result of seizure disorder complications. Yeah, but who the hell beat the crap out of her first? But Boulder police continue to investigate the death of Lorraine Florence. Lawrence. We need to check on foot and handprints on some items, said Police Sergeant Tom Wickman. A Twin Peaks excavating foreman discovered Lawrence's body 7:50 a.m. December 4th, face down in a 6-foot ditch at the Boulder Housing Authority's apartment complex, 3100 block of Broadway. She was only in panties and a t-shirt, but we had the hole properly secured, said J.D. Lemmel, who found the body. We put cones around it, and when I got there in the morning, the plywood was broken. So how hard is it to break through that plywood, though? Like, was this clearly a body being hidden, or is it possible she fell through? But even still, did someone beat her up prior to that, like the neighbor reported? Workers had covered the hole with 2 sheets of particle board and 2 heavy tractor buckets, police said, December 3rd. People who have seizures are known to be in a state of confusion following a seizure. We believe that she was in this state and wandering around the complex, said Dan Pruitt, a medical investigator with the coroner's office. At some point, she fell into the construction hole where she was exposed to the cold. Neighbors heard a scream and a thump between 1 and 2 a.m. December 4th, said Detective Ron Gosage. Some residents said they noticed a man and a woman arguing and a car speeding away during the evening. About 11 p.m., a resident saw Lawrence sitting outside on the ice in her underwear with blood dripping from a cut above her right eye. The neighbor escorted Lawrence back to her apartment. So he didn't just tell her to get back in the apartment. He actually physically escorted her back to her apartment. So then she came out later, I guess? Police would not comment on the pool of blood and a broken beer bottle on the ice found in the parking lot 20 yards from the hole. Investigators also located blood inside Lawrence's apartment and skid marks outside the complex. There are a lot of things present, but nothing that links them together, said John Eller, noting that at one point 15 detectives worked on the case. There is no outward evidence of any criminal act. We may never know the answer to exactly what happened. Wow, this is not a department that inspires confidence. Residents, however, said Lawrence walked around in her panties in front of the North Boulder Recreation Center on October 6th and again 9 days before she died, Wickman said. It shows a pattern of behavior. Police plan to test the particle board for weight tolerance levels, he added. Yeah, that's a smart move before announcing any kind of conclusions. I don't know if she was heavy enough to have fallen in, said Geraldine Vodica, Lawrence's mother. I don't know what to think about what happened or how long she could have been in there. Coroner's officials do not know how long Lawrence remained in the ditch. She was either too confused to get out or couldn't get out, Pruitt said. Medical investigators did not find evidence of sexual assault or alcohol, Pruitt said. Lawrence, however, had ingested cocaine and an anticonvulsant drug, phenytoin, sometime before her death, he said. We don't know how much or when she took it, Pruitt said. She wasn't wearing a lot of clothing, and she could have just as easily died if the hole wasn't there. The coroner's conclusions, however, did not reassure some of the residents of the apartment complex. There are just too many unanswered questions, said Christine Gomez, who has lived in the apartment complex for 6 months. Until they get answered, I don't know if I'll feel safe here again. In another article, A Tale of Two Victims, Questions Surrounding Handling of Two Deaths. This was January 10th, 97, so after Jonbenet Ramsey's death. Very critical of the police department here. Some excerpts from this article. The neighbor who identified the body said Lawrence had been beaten so badly she couldn't recognize her friend's face. Lawrence's teeth were broken, her eyes were bloodied and blackened. A trail of blood led from her apartment to where her body was found, and police reportedly found a broken beer bottle next to a pool of blood 20 yards away. What? 2 weeks after her death, Boulder County coroner released an autopsy saying Lawrence fell into the hole, presumably dazed from a seizure, and died of exposure, ignoring all these other points. I mean, that's crazy. In another follow-up article here, February 12th, 97, case not closed in Lawrence death. I mean, this is kind of weird here. So Meyer and Fowler sat down with members of the family and told them how they believed Lawrence had died, that she wandered around in a disoriented state after a seizure and fell into the hole where she died of exposure. The bruises and blood on her, they said, were self-induced. So she beat the crap out of her own face? Is that what is stating here? As for the broken beer bottle found near some blood in the parking lot, I think the broken beer bottle was a coincidence, Gosage said. What? What? So Gosage is a coincidence theorist. Okay, that's weird. So, yeah, it's unclear. So none of these articles mention that the mother or her worked for the Ramseys, but several other people on Jameson's Web Sleuths forum stated that that Vodka was the one who worked for the Ramseys before Linda Wilcox, who we went over. She had some type of disability and may have been a problem and may have had a problem with picking up toys. Okay, curious. So supposedly, that we don't have the exact article, but here's a post. There was a Daily Camera article a couple of years ago. This post was in 2001. So apparently this would have been... Okay. The Daily Camera article a couple years or so after the daughter was buried. The Camera had solicited for donations for the tombstone because the family couldn't afford it. The Camera did a follow-up article at the cemetery. They interviewed Mrs. Vodka and her daughter. It was in that article that there was a reference that Mrs. Vodka had been a former housekeeper for the Ramseys but had to quit because of some type of health problem. It was only a few lines buried in the article. I didn't save the article, but I remember it. Okay, so I found the article here. This is the tabs all show little go, February 23rd, Denver Post, article by Ed Will. Just some general info here. And then, here we go. Two sources are named in the story. Former Ramsey housekeeper Geraldine Vodka and the family's media advisor Pat Corton. The housekeeper says Mrs. Ramsey was paranoid that her husband would be tempted by any pretty young girls he came into contact with. Therefore, women hired for the household staff have to be heavier, older, and less attractive than Mrs. Ramsey, the housekeeper said. Okay, so that's a very, very short little snippet there, but it exists. There is also the book Foreign Faction. Kolar's book states this. I had reviewed an investigator's report that documented a 1997 interview with former Ramsey nanny housekeeper Geraldine Vodka, who stated that Burke had smeared feces on the walls of a bathroom during his mother's first bout with cancer. She had told investigators that Nedra Powell, who was visiting the Ramsey home at the time, had directed her to clean up the mess. Okay, so we do have multiple points here that Geraldine Vodka was in fact the Ramsey's nanny, but for whatever reason, I guess they didn't know about that in the early news articles. I mean, this is all quite mind-shocking. Now, Vodka also has been arrested a number of times in connection with a meth ring and drug trafficking operations. So she does have criminal connections as well. So, yeah, I mean, what does everybody think of Vodika? Because if she's got this lengthy criminal record, is involved in drug and gun trafficking as well, I mean, would she? So her daughter gets killed. Some people actually allege that it's her sister or her stepdaughter. I mean, there's all kinds of accounts. But either way, her family member is killed. The police write it off as a suicide without any real proper investigation, calling everything coincidence. So would she want revenge? And also, if she's fired by the Ramseys, this is another disgruntled employee. So she had a health condition. She couldn't pick up toys maybe quite as fast as the Ramseys would have liked, so they fired her. I mean, that's kind of messed up. But either way here, would she have even unknowingly simply talked about the incident to some kind of criminal element? And they took matters into their own hands. I mean, just the laundry list of disgruntled employees with possible criminal connections. I mean, this is just mind-shocking stuff. So was this an inside job? Was this a kidnapping gone wrong? Was this a botched operation? And this is the aftermath. I mean, if nothing at all, if this is all unrelated, I mean, is it not mind-shocking how many unrelated criminal disgruntled employees there are that formerly worked for the Ramseys? I mean, this is just crazy stuff, suspicious deaths. I mean, this is just absolutely mind-shocking. And we will continue going into Helgoth and possible other accomplices with or without an inside connection. Plenty more suspects to go over, believe it or not. I mean, there's just so much to go over in this case. Hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, help Mindshock create more logical analysis and bring awareness to cold cases, unsolved murders, and more. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 15. Helgoth's associate, John Stephen Gygax. Now, we touched upon Gygax in the previous episode, although that was focused mostly on Helgoth and other suspects in the Pew Crew theory, which may or may not also include John Stephen Gygax, and we will be taking a look at Gygax and all things connected to Gygax and other parties not discussed anywhere else in this case, in the mainstream media at least, in what is the most comprehensive Jonbenet Ramsey podcast series, Mindshock. If you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, want to help keep up awareness in cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and other topics, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Also, you can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So let's break this down first from acandyrose.com, which is a very, very in-depth website referring to all available evidence in the Jonbenet Ramsey case. Speculate about the viability of suspects. Who killed the pageant queen, the prime suspect, shown in the UK on Real Crime ITV1 on June 15, 2004. This was produced by Michael Tracy and co-produced with David Mills. Suspects targeted by Michael Tracy in his documentaries: Michael Helgoth and John Stephen Gygax. Targeted as Helgoth's partner in crime and then Helgoth's killer. Of course, the suicide by many considered staged. Michael Helgoth's DNA doesn't match. And again, these are all old articles, old write-ups, old documentaries. The latest DNA technology has not been used to rule out any suspects. Now, obviously, generation 1 or 2 generation old DNA tech is not going to be as accurate as modern tech. Now, that still doesn't mean the most modern technology is accurate. Supposedly, there's only enough of a sample to test one more time. Now, in 2022, I don't know why they can't duplicate the sample somehow in order to be able to have something to test later as well. But that's law enforcement for you. So just continuing on here, it says the DNA doesn't match, but again, that's not 100% certain with such a degraded sample. John Gygax contacted the Boulder DA's office when he discovered Michael Tracy was targeted him. He provided documentation that he wasn't in Boulder on December 25th, 1996. Michael Tracy is quoted in Rocky Mountain News, September 2nd, 2006, as, quote, "Nor did he do what he has criticized the media for over the years, speculate about the viability of suspects," end quote. What? Both Michael Helgoth and John Stephen Gygax are presumed innocent, just as John Mark Carr was presumed innocent. And for Michael Tracy to continue to feature these men on his prime suspects, whether in his own documentaries or in court TV specials he co-produces, or the selling of sections of his show to other networks, whether here in the USA or abroad, is proving he is nothing more than a hypocrite and doing the exact same thing that he's claiming he is fighting against: media trial in the court of public opinion. In a legal deposition in the Wolf vs. Ramsey civil suit dated December 11, 2001, Patsy Ramsey stated on page 158, quote, "I mean, we are not afraid to face even our most vile opponent, of which I consider the National Enquirer to be one of the most vile," end quote. Michael Tracy appeared on Catherine Cryer Live, Court TV, June 24, 2004, and validates using Michael Helgoth and then covertly using John Gygax as the prime suspect in his documentary from a story published in the National Enquirer that Helgoth had a stun gun and owned high-tech boots, shown in the segment. Tracy praises the National Enquirer for running the story, while at the same time his documentaries are peppered with criticism on tabloid articles, including those in the National Enquirer for attacking the Ramsey. I mean, you could approve of some things an entity does and not other things. I mean, I don't know how hypocritical that is, but. So let's get even more in depth. On the Jonbenet subreddit, just 5 months or so ago, in 2022, Hope Troll posted this regarding John Stephen Gygax. Referencing Geraldo at-large interview of John Stephen Gygax and observations here. It is a transcript, so some of the issues could be due to transcription errors. 1. Gygax says he has receipts from a Sears to prove he was in Indiana at the time of Jonbenet's killing, but as far as I know, the Indiana Sears wasn't open on Christmas Day in 1996. Also, since he has roommates, wouldn't it make more sense to say my roommates can vouch for me that I was living in Indiana at the time? 2. He says he lived in Boulder for 15 years until he moved to Indiana in September, October of 96. 3. He also says that he heard about the killing of Jonbenet in September, October of 96. Although incorrect, indicates he moved to Indiana at the same time as Jonbenet's killing. Or at the same time that he thought it was. So he doesn't even know the months here. 4, if he were innocent, why wouldn't he take a DNA test and then sue the documentarian Michael Tracy? I realize he might not want to be implicated in a separate crime, which is why he wouldn't give DNA. That's an interesting point there, especially if he's a known criminal. 5, lastly, he did automotive restoration work, which might explain why he might have black specialty duct tape on hand. SureTape sells a black duct tape designed to be used on cars. And we don't need to go down the SureTape rabbit holes here, but apparently it was manufactured. To be able to get it, there's questions on how quickly one can get it if it was manufactured so close to the date, and it would have to have been shipped, etc., etc. You can look at our previous podcast regarding the SureTape and Susan Bennett and all of the coincidences in that direction. 6, he has trailers and he caravans. A good reason to own olefin utility cord. One of the uses for that cord was for tents. Due to caravanning, he probably is familiar with the knots used for camping. 7, he claims Michael Helgoth was just a work friend, but check out his response when asked about what happened to Michael. So he's asked what happened to Michael. Gygax says this, quote, well, when I was back, after I moved back there in Indiana in September, October, I don't have the exact date. I know it was toward the end of September or the beginning of October 96. I was living my life, and of course I saw the news release of the Jonbenet murder in Boulder. I was in Bloomington, Indiana, in a home that I was renting with 2 other roommates. We were sitting there watching TV that evening when it broke, and one of my who's Richard Hill, who is from Boulder, I'm assuming that one of my roommates, who's Richard Hill, who is from Boulder, he came back with me to Indiana from Boulder, who helped me drive some of the vehicles. I had a big rental truck pulling the trailer, the Jeep, and my 55 Chevy pickup truck pulling a trailer. So he drove the pickup truck, and we caravanned out here together. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. So that's his answer when asked what happened to Michael. Okay, the commentary here continues. I realize he might have just been nervous, but this seems like an easy yes, I heard about that. It is very sad. He's a nice guy. He didn't say it better later, as shown below. He's asked, the end of Michael Helgoth's life, because this is important here. Gygax says, quote, Michael, according to what I've been told, committed suicide on February 14th, 97. Okay, point 7, a Dirty Harry reference. He's asked, now I want to tell people how the true investigators find out that this man being named by so, actually I want to make it so your story, there's a frame where they hold up what they claim to be a police report, correct? Gygax responds, quote, yes, it was a menacing with a deadly weapon charge that I just spoke about earlier in the show where a fight broke out in my mobile home and my roommate was being injured and I interviewed and got a little bit, I'm assuming that should be intervened, and I got a little bit carried away and pinpricked a guy in his chest with a knife, and he reached his hand up and grabbed the knife blade, and when I pulled it back, he cut his hand, but I was just trying to get him out the door away from my roommate so I can tend to my roommate, who ended up actually having an amputated finger from the incident from the guy I was trying to protect him from. If you were to get a hold of the courtroom transcripts, the prosecutor spoke to the judge on my behalf, actually more so than my own lawyer had to talk. He told the prosecutor, told the judge that I was so close to making my day thing that I probably shouldn't be even in the courtroom. But because we were all drunk, it was New Year's Eve night. Basically, one person's testimony cancels out another, so all were inadmissible. So basically, it was my word against the injured party's word, and that was it. Point 8. Lastly, although he has an aw-shuckish vernacular, he can be quite elegant and targeted when he wants to be. This might have been written for him, though. Quote, I would just like to say I'd like to see Michael Tracy held accountable for what he's done to me and others. Also, Michael Tracy is a journalism professor at the Colorado University, which is one of our nation's most respected universities, and I just think that the CU faculty, students, alumni, and those donating money in grants to the Colorado University really want the university to be associated with the professor that works this way. Or don't want to? Do the parents of students attending CU for journalism degrees really want a man like Michael Tracy teaching their children? I ask anyone hearing this show to think what this would do to your life. Imagine having your family, friends, coworkers having to live this nightmare. Then understand that next week it could be you in Michael Tracy's sights. This man needs to be stopped before he ruins another life. I'm asking the public for help. If this upsets you, please write to Colorado University Board of Regents and voice your opinion to them. I would like to see Michael Tracy removed from his teaching position at Colorado University and issue a public apology for his wrongful accusations leveled against myself and others. This man has no business teaching in a university, period, and that's just what I wanted to say, end quote. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting shift. That's an interesting shift in dialogue. So in September, October 96, Gygax had just served 90 days for the felony of menacing with a deadly weapon. And then he moves to Indiana allegedly right after. But he also doesn't seem to have a good memory because he claims he heard about Jonbenet Ramsey's death in September, October 96. 43 Holding responded with this. Gygax is not named in the clip of the documentary Who Killed the Pageant Queen, other than to state that he was Helgoth's associate. In this, it mentions that he may have worked in the Ramsey home before they moved in. Unidentified animal hairs were found in the basement near Jonbenet's body. Helgoth's associate, aka Gygax, raised wolf dogs whose hair matched those colors. Edited to add that there are some errors in the clip, one of which they state the age of the Boulder girl referred to as Amy as being 12 years old and others she was 14, is the comment about Patsy's health insurance towards the end.
These detectives did not see Helgoth as the actual killer. In fact, DNA samples taken at a post-mortem show that he was not. But they think he may have been involved. One reason is that they've always believed it likely that more than one person was in the Ramsey home that night. The footprints suggest this, as do the number of objects taken in and out of the house. These include a rope, stun gun, cord, and duct tape. It would have been difficult for just one person to have done everything that was done that night. And the ransom note also suggests that more than one person was involved. It says, "We are a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction." It warns about the two gentlemen watching over your daughter. Throughout, it refers to the kidnappers in the plural. The new team of detectives think Helgoth may well have been involved as an accomplice of an even more deadly killer. One who later murdered him to stop him talking after Alex Hunter's unnerving press conference. In trying to identify a potential killer, they came up with an important clue. In the months before the murder, up to a dozen homes near the Ramseys were broken into at night. There was a curious pattern to these burglaries. Little or nothing was taken. Detectives believed they were carried out simply for the thrill of stalking others at night. The break-ins stopped abruptly after the murder. The Boulder police did not link them to the murder, but the new investigators believed they might be the key to everything. Because Helgoth, too, used to stalk people at night. It happened to John Kennedy.
I was working on a car late one evening in my garage. I kind of get the feeling there's something out there, and went right up to the window to look. I looked and it was real quiet. I don't see anything. I looked again, and all I could see were a pair of eyes coming out of the black. I don't know why I figured, well, this could be Michael. So I said, "Is that you, Mike?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, how long you been out there?" And he goes, "Long enough." And he's gone. I thought it was kind of strange.
Helguth used to stalk people at night, dressed in black ninja clothing. When looking for his possible killer, detectives looked for a violent associate who shared his interest in martial arts and young girls. They immediately came up with one, a close associate who has since disappeared, a man who frightens those around him.
I tried to steer clear of that individual because he could have been, a menace to me or my family.
Were you personally scared of him?
On a level, I'd have to say yes. Absolutely. I think he was capable of being violent towards anybody.
Threatened to cut one of his girlfriend's ears off. His ex-wife, he tried to kill her. They were only married probably 5-6 days.
Helgoth's associate lived in this trailer park near the car salvage yard. The makers of this program know his name, but have decided to withhold it because he has not been charged with any offense. But the more that has been discovered about him, the more he fits the profile of a stalker and a killer.
He was very methodical. He wanted everything down to the last detail. He didn't want anybody else to have any control. If he didn't feel like he was controlling a situation, he would lash out.
Martial arts, he liked those throwing knives. He was into ninja. He was into dark clothing. He always wore a black t-shirt, black pants, black boots.
Helgoth's associate was convicted following a stabbing here on the trailer park. Witnesses were too frightened to give evidence, but court documents summarized his criminal record as violence, history of sexual assault. They also revealed that he was a convicted pedophile. He was imprisoned in the 1980s for a sexual assault on a child. It is believed that he may have worked on the Ramsey home shortly before the family moved in. Unidentified animal hairs were found in the cellar where Jonbenet's body was left. The hairs were of two colors. Helgoth's associate raised wolf dogs whose hairs exactly match those colors. Helgoth had bought 2 of these dogs.
If Michael Hilgoth and this one associate that we identified were actually involved in the burglaries, they could have easily been involved in the murder also. There's just too many associated items that could tie him to it. That means that he has to be eliminated. We need DNA from him, wherever he might be.
These investigators see the associate as their prime suspect in the Ramsey case. Tracking him down, they say, is a priority. The need to do so made more urgent by revelations about another horrific crime the Ramsey killer may have committed. Seven years after the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey, a prime suspect has been identified for the killing. He's been identified by new investigators, who have also uncovered disturbing facts about another crime he may have committed. It occurred in an affluent area of Boulder, near the Ramsey home, just 9 months after the killing of Jonbenet. A mother and her 12-year-old daughter returned to their home here after a visit to the cinema. The girl attended the same dance studio in Boulder as Jonbenet. The Dance West studio is now derelict and about to be pulled down. But detectives think the fact that the girl danced here might explain what happened that night. Her father was away on business. When the girl and her mother returned home, they were alone. They are still too upset to talk publicly about what happened next. There was an intruder in their home. The father is anxious to protect the family's identity.
My feeling is he got into the house while they were out and hid inside the house.
After turning on the burglar alarm, the mother went to bed. Sometime later, the intruder crept into the girl's bedroom. He put his hand over her mouth. He used her name and told her he knew her. He began a sexual assault and a possible abduction. But the mother close by was a light sleeper.
My wife heard whispering. She got up, asked if everything was okay. She got a non-committal reply. Thought that there might be someone moving around. She took a can of mace and walked into the other bedroom. And that's when she saw a man there. He ran past her and ran out a bedroom window where he had to jump off the roof.
It was what he was wearing, though, which has intrigued detectives.
He was dressed completely in black from head to foot, like a ninja.
His mask was pulled up. But detectives say the black clothing strengthens their belief that this case may be linked to the Ramsey murder.
And what we found is that there were a lot of similarities between the Dance West case and the Ramsey case. So we have a little girl who was in her room right next to her mom and dad. There was an alarm system that was not activated. Somebody entered the home. Somebody assaulted this little girl and then left.
I suggested multiple times that the case seemed very similar to the Ramsey case. When I told the police detectives about this, they said, no, this has no similarity at all.
Frustrated by the attitude of the Boulder police, the parents hired a private detective. He uncovered the same pattern of late-night break-ins that have now caught the attention of detectives investigating the Ramsey murder.
We learned about a series of intrusions and attempted assaults where someone would come home and find someone in their bedroom in the middle of the night, or someone appeared in someone's bedroom in the middle of the night. To me, it's so similar that you'd have to think there's a very good chance that it was the same person. Or it may just be that there's a number of lowlives running around. Whether they know each other or not, who knows? The similarities are pretty compelling, though, and it seems to me if you were the police, you'd at least be curious about it, rather than not wanting to hear about it.
They would just enter the home in a ninja costume.
All dressed in black.
The detectives now hunting Jonbenet's killer are shocked that the lead was ignored.
The fact that Boulder PD ignored information was just absolutely ludicrous. Why are you not taking this information and seeing if it was related to the Ramsey case? You have an obligation as a law enforcement agency to take these facts and either eliminate it or say, guess what? It is part of the Ramsey homicide.
While dismissing any link to the Ramsey case, the Boulder police dismayed the parents by questioning their daughter's school friends. In the process, revealing what had happened to her, something she wanted kept secret.
If I had to rate the police performance in this case on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd rate it a -10, because it was not only incompetent and dishonest in that they would tell us they were doing things that they didn't do. Not only that, but it caused additional harm to a victim.
In the Dance West case, the victim alerts mom and is able to get up and leave.
These detectives believe, had the mother not awoken and disturbed the intruder, it could have gone badly for her too. The parents are only too aware of this.
The possibility that it could have turned out the same way is pretty obvious, and then you'd have the police saying, well, it's clear that the parent must have done it, because nobody else could get in there. But for my wife being a light sleeper, we might be in the newspapers now, as well as the Ramseys.
So, supposedly according to this documentary, he allegedly worked in the Ramsey home, but before they moved in. But either way, before and during the Ramsey stay at that house, how many convicts, ex-convicts, criminals worked in that house? It seems to be a laundry list. And this guy also convicted in the 80s of a crime against a child as well. I mean, this is crazy. And then, of course, according to this documentary, they're linking Gygax to being the ninja-like guy who possibly was responsible for the other assault within 7 months of the Jonbenet Ramsey death, which is curious. We've gone over that before, because there's a lot of coincidence theorists out there who think that for some reason a criminal-minded individual would never lie in wait at a house until people came home, when the exact same thing happened in the exact same town to a girl who went to the same dance studio as Jonbenet. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, people. So, there's somebody in that neighborhood who's doing these things. And then if Gygax and Helgoth are obsessed with ninjas and breaking into houses, I mean, this is all very, very strange, to say the least. It is very, very strange. Now, in the previous episode, we went over Lorraine Florence, the housekeeper's daughter, the daughter of one of the Ramseys' previous housekeepers, Geraldine Vodica, in something that for whatever reason is not discussed. This is very, very curious, because Boulder, again, Hope Troll posted this interesting write-up. In the first 338 days of 1996, Boulder, Colorado had 0 murders. In the following 72 days, Boulder, Colorado experienced 3 mysterious deaths/murders, if Helgoth was a murder. Some people believe that Lorraine Florence was some kind of accidental death as well. But theoretically, Jonbenet Ramsey could have also been accidental, depending on which theory one subscribes to. And this is weird, though, because we have this triangle of 3 deaths in an area where there are usually 0 deaths. All 3 people were young. All 3 people experienced slow, agonizing deaths. 2 women were murdered between midnight and 2 a.m. Lorraine Florence was the daughter of one of the Ramseys' previous maids, Geraldine Vodica. Okay, this is really weird. Another post by Hope Patrol here. Apparently the cocaine in Lorraine's system had been ingested. I'm wondering if the MO for the first Lorraine cocaine and the last Michael Helgoth sedatives murders was to drug the victims and then kill them in a non-obvious way. An interesting question and explanation here. What is Helgoth's connection? Because these aren't coincidences. Hope Troll responded, someone who knew Helgoth is responsible for all this and framed Helgoth for what happened to Jonbenet. Why did they frame him instead of anyone else? The mastermind needed to frame someone, and Helgoth was in his social sphere. Helgoth was likely young and trusting. The mastermind was older, manipulative, and vicious. Helgoth had taken out a permanent restraining order on his ex-girlfriend, so although he was a big talker, he might have been a softie. The mastermind may have heard that Helgoth vaguely talked to John Kennedy about the deal and didn't want to commit this crime with Helgoth anymore, since Helgoth couldn't be discreet. Alternately, Helgoth realized that their plan made no sense and that they wouldn't get a ransom, so Helgoth no longer wanted to be involved. I don't think Helgoth was involved, but I think he knew things, and that made him a threat to whoever did this. If you are trying to plan the perfect crime, doesn't it make sense to have the perfect fall guy? Huh. God's Warrior 89 asked if there was anything that linked Michael Helgoth to the Ramseys. Hope Troll responded, there was talk that one of Michael's work friends had some kind of a relationship with Lorraine. I think the intruder or intruders knew about the Ramseys' house but didn't know about John Ramsey. The intruder knew that there would be a Bible around where he could circle Psalms 35 and 36, but he didn't know that John isn't Southern. So, a lot of people do believe that Lorraine Lawrence's death is somehow related to a meth ring or drug related, but those criminal circles might also intersect with criminal circles of burglars and murderers as well. I mean, that's not outlandish. So the question is, did this intersect with some kind of criminal plot or ransom plot against the Ramseys? And just how many people were in the know regarding the plot? If you haven't checked out the previous episode, make sure you check that out, because we go over a lot of information that nobody really goes over, including the floor safe in the basement that nobody wants to talk about, which curiously a fair amount of people knew about. Also, is it too convenient that the stun gun and the high-tech boots were either planted or just so happened to be right next to Helgoth's body? I mean, it's almost as if someone's trying to set him up. Hope Troll also posted this, my working theory. In the ransom letter, multiple times letters are written oddly to make them resemble the following letters: J, S, G, H, and I, or L. Examples: A's are written to look like S's, and when there is a G, he writes the adjacent letters like they are J and S. Specifically, some instances of daughter, money, and percent also seem peculiar. Others mention that he tried to make J's of other letters. I am theorizing that John Stephen Gygax, Helgoth, and Lorraine Lawrence were involved in the original drafting of the ransom letter, and that these strange letters were a way for them to sign the ransom letter. I think Lawrence and Helgoth were vulnerable people. Drugs may have been used to lure them into this crime. Additionally, they may not have realized that the killer was serious about committing this crime. That's an interesting point, too, because if there was some... That's a very interesting point that nobody talks about. Because if in this circle of criminals there's talk of something, and they didn't even think the other parties would go through with it, and then when it actually happened, then they became liabilities, not that they knew and actively participated. Let's not fall for black and white logical fallacies or any kind of logical fallacies here. 1. Patsy might have been the original target. In the ransom letter, if daughter were replaced by wife, the rest of the letter still works. If the conspirators planned the money-motivated kidnap in November, the original target might have been Patsy. That plan might have been abandoned because they didn't know when John would be home. He probably traveled a lot for work. Perhaps, once their focus shifted to Jonbenet, Lorraine let it be known that she would not allow it. That might be why she was killed or why the plan was delayed. For the ransom to succeed, the intruders would have to collect the ransom and get away with the crime. For them to get the money, John would have to be home. Christmas night was the night of the year that John was most likely to be home. Geraldine Vodica Sr., Lorraine's mother, had worked for the Ramseys but was let go in 1995. She may have had a thank you card from Patsy which supplied the intruders with a sample of Patsy's handwriting. The original draft of the ransom letter might have been written to mimic Patsy's handwriting. Another user here mentioned that the percent in the ransom letter is written how some Spanish and Portuguese teachers write it. The early draft of the letter may have been written by a Hispanic woman. Although she may have tried to mimic Patsy's handwriting, she might not have thought to change how she wrote percent. The killer copied and recopied that note to speed up his copying ability. He didn't have to figure out how to mimic Patsy's writing because the draft already did that, but he did have to copy the draft and keep those details while masking his own handwriting. On the third page, after the first few lines, he was no longer copying, and that is why we see more of his natural handwriting. He may have murdered Lorraine to eliminate a connection to the Ramseys, and so he wouldn't have to pay her a share of the ransom. While her suspicious death was being investigated, he would not have attempted this crime. Once the investigation into her death ended, he may have relaunched his money-motivated kidnap plot. I don't think Helgoth was there that night. I think his replacement may have locked himself in a closet. After that, there was only one intruder, and that's when Jonbenet got some scratches in. She may have gone for the eyes and gotten a fragment of his eyeglass frames, unknown metal fragment found under her nail. The killer might have had stun-gunned her and then moved her to the boiler room. In the boiler room, I think the killer stopped garroting Jonbenet to write his initial on her hand. That might have been when she came to. I know it's insane, but the whole thing is insane, and he likes to tag things. The killer may have blamed Helgoth for not being there that night. Since Helgoth served in the army, it is less likely he would have locked himself in a closet. The guy in the closet used his knife to slash the inside. Time passed, he heard Jonbenet scream, then he heard the metal grate bang down and realized he needed to free himself. So he did, he went looking, saw Jonbenet, tidied her, put her in the wine room, and then threw a blanket over her. He exited through the butler door. That is how he came in. He could not fit through the window grate. He is shorter and stockier. The killer let him in after the killer entered through the window grate. Helgoth's replacement could have gone to the police and lied and said he had no idea what the plan was, but he may have felt shame for messing up the plan. Alternatively, he may have feared the killer. Probably the killer and Helgoth's replacement were there when Helgoth died, otherwise Helgoth might have overpowered one of them. They are both implicated in his murder. Blue Moon Pie mentioned, this Reddit user, mentioned that Frank Sinatra Jr.'s kidnapper selected Frank Jr. for kidnap because he didn't want to abduct a girl. That kidnapper also tried to minimize the trauma for the Sinatras, whereas Jonbenet's killer targeted a little girl and attempted to maximize the Ramsey's trauma. Although I call this my current working theory, really is just an extension of the Smith-Mills-Tracy theory. Interesting. Is this really how it all ties together? An add-on here regarding the Sinatra kidnapping. Afterwards, the abductor lied and said it was a hoax publicity stunt orchestrated by the Sinatras, but some people believed it for decades. If the original plan was to abduct Patsy, mimicking her handwriting in the ransom note was ingenious. If John didn't call the police and paid the ransom and Patsy was returned unharmed a little while later, the only evidence might be that ransom note. The abductor's plan might have been to do the same thing and say that Patsy was in on it and was seeking some notoriety. The person who was smart enough to come up with that plan either wasn't in the house that night or was on meth the night of the murder. Only two options according to this theory. Edit was thinking about the SAS shoe print in the train room wall and the wine room, so I have revised the theory slightly. Once the killer exits, his accomplice, still trapped in the closet, phones a friend. The friend, wearing little black SAS shoes, comes in through the train room window and frees him from the closet. Then they tidy Jonbenet and put her in the wine room. His female helper exits first to the train room window in case the alarm will be set off. He then exits through the butler pantry door because he cannot fit through the window grate. Another interesting follow-up by Hope Troll here. When Jonbenet screamed, her parents couldn't hear that, but he didn't know that. See, this is also interesting. I don't know if enough time is spent talking about this. As far as he knew, her parents were running down the stairs with a gun. Once she is dead, he wants to get out of there as fast as possible. He has just murdered a rich man's daughter. Lou Smith did not believe the DNA was from a factory worker. The DNA in her underwear matched the DNA under her fingernails and the touch DNA on the sides of her pants. It is impossible that it came from a factory worker. Plus, factory workers are Asian women, and the DNA is for a Hispanic or Caucasian male. I actually don't know the source here that the DNA from the underwear matched the DNA profile under the fingernails. Anybody else have a source for that? There's no source listed here. And that's, of course, if it was Jonbenet Ramsey who screamed. Some people believe it was Patsy who screamed, either discovering the body or for another reason. But if it was Jonbenet, the perpetrator would probably assume that everybody in the house would hear her because he didn't know the exact layout and logistics of the audio in the house to hear a scream. So that's an interesting point. So if there was no actual plan to kill her, but then she screamed and then they panicked, and possibly killed her if the intruder theory has merit. I am not alleging anything is true or untrue. This is Mindshock. Now, the detractors of this theory point to John Kennedy and suspicions that he was just trying to make money by phoning in an acquaintance as a suspect. An interesting post from over 5 years ago now in the Jonbenet subreddit by Sam Candy. This is something I've also pondered about, yet you are the only other person I've come across who has written about being curious about this. I think it is pretty clear it was one of the intruders who was present at Jonbenet's murder who set up Helgoth as the murderer. In my opinion, they knew about the stun gun because they were there when it was used. And in my opinion, they knew about the boot print because it was leaked to them via someone who had close ties to the Boulder Police Department. So here are my timelines. 1. Stun gun. February 4th, 97, Helgoth's suicide, in quotations. BPD crime scene photos taken of his body and room. According to Shapiro, the police crime scene photos show a pair of high-tech climbing boots by his feet and a stun gun beside his hand and a taser in the background. Unknown date, John Kennedy first contacts BPD saying he called 10 to 20 times, but no one called him back. About March 7th, 3 weeks after Helgoth's suicide, Kennedy said he sat down with Boulder detective Jane Harmer, one of the cops investigating Jonbenet's murder. She took my information and never contacted me again, said Kennedy. April 9th, while looking again at autopsy photos, Smith notices unusual marks on body, suspects they were made by a stun gun. 2. Boot print. Fleet White knew about the high-tech boot print in early January 97. The public did not learn about the high-tech boot print until Beckner took charge in November 97, when an investigation into the footwear began. Helen Misserloo posted this. Here's one drawing board doodle, because everything about this murder mystery is half clever and half idiotic, or so dumb it's brilliant. So dumb it's brilliant. That's an interesting way of looking at it. What if it really was suicide out of remorse, fear, accumulated mental problems? He cannot confess, but he still wants to leave some clues, so he just leaves them strewn around him. And perhaps one more. What about not simply BPD leaks or collaboration? What about a textbook police frame-up? Someone on the force who actually wasn't Ramsey's did it, wants to quickly close the case. He either legitimately believes it was Helgoth, or thinks it's just too good of an opportunity to pass up. He over-obviously plants or emphasizes key pieces of evidence familiar to the investigation. The shoes, the stun gun, SBTC, the wrench in the works. However, DNA is found, but it doesn't match. Surely in February they had no results, but was it known that they even had DNA? Again, this is from Reddit. Take this with a grain of salt. Supposedly, someone compared Helgoth's high-tech boot, appearing to be the perfect match, same size, and even had a dent or a chip in the sole in the exact same spot the print in the basement does. Huh. That's interesting. If that's true, that is quite interesting. So that would mean Helgoth was involved, or the person who was involved had the shoes to plant there. Now, there's some serious questions about John Kennedy. So let's look at a few different posts regarding John Kennedy. Some of these going all the way back to 2006 on the Web Sleuths forums. Elsewhere, it is being reported that this week's headlines that Jonbenet's killer was at the funeral. It is further reported, I'm assuming this is National Enquirer, it is further reported that John Kennedy turned up at Patsy's funeral, but was turned away by Pam Powell. For those who don't know, John Kennedy is a Boulderite whose friend Michael Helgoth committed suicide, allegedly, on the day after Hunter's address to the killer. Soon there will be no one left but you. Yeah, actually, I went over that previously. It was the day after this press conference. So, again, curious timing. Some people saw the suicide as significant. John Kennedy subsequently broke into the Helgoth home and allegedly stole a pair of high-tech boots, which he took to Team Ramsey as evidence. He also stole a check and some artwork which had nothing to do with Jonbenet's murder, but which may help define his character a little. Helgoth was investigated, but there was nothing to connect him with the Ramsey case. His DNA was not a match, for example. I'm also not certain if the high-techs were ever proven to be Helgoths. The inability to connect Michael Helgoth to the Ramsey home didn't stop Michael Tracy from making a documentary naming Helgoth as an accessory. John Kennedy was the star of the documentary about the Ramsey case, and he was articulate as he described the bad man, Mr. X, who had been a friend of Helgoth. Tracy's documentary presented Mr. X as investigators' prime suspect, with Helgoth as accessory. The documentary built a case against Mr. X for midnight burglaries, the murder of little Ali Bareilles, of Jonbenet Ramsey's murder, then suggested that Mr. X murdered Michael Helgoth and that he later was responsible for the Dance West assault. The documentary claimed that Mr. X had disappeared, adding a flare of intrigue to the theory. Alas, it was a crock of fish. The investigators who started the program were Ramsey PIs and not the official investigators, as viewers may have been forgiven for believing, and Mr. X hadn't disappeared at all. In fact, he had been on probation for 4 years after assaulting his wife and had moved to another state in August prior to Jonbenet's murder. He wasn't in Boulder at the time of the murder, or when Helgoth committed suicide, or when the Dance West assault took place. Again, allegedly. Is all he could find a receipt to prove that? I mean, how did they actually prove that? What's more, it later transpired that Team Ramsey knew he hadn't disappeared. Members of this forum tracked him down from an arrest sheet, which Tracy showed on his documentary, and contacted him via his web business within minutes. Mr. X has an unusual name and was running an internet jewelry business. Mr. X's reaction was one of astonishment and outrage. He was so upset that he immediately contacted the Boulder DA's office and demanded a DNA test to clear himself. He was told by the official investigators that he was not a suspect and never had been. So they never did a DNA test? The whole documentary, as it was shown in the UK, was based upon a lie. What's more, the documentary suggested that Mr. X killed Helgoth to stop him talking about the Ramsey murder. This is despite the fact that the sudden death inquiry decided he was a suicide. Another of Helgoth's friends posted here for a while, and he told us that Helgoth had been depressed about the breakup of a relationship, and that is why he killed himself on Valentine's Day, not because of Hunter's speech. At the time of the documentary, several of us asked whether Kennedy had been investigated. He has a long rap sheet for offenses, including child molestation. One of the other doesn't Gygax also, or some kind of crime against a child? One of the other stars of Tracy's documentary is almost certainly a sex offender who is on the failed to registered list. Such was the quality of his witnesses. There certainly are questions about Kennedy. He apparently tried to contact police 10 plus times to report his suspicions about his dead friend Helgoth. Why not before his death? ? Then he comes up with a pair of high-tech boots which he claims belonged to Helgoth. Was this after it was reported in the media about the high-techs? Was it proven the boots did belong to Helgoth? Kennedy told a story about Helgoth boasting about coming into $60,000 soon, half of the ransom amount. We only have Kennedy's word for this. Unfortunately, TV documentaries are made for entertainment, docutainment. They sell better if they tell a good story. Fortunately, after we exposed the Mr. X hoax, exposed what if all of this is unverified? Tracy had to be completely revamp his documentary before it could be shown in the U.S., and we never heard any more from the John San Augustine Ramsey investigator who wanted lots of money to find the mysteriously disappeared Mr. X. So if it's true, why did John Kennedy turn up at Patsy's funeral? And if that's true, why did Aunt Pam turn him away? If it's true, will he be angered by the rejection? If it's true, will he change his story? And did John Kennedy just want the reward amount or something? And he thought people would buy the fact that he was pushing this theory, even if he knew it wasn't true? Either way, Kennedy seems shady as well. Everybody seems shady here, so it's kind of impossible to make heads or tails. Also, apparently in this post by Misty from May 14th, 2004 on Web Sleuths, is stating that John Kennedy has an extensive criminal history and has permanent damage from a head injury from a car accident. What does everybody make of that, if that's true? But seemingly both Kennedy and Gygax have a history of crimes against children and other crimes. Allegedly. Again, everything is alleged here. This is Mindshock. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. These are just claims and information that have been presented that we are logically analyzing. A post from CC here. It's difficult to tell what Kennedy is in this for, but I suspect the reward. He seems to be a career two-bit criminal, and we can only expect his associations would be with same type of cons. This suggests Helgoth was one as well. The sexual offense doesn't read, in my opinion, as a child victim. It was 1979. He was 26 and was likely having a fling with a 17-year-old girl. The rest, since he spent more time out of jail than in, suggests he was into petty crap. There is doubt cast on whether or not Helgoth committed suicide, which would in some remote way suggest he was murdered because he was getting sloppy with drugs and ready to talk. If he was murdered, it would seem logical that he knew the murderer. Perhaps his little group should be thoroughly investigated and the killer be found among them. I mean, that's a great post there, because obviously Helgoth could have been murdered, and it has nothing to do with Jonbenet Ramsey. If it wasn't a suicide and he was murdered and staged as a suicide, it could have been for a different reason by other parties. And then you have a guy like Kennedy who's just trying to get reward money, possibly having a permanent brain injury of some kind. I mean, here's a totally bizarre article here from October 25th, 2000. Rocky Mountain News. Purported Ramsey investigator accused of burglary. Lafayette man charged with entering house to snatch pair of boots. Boulder. The man who provides the parents of Jonbenet Ramsey with purported evidence in their daughter's death has been arrested on burglary charges. John Edward Kennedy, 47, told officers who arrested him that he was investigating the Ramsey case. Kennedy of Lafayette last summer provided detectives working for John and Patsy Ramsey with a pair of boots he believed may have left a partial print inside the family's home, possibly by the killer. Police do not believe the boots are connected to the Ramsey case, but sent them to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for examination. Was that the last time anybody ever heard of them? Police Chief Mark Beckner said the boots belonged to a former resident of the house Kennedy is accused of burglarizing October 10th. Kennedy, when arrested, said Boulder police had authorized him to break into the home. Boulder detectives denied the claim. And if they did approve it, would they deny it after the fact? Kennedy also said he feared evidence would be lost because the house was supposed to be demolished. Police suspect Kennedy of kicking in a rear door to the home and taking with him 3 drafting quality drawings, a $54,000 check, and legal papers including a deed of trust. What? Who leaves a $54,000 check around? Diamond jewelry, several watches, and money in one bedroom were untouched, according to police reports. The home is owned by the family of a deceased man whom the Ramsey investigators have said may have been involved with the beating and strangulation of their daughter. I mean, this is just one of the most bizarre cases in history. I mean, it's just... There's so many rabbit holes, so many potential suspects and POIs. I mean, it just never ends here. And it seems like basically nobody's credible. Let's also not forget the party supposedly only a few houses away that night, including known drug dealers that J.T. Colfax brought forward from his jailhouse stories. Is it possible that Gygax or Kennedy or Helgoth were somehow connected to individuals at that party? I mean, there's a lot of criminals around there, so it's really crazy. So what does everybody make of Gygax, Helgoth, and Kennedy in this bizarre circle? And is it possible they were also connected to other individuals who may or may not have been responsible for whatever happened to Jonbenet Ramsey? I mean, was this also possibly some kind of burglary gone wrong? Maybe they thought the Ramseys weren't coming back? I mean, it's tough, too, because if they are a bunch of drug users that were at least partially out of their mind, I mean, it's really, really difficult to nail down any of these theories definitively and definitively rule any of them out without having more information, but it seems kind of weird to just write them all off completely when there are just so many coincidences lining up here. Not necessarily that they committed the crime, but that there may have been some kind of a plot, and it may have somehow connected in some way to what actually happened that night. Really weird, but believe it or not, we have way more suspects to discuss, alleged suspects anyhow, and way more rabbit holes to go down. I mean, this is truly a very, very unique case. I mean, extremely tragic, but also unique as well. There's not a lot of cases like this with this many different theories, suspects, rabbit holes, and coincidences. So that's it for now. Hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also be a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series here on Mindshock, the most comprehensive and exhaustive series on the infamous Jonbenet Ramsey case ever, with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike any other podcast, documentary, or series out there. This is episode 16, a full suspect list. And obviously the Mindshock series is the most exhaustive, but believe it or not, there's a plethora of suspects and POIs we have not even gotten to examining, and we will attempt to do so today. As always, if you enjoy the Mindshock series, find it informative, and want to help support the podcast, help keep up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. If you're still not getting the notifications, just make sure to like and comment a lot more on videos. Apparently, the YouTube algorithm will unsubscribe you, or at least not show you updates if you are not more engaged in the content of the channels you are subscribed to. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, go podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, so obviously this is not going to be a actual full suspect list. A better title would be a full major suspect list. We're going to go over minor suspects as well, but there's literally over 100 suspects that have been put forth. And obviously we can't go over every single one in a single episode, but hopefully you've listened to the previous episodes. You're well aware of many different suspects. We're going to go over the least talked about ones now, and including some that have possibly never been talked about, because this is Mindshock and we upturn every stone. So, of course, a lot of theories circulate over a possible acquaintance of the family, some kind of predator in some capacity with connections to the family. So, let's go through a few here. Now, we have reference to an alleyway boogeyman. And you know what's crazy? If they ever did make like a fully comprehensive series on the Jonbenet Ramsey case, it would be tough. It would just be countless hours, because there's just way too many suspects, POIs, side subplots, weird connections like the former housekeeper connections, the Vodka connection, the floor safe, which no one seems to talk about. There's just so many issues in this case that nobody talks about. I'm going to postulate that some of these untalked about issues might actually be the key to solving this thing once and for all. But let's look at references to an alleyway boogeyman. Can't make this stuff up, people. In Steve Thomas's book, page 140, quote, one of Father Rahl's parishioners claimed he came across a crazed-looking man standing beside a truck behind the Ramsey house, holding some white cord and a stick, and grunting, quote, you can't have her, she's mine, end quote. So just when you thought this case couldn't get any weirder, apparently there's also accounts of crazed-looking individuals holding a cord and a stick, rambling that no one can have her because she's his. What is going on here in the Ramsey area? Now, was this all made up? Apparently this guy was investigated. So this is actually really creepy. There's another reference on the next page, page 141. He embellished his story periodically with new clues from visions. Quote, he said the mysterious stranger was also at St. John's Church during the Christmas pageant just before the murder and whispered to him, quote, don't you just want to strangle her, end quote. We checked out everyone he named, then even searched his apartment to make sure he wasn't the murderer. Gosage and I probably spent about 200 man-hours chasing the alleyway boogeyman, and it came to nothing. So Steve Thomas here is stating they spent 200 hours on this alleyway boogeyman. See, this is the other thing that's kind of weird. I really do understand why some people think this is some kind of vast psyop. Again, that doesn't mean that Jonbenet Ramsey wasn't a real person. That doesn't mean she didn't die. Just the nature that all of this unfolded, the investigation itself, the media, everything in the media since, all of this points that it could theoretically be some kind of psychological operation. But if we're taking Steve Thomas at his word, which some people won't do, but again, I have no, this is Mindshock. I'm not claiming or hallucinating to know anything is true or untrue, or anyone is stating the truth or not, unlike some of these other illogical people out there. So this guy, so there were 200 man-hours focused on this parishioner, this church parishioner, who claimed that there's a mysterious stranger, possibly some kind of transient or homeless guy, and he was at the Ramsey home behind a truck, stating, "You can't have her, she's mine." And that supposedly this same guy was also at St. John's Church during the Christmas pageant before the murder, and quote, and said to him, quote, "Don't you just want to strangle her," end quote. Now, if this really happened, so what are the options here? And also, what I found interesting, they even searched this parishioner's apartment because they thought he might be the killer and trying to divert attention away from himself by making up this story. That's what at least Thomas and Gosage considered, according to this, because they're claiming they also searched his apartment. But it all came to nothing. So what are the options here? Either this guy just made it all up for attention, although, I mean, it really isn't that crazy. So, I mean, unless there's more to the story that they didn't cite in the book. In the book, there's 2 occasions cited. At the Christmas pageant, and then also at the outside the Ramsey home. That doesn't state if it was before or after the murder. I'm assuming that was after, possibly when all the media circus was there. But if this is true and there was this weird guy, is it possible this was some kind of mental transient who was just rambling about, a girl in a pageant? I mean, statistically, there's got to be a certain amount of weirdos out there that have made weird comments like that, probably. I mean, I don't know, but of all the pageants in history, or at least in America, you would think there'd be enough crazy people out there that at least a couple have made some weird comments about strangling contestants. Maybe not, but if they have, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. If they're completely mental, they don't act on it, obviously. So if this guy is telling the truth, is that a possibility? Or the guy fabricated all this? Now, in these 2 scenarios, the guy still didn't commit any real crime. Certainly not killing Jonbenet Ramsey. So it doesn't... Or is there a third option where this guy really did kill her? But then why would he be rambling about that? I mean, it's definitely suspicious, but it seems like if this guy's telling the truth, it's mostly a mental case. That's what it seems like from the outset, unless more evidence is produced. I don't know what all the Mindshock listeners think about this, but again, in the interest of being completely comprehensive and exhaustive, I did want to go over this homeless guy, this alleged alleyway boogeyman reported by a church parishioner. So some people think that because this is a church parishioner, possibly a real Christian, who knows, they wouldn't lie about this. Now, again, regardless of whether they're lying or not, if it's some mental guy that had nothing to do with anything, okay, nothing there. Or the guy made it up for attention. But apparently, this guy's name was not released and he did not go to the news. So is he really making it up for attention? As far as I know, I mean, maybe he did, but in Steve Thomas's book, it does not state that, and I couldn't really find anything more on this alleyway boogeyman. Okay, next up we have who is known as the Arapaho suspect or Arapaho suspects, possibly up to 3. This information is coming from the one and only Jameson, aka Susan Bennett. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock podcast on her, make sure you check that out for the full background. Some people think it's kind of suspicious that she happens to be from the exact town where the duct tape was manufactured, but we're not going to get into that here. So, the Arapaho suspect or suspects comes from a December 10th, 2001 internet claim from Jameson that she herself had provided DNA samples on 3 reasonable suspects. What does this mean? So on candyrose.com, they have a breakdown of a lot of different info relating to this claim and these 3 Arapaho suspects. So she claimed that she sent DNA samples to the Boulder Police Department August 17th, 2001. What does that mean? That she sat on the DNA for 8 months? So supposedly this is a former suspect in an unsolved Arapahoe County murder. Cloth with DNA was turned in by internet tipster Susan Bennett, aka Jameson, and I'm guessing this was somehow verified that she did in fact turn this DNA in. March 18th, 2003, Jameson wrote, quote, "Remember when I got the Boulder PD to check out some samples of DNA? One of those samples came from a known pedophile who may have worked in the Ramsey house as a subcontractor," end quote. So does this intersect with possibly one of these other contractors? Does this possibly intersect with some of the people J.T. Colfax was referencing in what he found out in prison from these alleged stories? If you haven't checked out the J.T. Colfax episode, make sure you check that out. I mean, really, if any case was made into some kind of soap opera, I mean, this is really the one. Between this case and the Maura Murray case, I mean, there just seems to be endless rabbit holes. But in the Jonbenet Ramsey case, these rabbit holes seem to intersect many different things. I mean, there's even Jilzane Maxwell connections. If you haven't checked that episode out on Mindshock, check that out, and apparent connections to John Ramsey. But anyway, staying focused here on this, I mean, this is just insane. Bennett said sample is a personal belonging of a man who lived in Boulder December 96. She said it contains hair bodily fluids. Sample was mailed to her 8 months ago by someone intimate with the man. Okay, I mean, this is before I even read this. I made the soap opera comment. We are firmly in soap opera Mindshock land right now. So apparently, one of the girlfriends of this guy got his DNA and didn't send it to the Boulder PD. She sent it to Susan Bennett, an online web sleuth. I mean, what is going on here? So, Rocky Mountain News, August 17th, 2001, there's some verification here. Arapahoe County Detective Rick Falstedt said that Jameson sent the tip to them, and the suspect in question gave voluntary DNA, and he was eliminated. So here's the other problem. When a random web sleuth sends in DNA, I mean, there's no chain of custody there, so what are they going to do with it? So even if she did send the DNA, I mean, did they even test it? Or did they go to the suspects and see if they could collect samples that they could prove would be legitimately those people's? And apparently this was done for at least one of the suspects in questions, and he was eliminated. Now here's the problem with the elimination, because again, this is the Rocky Mountain News from 2001. None of the DNA has been tested using current DNA technology, and the sample is degraded. So all of the previous tests really mean nothing. I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. People are still going on and on about people being cleared. Not a single person has been cleared using the most modern generation technology of DNA testing. Not a single person. And even if they are, that doesn't really mean anything, because if the sample's that degraded, I mean, I think the DNA might be a giant red herring here, depending if it really is that degraded. Again, I don't know. But if it is degraded, it literally means nothing, because you're just relying on fallible DNA technology. Now, obviously, the newer generation technology is going to be less fallible, but how much so? We really don't know. I mean, there's people being exonerated that were convicted on DNA evidence. Now, newer generation DNA evidence. Oh, all of a sudden they're exonerated. It actually didn't match, even though they pretended it was like 99.999 whatever. Obviously, it wasn't even anywhere near that for older DNA technology. Is it there now? Maybe. Maybe it is. But, the older DNA technology, we could pretty much rule that out. Boulder PD Mark Beckner also said there was some tested DNA for Arapahoe suspects. Rocky Mountain News, December 22nd, 2001, did not match. Again, how much does that matter? So here's the December 10th, 2000 post. My letter to press and authorities by Jameson. The Ramseys will never be arrested for the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey. Clearly, there's too much exculpatory evidence. The urgency to protect innocent people from being jailed on trumped-up charges is gone. The investigation continues, and I have great respect for the work being done by people like Ollie Gray and Lou Smith, but until a special investigator is brought on, I think we may as well admit the chances of solving this are between slim and none. The Boulder PD won't do the work, and some people are wisely refusing to participate in their misinvestigation any longer. Evidence has been mishandled and lost by Boulder authorities. The Boulder PD has turned away people who say they may have information dealing with this open murder investigation. Witnesses have openly stated that they felt the cops didn't want to talk about any suspect not named Ramsey. Right or wrong, people don't trust the Boulder police anymore. They are unwilling to work with the Boulder police, and they are told they either work with the Boulder cops or forget it. People are walking away. I have informed Alex Hunter that I know of some evidence files that are being withheld from the Boulder PD, specifically DNA on 3 very reasonable suspects. I will tell them exactly where these envelopes and files are and when and if a special prosecutor is appointed. I faxed this to the DA and some time back and received no response. For those concerned about the evidence, it is properly stored. I called Henry Lee himself and went over this with him. He said he couldn't accept or test evidence unless it went through the Boulder PD. I advised him that that wasn't an option, and thankfully the gentleman went over proper storage of evidence with me. I got the feeling that I was not the only one who had that conversation with him. Since Henry Lee and Alex Hunter are personal friends at this point, I think it is fair to assume Lee has told Hunter about the conversation, and I hope it convinces Hunter that this is not a joke. As you can see, I have once again gotten involved in a way that might stir some controversy, but I am very serious here. I will not aid any more Boulder Police Department bungling. I believe the case can be solved. The evidence is there. I am hoping that DA Alex Hunter will request that a special investigation be started, remove the BPD from the equation. So what have I said? The exculpatory evidence is there. The Ramseys did not kill their daughter. People no longer trust the BPD, and they are unwilling to carry information or evidence to them because they fear it will be ignored, mishandled, or lost. There is evidence being withheld. The BPD will not be handed that evidence. The evidence is not in one place, but all are safe. When a special investigator is brought in, I will tell them exactly where it is. None of it is now in my personal possession. Will this letter make any difference? I don't know. Probably not. But I carefully thought out the pros and cons of releasing this letter, and I can't see the downside. No matter what side of the fence people are on, I hope they will join me in calling for a special investigation in the Ramsey case. Investigate all leads, all the evidence, let the truth be exposed, and let the chips fall where they may. Written with all sincerity, let the chips fall where they may. Jameson, December 10th, 2000. All right, so, if we thought we were in soap opera land before, so here's a web sleuth somehow obtaining DNA, admitting to withholding this evidence from the police, going to renowned forensics expert Henry Lee on how to store the evidence, claiming that, again, is there any verification that she even spoke to Henry Lee and that he advised her on proper storage? I don't know. But Henry Lee is telling random web sleuths how to store DNA evidence in order to not give it to police? What is going on here in this case? You really can't make this stuff up. I mean, again, if this was a novel or a fictional novel or a movie, it would just get shut down for too many plot holes. And then, of course, so I don't know what changed. So apparently she sat on this for months and months and months and then eventually did give it to the Boulder Police Department. And then news outlets did report that this was done. For example, August 17th, 2001, tipster provides possible DNA evidence in the Ramsey case. And even Police Chief Mark Bachner addressed all of this. So, yeah, so now, does anybody think that they actually didn't test the DNA and then just said that they did just to make this all go away? I don't know. Now, even people who had followed the case, I don't remember this much of a deal being made. But apparently there's actually quite a bit of DNA evidence in this case. And also, wow, this is actually pretty crazy. Wow. All right, let me go over this post. This was from the Web Sleuths Forum, December 9, 2001, titles 100 Items by Jameson. Also, a news link here. Colorado police do new DNA test in the Jonbenet Ramsey case by Reuters, August 17, 2001. Boulder, Colorado police investigating the murder of child beauty queen Jonbenet Ramsey are having DNA tests conducted on an item submitted by an internet tipster. A new lead in a nearly 5-year-old case, officials say Friday. We did receive a tip, a piece of information we thought was worth testing, said the Boulder Police Department spokeswoman Yana Peterson. She declined to identify the item that had been turned over to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for tests. The body of 6-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey was found in the basement of the family's home in Boulder, Colorado, December 96. According to the Rocky Mountain News, the item is a personal one belonging to a man who lived in the Boulder area at the time of the murder. It was turned over by an internet site operator who goes by the name Jameson. Peterson said DNA on the item will be compared with DNA found at the murder scene. If there is a match, police would have to conduct further investigation, she said. However, the tests were expected to take several weeks. You know, it's weird, too. Like, all the way back in the early 2000s, tests are taking weeks, and yet nowadays, they could still take months and months and months, close to a year. Weird. The tipster said the item was delivered by someone who claimed to be intimate with the owner and contains hair and bodily fluids. The newspaper said the item is from a former suspect in an unsolved murder in nearby Arapahoe County. No arrests have been made, although police have questioned nearly 600 people and tested 100 items. So that's actually pretty interesting for the people that say that there wasn't a thorough investigation. I mean, you can call it incompetent. Call it incompetent if you will. But apparently, there were quite a few leads followed, interviews done, all of this testing on 100 items. Police have said the parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, remain under an umbrella of suspicion. The Ramseys now live in the Atlanta area and have denied any involvement in their daughter's death and have criticized police who they say have botched the case. So this is an interesting forum post. They checked hair and saliva, so are we talking maybe 50 people? Ramsey, Boulder, and Atlanta, that's at least 10. Whites, Fernies, Steins, Father Hoverstock. Let's be conservative at another 10. The housekeeper, the babysitters, and AG people, that's another 10. Again, I think a conservative number. Neighbors, photographers, gardener, people like Chris Wolf and Randy Simons, if they were tested, another 10. That means they may have tested 10 people we don't know about, but if it was my child, I think I would have expected more, especially when we know that there have been many people who are reasonable suspects. 100 tests is nothing. Another post here. There are only the items that you have found easy to know of, but look at the items from the search warrant affidavits, and more of them become logical test sources. So there were hair fibers from a victim's pillow, 44KKY. Whose hairs? One might assume Jonbenet's, but DNA would confirm. Also, there's hair fibers from Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey's bed, 52KKY. If Jonbenet's hair was found there, they may have an innocent explanation, but it would support an infidelity theory if 52KKY belonged to neither John, Patsy, Jonbenet, or Burke. DNA testing would confirm or deny innocent ownership. That's a good point there. Hairbrush found in Mr. Ramsey's bathroom, 53KKY. Spoon, 5pp. Glass, 6pp, which are obvious sources of mouth DNA. Underwear, 9JRB. So girls' underwear, 36BAH. Girls' underwear, 56BAH. Girls' underwear, 61BAH. Girls' underwear, 62BAH. 5 pairs of girls' underwear, 76BAH. 2 pairs of girls' underwear, 77RAH. A pair of underwear, 45BAB. Child's underwear, 57BAB. Child's underwear, 58BAB. Child's underwear, 59BAB. And men's underwear, 53BAH. So these are all items as sources of DNA. Now, of course, if they're all innocent, if they just all belong to the family members, then nothing's there. But do we know that for certain? Obviously, we do not. Another interesting post from Jameson here, August 29th, 2002. The BPD compared 2 DNA samples for me. One, they came back and said that based on the comparison, the man was cleared. It couldn't possibly be a match. That was a good thing. I got to tell the man's closest family that he was innocent, and they didn't have to have any doubt. Or do they, again, with this fallible DNA tag? The second sample, however, they said wasn't a match. Well, we know the DNA profile in the Ramsey case is not a full profile. It is a partial. There can't be an exact match. I asked, can you exclude him? They refused to answer the question. They just said it was not a match. I went back to that tipster and told them what I found out. I certainly couldn't say that I knew for sure he was cleared. I don't. Have to watch for these words. Interesting things. The cops knew the name of the person giving the first sample. The second went in as a John Doe, and they never asked me afterwards who it was. I found that odd. Maybe they know. Maybe that profile was already in their system, so they know. But the fact is they never told me they knew who it was or seemed at all interested in knowing the name. That's another interesting point. Another post from Jameson, March 18th, 2003. Remember when I got the Boulder PD to check out some samples of DNA? One of these samples came from a known pedophile who may have worked in the Ramsey house as a subcontractor. His family had come forward. The Boulder PD ignored them, so they came to me. I went in a bit of a back door to get the sample taken in and the family protected. First, the family called the BPD and asked if any had that specialty handicraft was in the house. They were told no. But when the photos of the house started being broadcast, they felt betrayed by the BPD as it was there clear as day. Specialty handicraft? I'm not sure what's being referred to here. So that is just one they ignored. The DNA was checked. I was told there was no possible way he could have been the donor, so I personally consider him cleared. But I hope the new team goes back and verifies that those tests were really done. That's a great point. That was one. Add Oliva, Gardiner, Helgoth, McElroy, all in the same area with problematic records. They need to start over and look at all the decent suspects, and that will keep them busy. Okay. I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point. So we have fallible DNA technology as part of the variable here. And also, we really don't know if these tests were even done. I mean, what if they weren't done and they just said they were done? I mean, that wouldn't be the first time ever something like that has happened. So then we also have John Gardiner. I believe I mentioned him at least in passing. This is the homeless guy who was working at Pasta J's restaurant owned by Jay Elowski, who is a close friend and business partner of John Ramsey. Gardiner was arrested June 10th, 1999 for attempting to stab Jay Elowski with a knife. Now, there's a little bit more backstory here, and depending on the mental sanity level of Gardiner, one can, I guess, take what he says with a grain of salt, but let's examine it because this is Mindshock. So, allegedly, John Gardiner attempted to stab Elowski. He said he could prove Elowski killed Jonbenet Ramsey. He said names of the children coming up out of the sidewalk behind the Criminal Justice Center, and the children were crying out for vengeance because Jay killed Jonbenet. Again, that doesn't quite sound like a statement from a completely sane man. However, let's say he is completely insane. Is it possible? I mean, there's no magical Dungeons and Dragons spell or rule that prevents people with mental issues from uncovering evidence of murder or possibly being in the vicinity and overhearing certain statements that either really were indicative of some kind of murder or plot or weren't. But how would we know? The fact that they might have a mental condition, that doesn't mean they didn't really hear what they thought they heard or somehow know what they did. Because again, the brain fills in the gaps. The subconscious mind is a very mysterious and perplexing thing. I mean, obviously nobody really knows how it works. So if they can't process information in a, let's say, traditional way, would some kind of hallucination or visions fill in the gap, so to speak? So just because he had these visions or hallucinations, I mean, let's assume they were. Let's not get into any kind of interdimensional theories here or any of that. But let's assume they were hallucinations. Were they a byproduct of some evidence he might have stumbled across, didn't know how to process it, and that's how it came out? Nobody ever wants to talk about these things. Coincidence theorists, they just completely ignore any and all possibilities like this. So let's look at this article here. This is Rocky Mountain News, July 5th, 1999. Ramsey case snags wide circle in its web. By Charlie Brennan. The discovery of Jonbenet Ramsey's body in her parents' basement 2.5 years ago has led to no fewer than 10 arrests. None have been for the 6-year-old's death. While the grand jury investigation into the killing is winding down, a still growing string of peripheral players has been pulled under by the backwash. Records and reputations have been tarnished by charges ranging from trespassing to attempted arson and racketeering. It's kind of mind-boggling, said Lincoln County Sheriff Leroy Yowell, whose department had a role in one of the saga's more unusual sideshows. One prosecutor says many who touch the case or are touched by it come away tainted. Boulder County Sheriff's Detective Steve Ainsworth, who worked on the case more than a year for Boulder DA Alex Hunter, has never seen anything like it. Ordinarily, on a major case, a murder case like this, we're bringing in everybody and throwing everything we have at it for 72 hours, he said. As a result, you solve all kinds of other stuff along the way, but usually it's old cases, things you had outstanding. In this case, all the arrests were made in new crimes driven by the case. Ainsworth traces it back to the media attention surrounding Jonbenet's Christmas night 96 slaying. So many people get caught up in the publicity that they want to become part of it, he said. They end up becoming too much a part of it and getting themselves arrested. Former Globe reporter Jeff Shapiro is one of them, and he thinks there could be more. Actually, I don't think enough people have been arrested, said Shapiro, now a freelancer working for Time. One supermarket weekly staffer said his publication has been the subject of at least 4 separate criminal investigations, none resulting in prosecution. Shapiro was issued a summons for trespassing and harassment after he went to the secluded mountain home of a Ramsey family friend in July 1997 bearing flowers. This was after he'd called the homeowner, Patty Novak, and she'd told him he was unwelcome. Novak told deputies that Shapiro called her on a cell phone from her front porch, letting it ring up to 20 times. Shapiro said he was doing his job. I was ordered by my editor, Craig Lewis, to go to her house, leaving me very little choice in the matter, he said. I felt intimidated into doing what I was instructed to do. Lewis, currently promoted to news editor at the Globe, said, just as he has so many times in the past, Jeff seems to have a hard time taking responsibility for his own mistakes. Neither I nor anyone else at the Globe ever instructed him to harass anyone. I noticed he didn't deny telling him to go to her house, though. The Boulder DA's office deferred prosecution at the condition that Shapiro stay out of trouble for a year. He did. A far more serious case is that of James and Regana Rapp, an Aurora couple indicted by a Jefferson County grand jury June 24th on 2 counts of racketeering. Employees of the Rapps' firm, Touchtone Inc., impersonated Jonbenet's father, John Ramsey, in an effort to obtain receipts for purchases by Patsy Ramsey at McGuckin Hardware in Boulder the month before the killing, the indictment charges. It is believed Touchtone was acting as an agent for a California private investigator who, in turn, had been hired by a tabloid television program. A search warrant executed by Boulder detectives against Touchtone's Denver office May 29, 1997, showed that the police seized folders containing phone records of Jay Elowski, a friend of the Ramsey family. Also found was information on P.I. H. Ellis Armistead, who was hired by the Ramsey team and had at least 58 files on the Ramseys. Elowski, incidentally, is part of the Ramsey-related crime mosaic as both perpetrator and victim. In 97, the Boulder restaurateur earned 2 weekends on a Boulder County jail work crew plus 1 year of probation after pleading guilty to misdemeanor menacing. He was charged with threatening 2 men he believed were reporters at a time when John and Patsy Ramsey were staying at his home. More recently, the Ramsey case claimed 46-year-old John Gardner. Gardner, a homeless man employed at Elowski's restaurant Pasta J's in Boulder, was arrested June 10th for allegedly attempting to stab Elowski. Gardner said he had proof Elowski was involved in Jonbenet's death, witnesses said. One witness told police that Gardner had claimed that he had seen the names of the children coming out of the sidewalk behind the Criminal Justice Center and that the children were crying out for vengeance because Jay killed Jonbenet. Elowski, a close friend and business partner of John Ramsey, was in Michigan when Jonbenet was killed and has never been a suspect. And again, do we actually have 100% verification of that? Because if somebody alibied him, I mean, how many levels do they check? This is something that even so-called true crime aficionados, they don't want to talk about this for whatever reason. I don't know if they don't have the mental capacity or they're too mentally weak to consider the problems with law enforcement investigations or that detectives can be fallible in some way. But what does it take to clear somebody? 1 or 2 alibis? 3 alibis? You know, maybe a ticket that may or may not have been bought by somebody? I mean, unless they have actual CCTV footage. I mean, how do they know for certain he was in Michigan? This is something nobody wants to, not just him, anybody. I mean, nobody wants to talk about this. I'm going to interject here with another really, really dark theory because some people allege that the Ramseys were involved in some kind of Illuminati rituals, child sacrifice, exploitation, whatever, if their circle of so-called elite friends or just people of high status, politicians, whatever, in the Boulder area and otherwise all across the country, possibly the world, if all these people possibly attended the party where Jonbenet Ramsey was either killed or harmed in some way, if there were certain offhand remarks made to the circles of people around them and they were overheard by other people, is that why there is seemingly, although completely inconclusive, uncorroborated in any way, there is seemingly rumors or trickles of information regarding so many suspects? Is that because they were somehow tangentially related to people who may have attended these Illuminati ritual, satanic abuse type parties, which Jonbenet Ramsey might have been at? And maybe she really wasn't killed at the party, but maybe they thought she was. Maybe there was some kind of accident. Maybe she died later. Who knows? Would they say certain things that people might have overheard or perceived to be incriminating to the party making the statements, unaware maybe that there's a whole lot of people possibly involved, so they just erroneously filled in the gaps and thought that they were the sole perpetrator? Is that why we're seeing so many suspects and so many people who believe that certain people are guilty in some way? I mean, again, I'm not claiming this is true in any way. This is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. All the Dunning-Kruger goofs get instantly triggered whenever I say something like that. These goofs hallucinating that I'm somehow claiming that that's true in any way. Obviously, I'm not. I mean, we're talking first grade English here, and so many people are so deficient. They flood the comment sections with their Dunning-Kruger stylings because they were so triggered in not understanding basic English. I'm not claiming that's true. I'm bringing forth one possible theoretical that might not be true in any way, just attempting to account for variables which seem to be a never-ending circle of suspects and people who believe whatever suspect is guilty. But let's continue on here. Olowski supposedly never been a suspect. Gardner is set for a preliminary hearing July 8th in Boulder County Court on a felony charge of second-degree assault. The Raps, free on bail, could each be sentenced to as many as 24 years in prison and fines up to $1 million upon conviction. Several people have encountered Ramsey-related trouble that don't constitute criminal arrest or charges, but still add up to a legal headache. Freelance photographer Randy Simons, who had taken pictures of Jonbenet for her beauty pageant portfolio, was apprehended October 16, 1998, when a sheriff's deputy found him walking nude along a street in Genoa, an eastern plains town of 200 people. Yowell, the Lincoln County Sheriff, said that when approached by a deputy, Simons volunteered unsolicited, "I didn't kill Jonbenet." I mean, this is years later. This is kind of weird. He was taken into protective custody, treated at University Hospital, and allowed to return home 3 days later with no charges filed against him. Said one detective who had worked on the case but would speak only on a condition of anonymity, "I've been involved with grand jury cases before where you'll get peripheral players that are brought in through conspiracy or whatever, but never anything like this, where you have everybody and their brother, J.T. Colfax being the best example, feeling the heavy hammer of the DA's office while the killer is still out there uncharged." Colfax, a Denver artist whose legal name is James Michael Thompson, has just a few more days to serve on a 2-year Boulder County jail sentence stemming from his failed bid to start a fire at the Ramsey's Boulder home in the summer of '97. Colfax is the only person in the case arrested twice. He pled guilty to stealing the page from the logbook at the Boulder County morgue that documented the arrival of Jonbenet's body. Although incarcerated, Colfax has hardly been silent. As recently as June 16th, a Colfax drawing was posted on his website, the Colfax Diaries. It depicted an anguished figure rendered in bold, aggressive strokes, the following message emanating from its mouth. "Listen carefully," it began, echoing the opening of the Ramsey case ransom note. "There's a certain buzz about the next scheduled meeting of the grand jury. In a briefing at the jail on Wednesday, June 16th, a sign-up list was circulated for volunteers to be on possible Ramsey overtime." What? Even from jail, one more player reluctant to leave the stage. And another reference here from October 14th, 99, from westword.com, "Send in the Clowns" by Patricia Calhoun. And then, of course, there was Jay Alowski, owner of Pasta Jay's restaurant and a friend of the Ramseys, who had put John and Patsy up in the early days after Jonbenet's murder. In July 97, Alowski pled guilty to misdemeanor menacing. He'd brandished a baseball bat at the two men he thought were reporters on Patsy's tail, but who turned out to be mild-mannered engineers. Had the hapless victims actually been reporters, no jury in the land would have convicted Alowski. But Alowski got his. This summer, John Gardner, a homeless man who was working at Pasta Jay's, attacked Alowski with a knife, accusing him of being somehow involved in Jonbenet's murder. Gardner was charged with second-degree felony assault, the most significant charge yet to emerge from the case, in Boulder at least. Still, so far, no one has suggested that Jay Alowski or John Gardner killed Jonbenet. Okay. So here are my thoughts on all this. I would have completely written all this off if not for the fact that Alowski seems to be one of the closest friends of the Ramseys who they trusted that much that they actually stayed with him. So this leads me to believe that he might be possibly in the Ramseys' inner circle. If he's in their top social inner circle, and there was some kind of a party where she died or some kind of Illuminati rituals or otherwise or something not related to that. But it's possible Alowski has some kind of insider information. Now, did Gardner mishear the information? So he was erroneous that Alowski himself was somehow connected or responsible? Or possibly not. But the fact that Alowski's the one that put up the Ramseys, so they're staying with him... See, that makes it harder to completely dismiss John Gardner, whether or not Gardner has mental issues. Also, in Steve Thomas's book, page 323, there's a reference to a cook at Pasta Jay's. Is this the same guy? You know, it's weird, though. Apparently, John Ramsey himself... If I'm reading this correctly, so this is page 323, Ramsey offered up a smorgasbord of suspects that included a cook at Pasta Jay's restaurant, a striking couple from back east who had been seen in the church, his secretary's boyfriend, other church members, business associates, pigsty neighbors, and assorted fringe players. The most surprising name he turned over was that of Jay Alowski, his friend and business partner in Pasta Jay's restaurant, who he said possibly owned a stun gun. It was to Alowski's home in Boulder that the Ramseys retreated after returning from burying Jonbenet in Atlanta. Alowski defended them so staunchly he was arrested for threatening two men he believed to be photographers intruding on the Ramseys' privacy. Throwing Alowski under the bus just about eliminated the Ramsey circle of friends in Boulder. Okay, so the first thought that just randomly jumps into my mind... this is a dark thought, so trigger warning for all these people out there that think there's no such thing as any kind of political corruption or blackmail or any of that stuff going on, that there's no corruption in politics or anything of that nature, despite all the evidence. But did something... So Ramsey... So Access Graphics, connected to Lockheed Martin, is celebrating $1 billion. $1 billion. They reached the $1 billion mark. I mean, that's a pretty big milestone, to say the least. How many companies reach the $1 billion mark? How many companies associated with Lockheed Martin that result in somebody in somebody's daughter dying? If there was something going on in political, some kind of political circle, some kind of upper echelon, some kind of big players, so to speak. Now, you don't have to call them the Illuminati, but whatever. Some kind of elitist, rich people, powerful people in some capacity. Did John Ramsey get on somebody's bad side? Did they make an example out of him through his daughter to the point where he wanted to throw them under the bus? That was him getting... Because he couldn't reveal the real reason. He doesn't want, his son to be killed or him and his wife to be killed. He still has a family. Then he's got his other children, Melinda, John Andrew. So he doesn't want all of them to be killed. So it's not like he could ever tell the truth about anything. But is it possible he fired back in a small way to this circle in Boulder? Maybe. I don't know, but that's the first thing that jumped into my mind. Why would he be... if Steve Thomas is not lying, why would John Ramsey point the finger in Jay Alowski's direction? His friend and business partner and the guy who he stayed with. Him and his wife stayed with after burying his daughter. Obviously, he must have trusted... he must have trusted him, and he must have been close enough to a certain respect to stay with them. These are the questions. These are the big questions. And again, obviously, John Ramsey's still alive at this moment. So why not do a brain fingerprint scan? How about that, John Andrew? How about that, Burke Ramsey? Not that they're guilty of anything, but they might have information they don't even realize they have. Because if they're close to people that they would never believe would do this, or maybe they do believe it but just have never talked about it, a brain fingerprint scan would solve a lot of issues, would it not? Would it not? From OK Magazine, posted February 17th, 2020. There's more of a reference here. Among his other business interests, John Ramsey was an investor in Pasta J's, a popular Boulder pizza restaurant run by his friend, Jay Alowski. John and Jay were said to be close, good friends, and it was more than a simple business relationship. The Ramsey family were regulars at the restaurant and even ate there on the Christmas Eve before Jonbenet was murdered. Wait a second. So they were there? Why has this not been referenced? So they were also at another party, but they also ate at Pasta J's? Huh. That puts the scrutiny even more further on not necessarily Jay Alowski being responsible, but some kind of information possibly being shared there that this homeless guy who worked there... here's the other thing, too. Why are all these rich people randomly hiring homeless people, transients, convicted criminals, like all the contractors in the Ramsey home? That's a little weird, but whatever, because it's not only at the Ramsey home. Apparently they hire... again, if he was just a homeless guy with no criminal record, we don't know this guy's criminal record, but... yeah, so they ate there the Christmas Eve before Jonbenet was murdered. That's an interesting statement there. This is on OK Magazine. I don't see the source here, but can anybody verify that? In the days after her death, Alowski put John and Patsy up at his place so they could get privacy away from the media scrum. But Alowski's desire to shield his friend from the press backfired on him. In 1997, he brandished a baseball bat at two men he thought were photographers who had been harassing Patsy. They turned out to be simply engineers. In July of that year, he pled guilty to misdemeanor menacing, reported Andy Tillett. Okay, so... yeah, that's weird. Gardner, now 65, is still living in Boulder, and his name is still on the list of uncleared suspects. Wow, this is straight from OK Magazine. They're claiming he's uncleared. Detectives working on the podcast were able to track him down and confront the elderly man face to face. When they did interview him, Gardner referred back to Alowski and his dwindling restaurant. Quote, his restaurant was picked up and put on the back of a truck. He loved his restaurant, and he lost his restaurant. I thought that he might have some resentment against the city for allowing that to happen, so I thought, maybe he has motive to kill Jonbenet to get vengeance on the city of Boulder, and that was my theory, Gardner stated. I started looking around, and when the ransom note came out, I started picking up little pieces of paper that had his writing on there, Gardner continued. I started to put a little book together, and I convinced myself that he wrote the ransom note, so that freaked me out. On June 10th, 1999, things came to a shocking head. Gardner attacked Alowski with a knife, claiming that his actions were guided by the spirits of dead girls demanding justice for Jonbenet. One witness to the attempted stabbing told police that Gardner claimed the children were crying out for vengeance. Gardner was arrested and charged with second-degree felony assault. After spending the afternoon with Gardner, he finally agreed to give a sample of his DNA for testing. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So he's claiming he convinced himself. Here's the thing, though. If he does have these severe mental issues, does he not even remember any kind of little bits or snippets he might have overheard? Was he there the evening? So on Christmas Eve, if the Ramseys really did eat at Pasta J's, was Gardner working at the time, and did he overhear something between the two guys? Something that may have had nothing to do with her death, but that he might have thought that it did? But either way, I mean, it's just a seemingly never-ending stream of curiosities in this case. And they don't seem to end. They never end. So let's get into Randy Simons now, the photographer who had taken pictures of Jonbenet Ramsey and was behaved strangely following her death. Now, some people allege if there is some kind of Illuminati satanic abuse ring of sorts, that photographers are in on it. So also from Candy Rose here, Randy Simons legal cases, October 16th, 98, he was charged with indecent exposure. Randy Simons was a freelance photographer who was hired to take the glamour photos of Jonbenet Ramsey in June 96 for her portfolio. Simons sold the portfolio of Jonbenet photos to the New York-based agency named Sigma Photo Agency for $7,500 in January 97. October 16th, 98, Simons was caught walking naked down the streets of his hometown of Genoa, Colorado, nude. He had recently turned 46 at the time. Media reports state that when Lincoln County deputy approached Simons, he volunteered unsolicited. I didn't kill Jonbenet. Simons was held in Lincoln County Jail for a psychiatric evaluation, then treated at University Hospital. Simons was not charged and was allowed to go home. Okay. So this was years ago. Now, there's been a lot more information since. So I will go to thesun.com. Again, a lot of people don't find some of these so-called tabloids credible, but their track record is, it might even be better than the mainstream newspapers when you go back and actually fact check it. But let's look at this article here. It's concerning. Jonbenet Ramsey photographer released from jail due to coronavirus may know what happened to her and could now disappear. And that's interesting phrasing, too, because perhaps he was not personally responsible, but he knows who was. Again, if there is some kind of circle and these dark satanic rings of child abuse, etc. Again, if you haven't checked out the Johnny Gosh podcast series, or you're a hardcore coincidence theorist and authority-worshipping cultist who thinks that law enforcement or politicians could never be involved in something like this, I mean, there's just a mountain of evidence, unfortunately. I mean, this is definitely things that conspiracy theorists don't want to be true. A lot of these triggered goof coincidence theorists, they don't understand. Conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, they don't want to be correct. This isn't an ego contest. They would prefer that it all be incorrect, because who wants that level of evil? But unfortunately, if you're a critical thinker, you know how to employ logic and reason. You're just going to examine the evidence. You're not going to let your preference for what the truth should be interfere with objective, logical, and neutral examination of evidence and facts. So this is by Emma Perry, April 10th, 2020. Jonbenet Ramsey's personal photographer, who has been released early from jail due to coronavirus fears, bragged he had information about the murder that he was unwilling to reveal and may now pose a flight risk, it has been claimed. Randall DeWitt Simons, released from Lane County Jail, Oregon, ahead of his child porn trial after his lawyer argued his age and heart condition could put him at risk of catching COVID and dying from the virus. Simons was arrested in his home, Oak Ridge, Oregon, last year, charged with 15 counts of encouraging child sex abuse by downloading child porn at his trial set for May. Now, some people think it's just too much of a coincidence that the Ramsey personal photographer involved in child beauty pageants is, it's kind of crazy. But on the other hand, the child beauty pageant industry, so to speak, would theoretically attract those type of individuals. So I don't know what to make of that. But obviously it's not something that can just be easily dismissed. A judge in Lane County, Oregon, ordered that Simons be released on a third-party release at the end of last month, court papers obtained by The Sun reveal. Now, two authors and crime researchers who spent over 20 years investigating the 96 murder of 6-year-old beauty queen Jonbenet have voiced their concerns about Simons' release, saying it is worrying as he has displayed strange and bizarre behavior over the years and even admitted he knows more about the horrific murder than he was prepared to reveal. They believe this also reminds me of Rusty Nelson, the photographer involved in the Franklin scandal, connected with the Johnny Gosh case, allegedly. And his comments were also very, very mind-shocking, so to speak. I mean, the photographers definitely know stuff in terms of, criminal rings and such. So I don't know if I could just outright dismiss him as just some kind of mentally ill individual. They believe the 67-year-old, who is Jonbenet's personal and pageant photographer, may even pose a flight risk as he is used to living under the radar. Veteran crime researcher Joyce Singular told The Sun it is very concerning that he has been released. What if he disappears? He has lived under the radar fairly successfully for all these years. It's worrying. Her husband, Stephen Singular, who wrote the Jonbenet investigative book Presumed Guilty, revealed how Simons' behavior was extremely suspicious in the aftermath of the murder. I spoke to a number of pageant moms, 4 or 5, and they all told the exact same story, which was that Randy Simons had been calling them up in the middle of the night after the murder, screaming and crying on the telephone, saying, quote, "I did not kill Jonbenet, I did not kill Jonbenet," end quote. This was obviously very curious behavior because no one at the time was looking at him as a suspect. See, here's the thing. Okay. All right, this is really weird. Because again, I'm not alleging he's guilty of anything. However, if he does have some kind of knowledge and it's weighing on his conscience, would that cause a kind of mental breakdown where he's just obsessed with proving his own innocence because he really is innocent? But since he knows what happened, or possibly knows what happens, or the individual's connected, and there's just heavy layer of guilt, would that cause a mental breakdown? Would that cause him to randomly call up random pageant moms in the middle of the night screaming this? Would that cause this to be the first thing that comes out of his mouth when he's picked up by a deputy in the middle of a mental breakdown? Or, of course, if he is guilty and he's just in the middle of denial because he can't handle that fact, I guess that could also explain it. But I don't know. I don't know if that's the most likely scenario. As time went on, I eventually went to the DA, Alex Hunter, with my concerns about Simons and other people associated with him, and they really didn't know anything about him. This was 100 days into the case, and they eventually started looking into him. There were other people who also talked about him conducting photography which was questionable. Not to say that it was child pornography, just that people had been in his studios and made comments about things. He was a questionable character. He had told people in the aftermath of the crime that he had photos of Jonbenet and he didn't want them to come out. It was a big controversy. Then, in 1997, he was living in a small town called Genoa, Colorado, and he was arrested for walking up the street naked. When the police approached him and picked him up, he said something along the lines of, "I did not kill Jonbenet." Stephen said most concerning was when he spoke to Simons over the phone a couple of times, he claimed to know more about the crime that he was willing to discuss. From the very beginning, he was behaving very bizarrely and strangely, Stephen said. I interviewed him a couple of times over the telephone and tried to ask him about all this. I said, do you know about this crime? Do you know more about this crime than what you're willing to talk about? And he said, yeah, I know more, but I'm not going to tell you. And the way the investigation was conducted, Boulder police were so fixated on the Ramsey family that someone like him was never looked at very seriously. My feeling was not that he was involved in the crime, but I've always believed that there were people in the periphery of this crime who knew things that may have been going on around Jonbenet outside of the family. That's a really good way to put it. That's a really good way to put it, because that seems to be the case. I believe they're connected more with this realm of photography and beauty pageants and all of that. I always felt that that was a very ripe area of investigation. He added, when it came out that he'd been picked up on multiple child porn charges up in Oregon, it wasn't that big of a surprise to those of us who had been following Randy over the years. Simons was interviewed by Boulder County Sheriff's Detective Steve Ainsworth in 1997, who was brought in to work on the case at the time. His DNA also does not match that found at the scene. But following Simons' child porn arrest last year, Detective Ainsworth, who is no longer working on the case, called for the photographer to be re-interviewed. Huh. Wow. In 2020? 2019? 2020? Boulder Police Department, which is now running the investigation into Jonbenet's murder, refused to answer whether they managed to question Simons before his release, telling The Sun they were unable to comment about the case because it remains open. Author Stephen is convinced Simons may be the key to finally discovering what happened to tragic Jonbenet. The main question is Randy Simons was Jonbenet's primary pageant and personal photographer. He was that close to her, Stephen said. In an unsolved murder case 23 years later, that person was picked up on child porn charges. You would think that in an open case, the most infamous case in the history of Colorado, that a police department would be interested in speaking with him. You would think that they would be interested in knowing what else was on his computers and what was in his archives. His behavior from the very beginning was at the very best bizarre. The Sun reached out to Simon's lawyer and the DA's office for comment. A more recent article from Mia here, Who Killed Jonbenet Ramsey? Beauty pageant seamstress points finger at pedophile photographer Randy Simons by Priyam Cherti. So it's kind of weird. I mean, there's multiple people here. There's quite a few people who've pointed the finger at this guy. A pageant seamstress has come forward to urge the police to look into the role of pedophile Randy Simons, 66, in the high-profile murder case of American child beauty queen Jonbenet Patricia Ramsey, who was killed at her family's home in Boulder, Colorado, December 26, 96. Pamela Griffin, who was the one who introduced the Ramseys to the pedophile photographer, said that she had told the police many times that he had a hand to play in 6-year-old Jonbenet's murder. She sustained a broken skull from a blow to the head and had been strangled. A garrote was found tied around her neck. Simons, who is currently in Lane County Jail in Eugene, Oregon, is awaiting trial after being charged. So he's still in prison? July 2nd with 15 counts of child pornography. He was caught after he downloaded it over the Wi-Fi of an A&W fast food restaurant August 11th, 2018. He had repeated the same again June 27th this year and was nabbed by Detective Robert Weaver of the Springfield Police Department. She told Daily Mail, "I am begging the police to look again at this man," she said. She alleged that he had told her that he did not have an alibi for the night of the murder. He had been questioned earlier about the murder, but nothing panned out. You know, it's kind of weird just to offer up information that you don't have an alibi and then randomly call. So he offered up information to the seamstress, a pageant seamstress, that he doesn't have an alibi, just randomly offered that up to her, and then also randomly calling pageant mom saying he didn't kill her. That's anybody find that weird? Griffin also told the outlet that she had submitted proof to the police that connected Simons to the murder. She had found the same type of nylon cord that was used in Ramsey's murder in his home. You know, I mean, a lot of people probably have that same kind of cord, though, right? So, I don't know. However, she hadn't heard back from them. Boulder County Sheriff Detective Steve Ainsworth, who had worked on the request of the DA Alex Hunter to review Ramsey's homicide, said that he had also wanted him questioned over the girl's death. He had interrogated Simons in 1997. I can't remember what he told me the first time I saw him, but no matter who we interview, they never tell us the entire truth the first time. Sometimes they'll think of something later, or they purposely hide things they don't want us to know. If he's been doing kitty porn, then it's been for a long time. Obviously, he didn't want us to know about it then, so what else did he not tell us, he said. I would want investigators to go and talk to him, to go through all his computers and phones, downloaded media, all of that, he added. She had hoped that connecting them would help Ramsey's career, but it was far from so when on December 26, 96, little Ramsey's body was found brutally strangled. Griffin had been friends with Simons, and that she had said he started acting odd after the death. Randy used to call me on occasion and confide to me about his marital woes, but after Jonbenet's death, he called acting odd, she said. He would say things like, I have a feeling the Boulder Police Department thinks I'm responsible in some way for Jonbenet's death, and I can't prove that I didn't do it. I don't have an alibi for where I was on Christmas Day 96. I told him he needed one, but he said he didn't want Linda, his wife at the time, to find out where he had been. I didn't know if he was having an affair or hiding something else, she stated. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is a problem. So if this is all true, if he's admitting to his seamstress, so he does have an alibi, he doesn't want to reveal it. Well, if it's an alibi, is it that he was at some kind of a satanic abuse party where Jonbenet was also at? He had also been afraid that someone would pin the murder on him. He said things to me like, I know they think I did this, and I know they're going to pin it on me. Everybody thinks I killed her, said Griffin. You know what's weird, though? If he is just completely mental, even if he's innocent, he could have extreme paranoia where he thinks everybody thinks he's guilty, even if nobody does. I mean, that is kind of weird. Or some could allege this is a telltale heart type situation where if he's guilty, he's going to constantly go on about it. Then again, I mean, if he's... Again, if he doesn't have a mental condition, you would think he wouldn't want to draw attention to it, but who knows? The case has been mishandled as it came to light in 2015. Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner admitted crime scene evidence may have been mishandled. He reportedly told Reddit, quote, "Yes, the crime scene was not handled properly, and this later affected the investigation," end quote. I mean, is there anybody who doesn't already know that, though? Boulder Police spokesperson Lori Ogden told DailyMail.com that they were aware of Simons and refused to comment on the status of this investigation. Okay. And Simon's DNA was tested. Supposedly it doesn't match, or at least not according to the previous generation DNA technology. So Sarah Kuhn has an interesting write-up on Randy Simons on the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit. Pedophile Network Part 8B, Randy Simon, Jonbenet photographer, explanation. Randy Simons was a photographer for Jonbenet and took some of the more questionable photographs of Jonbenet Ramsey. On Randy Simons' alternative Facebook page under an alias, he posted that he was from the School of Hard Knocks and an avid girl watcher. Randy Simons, for years now, has been brought up again and again for his odd behavior and weird remarks. To another mother of a child, he asked her for permission to shoot naked photographs of her daughter. She did not respond kindly. Immediately following the murder, he left his family and fled hundreds of miles away, leaving his family and friends. Sometime down the road, he was caught running naked down the street. When police approached him, he said, "I did not kill Jonbenet," without even being asked. He told another photographer, additionally, that paramilitary types were after him looking for original film negatives. Recently, according to the sheriff where he was busted at, he claimed to have knowledge pertaining to the Jonbenet case. Oh yeah, probably a good time to mention, not long ago, Randy Simons was busted trying to send a ton of child sexual assault materials in a manner that matched his old paranoia. A lot has been written about Randy Simons relating to the Jonbenet Ramsey case in recent years. More eyes were prying onto him once he was caught sending enough pornography to fill up a computer hard drive. He was caught doing such in a way that is typical of those who are knowledgeable on what can be traced back to someone, but nobody can hide what they do when they are a marked man. A few weeks prior to what can be only explained as a dumping of materials to somebody else, in other words, the temporary transfer of his entire stash of materials he accumulated, something had to have sent him into this mode. My belief is that he read something that triggered him into a state that he was once in prior, a state of paranoia and fear, and no longer wanted to hold his stash, so the plan was to send it to another individual to keep while he cleaned up a bit temporarily. What could have prompted him to attempt to dump his stash with haste? One thing not well known is that Randy was actually quite active on social media, and he was in communication with a few individuals on Reddit. One of these individuals I attempted to connect with, asking for further questions relating to certain things to Randy. This was stage one, attempt to pull Randy to Reddit. My goal was to communicate with him, but unfortunately the man in the middle could not make that work, so instead I put out a hit piece on Randy Simons relating to certain stamps that were found on his pieces, and that they pointed towards more lucrative photographs being available. Less than 2 weeks later, after infuriating the man in the middle, Randy Simons attempted to dump his entire stash of materials over to someone else. Was it the series of posts I began making about him that set him off? Was it questions the man in the middle gave to him? Was none of that relevant at all, and was he simply selling his materials to another individual for quick cash to go fly fishing? Who knows? What is known is that the amount of materials he was caught sending has put greater men behind bars for many years. Due to COVID-19, Randy Simons is already back on the streets. So what does any of this have to do with the case? Well, for starters, a pedophile taking photographs that many believe are inappropriate. Google Images, for example, with the star costume, mistakes Jonbenet's costume as lingerie, offering a host of other lingerie materials, with outfits crafted in New York where the network links to. Being convicted of sending enough child exploitation materials to fill an entire hard drive on a modern computer, it begins to point toward the elephant in the room again. Perhaps the most damning is that the coded boy and girl stamps found on the shoes. These stamps are most likely watercolor and done over the originals. These stamps most people do not notice until it is pointed out to them. But if people know what to look for, they know that it points to materials of not just one child, but two children, a boy and girl. You may think it's nothing, but when Randy thought the police were going to obtain other photographs he did not want the news to see, he went all schizo. I pointed out on a forum that it is known he visits, based on his altercation with other Reddit users and his social media nature, about clear marks being found on materials, and a week later he is trying to dump a metric ton of porn from his computer to someone else's. Nothing, question mark? It's not nothing. It isn't nothing, even if it is, because if it were a coincidence, it means he would have actively dealt and traded this type of pornography, and that there would have had to have been a network available to him if for 20 plus years he has been doing this and getting away with it. Randy Simons was miles away when the murder took place. He was written off as a suspect early on for this simple principle. I do not write him or anyone else, for that matter, off simply on the premise that they were not on location. When people say there is no evidence of child pornography being connected to Jonbenet Ramsey, a known photographer of many of the most questionable imagery of Jonbenet Ramsey, completely outside of the pageant world, so no BS about it, about being how pageants are, he took images of the outfits from a special curator in New York, coincidentally where the network has always had a major hub, was convicted over sending a metric ton of child pornographic materials that would have taken years to accumulate. The same individual asking the only other person interviewed in relation to Randy Simons as a photographer of children for permission to shoot her child naked. And this was the prestigious, well-sought-out individual that Patsy found to take pictures of her, who she may have even left alone with him to go get pizza, which, if you take away the Pizzagate stuff, has always been used as a code for more lucrative things, which is how Pizzagate started up as a conspiracy in the first place. Wait a second. So is this connected to Pasta J's, even though it's not primarily a pizza restaurant? Actually, so I looked up Pasta J's. So it's technically an Italian eatery serving thin crust pizzas, ample portions, and pastas made from family recipes. So it's a pizza and pasta place, basically an Italian place. I don't know. I mean, it looks like a classic pizza restaurant, but Randy Simons was a child predator, and he was talked about as a child predator for a multitude of years, who had accumulated a massive stockpile of materials, served less than 2 years in prison and jail for this offense, who was never adequately looked into, and as a result, who knows how many children may have been hurt. But you haven't heard of mothers coming out of the woodwork to say, he may have done this to my children. That is because it's clear from the testimony of one individual that the parents were 100% in on the abuse when it did occur. That's so dark. That is so dark. But maybe it explains, and it doesn't necessarily explain this, because maybe a lot of these parents, they did go to the authorities, and they do know, but for whatever reason, they didn't want to make that public. But I don't know. I mean, you would think they would still say that, without naming anybody, that that people did come forward, but I don't know. The world can be a troubling, sick place. It was a mistake to put Jonbenet in the pageants, said John years later in retrospect. Interesting. How much bigger of a mistake is hiring a pedophile to take questionable photographs, of which he was worried about some surfacing? The ones that did surface were the ones freely passed to the media by himself. To be honest, an entire book could be written simply on this fact. John and Patsy Ramsey hired a child predator to take photographs of their child in skimpy, special designed outfits for a private collection of photographs. For what innocent purpose exactly? Finally, a photo that was inspired by Little House on the Prairie, the book that Jill Robinson was in possession of, that went missing and was reportedly being passed from pedophile to pedophile by a source in the OCCK investigation. So this is the Oakland County child killer in Oakland County, Michigan. Are there more Charlevoix connections to Michigan? Of course, the Ramseys having their other home in Charlevoix, Michigan. And these alleged connection to the Oakland County child killer in Michigan, but again, I don't know. It's all probably coincidental. So I found another curiosity here on the Jonbenet subreddit that Randy Simons might have been one of the Arapaho suspects investigated by Jameson, but regardless of whether he was or he wasn't, let's look at this comment by Mario number 1. According to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation records, Randy Simons, full name Randy DeWitt Simons, had a 1991 assault charge in Arapahoe County, Colorado. The DA dismissed the felony charge. He was either found guilty or pled guilty to the misdemeanor charge, and he ended up with 2 years probation and 100 hours of community service. I would sure love to know what the assault charge was about. It may or may not be worth noting that this was under the tenure of Arapahoe County Sheriff Pat Sullivan, a nationally prominent figure who later went down for trading meth for sex, was compellingly linked to multiple murders, and was probably overseeing a much larger pedophile network in the state of Colorado. Okay, wow. Wow. I mean, this is just absolutely astounding and mind-shocking. So, like, how far up the totem pole does all this go? And if there is a vast network of child trafficking or child exploitation of some kind, were the Ramseys involved either knowingly or unknowingly? So, we're going to get into possibly the most mind-shocking statement yet in this podcast series. I mean, this is really, really dark. This is going to be tough to even get through. But the response to Mario number 1's post by Searchin' Girl, I think there is probably a pedophile network along the Front Range. At least I have rumors of such. But absolutely everybody seems to be in deep denial about it. Have you read this? Coffee meetings with Judge Long. I find it shocking. However, I don't really agree with the stuff he said about Jonbenet Ramsey's murder, and by the time this story is told, it's third-hand information. Although having worked as an auditor at the university, I believe the fund accounting schemes are probably true enough to get away with for a long time. There are a few things in there as well about areas and places around Colorado Springs that ring true as well. Pat Sullivan is a prime example of why municipal buildings shouldn't be named in honor of living public servants who might later prove to be crooks. Okay, so let's look at this Judge Long statements. So let's go down into the possibly the deepest rabbit hole conspiracy in this entire case. So this Judge Long is a retired municipal judge. So he died April 2010. And this is information assembled here. Coffee meetings with Judge Long. It's a PDF from comments on a YouTube video. Again, make of them what you will. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue because, once again, this is Mindshock. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I'm just going to go over this to see what everybody makes of this, and to see if it matches up other accounts, which we'll be going into afterwards, to see if there's any cross-validation here. So, apparently the comments are dated 2 weeks prior to August 15th, 2019. On this YouTube video, Jonbenet Ramsey, who did it in 1998. The video has nothing to do with the comments, so the video is just a Ramsey news piece. But so this is in end of July, beginning of August 2019. Here is what happened by Miss T, M-I-S-S-T. Part 1. To whom it may concern, I am writing this because I am confident that the Boulder authorities know that I am one of the 9 to 12 people who spoke at length with retired Lyons Municipal Judge William H. Long in the last 2.5 years of his life. The judge frequented the Trident Cafe in Boulder, a coffee house, some 2 to 3 days a week. Now, supposedly, it has been verified by other people that the judge did indeed do that. Now, whether or not he said these exact things or not, again, we don't know that. He spoke at length to 5 of us, sometimes in Lyons. He spoke even more to 2 older gentlemen of us 5 and allowed those 2 to take notes. After a few meetings with Judge Long, it dawned on me to ask about taking notes, and I started to take notes just after I would have coffee with the retired judge. I feel that at some point in time I'd be harassed or attacked for being with the judge while he was spilling the beans. If prosecuted for anything, I may get overwhelmed and railroaded in the case, even to be made a patsy in a contrived felony with falsely constructed evidence. More than a few times, Judge Long spoke of prosecutors and police's ability to fabricate evidence, with the FBI being masters of fabricating documents since 1950 or so. He said that almost every prosecutor can get a variety of assistance, legal or illegal, from the FBI and the NSA, especially if the case concerns a whistleblower. He spoke about cell phone technology, quote, "As long as our phone is picked up by at least 2 towers, they know where you're at within a meter. The cops who told me this were amazingly arrogant about it. George Orwell deserves royalty payments." Wow, what a quote. Boulder police have 5 suitcase-sized units that duplicate cell tower capability. They have mobility to track you to your back pocket. They got those in 2003. End quote. I later found out that these units are called Stingray. Bill referred us to the movie Enemy of the State for a very small sample of NSA techniques and treacheries. Yeah, that's an interesting movie. I've actually talked about it on a few different podcast episodes on a few different topics in true crime cases and otherwise. And so this movie came out in 1998. So if they were willing to publicly disclose certain technologies in this movie in 1998, what kind of tech does the U.S. government or military, the leading cutting edge, what kind do they really have, and how long have they had it? I mean, a common statement thrown around is that military tech is rough, or high-end government tech, intelligence agency tech, is roughly 50 years ahead of civilian. So, anyway, continuing on here, about the FBI, look at their cover-up in Omaha, the Franklin Savings and Loan, the absolute mess connected with that, dead witnesses, fabricated prison sentences, the whole enchilada. Former FBI guy Ted Gunderson researched that, and a guy named Webster Tarpley. Read everything you can get from Gunderson. The Boulder Library has Tarpley's book, The Unauthorized Biography of G.H.W. Bush. Bill said that if a whistleblower is desperately wanted, that he will be followed anywhere and everywhere, and that there is always extra untraceable money available in cash to, quote, to inspire the assistance of any jurisdiction, end quote. That's interesting that this Judge Long in Colorado is bringing up Omaha and the Franklin scandal, which, again, I've gone over on the Johnny Gosh series. Make sure you check that out. I mean, and, of course, Ted Gunderson. He assured me that the jury rooms are bugged in most of the judicial districts in Colorado, so the prosecutor and judge are forewarned of the decisions of the jury. Judge Long said that all state troopers and a few select Colorado cities and counties have electronic gear that does illegal searches, density meter, infrared, etc. Density meter since at least 1996. A density meter can look into a house or car and detect gunmetal, money to the dollar, agriculture-based drugs and powdered drugs, has a range of 250 feet. All troopers are well rehearsed in coercion and intimidation to facilitate a physical search after their illegal search. They'll especially pull you over if they detect $3,000 or more, or firearms. Uses a gamma emitter of some sort. I hope you've noticed the overly aggressive new laws concerning on-site forfeiture. The Colorado State Troopers have a stable of 30-something who are trained for one-on-one espionage, sabotage, baiting, and 100 men who act as spies. The spy guys will work the homeless shelters, the street scenes around the state to get a sense of what those folks are thinking. They're also on the Hill, the college area of Boulder, hangouts like Penny Lane, a past Boulder coffee shop, and the malls. Bill spoke of training of trooper drug search dogs. He said that every dog has a specific button to push that gets the dog to make his signal for drugs in a car. The button may be a sound made by the trooper or a movement of the trooper's foot. The times when he spoke of the treachery of authority, he always seemed to scan the group as though to see their reactions to the backdoor corruption, which he said is, quote, a standard option for prosecution, end quote. He claimed that Congress and the White House are all for show. And he was always adamant that the intelligence agencies, the Pentagon, and the military-industrial complex illegally run our country, and they only answer to the banking system. I mean, is anybody actually surprised by any of this stuff, though? He seemed to have little reservation with most of the details that he shared with us, as he appeared a bit disgusted and even angry about a sizable portion of his career. He often spoke of a well-hidden system of untaxed payments to trust accounts of judges, prosecutors, and many elected politicians and appointed officials. Some of them hide this illegal income from their spouses. With his painful grin, he told us to notice when someone gets in a position of public service authority, they always try to stay there for the clandestine money as much as for the power. He said that he has spent the last 4 years of his career researching the depths of this tax-free cash cow. My thought about why he chose to speak of these things is that he felt it was either of the 3 judges who he's confident arranged to put the cancer in his food at dinner, suggesting that he was being murdered. About him telling us of the hidden money, I told him that I'd heard that former DA Alex Hunter lived out off of Cherryvale, but that 2 tradesmen have told me that Hunter also had a place up Left Hand Canyon. I asked him if this would be the place where Hunter accepted his trust account untaxed clandestine mortgage payments. Judge Long seemed surprised that I knew about that place. Bill said Hunter has another illicit mortgage in New Mexico. Quote, that's where he hangs out these days, or should I say hides out. Bill said that if the taxless payola mortgage payments went to a rental property, that 4-Star Realty seems to be the property management firm of choice, end quote. He said that Hunter also made additional money with his handling of illicit drugs into Boulder earlier in his tenure. Bill claimed that Boulder police detectives took control of importing those hard drugs around 1991, and that the Boulder police have brought marijuana into Boulder since at least 1968. I mean, these are some really bold claims here by Judge Long, if this is even true. If this second or third hand account is true, I mean, this is very, very damning. Judge Long said that it is a Chinese gang that now supplies hard drugs and pot to the Boulder police detectives for them and select officers to distribute to local street dealers. At one point, the Chinese gang wanted a presence on the Boulder police force, so you will now find a Boulder detective with a Chinese name. Bill said that 3 sources, one being a letter carrier, have told him that the majority delivery point for hard drugs from the detectives is probably the Section 8 housing at 34th and Valmont. The late-night drop-offs in a couple of the overly numerous parked cars on that side of the street. You know what's kind of crazy, though? Does this connect to the vote? Is this part of the Vodka connection and the drug connections? Is that all connected to Boulder PD, this former housekeeper of the Ramseys? Dealers in as many as 3 apartments living there supply about 80% of the drugs available to the College and Hill area. Judge Bill was still curious about exactly how the Chinese gang moved their drugs, but he was told that Walmart trucks, J.B. Hunt and Schneider trucking firms are big in the drug transport business. Bill said that if an honest cop busts an approved drug seller, that case gets watered down or it just gets disappeared. He said that Police Chief Beckner is kept in place, quote, kept in place because for the most part he's a chump, that it is always 2 deputy chiefs who run the dirty operations along with the detectives running the drugs. Boulder Police takes counsel from the DA, who is complicit with the drug running and gets his cut. End quote. Per our lengthy exchanges on this matter, the various groups at the cafe were convinced of the reality of this long-running, untaxed, clandestine payola conspiracy, of Boulder police detectives' drug dealing, and of Hunter's absolute corruption. Hunter won't find any friends at the Trident or in Lyons. I told Bill that I've read about extra hidden money that cities, counties, and states have, and he confirmed that this is the main part of the package. In fact, it is cities and sometimes counties that hold these clandestine mortgages to conceal the untaxed transfer of funds from the eyes of the normal banking system. This fits well, as it is hidden investment property money from cities, states, etc. that pay to the hidden mortgages that are titled to secretive trust accounts of the thieving public officials. It's only natural that cities are the ones to hold these hidden mortgages. He said that this setup is so pervasive nationwide that it is a well-oiled and well-connected conspiracy system that communicates very well between its members. It is fully self-sustaining because every member of the system is self-sufficient per every member's heavy investment in the stock market. If there are any weak links in the system, the bulk of the rest of the system can easily assist with the temporary shortfall of a member's local payola responsibility. It's the nameless, forgotten city auditors who keep the second set of books, he said. Goldman Sachs does the lion's share of investing for these institutional investors, so of course they get the lion's share of any available inside political tips. We spoke of how a 2008 presidential candidate quipped, quote, I don't know how many houses I have, end quote. It came out the next day that he has 9. 2 days later, it came out that he has 14. All of us joked and speculated about how much monthly clandestine tax-free payola a long-entrenched U.S. senator receives. Members of the hidden conspiracy of this untaxed profit scheme are cities, counties, states, municipal, and state retirement funds, etc. This is the background for the phrase, "you can't beat City Hall," in the courts, because judges and prosecutors are the main recipients of the untaxed distribution of clandestine payments from the city halls. He said, quote, "This aspect of the scheme is not to be underestimated," end quote. Every recipient of these hidden goods is a criminal and a whore to that well-conspired system. There's probably not enough prison cells for the lot of them. Whoa. I mean, that's a pretty crazy quote, too. I've never seen also, quote from the judge here, "I've never seen a dime of this. I'm told that only a handful of municipal judges in Colorado are in on it. A couple in Colorado Springs and Denver are," Judge Bill claimed. "As long as the real thieves hold the keys to the cops, the courts and the legislatures of America will be a parasitic cesspool. It's the best protected and probably the longest running crime syndicate in the history of North America," end quote. I mean, is anybody truly surprised by this? I mean, again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue or that he even said this. But if this is true, as alleged, admittedly in YouTube comments, but this is pretty crazy stuff. But theoretically, it does seem to match some of these other conspiracy theories and issues with the so-called justice system. The judge said that he found this tax-free hidden public money system owns at least half of the stock market and, quote, "Yes, of course, the IRS isn't on the fix, fully complicit and involved," end quote. Bill sarcastically also said, quote, "Heaven forbid that a whistleblower should expose this scam scheme, and heaven help him too," end quote. Judge Long said that no city or state is bankrupt, that they just lie about what they really have so that dirty insiders can line their pockets with the unreported profits from hidden investments. He added that there are a couple of bank and mortgage firms that are in on the theft and will hide some of the clandestine mortgages. Okay, so now we're coming to the Jonbenet aspect here. Bill spoke of the Ramsey case with a bit of trepidation. Some of what I got was that it was from 2 older gentlemen that Judge Long spoke to at more length. So already here we have, this is allegedly from information coming from the judge here, so that's secondhand, and that this information is coming from other individuals, so now it's third-hand information here. So let's keep that in mind. But again, obviously we don't know whether it's true or untrue. They told me more after the judge had passed. Although, okay, so this individual here is claiming to have also spoken to the same men that the judge spoke to. Again, if everybody gets brain fingerprint scanned, maybe the truth will finally come out. But, so, okay. It was a co-blackmail pedophile party that was being filmed. So you know what's weird, though? In the post-Epstein era, some of this seems less insane. Because pre-Epstein, a lot of coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, they hallucinated and pretended there was absolutely no chance of any of this stuff. But now, post-Epstein, it's a little harder to dismiss, even for the most gullible of goofs with blind faith in the cult of authority worship. The girl was apparently accustomed to Dad and 2 others, but she was not used to Dad and 7 other men. Per her reluctance to participate, she was choked and hit on the head as some of the ritual-oriented discipline. You know what's absolutely insane? This was all theorized before these YouTube comments. So, I mean, this is kind of, because there were obviously these crazy, so-called crazy conspiracy posts. I mean, these have been going on since possibly late 90s. Early 2000s, at least. So, it is a little weird, but the participants with John Ramsey were a Boulder deputy police chief, a top cop from Denver, a Boulder district judge, Boulder prosecutor Robert Shapiro, a prosecutor and district judge from Larimer County, and a guy from IBM. I mean, that's oddly specific, but okay. When someone said he remembered it was reported that it was investigators from the DA's office who contaminated the crime scene, Judge Long said, of course, probably Shapiro's handiwork. That if they intentionally contaminated the crime scene, does that lead this theory more credibility? Because, I mean, yeah, it could be incompetence, obviously, but is it specific intentional contamination? Apparently, these sorts of events get filmed so that everyone on the films will help anyone else on the films that one tries to make a career improvement or has some other special project. Judge Long called this assistance Satanism. He spoke often of this even when not speaking of Ramsey. One of the coffee clutch attendees once said the phrase satanic dark arts, and the retired judge said that sounds like a more accurate phrase. Bill spoke of how prosecutors and judges will use psychic Satanism to attack, 1, the witnesses for the defense, and 2, the defense attorney, if that attorney has not already sold out to Satanism and is probably already ruining the case for the accused. Quote, the Satanism is used to confuse you in court, make you stupid, control you. He said that there are even a couple of public defenders who are in on this, and the rest of the defenders are satanically attacked by the prosecutor's office. He considered Shapiro to be a sack of snakes, but he wasn't sure if Shapiro was the top dog of that craft in that office. He thinks that the new DA is twice as evil as Shapiro. That the new DA, Stanley L. Garnett, declined to retain Shapiro merely because the two of them do, quote, different flavors of Satanism, end quote. He said that Garnett's dark arts activities may be on par with those of Denver DA Mitch Morrissey's, who just so happened to be one of the invited investigators on the Ramsey case, likely because of his advanced satanic skills. Judge Bill said that the use of their Satanism is the only real way that they can hide their clandestine payola operations, with untaxed payola and suppression of evidence at the top of the list of their ongoing crimes. It would be accurate to think of them as a cult. That's what they are in the worst way, power and money. Satanism is used to overpower any criminal defense. Bill was adamant about official incompetence being the number one tool in an official cover-up. Wow. That actually would explain quite a bit, wouldn't it? Using incompetence as a weapon. So just having all these useful idiots all over the place, and even the gullible masses unable to utilize critical thinking to discern any of this. This all kind of makes sense. Again, I'm not alleging any of this is true or untrue. This could be all made up nonsense. Major disclaimer for the Dunning-Kruger crowd. I am not claiming anything here is true and untrue. I'm just going over YouTube comments here. Are they true? I have no idea. So, the number one tool in official cover-up, incompetence, mentioning Vietnam, and the soon-to-be eternal fiasco in Afghanistan. Both hiding involvement in heroin and oil pipelines, and of course, in the Ramsey case, hiding pedophilia and Satanism. When initially speaking of the Ramsey case, the judge reminded us that a few years later, a woman offered testimony to Hunter about the case. She explained to Hunter that there exists nationwide satanic pedophile activity which she investigates. She spoke of how choking and hitting on the top of the head of the victim is used for discipline and training, which are the exact marks that the Ramsey girl had on her. Hunter stated in the Boulder Daily Camera, quote, if only 15% of what she said is true, then it is worth investigating, end quote. Hunter announced his retirement within 2 weeks after speaking with that woman. Probably another coincidence. Bill told us to drive by the Ramsey house to look at its design and iron fence around the lot. He called it your basic Bavarian satanic architecture. Carol and I drove a key Satanist, a pediatrician, in Moscow, Idaho, from a mansion like that one by putting orgonite around the property in 2003. Okay, hold on a second. Wait, what? Judge Bill said that prosecutors and judges use pendulums and rituals to summon demons and archdemons to do their bidding for them. Some of this was shown to him while he was being offered to while being offered to teach him the dark craft. Okay, all right. This is all quite insane. Again, I'm not using insane as untrue, but it's just very, very mind-shocking. Now, this is all the way back in 2019, before Moscow, Idaho was on the map. Is it weird that this particular judge name dropped Moscow, Idaho, of course, the site of this atrocious quadruple homicide? Some believe it is also connected to churches and Satanism. I didn't even go over that in the Idaho student murders case series. Check that out on Mindshock if you have not. I go over a lot of the issues with the case, these animal killings in the area. Is it a little too weird that this guy, they just randomly dropped Moscow, Idaho? What? Actually, the person giving this account dropped Moscow, Idaho, not Judge Bill, but saying that this happened in 2003 in Moscow, Idaho. I've never even heard of Moscow, Idaho until the Idaho murders, but now looking at this account here, this is pretty weird. This is weird. All right, so the judge here continued, quote, it is the Satanism that you feel as soon as you walk into a courthouse, any courthouse. That Satanism has something to do with the marble in courthouses. Somehow the Satanism gets injected into the marble with ritual or dirty prayers. I remember something about the old Enron headquarters being filled with pink marble. Jeffco County Courthouse, Jefferson County Courthouse, lots of marble, feels like a cesspool even more than the one in Boulder. And we're not going to get into that in connections with Columbine. And of course, all the other satanic cult rumors circling around Columbine, also in Colorado. Probably all mere coincidence. Bill spoke of the Boulder police Satanists getting dogs from the Boulder Humane Society in the middle of the night, and of the prosecutors and judges sharing in their ritual blood drinking. Quote, in addition to the prosecutors and judges' own ritual meetings. Other animals, but mostly dogs, are received from a small variety of other sources. Bill spoke of an indoor kennel where the dogs are kept prior to their demise, not very far up Lee Hill Road, within walking distance of Shapiro's home, which is at the end of Valley Lane, where many dark arts activities take place. Bill said that Shapiro is also active with Satanism in Summit County. He was told that most often before a Satan event, the participants will have a dinner party either at the Red Lion or at the Greenbrier, occasionally dining there after their satanic event. With directional hand gestures, he said, quote, the dirty Boulder deputies are assigned to the foothills where the Satanists play, and the clean ones get assigned to the flats. Bill added at least a baker's dozen of them, Satanists, live in the Lake of the Pines, a gated community between Boulder and Lyons. This also reminds me of other connections to the Johnny Gosch case, where Paul Bonacci alleged that he and Johnny Gosch were both taken to a ranch in Colorado. And again, there's a lot of satanic Colorado connections as well, with going all the way to the Bush family and the royal family of England, which I actually went over in the Johnny Gosch series, so check that out if you haven't checked that out already. Bill told us that he'd heard multiple stories about the Papoose Club on Highway 67 up from Deckers in western Douglas County, and that it is the main evil party spot and education center for Colorado Satanists. There are select Douglas County deputies who patrol those local roads. All of them, the select deputies, are on duty for weekends and Satan events. They have a high-tech comlink for broadcasting and receiving with other Satan events elsewhere. You can see their microwave communication broadcasting and receiving drum from the road in front of the locked gate. They've been known to extend their Satan parties to the Franktown Cave and sometimes enclosed mines. When they visit the club, they load up the motels in Woodland Park and Manitou Springs, motels probably owned by Satanists. Judge Bill seemed excited and pleased to be telling us of the club. He once brought a list of favorite motels for the club attendees. Pikes Peak Lodge, Crown Point, and the Intercontinental. Bill mentioned that Woodland Park is the closest town to overlook the Air Force Rape Academy. Many of the leaders and instructors at the Papoose Club are civilians who work at Fort Carson, and some of them even live on the post. This clearly shows the CIA connection, I believe. The proximity of the Air Force Academy also shows strong CIA connection. My contacts have never seen military uniforms at the club, but they say that they know that some are military, federal intel hotshots, some thick foreign accent. And of course, just a quick sidebar here, does this make anybody else think of Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set? And this is Colonel Aquino, Psychological Operations. He's even gone on talk shows to talk about this openly. And it's weird how, like, a lot of coincidence they still deny any of this exists, But like the amount of it that's open, that has to lead one to question what are they not being open about if they're willing to be open about that. The Papoose Club brings in $4 million a year, most of it tax-free because it comes from these taxless hidden funds of cities and counties. Someone at the Trident once grilled Bill for details of the dark events at the Papoose Club and at Shapiro's. Bill stared at him for a moment, then he left for the day. Judge Long said that Satanists have finally completely taken over the Colorado State Police and that for the past 10 years or more they have only hired other Satanists. He suggested this could also be true in many, many states, just as the use of that density meter and other illegal tech toys. Also, it's a mystery as to where they're finding the massively oversized recruits for their new hires. He found out about the Larimer County Hetrick versus Timothy Masters case. He said, of course, it was Satanism related. He said that the guilty party was the doctor who died, who was murdered before the fixed trial started, noting the doctor-like precision of how Hetrick was cut up. The two prosecutors, later both judges, were in on satanic activities with that doctor, but that they weren't personally involved in the Hetrick fiasco. But the satanic prosecutors did serve to protect their satanic comrade by railroading Timothy Masters on extremely thin evidence, like using a sort of satanic attack mind control on the jury, which is pretty much the standard for any prosecution. Bill claimed that it's nearly impossible to oust a satanic judge because elections can be easily rigged and bought out. And besides, another Satanist would just be appointed to any new opening. The committees that recommend judges are Satanists. All judges have been to that Papoose place for testing. New judges are selected by the quickness of the satanic skills that they demonstrate at the club. He mentioned that the Boulder police have their own room for satanic rituals, of course paid for with city funds. He said he wasn't perfectly sure about the details, but he does think a tunnel was dug to get to the room. He thinks it may go north from the basement of the police station to the next building occupied by a biotech firm. Bill said to look for an additional entry to the middle of the tunnel in the garages that are north of the police station. Bill knew that the Boulder police pay for a sort of subscription membership with a European Satanist group and use high-tech electronic video gear in their ritual room to interact live with those European Satanists. Okay. I mean, I don't know what to make of this. What does everybody make of this? If this is a true account, has this judge just gone completely off the deep end? I mean, it wouldn't be the first judge that this happened to. I mean, is there some kind of truth in what he's saying, and then that made him paranoid and completely mental, and then he kind of spiraled out of control and embellished a lot on all of this stuff? Because obviously a certain base layer of corruption, there's obviously corruption out there. I mean, coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, they might deny that there's any kind of corruption in police or the justice system or politicians, but obviously there's a certain amount. Now, the exact amount is what's really in question. Is it truly completely widespread? I wouldn't claim it is. I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say it's not, because if everybody was in on it, it would be way too obvious. There needs to be a certain amount of useful idiots and incompetents, maybe a lot of kind-hearted people that are also useful idiots. I don't know if it's this widespread, but it is. I mean, yeah, this is like an 80s movie plot from some like B movie where they just went completely overboard. But can we apply the truth is stranger than fiction here? I mean, could someone really make all this stuff up? I mean, I don't know. More about Satanism. I told Judge Long that in 1999, I was illegally fired from a municipal job in Redacted. He immediately said, that's a dirty little city. I had hard evidence of perjury against my false accusers, along with the merits of the case in my favor, but Hunter's DA office refused to prosecute. Bill listened intently as I told him that two private attorneys refused the case, one being the local ACLU representative, who I actually hadn't even asked to take the case, and another attorney who suspiciously refused the case for 4 days after he said he liked it, this type of case being his advertised specialty. Bill nodded in agreement to my suggestion that both attorneys were given bribes to not take such an easy case against an entity with lots of hidden money. He said, quote, about $5,000 would be the norm for that sort of payoff bribe, plus they won't get psycho-satanically attacked as they would if they took the case, Bill said. Hunter and company easily got $15,000. Your unemployment judge probably got $5,000, and the same for each of the EEOC judge. The state senator gal who snitched my testimony to her back to Redacted got $5,000. Appeals is where the real money is, at least 10 a pop and up past 40. How do you think Monsanto wins all those ridiculous lawsuits? I told Bill details that suggested that I was attacked with satanic activity over the matter. Per my details, he confirmed that I was psychically, satanically attacked. I told him that the new head of public works who illegally fired me was just in from California. With that, he said Sacramento has one of the most notorious stables of mercenary satanic psychics in the West. I hear that former KGB... Okay, yeah, I mean, come on. I should have JR on for this episode. Now they're bringing in KGB psychics. Like, what does everybody make of this? Is this really The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, or is this just a hodgepodge of bizarre sci-fi and conspiracy and horror satanic elements? What do all the Mindshock listeners think of this? Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, but once you bring in KGB psychics, it gets tough. Not because KGB psychics don't exist. I mean, there's actually documented evidence of the Soviet Union experiments into psychokinesis and a lot of different psychic activity with psychics and all of this stuff. But just the fact that it's brought in here, I mean, it's a little weird. I hear that former KGB psychics like the climate there. I wonder what their fees are. Probably somewhat reasonable. It would be hard for you to compete with 40 grand or so in bribes working against you behind the scenes. Plus what they paid the satanic psychics, Bill advised. Don't bother to go after them anymore. Just figure that what goes around comes around, and they'll just get their just desserts without you lifting a finger. That's a little weird that he said that, though. Like, I would like to know his thoughts on, like, karmic scales in the universe. Like, why would he say that they would get their just desserts after he just outlined this, what's supposedly a completely vast and corrupt system? Your ball game is long over. The umpires wear the same uniforms as the home team. He claimed that other top dark cities are Boston, Chicago, Miami, and LA. They're everywhere, and they're thick in Denver and Colorado Springs, too. The retired judge said that he'd never talked to someone who was conscious about being a victim of satanic psychic attack. My awareness of that came later. For that, he said he would buy me my next cup of specialty coffee. I told him that I would like a mocha latte right now. He handed me a $5. I returned some change to him and enjoyed the drink. Judge Long said that whistleblowers are always made out to be kooks and nuts, and all of that is directly from satanic psychic attack on the whistleblower and his potential supporters, and to some extent on the public. How they get away with it all, for the most part, is to call the other guy nuts and use the satanic attacks to make them afraid to stand up for themselves and to make mistakes and look foolish. Whistleblowers are always hit hard with smear campaigns that always seem to get into the press over and above any truth in the matter. I mean, that's a good point. News media honchos get their hush payola too when they're needed. Actually, it's a form of tampering with the jury pool. The defense is limited as to what they can say about the press, but the prosecution has free rein to front-load a jury pool. They choose juries with their Satanism, picking the easily influenced people. Bill said that mercenary satanic psychics are now deeply involved in the professional and college sports world. He said, just look at the dynasty teams for the first clue. Anymore, many teams have their own staff of attack psychics. Duke, North Carolina, Kansas, Florida, UCLA, Arizona, Connecticut, the usual suspects. He said, notice that the Patriots started winning after 9/11, suggesting that there was federal assistance with some kind of sports satanic psychics. I've noticed that New England Patriots coach Belichick is good friends with Coach Donovan of U of Florida basketball, recently winning 2 NCAA championships. Some star pro athletes will hire their own to attack their personal opponents. Judge Bill was convinced that Roger Clemens used satanic psychics to attack the batters that he faced, as Clemens is always a foul-mouthed creep, never a gentleman, and not able to hide his involvement with that crap. Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, wow, that'll get some pearl clutching. Sports psychics were pretty much proved to me when the Red Sox strangely controlled the Rockies in the 2007 World Series. Note, March 20th, 2014, the Colorado men's basketball was embarrassed in their NCAA tournament game. Post-game, one CU player commented, "We came out there at the start unfocused." This is exactly what Judge Bill described as a typical result of sports satanic psychic attack. Bill speculated that the expansion of dirty psychic activity, especially in sports over the past decade or more, may be due to the Russian KGB-trained psychics now being allowed to leave Russia. One Coffee Clutch attendee reminded us that Khrushchev said that America will collapse from the inside. We threw this around the table for speculation and eventually concurred that any influx of KGB-trained psychics is probably not a focused political attack, but just the quest for higher income by the individual former KGB psychic agents. We agreed on the opinion that if any country were to attack us with mass psychic attack activity, that would be China. Carol and I have encountered plenty of Russian and Chinese agents in our orgonite field work over the years, but her sense was that they were all clearly working for and or with the NSA, CIA, and FBI. Judge Long confessed that he was allowed to be a municipal judge because it was understood that he may be called upon to throw a case now and again. Bill said he was speaking to us about all of this now because to be appointed as a county or district judge, one has to have proficiency with satanic dark arts. He said that he turned down an offer to be a county judge because he turned down the requirement to get involved with Satanism. Satanic judges know you're off balance and out of sync in court because of the Satanism that's directed at you. Quite often, they repeatedly interrupt you, illegally suppressing your testimony. It happens every day, all day long, if they sense that they can get away with it, all to get more money out of you plus the power aspect. They are a cult for power and money, he added. Those retired satanic judges and prosecutors aren't likely to hang around coffee shops and chat with the old boys. They need to hide because up close, their Satanism can be felt, detected, especially if you've been a victim of their Satanism. They can only socialize with each other. God-loving, honest people make them nervous and jittery. I've seen that a number of times. He felt that the Satanism has gotten increasingly more recognizable by the public in recent years, partially shown by the advent of scans beyond mere metal detectors in courthouses saying the Satanists get armed guards and you get a cavity search. This expanding security state we're experiencing is a convenient cover for the growing exposure of Satanism that's used by almost every authority and power structure you can think of. Courts and officialdom make poor light of real psychics because good psychics have the ability to more readily detect Satanism and can see how deeply entrenched it is in officialdom in our country. I'm told that psychics are always a target of satanic groups. That makes sense. He said that the larger prosecutor offices are just apprentice-type training grounds for Satanism for future judges. He considered all that to be vile voodoo beyond belief and treason against all human beings. Bill said that his contacts on this specific issue showed a lot of patience in explaining all this until he understood it. He was told that quantum science scratches the surface of this, but that it doesn't really get it. It is will and intention with dark arts that manipulates world issues and local issues with the specific placement of Satanists in authority positions who know specific satanic details, details that quantum scientists seem to be distracted from. This is why psychics are always a big target, because they have the best potential to see through the Satanism better than the distracted quantum people. I told Bill that I knew of a 2006 incident in Boulder in which Boulder detectives, not uniformed police, apprehended a Native American medicine woman who was visiting from South Dakota. She was taken to a police station where all her clothes were taken and she sat naked and alone in a room for 2 hours. Then 2 uniformed policemen without their badges and name tags entered the room and tortured her with handheld electric stun guns. All threatened charges against her were never filed. Her pet dog nearly died of dehydration while interred at the Boulder Humane Society. Bill hung his head, drank his coffee, and refused eye contact for a while. He said that he had heard of the incident. With the recent revelations of the illegal intrusiveness of the NSA and cell phone tracking capability, I'd bet her movements were monitored even locally. Stingray, suitcase-sized cell tracker, ? We spoke of 9/11. Bill said that we were spending a couple $1 trillion on something that couldn't be proven in a court of law and would certainly be disproven if legally challenged. He was well aware of the push to build a UNOCAL pipeline across Afghanistan to get Caspian Sea oil and natural gas marketed to China and India. When I called the event the Great Bamboozle, he said that it was the best polite term that he had heard about this event. Bill had met with a woman from India who has an uncle back in the old country who was receiving political perps for a new oil pipeline running across his land. This branches off the new pipeline that comes through Pakistan and Afghanistan from the Caspian Sea area. The grandson of one coffee clatcher knows an Indian college student whose father is a new hire at a refinery per the new pipeline. To an Indian refinery, a big one. Judge Bill knew of the increase in Afghan heroin production and estimated that it has probably multiplied at least sixfold since the start of the Pentagon's occupation. He said that it appears that we have lost our country and that the Afghanistan occupation is Vietnam all over again, but worse, and it will likely last indefinitely in some form or another. Bill claimed the Pentagon's Afghan heroin program is still not as grand as the CIA's decades-long South American cocaine operations. He had met an Army Special Forces veteran who had been assigned to a special unit at Fort Benning, Georgia. The unit assigns detachments for 6 months deployment to South America, where their mission is to search and destroy any small cartels that compete with the large cartel, the CIA. This isn't the first empire to prosper from illicit drugs. Take their money and keep them stupid. Judge Long said that it would be a safe bet that only U.S. GIs getting killed in Afghanistan are the unlucky ones who get assigned to protect the oil and gas pipelines or the heroin operations, saying that if they can lie about the World Trade Center, then they could lie about a few murders overseas. Bill noted that the Pentagon bought all the press rights out of Afghanistan before the bombing started on October 7th. Bill claimed that he sensed in advance that Hillary would get the State Department in 2008. It's state DOD and the CIA who brings drugs into this country. Hillary has been an international drug dealer since she was a governor's wife. Big Satanist, too. Bill said that the Grand Bamboozle is sadly defining life in America, commenting on how much power over civilization is held by the international pirates of natural resources, he said. Civilization is quickly digressing, with America at the forefront of the digression. One Coffee Clutch attendee asked Bill if psychic dark arts were used in the 9/11 Grand Bamboozle and the official story of it all. Judge Long replied, "What do you think? It's probably off the charts. Real evidence has been hidden or destroyed, and witnesses have been silenced from day one." With that statement, I told Bill and 5 others that I was on the website of U.S. Senator Paul Wellstone on the Friday afternoon of the day that his small plane went down. I clicked itinerary on his site and found that on the following Tuesday, 9:30 a.m., the senator was going to open its own investigation of Enron. Enron had a major interest in gas-fired electricity generation plant in Pakistan on the path of the pipeline. It was later bought by Bechtel and GE, who were the building contractors on the project. A number of times we spoke of contrived shootings like the ones which have recently made the front page of the news. Bill reminded us that in 1976, an NSA official testified to a congressional committee that they, the NSA, have shooters on the shelf, referring to subjects who are psychically programmed with multiple personalities which can be revived by the programmers at any time. Manchurian Candidate style. He wished he had kept a copy of that testimony which a judicial friend had shared with him because it may be harder to dig up now. In parentheses here, the church hearings, question mark. Is this relating to the church committee? I mean, that would be curious. After he first spoke of this, he later said that the official papers have just been released that further admit to federal psychically trained assassins. He said to notice how all the shooters end up dead at the scene or at least kept from local investigative scrutiny. Twice I heard Judge Bill say that he hopes to live long enough to see the UN NSA planned phony UFO landing at Denver Interplanetary Airport. He said, for such an event, the mind-numbing technology and psycho-Satanism will outdo even the 9/11 nonsense. I'm told that somehow the Pope will be involved in this fiasco. Okay, hold on a second. I mean, okay, obviously the coincidence theorists will say this is all jumping the shark, but Operation Bluebeam and this fake alien invasion, I mean, Bill Cooper even talked about that many years ago. A lot of what the judge is saying here is lining up with established conspiracy theory. Not that it's true, but again, it's kind of, it's definitely out there. But again, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I'm not going to hallucinate and claim to have any kind of top secret clearances like, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, the gullible coincidence theorist, authority-worshipping masses. They hallucinate that none of this could ever be true. But if they don't have these top-level clearances, how would they know either way? That's kind of the point here. How would they know either way? That's kind of the point here. Bill said that this is planned for after the federal government moves to Denver and the Colorado Front Range, which he said he does not want to be around for. He said, quote, it'll be under emergency conditions and dirty as hell. Watch for Obama to already be out west when it happens, California, I'm told. His contact told him what's on the table right now as the reason for the move to Denver is a few planned earthquakes in eastern U.S., maybe with a Category gazillion hurricane. Our Air Force... Wow. A category gazillion hurricane? Are they referring to some recent hurricanes in Florida? Our Air Force does weather control, but I'm told that Russia is the best on the storm stuff and that they're for hire. The whole affair will be one very well orchestrated grab for martial law. He said it is a push to get all the world's military under the control of the UN, single world currency. Also, I'll be praying for the lot of you from my grave. Good luck. Bill claimed that when this happens, agents from a couple of intel agencies will move into the buildings north of the Boulder Police Station, which now house a small biotech firm. He said that the empty business park just east of Longmont Humane Society has long been saved for a gaggle of federal agencies. The governor has never moved into the governor's mansion. An 8-apartment condo complex is now being built within walking distance of the Boulder Police Station. This big one right next to the railroad. There's a new motel there, too. So Judge Long died in 2010. So even though this comment was made on YouTube 2019, allegedly, if this is true, that means he's saying all this prior to 2010, which is kind of crazy. Be wary of quarantines on the Fed-controlled Front Range based on faulty data. Outright lies, actually. Quarantines. Judge Long said that there's a former military intel guy who speaks about how world events are known about well in advance because the events are fabricated and further orchestrated for the taking of resources and the manipulation of mass opinion for unspoken permission to bypass the U.S. Constitution and other specific statutes. He said to internet search for John Moore. Bill said that there was a recent 2009 obscured news report that the mother-in-law of the new president was just caught doing African voodoo in the White House. This gal would be a perfect fit for Denver, he said. He said it was called Sinatra or Santeri or something like that. Is he talking about Santeria? He smirked and shook his head. It's remarkably clever that Nairobi is a sister city of Denver. I'm told that the feds have full plans to expose Obama as an African on their chosen timing. It's been a setup from the start. Why? Well, they wouldn't give me that detail. When I commented that there seems to be a grand treason underfoot, they replied, Americans will feel as if they don't have a country. He said that a sizable portion of his information comes from a former CIA agent who is employed at McGuckin's hardware store. Wait a second. Is that the hardware store that Patsy Ramsey went to that people were trying to get receipts for that got charged for that? Bill said that there are a handful of former federal agents employed there, 3 in the Woodstove Corner, and a few dozen more of them in the area. This local collection of semi-retired federal agents have something to do with all of the federal science stations here up and down the Colorado Front Range, with the Department of Standards being the recipient of this assemblage of agents. And then I'd bet that Intel is behind all this. He didn't know what the major reason for this is, other than that the Department of Standards would know the major scheme of it all. He said this has been going on since before 9/11, and I suppose they're laying the groundwork for the federal government to move here. After that last building addition by Standards, there's now underground housing for some 6,500 people. I'd like to know what that's all about, and where does money from all that come from? He quipped that Boulder police take marching orders from the local feds, and even more, they take advice from the DA's office. Bill said that the local IBM plant and the Northern Boulder Antenna Mesa have some very deep and dark federal connections, and that those installations are at least a part of the reason for the generous collection of active and former federal agents here. The local IBM push for early retirements in 1989 or so was designed to make more room for the NSA personnel. He mentioned the NSA as the actual operators of the Antenna Mesa north of Boulder, and that they control the NCAR outpost just east of Marshall, just south of Boulder, and that has a big antenna fence across the road from it. The antenna fence was built during a phony claim as a Superfund site, he said. Vile Electronics then refused to speak of any more details. I'm confident that our former coffee meetings would love the current saga of the NSA whistleblower leaks, and that Judge Long would lead the banter. He said the NSA gets better than $295 billion a year, with that master number split up and hidden in other programs and budgets. Bill said that it has been known since 1979 that if you don't want anything repeated to you, don't say it over the phone, which could suggest that the recent NSA phone data scandal is old tech. and that the current expose could be a distraction diversion away from something much bigger, or is merely a meme to suggest that you were hopelessly conquered. The NRO gets $108 billion a year. That's on their website. I've been inspired to put together my notes of retired Judge William H. Long's words for a peculiar reason. Some months ago, I gave a spare phone of mine to someone in need of one. He told me that 5 times when he used the phone in the first few days of having it, that the Boulder police have instantly shown up around him just after he used the phone. 2 of those times were when he had just called me. I believe that the local authorities have identified me as one of those who heard the late life articulations of a frustrated, honest judge. In the past few years, since Judge Long has passed, on occasion my phone has drained as if I had been using it. I asked around about this. One person got back to me saying he had asked someone who would know about it. That person said that my phone was being hacked. I was being listened to, and or nasty frequencies were being broadcast to you. It may happen a few times per month or sometimes not for a month or more. And the last quote here, the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Just let it loose. It will defend itself. From St. Augustine. So, I mean, did anybody actually think we'd be going this far down the rabbit hole in the Jonbenet Ramsey case? So now, in typical Mindshock fashion, we'll be continuing the rabbit hole in the branch off to Nancy Krebs' testimony, which I believe is what the judge referred to here to Alex Hunter, who happened to resign or retire within weeks of this testimony, which is also coincidental, I guess. And this will lead us to, of course, Fleet and Priscilla Whites, the Whites who we just covered briefly in the early episodes, and we'll be continuing to examine this rabbit hole. Okay, so this brings us to the infamous Nancy Krebs account. Now, obviously the hardcore researchers know about Krebs, but a lot of people who just have an overview of the Jonbenet Ramsey case, they may not know about the testimony of one Nancy Krebs. I believe this is who the judge is referring to as far as witnesses who came forward or testimony regarding all the corruption. But let's look at the official narrative, the coincidence theorist narrative. Obviously, how often does the official narrative turn out to be true? I mean, turns out not too often, but maybe it's true here. Again, I do not claim anything is true or untrue. So on the Jonbenet Ramsey.shoutwiki.com, here's just a quick overview of the official narrative, but it might still offer some clues. Nancy Krebs, a woman who claimed to have been raped by John Ramsey and Fleet White, as well as Fleet White's elderly father. I mean, how often does someone come out of the woodwork with these kinds of claims? If she was just looking for attention, would she have just kept it to John Ramsey and possibly Fleet White? Or just Fleet White? But she's also involving Fleet White's elderly father. That's an interesting detail there. Again, I'm not claiming anything she's saying is true, but it's interesting because in all these other cases, I mean, even against Trump, like a lot of the people coming out with allegations, I mean, they're not necessarily coming out against allegations against him and his friend's father and all this. I mean, it's one thing to come out with this for attention or whatever, but these kinds of details, all I'm saying is they might possibly warrant at least some kind of legitimate investigation. She claimed that John Ramsey had visited her in California when she was a young girl, chained her up, and sodomized her. She also claimed that John Ramsey had filmed these encounters and made money off of it, and that the Whites had held parties with large groups of pedophiles. Krebs also claimed that her own mother was present at the Whites' Christmas party on the night of Jonbenet's death. Krebs' allegations were thoroughly investigated and determined to be false. By who? By the people alleged to have been involved? I mean, this is what coincidence theorists don't understand. Again, I'm not claiming any of this is true. But when the guards investigate themselves, like, who will guard the guards? Like, if the people alleged of the crimes, if the accused investigate themselves and find themselves innocent, maybe they really are innocent. But all these gullible goofs out there, they don't understand what a conflict of interest is. Because if there is widespread corruption, as this judge is alleging, if that's true, again, I'm not saying it is, but if that's true, and there's something to these allegations, how would you expect these same people to find themselves guilty? I mean, you'd have to bring in, I don't know, internal affairs maybe. I mean, a non-corrupt agency of some kind, independent investigators, not associated. I mean, maybe even from another country. I mean, I don't know. Like, you can't, obviously, you're not going to have the guilty parties investigate themselves if they're all complicit. Now, again, a lot of people who doubt Nancy Krebs, individually, there might not be enough evidence, and I'm not saying even collectively there is, but when the people that just dismiss Nancy Krebs outright, if there's some form of validity or truth, however small, when you couple it with this other interview here or assortments of coffee table talks with this judge, if those are legitimate and they can be determined to be, it's very, very interesting that they kind of sort of match up here in some way about these parties. And again, rumors of this, there have been rumors of this going back a long time. Again, I'm not alleging they're true, but it's interesting because in other true crime cases, it turns out that early rumors were true. Again, I'm not saying that's the case here, but in other cases, in other situations, the rumors just don't come out of the ether. They come from something. Police discovered that Krebs was the subject of a missing persons report from California and had claimed to be a witness in at least 2 other homicide investigations. Now, here's the thing. If she's involved in the criminal element and these circles of criminals and pedophiles and murderers, why, is it really, like, if she's telling the truth, how does it discredit her if she's seen other crimes? If she's claiming to be involved in these circles of criminals and possibly some kind of black market snuff films and all this stuff, if those criminals are murderers, perhaps she was a witness in other. This is so weird, as if you're using that to discredit. Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she made everything up. But to just dismiss it by saying, oh yeah, she also claimed to see other murders. If a gang member comes in with info on murders and they also have info on other murders, it's not that surprising if they're constantly around murder, as they're claiming to be. Again, they might not be honest, but that, to dismiss it on those grounds, how silly can you get? Now, here are the wrinkles in the story. Support from DA Alex Hunter. Krebs' story was broken in the media in Boulder Daily Camera interview with then DA Alex Hunter. Hunter stated that Krebs' story was very believable and referred to it as a breakthrough in the case. Though he mentioned Fleet White by name, Hunter neglected to mention John Ramsey's role in the story. Prior to Hunter's public statements of support for Nancy Krebs, Fleet White had been an outspoken critic of Alex Hunter and had been campaigning for his removal from the DA's office, which is also curious. Police investigation of Krebs' claims. According to the police, Boulder police spent about 11 weeks investigating the allegations, which included conducting 22 interviews, reviewing medical and psychological records, reviewing photographs and recordings, consulting with a forensic psychiatrist, and comparing the allegations against physical evidence with current knowledge of the case. As a result, Boulder police and prosecutors working on the case have concluded that other than the woman's statements, there is no evidence to support this theory of Jonbenet's murder. That's interesting, though, because that's an interesting way to phrase it as well, because that proof that it's not true? No, it is not. They're just saying they have no physical evidence to corroborate the story. They're not even necessarily saying she's not credible, but this was in a May 15th, 2000 press release, so this is fairly early on, within a few years she came forward, but Detective Steve Thomas, who had resigned from the case at that point, said it was unbelievable that Alex Hunter leaked and smeared Fleet White and his family with this story that has no grounds whatsoever. And again, even if there's zero corroborating evidence, that doesn't necessarily mean it's untrue. Obviously, you can't claim it is true, but if there's no evidence to the contrary. Prosecutor Mike Kane, who was working for Hunter's office, reportedly called Hunter's secretary, confused as to why Hunter had gone publicly with the claims, despite knowing that Krebs was a, in quotation, goofball. Here's the thing, though. If these notes from meetings with a judge have any kind of validity, if Hunter and all these other people are involved, and if they're even having disputes with each other over the flavor of satanic psychic attacks, I mean, yeah, it's really weird. It's difficult to make heads or tails of all this without falling for logical fallacies. I mean, obviously the Dunning-Kruger crowd, the authority-worshipping cultists and coincidence theorists, they're going to grasp desperately for their appeal to incredulity logical fallacies. Like, with religious fervor, they're going to grasp them and hold on to them. But if we're not falling for logical fallacies, because if this is all true, and I'm not alleging it is, but if it is, how do you find out it's true? Because if you just dismiss it, and if it is true, you'll never find out. Fleet White commented on the Krebs fiasco in a 2014 radio interview. Quote, "Clearly the only reason that the Boulder Daily Camera printed the story is because Alex Hunter had endorsed her credibility, and that was certainly borne out later in our conversations with Daily Camera reporters," end quote. And you know, another weird thing is, like, if you're Fleet White, are you still giving interviews in 2014 over a 96 murder case? I mean, does anybody find that slightly weird, especially if you don't want to be in the public eye? I don't know what to make of that. Later in 2000, the Whites brought an action in district court to release all of the investigative records from the Krebs investigation. The court released the transcript of Krebs police interviews, but no other investigative files. So that's a curiosity on so many levels here. Because first of all, those that say, okay, if the Whites were guilty, why would they want a public release of all the records? Now, if they're innocent, they might want that to show that they're innocent, right? But if they're guilty, would they be fighting for a release? Again, maybe. It depends on whether the fix is in or not. They might also, some people allege they were just curious, as to what they had gathered on them. Because since the Whites hadn't been arrested for anything, they must have known that there was no actual damning evidence. But perhaps they wanted to get ahead of it, so they wanted it released so that way they can ensure that no real evidence would ever come to light. So that doesn't tell us a lot there, but just from the surface, you would think they probably wouldn't want it released. But then again, if there is an active cover-up and they want to stay ahead, perhaps they would want to release it. I don't know. But is it also curious that the court only released the initial police interviews, but no actual investigative files? So they don't know what was the result of any investigations, whether they found everything she said to be demonstrably false, or maybe they did find some kind of evidence to back this up, and they said they didn't. What would that prove? And the Whites went to district court again in 2014 to release all the investigative files. The Boulder Police Department and the DA opposed the release of those records. Does anybody else find this weird, though? Because if it really has no credibility, why not release them? I mean, it's just a little weird, unless they're thinking they're protecting Krebs, but if she was already supposedly discredited as a crazy person, why would it matter whether if they could at least back up the fact that they ruled her crazy, if that's what they did? I mean, none of this really makes any sense, no matter how you look at it. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, as recently as 2014... the Whites are going to district court and doing interviews? What is that? I mean, that is almost stranger than this whole crazy conspiracy theory to me. I mean, it's just so weird. Like, why are they still going on about this? So let's look at the Whites write-up on JonbenetRamsey.pbworks.com, the JonBenet Ramsey Case Encyclopedia. Pretty good resource here. The Fleet White Jr. theory. Who is Fleet White Jr.? Fleet and Priscilla White were very close friends of the family with the Ramseys, in part because they had two children similar in age, Burke and JonBenet Ramsey. So why do some suspect Fleet White motive? The predominant theory, articulated by self-proclaimed detective Keith Andrews, is that Fleet White may have been motivated by jealousy towards John Ramsey, but others think that Fleet White may have been a pedophile. Means, because Fleet White was a close family friend who knew Jonbenet well, most theories believe he was able to rely on this to get Jonbenet out of bed and into the basement without her being alarmed. Opportunity. The Whites lived only 1.2 miles or 4 minutes from the Ramseys, and had both a key as well as invited access to the house, both on the night of the December 23rd party and on the morning of December 26th. Many Fleet White theories make use of these in explaining how Fleet White was able to plan the crime and possibly covered up evidence or deliberately contaminated the crime scene. No other close friend of Ramsey's had quite the same degree of opportunity. That's a good point there. So we might not have a good motive, but means and opportunity, they seem to be there. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean anything either, but of all their friends, I mean, I still find the Steins a little bit unusual, and the Fernies, but again, I've gone over them in the neighborhood podcast episode, as well as going over the Christmas party guest list and all of that. But focusing here on the Whites, I might have to do a dedicated episode on the Whites just because there's actually quite a bit of information on their saga in relation to the Ramseys, falling out, whatever, and even more background info. But I'm just going to focus here just on this. Exculpatory evidence favoring Fleet White Jr. cleared by Boulder Police Chief on April 16th, 97, City of Boulder issued a press release stating, in response to media inquiries and to clarify inaccurate statements, Boulder Police Chief Tom Kobe has the following statement: Mr. and Mrs. Fleet White Jr. are not suspects in the Jonbenet Ramsey murder investigation. They are considered key witnesses. The Boulder Police Department appreciates the full cooperation they received from the Whites since the beginning of the investigation. I feel this response is necessary due to the inaccurate portrayal of Mr. and Mrs. White in certain media publications. No DNA match. Internet poster Jay Yells has deduced from documents shown in the Tracy documentary that Fleet White and Priscilla White have been cleared on DNA. And again, just constantly going back, nobody has been cleared with the latest gen technology. Rebuttal of Keith Andrews' theory. Internet poster Jay Yells has posted a point-by-point rebuttal of Fleet White did it theory promulgated by self-proclaimed detective Keith Andrews. We're not going to get into that. Incriminating evidence against Fleet White Jr. Timeline. Internet poster Mame has posted a timeline related to Fleet White. This is still a work in progress whose accuracy and completeness will improve over time. Another timeline has been posted here. Strange behavior following Jonbenet Ramsey's death. Self-proclaimed detective Keith Andrews has detailed numerous instances of odd or suspicious behavior by Fleet White in the aftermath of Jonbenet Ramsey's death. And even if all of this is true, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because if he didn't initially suspect John Ramsey and then he began to, that could possibly account for that as well. Again, we're not going to go into that now because we're kind of focused on the Nancy Krebs aspect. So the Nancy Krebs story. Nancy Krebs reported that as a child, she had been the victim of sexual abuse by distant relatives of Fleet White Jr. and his father, but also by John Ramsey. She further reported being prostituted for pornography. And I believe, was her earliest interview February 22nd, 2000? That is listed here, Detective Tom Trujillo. Nancy Krebs Police Department interview. So it's dated February 22nd, 2000. And there's another interview May 10th, 2000. And there's also, okay. So an internet poster known as Logan apparently looked through the California sex offender registry and he found a Johnny Ramsey. He stated this: I believe Uncle Johnny Ramsey was the child molester registered on the California sex offender registry. He was in California during the time Nancy Krebs mentioned. Okay, so was this a different John Ramsey? So, I mean, wow. Yeah, so he's listed in the register as Johnny Ramsey, but the middle name is B, and his date of birth listed here is June 21st, 1959. So apparently it is a different John Ramsey, because even though they have the first initial, the middle name is the same. Jonbenet's father, apparently, his listed birthday is December 7th, 1943. So, yeah, this is why, again, things aren't necessarily a black and white logical fallacy. It could be a false dichotomy. So if she was abused by the Fleet White the White family, Fleet White and his father possibly, and there's also another John Ramsey here, especially if she's in an extreme state of duress and as a child, she might not have recognized that it was a different John Ramsey. So let's look at a summary here because, I mean, it is a little bit disturbing. I don't want to go through point by point every word she said in her testimony, but just going over a summary here by Samar Candy on the Jonbenet subreddit. A woman's story of sex abuse. Nancy Krebs, DA pursues new Ramsey lead. Hunter asks police to investigate woman's story of sex abuse by Barry Hartman, camera staff writer, February 25th, 2000. DA Alex Hunter has turned over new information to Boulder Police and the FBI that he says could provide a major breakthrough in solving the 3-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey murder case. The information is from testimony and documents provided voluntarily by a 37-year-old California woman who was brought forward by Boulder attorney Lee Hill. The woman said she suffered a lifetime of sexual and physical abuse beginning at age 3. Her story, if true, could mean the Ramsey case is tangled in sex abuse and involves more people than originally thought. Hunter said he finds the woman to be very believable. Boulder police detectives, however, aren't so sure. Even if only 15% of what she says is true, Hunter said, this case warrants investigation, and if Boulder cops don't want to do it, I will take the case to the U.S. Attorney. Police Chief Mark Beckner said Thursday, though our detectives did not find her to be credible, we are taking what she has said seriously. I'm interested in finding the truth no matter where it leads us. Beckner said the first thing his detectives will do is perform a thorough background check of the woman and meet with her therapist of 10 years in an attempt to corroborate her story. Hill, who is a former San Diego County Deputy DA and former Special Assistant U.S. Attorney and is experienced in investigative work, said, quote, she is among the most credible witnesses I have ever interviewed, end quote. So that's actually interesting that Hill, who's not from Boulder, Hill is from San Diego County, DA San Diego County, and a former Special Assistant U.S. Attorney. So he's saying she's credible. He is representing the woman in her decision to give information to authorities. The woman has described to police years of sexual and physical abuse in California homes at the hands of adults who stayed at holiday and other parties after other guests had left for the evening. Then she said another party, one of sexual abuse for the gratification of a select group of adults, would begin. In talking to detectives, the woman draws parallels between sexual techniques used at those sessions and the physical evidence of garroting that investigators found on the body of Jonbenet Ramsey. The woman told detectives she believes Jonbenet was killed accidentally when the asphyxiation technique used to stimulate an orgasmic response during a child sex and porno party went too far. The woman told police she knows firsthand about asphyxiation choking to produce a sexual response because it had been done to her when she was a child. The woman said in her experience, little girls were dressed provocatively and trained to say provocative things such as, "It's a pleasure to please you." She told police when girls did not perform as expected, they were struck on the head. That was because their hair covered the wound. A big night for such parties was Christmas night, she said. Over the years, she said many parties were held then because a large number of cars around a house did not arouse suspicion in the neighborhood, and the children had a full week to heal from their wounds before returning to school. I mean, this is really dark stuff. If she did make it up, I mean, it's so disturbing at the logic. How, I mean, that is pretty logical. I mean, the amount of cars, the time off from school, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's just, I mean, it's, yeah, this is bizarre. Or maybe this all did happen to her, but she was mistaken that either John Ramsey was involved, or it was a different John Ramsey, a Johnny Ramsey, and that maybe it was the Fleets, maybe it was Fleet White and his father, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was other people. Maybe she's mistaken about that. I don't know. Again, let's not fall for false dichotomies. Jonbenet Ramsey's death occurred overnight, Christmas 96. The autopsy report concluded she suffered a blow on the head and was strangled. The woman said she knows the Ramseys through the Fleet White family. She said the godfather to her mother is Fleet White Sr., 86 of California. Fleet White Jr. of Boulder and John Ramsey were close friends until the death of Jonbenet. White, or rather until the funeral, right? In the days their falling out was after the funeral. White Jr. was with John Ramsey when Jonbenet's body was found in the basement of the Ramseys' Boulder home. I mean, that's another red flag for many people. White Jr. has since been crusading for Hunter's ouster from this case for refusing to prosecute the Ramseys. Ramsey attorney Brian Morgan declined comment. Fleet White could not be reached Thursday. Police cleared White as a suspect in April 97. Attorney Hill said that the woman came forward because she was fearful for her life. She came to believe that people involved in child sexual abuse in California were becoming suspicious that she might try to talk with authorities. Hill said her main reason, however, was to try to save other innocent victims who can't speak for themselves from further sexual abuse. The woman and her therapist of 10 years, Mary Bienkowski, saw Hill being interviewed on Fox television about a deposition he had taken of John Ramsey in a libel suit against a supermarket tabloid. They decided to contact him. The camera's efforts to reach Bienkowski have been unsuccessful. Hill, struck by what he heard, traveled to San Luis Obispo near Los Angeles on February 11th. He spent 5 hours interviewing both the woman and her therapist, and he videotaped supporting documents, which included personal notes, cards, and family photographs that the woman says are from the Whites, both senior and junior. Hill recounted details of the interview. You know, it's also curious that the actual investigative files have never been released, only the interview. So what does that say? Is there evidence that that these people are all in the same photographs? Obviously, that's not evidence of any kind of an abuse, but it does lend some credibility that at least she knew all these people, and this part of a story might be true. Hill recounted the details of the interview to Hunter in a meeting February 16th. With him was Stephen Singular, a Denver author who has pursued the Ramsey case for 3 years and is convinced the killing is linked to child sexual abuse. Both men expressed to Hunter intense frustration about the reluctance of police to consider evidence that deviated from their theories. The woman called Hill again Saturday, and he arranged for her to fly to Denver. He picked her up at 12:30 a.m. Sunday at Denver International Airport and found safe housing for her. Is that a weird time to fly into an airport? Midnight, after midnight. Hunter immediately, unless it was that was the first time he reached out. I mean, I don't know. Or she called him, and what time did he call? So if she called him and wanted to come as soon as possible, I guess maybe that's not weird. Hunter immediately tried to arrange for detectives to interview the woman. 2 detectives interviewed her at 3 p.m. Tuesday for nearly 5 hours. It was during that interview that Hill learned Boulder police had received a missing persons report on the woman. A relative of the woman filed the report with San Luis Obispo authorities, who called Boulder police. Boulder police, Hill said, responded that she was in Boulder and would be interviewed by detectives at 3 p.m. Tuesday. They also told San Luis Obispo police she was with Lee Hill. I couldn't believe it, Hill said. We had told police her life was in danger, and they tell everyone where she is and what she is doing. That is kind of insane. I mean, does that in and of itself, regardless of whether she's credible or not, the fact that people are afraid of what she might say, is that proof of some kind of wide conspiracy going all the way to California as well? I mean, this is all insane. Police Chief Beckner said he thought it was his department's responsibility to respond to the missing persons report. Hill says police should have asked the witness whether she wanted them to respond. So she's an adult. She's 37 years old, and someone filed a missing persons report? The Ramsey case has been quiet for the last several months following a 13-month grand jury investigation that prosecutors said did not find enough evidence to bring an indictment in the case. So, yeah, I mean, it is curious, because if she said Uncle Johnny, so is she not claiming that this particular John Ramsey? So she did not name John Ramsey. She named an Uncle Johnny who's a different John Ramsey at a different age. Here's another article. This is by B.J. Plaskett, Boulder journalist. Nancy Krebs by B.J. Plaskett, Daily Times Call in 2000. The Times Call, meanwhile, has learned that the woman's story includes allegations that when she was between the ages of 6 and 12 and living in California, she and another female child close to her age were taken on summer road trips up the West Coast by 2 adults. Those trips, the source said, included stops in Oregon, Washington, and Canada. It was during those trips, usually taken in August, that the woman and the other little girl were assaulted and photographed by other adults. According to the source, the trips usually went to the same towns and ended with the assaults by the same people each year. Those sites included small remote towns in both California and Oregon, the Times Call has learned. On one site was a remote ranch in Oregon where outbuildings were used as sets for pornographic films featuring children. According to the source, the woman's allegations also included the following. In addition to the female child taken with her on the summer road trips, the woman reported that 2 other children of similar age, a boy and girl, were also victimized by some of the same adults. The woman was assaulted during at least 1 trip to Nevada and at least 1 trip to Colorado. A family doctor once treated her for what was described as a mild bladder infection, but the procedure actually involved surgical repair of genital injuries. The same doctor reportedly saw other suspicious injuries, but never alerted authorities. And some people believe that's what's going on with Jonbenet Ramsey with all of the doctor visits. Many of the assaults reportedly took place at parties during the Christmas holidays. At these parties, the source said, you know what else is weird? If the dates are all documented, and all of these injuries are only occurring around Christmas time, what does that mean? Like year after year? Just Christmas or August, like the alleged dates in question, and no other times of the year? That's kind of weird. At these parties, the source said the sexual assaults usually began while the child was on the lap of a man dressed as Santa Claus. The Santa Claus character would begin the sexual contact by fondling the child before handing her over to the other adults. The woman was often introduced to adult men who were referred to as uncle, but they were not actually related to her. Those men invariably assaulted her, according to the source. The woman was often kept out of school around the holidays because of injuries and other trauma stemming from the assaults. She reportedly missed 45 days of school, much of it around Christmas, during one school year. When contacted Wednesday, Bienkowski said her patient did not come up with the stories after the 96 slaying of 6-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey. No, she did not, Bienkowski said. 99% of what this client told me and wrote down was documented before 1995. See, this is curious because now you have a therapist here backing her up. You have a DA who's you have a DA official who's and was also a U.S. Assistant attorney, convinced that she's telling the truth. And her therapist is also convinced. And supposedly there's all this documentation. None of it's been released, of course. Supposedly it exists. What do all of the devout coincidence theorists say about all this? Like they're all lying? I mean, it's not like they released a book and went on talk shows all the time, did they? I mean, I don't recall that. If that is true, then okay, we can examine that. But if they didn't, I mean, this is all crazy. The woman making the allegations remains in hiding outside California. Her Boulder attorney, Lee Hill, has repeatedly said his client has been threatened and that he is concerned for her safety. And what would be his motivation to lie about all this? Assistant DA Bill Wise said on Monday authorities are taking the woman's claims very seriously. I mean, wow. This is crazy then. So she did not claim it was John Ramsey. She claimed it was Uncle Johnny, who's not, and there is a Johnny Ramsey on the child sex offender list in California. So that backs her up as well, if it's the same guy. Again, I don't know. You know the other thing that's weird? Everybody's accusing her of being completely crazy and insane. Doesn't she have a right to be kind of crazy after being if what she's saying is true? Would you expect her to be a well-adjusted, completely sane individual? That's another thing. Like all these coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists, these mentally weak Dunning-Kruger goofs who are too mentally weak to even consider the possibility that there's bad people in the world and there are conspiracies. They're just too mentally weak to consider the possibility that it is true, so they just want to write her off as crazy. Now, maybe she is crazy, but how does that disprove any of the claims that she's making? This is Mindshock. I don't claim anything is true or untrue, but it's kind of weird. Like, all of these Dunning-Kruger coincidence theorists just hallucinating to know for sure that not only is she lying, she's certifiable. I mean, it's weird. Like, why is this conflation done? Why is this false dichotomy always engaged where, oh no, she's crazy? Well, how not crazy would you expect someone to be if the story is true? That's the real question is. And why is her therapist and this DA, like, she was able to hoodwink? Like, why are they just saying she's the most credible? There's all this evidence and documentation of all her claims prior. So she didn't know. So if this is all prior to Jonbenet Ramsey's death, obviously she wouldn't know that Fleet White would have been involved in that. So if she's just making these claims about the White family and these other people, she has no idea that in the future Jonbenet Ramsey would be killed and Fleet White would be a friend of John Ramsey. So she wouldn't know that, obviously. Yeah, I mean, this is really, really difficult. If all her claims about the garroting and all that, if that's all documented before 1995 as well, what does that mean? More details here. So, supposedly, John Ramsey's best friend was Fleet White. While Fleet was growing up, his father was molesting little girls with a garrote. So this is a comment by Troy on Quora. No one is saying that Fleet had anything to do with JonBenet's murder. However, Nancy Krebs said that her niece visited the Whites just before JonBenet's death. Nancy Krebs' niece also had a history of being abused with a garrote by Fleet's father. If JonBenet and Burke were playing with a garrote, it is possible that the use of a garrote was a topic of conversation among the children, and it became the source of information for the choking game. When the police tried to interview the niece, she left the country. Okay, what does all this mean, though? Because if Nancy Krebs claimed this about her niece, she's fearing for her life. Her therapist backs her. This DA from California backs her. They try to verify the story, and her niece leaves the country. I mean, that's kind of weird. Clearly, there's a lot of people here fearing for their lives. So let's go more into Krebs' account here. 2kinvestigations.wordpress.com has this write-up, The Nancy Krebs Saga Separating Fact from Fiction, Part 1. By The Professor. Posted January 27th, 2022, so quite recent here. One of the most perplexing and mysterious episodes of the Jonbenet Ramsey saga was the case of Nancy Krebs, a California woman who came forward and made explosive claims against the family of Fleet and Priscilla White. This became one of the most vehemently debated subjects on the case, with some dismissing Krebs as a psychologically disturbed woman and nutcase. Well, here's the thing, though. If what she's saying is true, wouldn't she be expected to be such? I mean, I just can't let that go, because, it's just such a weird concept that coincidence theorists just can't grasp. And others saying that she deserved to be heard. Below, I have provided a brief summarization of the events surrounding the Krebs saga. I encourage you to draw your own conclusions. The following information was obtained from police interview transcripts, the Whites' public statements, and other open source methods. No media publications were relied on. The reader should remember that while some of Nancy Krebs' claims regarding the Ramsey case and her own sexual abuse were never proven to be true, there is, however, a lot that can be corroborated. Background: Nancy Krebs contacted Boulder-based lawyer Walter Leon Lee Hill after seeing him on television discussing the Ramsey case. Hill was commenting to reporters about how strange it was that the Boulder police did not want to see his deposition of John Ramsey. Hill had filed a lawsuit against John Ramsey and the National Enquirer on behalf of a Boulder photographer named Stephen Miles. Hill decided to represent Krebs and bring her to the attention of the Boulder authorities. The events that followed were not only strange and frightening, but at times extremely confusing. Hill and Denver-based journalist and author Stephen Singular met with District Attorney Alex Hunter and his office's chief investigator Linda Wickman on February 15, 2000. Hill stated that his witness had had a lifelong relationship with the White family that could be proved, and she had information regarding child sexual abuse activities that could send the Whites to prison along with many other people. Hunter pressed both men for details, raising questions about potential motives, locations of where alleged crimes had occurred, and other areas of interest. Hill said that Fleet White Sr., father of Ramsey friend Fleet White Jr., had offered his witness $75,000 to keep her mouth shut and come visit him in Aspen, Colorado. Singular brought, and again, so, wow, this is pretty crazy. Singular brought up multiple aspects of the case that he believed warranted further investigation. He was entertaining the possibility that Jonbenet had been perhaps killed outside of the home and then returned to one or both parents. Singular also encouraged Hunter's office to look into Chris Wolf again, because he may have information about the crime and its perpetrators, even if he himself was not directly involved. Singular then theorized that Jonbenet may have been killed in the presence of three people, one being Fleet White Jr., a second man who was a videographer in the Boulder area, and a third man who was the actual killer that did not reside in the area. With all of these sensational and unproven possibilities being presented to him, Hunter agreed to move forward. You know what's weird? I mean, we've been going over the theory that perhaps Jonbenet Ramsey died earlier than alleged and possibly at a different location since the beginning. Would it explain some of the oddities in the case? But continuing on here, facts: Fleet White Sr. did own a property in Aspen, Colorado. Chris Wolf has no alibi for the night of the murder. Chris Wolf's girlfriend did suspect him of being involved in Jonbenet's killing. The physical and forensic evidence does not indicate Jonbenet was killed outside of her home. I mean, I don't know how they determined that definitively either way, though. But anyway, February 22nd, 2000, Lee Hill, Nancy Krebs, Alex Hunter, and detectives Trulio and Heidel sat down for a formal interview. Krebs presented the photographs in her possession and correctly identified all members of the White family. She then presented a letter from Nyla White, wife to Fleet White Sr. and mother to Fleet White Jr., that had been sent to Krebs' own grandmother. The detectives then commenced the background portion of the interview. Krebs stated that she knew the Whites since she was 3 years old and they were friends of the Krebs parents and grandparents. The detectives then turned their attention back to the letter from Nyla and noted that there are some subtle things going on here. Krebs states that when she neared the age of 4, Fleet White Sr. began to sexually assault her. Krebs then states that Lanny White, daughter of Fleet Sr. and Nyla, and sister to Fleet White Jr., was also present during the assaults. Krebs states that she believes Fleet White Jr. as a minor was made to do things to me. Krebs states that Fleet Sr. last assaulted her in August 1980 and that Fleet Jr. last assaulted her sometime between 1976 and 1978. The detectives then produced a photograph of a man's mugshot from California, and Krebs correctly identifies him as Mackie Boykin, a man who pled no contest to sexually assaulting her. Krebs then presents the will of her grandmother's second husband, which was witnessed and signed by Fleet Sr. and Nyla White. Krebs then makes a very interesting comment that is corroborated by her photographic evidence. She states that when she was younger, she had blonde hair and a slender body similar to Jonbenet. Facts. Krebs states that the last time Fleet White Jr. sexually abused her was sometime between 76 and 79. Fleet White married Priscilla Brown in 1979. The letter from Nyla White to Krebs's grandmother further corroborates the two families' connections. The last will of Krebs's grandmother's second husband being signed by Fleet Sr. and Nyla White indicates trust and closeness between the two families. Krebs possessing family photographs of the Whites and being able to identify them by face indicates proximity and familiarity to and with them. Krebs having knowledge of Laney White being Fleet White Jr.'s sister, again, indicates having knowledge of the White family. An interesting comment here by Eagerly Waiting. Okay, so apparently this was not published. It states here this article was published January 27th, 2022, but comments are from June 2021, so maybe it was updated, but whatever. Eagerly Awaiting posted this. Thank you for your information. I've read that Nancy Krebs was found to be an unreliable source. Exactly, but who decided this and why? That's a very good question. She apparently was credible enough to put a pedo in prison based on her testimony a few years earlier. Can you imagine how different the case would have turned out if Nancy had not been dismissed? Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, that is a great point. So, an interesting thread here on the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit, on the Jonbenet subreddit, regarding this article that I just read. Young Girl Mac posted, honestly, the Krebs interviews by police also struck me as credible, and a lot of what she said checks out. Years later, some local municipal judge referenced 7 men that were there with Jonbenet when she died in a deathbed confession. His last name was Morris, and I think a former InfoWars reporter named Ryan picked up the story about the judge. Affectionate Fly posted this. That article from Wickman about the conversations between Singular, Hill, Krebs, the counselor, and the Whites was quite a find. Does anyone know the complete list of people who attended the Christmas party? Nancy says that her mother had a sexual relationship with John Ramsey and that her mother was at the Christmas party. WTH, so much is redacted, I wish we knew what was written, and it would be great to have other similar sources like Wickman's. The question was posed, why would John cover for White if he knew he was involved in the murder? The answer was that John was also culpable. I could go on and on about this post. It's left me with more questions than answers. See, this is a good point, though, because if a situation like this is the truth, does it explain all of these insane anomalies and why people don't blow the whistle on each other, all intertwined in Boulder PD, judge connections, all these political connections and possible ring of some kind of satanic enterprise of some sort. Another post from this site here. I guess crime scene isn't the right word for it. Perhaps cover-up scene is better. Like you, I think they were there in the early morning helping stage a crime scene at the Ramsey home to make believe that she had been killed there when it actually happened elsewhere. You know what just occurred to me, too, from the 911 call? If Burke is in the background and they're saying, what did you find? If there's a mass staging involving the Whites as well, I mean, is it something innocent, like Burke left a toy out or broke a toy or did something bad and he thinks is there a way to explain away Burke in the 911 call if he's not responsible for Jonbenet Ramsey's death in any way? Because if it's a situation like that, I mean, that could be an explanation there. So, yeah, to make everyone believe that she had been killed there when it actually happened elsewhere. They either left and were called right back in keeping up with the cover story, or perhaps they never really left at all. In any case, I do think that part of their reason for the Whites, Fernies, Hoverstock, and Dr. Buff wanting to be there into the late morning, early afternoon before Jonbenet was found is that they wanted to have an explanation if any forensic evidence linking them to the staged crime scene turned up. There could have been other reasons too, like handling Patsy. We definitely do have different thoughts on Linda Arndt. I'm curious, what makes you think she wasn't honest? Personally, I feel like she was one of the few honest cops in Boulder PD who were honest, which is why her reputation was destroyed the most out of anyone there. She had what I thought was a good instinct about John Ramsey and also extended her suspicion to everyone else in the house when she noted that no one but her seemed to care about 10 a.m. passing with no phone call. Plus, she even reported fearing that her life was in danger from high-level officers in the BPD like John Eller and Tom Kobe, which is very telling. I think she was hung out to dry that morning by the police department and made to handle a crime scene entirely on her own, with tons of people milling about, despite repeatedly calling for backup. Okay, I mean, we are so far into Mindshock land here. I mean, my brain is starting to rattle, because if this theory is true, and I'm about to introduce a new McGuire theory. I have my previous McGuire theory where the parents thought Burke did it, but he didn't, and they're innocent in all this. This is McGuire theory 2. Everyone is complicit. If there is some kind of satanic ring or whatever's going on here with all of these corrupt officials, is it really plausible that Boulder PD is really this inept and incompetent? Does it make more sense that Arndt was intentionally left out to dry, as this comment is stating here? Does that make more sense, knowing that the scene was completely compromised and contaminated by all these parties? And if the upper echelons of Boulder PD are somehow connected to this conspiracy, and where some of their members might have been present or at least know about this ring of these so-called elites that like to engage in this type of activity, they know this is never going to be solved, so they just throw Arndt out to dry. And they intentionally botch the whole thing, knowing it'll never be solved. I mean, that's the new McGuire theory, because does that make the most sense? Now here's the new aspect of the McGuire theory too. Is it possible people connected to Ramsey or Boulder PD, whatever, is it possible that they anticipated, I'm not clear on the timeline here, because obviously it's impossible without knowing more information, but is it plausible? I mean, what if they suspected? I mean, this is so hard to really go down these rabbit holes, because, again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue here. Is it possible, if they foresaw Jonbenet Ramsey possibly being killed or at least injured severely through these parties, is it possible, or I don't know what the timeline is, maybe it was after she was dead, is it possible they actually contacted or made it to look like the Pew theory, where they involved the housekeeper, Pew, her husband, all of these criminal elements around Boulder, like Helgoth, Gygax, all these guys, were they the cover story? Was there some kind of contact made between certain entities and this ring? Pew, Gygax, Kennedy, Helgoth, made it to look like they could have been hired for some kind of kidnap job in order to cover up this illicit sex party where things went wrong involving Boulder PD or some kind of government officials of some kind. Would that check all the boxes? Would that account for all the variables? I'm just asking that question. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. But that's McGuire theory number 2 at this point. After reading all of this and going down all these rabbit holes, I mean, is it really possible that there's this level of incompetence, or is it all by design? All of this conflation and obfuscation to ensure that this is never solved. Anyway, continuing this post here, Tal Jones is a very interesting character in all of this. He is the son of OSS and Army Intelligence Officer Albert Hedding Sprague, who ended up remarrying to Alice Kristoff, Nancy Krebs' mother, making Tal Nancy's step-uncle. Tal, who was living in Boulder, got involved in the Ramsey case from the beginning, joining the online forums to post primarily Burke did it theories as Spade. Per one account, Tal was working as a paralegal in the Boulder law office of Thomas Cecil Doc Miller, then boyfriend of Ramsey family friend Judith Phillips, and came into the office the day after Jonbenet's murder to announce that Fleet White had told him that Burke killed Jonbenet. Likely due to his association with Miller, Tal boasted of being well connected to the darker side of Boulder's political judicial network, which apparently involved drugs and blackmail. Now, you know what's crazy? I mean, does this all validate this alleged account from the judge? This is crazy. Tal even bragged about having Tom Haney, a former Denver cop who was assisting the Boulder police, as an inside source. When Nancy Krebs was considering coming forward, Tal was one of the people who approached her and tried getting her not to. His subsequent attacks on Nancy and continued pushing of Ramsey did it theory, largely Burke did it, narratives online made people see him as Fleet White's henchman of sorts. Reportedly, Alice even said at one point that she wouldn't be surprised if Tal or her stepson was involved in murdering Jonbenet. Now, how damning are these accounts if true? I mean, this is all absolutely insane. So here's a super random post from a blog, strangerinaJewishWorld.blogspot.com, from October 26, 2020, a look at Tal Jones. There is another character in the Jonbenet Ramsey murder mystery that I have not covered up to this point, and that is Tal Jones. I have not discussed him because I have not seen him as being really relevant to the murder, but after seeing his name come up a number of times in the research of other people, I guess it's time for me to do a post about him as part of doing due diligence in exploring every possible avenue of research that might shed better light on the truth. So in this post, I'll be doing my little expose on Tal Jones and how he fits into the big picture. Just who is Tal Jones and where does he fit in everything I've discussed about the Jonbenet Ramsey case on my blog? Talfrin Jones is the eldest son of Albert Sprague. Albert Sprague was the second husband of Alice Kristoff, so Tal Jones is Nancy Krebs' step-uncle and is Gwen Krebs Boykin's stepsister. You know, is this all too much coincidence for some people? I mean, that's awfully coincidental on how dialed in Nancy Krebs' step-uncle is in the Boulder scene. Tal Jones is nicknamed Spade by a lot of researchers for whatever reason. Tal Jones has been actively involved in spreading BDI posts on JBR forums. There is speculation that Tal Jones knows the Whites perhaps intimately. He also knows Nancy Krebs. Nancy Krebs said that Tal Jones is one of the people who tried to get her to keep quiet about her story and not tell it to Boulder officials. Now, an anonymous poster said, is it true that he is Fleet White's half-brother as well? And if that's true, what would that mean? I mean, this is all crazy. This is all absolutely insane. By crazy, I don't mean untrue. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. It's just, see, there's a problem with a case that has this much evidence and is still unsolved. That means that it seems very possible that there's some variables we're not seeing, and therefore any theory would have to account for all these known and unknown variables in order to make sense. A Mindshock listener on the bigfooty.com forums, gg.exe, posted this, which is a curious comment that kind of sums up a lot of this shady business regarding all of this. It is very, very dark stuff here. I don't want to insert links to other blogs and forums too much on here. Don't want to break any site rules about such, but on the first page of the professor's JBR thread, someone else posts a link to their own blog site covering the JBR case, and so I clicked that and started reading through it. It's very good, leans completely to a pedophile angle. Based on Nancy Krebs, or whatever her name is, who was there at the party, also 5 years of age, and says it was a sex party. That blog goes through evidence, rumors, and hearsay and connections to a pedophile network, Ramsey, Whites, and many others who share their children around type thing. Like the professor's site goes into finding connections with all these people in Boulder, in and around the Ramsey network where pedophilia is rife. Going into Patsy herself, sexually abused by high-up military father. John Ramsey himself involved in shady things in the Philippines, etc. Anyway, to cut to the chase, from the others blog site was a link to a YouTube video about how a brand new last photo of Jonbenet Ramsey was recently released, and why was it being held secret for so long. It shows Jonbenet Ramsey at the White's Christmas party, aka the sex party, wearing the outfit pretty much she was wearing when she was found dead. I don't know if that's true. And a distinctive hair tie she was wearing when she was found dead, photographed by the police at the crime scene. They also highlight how Patsy was wearing the exact same clothes that morning as what she was wearing the night before. No one does that. Her whole story was that they all came home, readied for bed, and went to sleep. Yet here we have Jonbenet Ramsey's last photo alive, showing she's in the same clothes and hair tie as her murder scene, and Patsy wearing the same clothes the night before. They also highlight how John once accidentally slipped up. Quote, there were a lot of people here at 3 a.m., end quote, during the investigation or interview. And remember how John called his friends the circle of people involved at the party the night before to come over when the ransom note was found. I actually can't find a source for that lot of people here at 3 a.m. quote, but... Also, someone commenting on the last photo mentions how obvious it looks like she's just finished giving oral sex to an adult. I mean, I don't see that as she could have just been crawling over a couch like kids do. I don't know. So the prevailing thought is that clearly Jonbenet Ramsey was killed that night during or after the sex party, either accidentally or premeditated, and everyone stayed around for a while to help cover up that party, get rid of photos, remove evidence, wipe things down, create a ransom cover story, that her dead body at the Whites was transported to the basement later, etc. The only issue I have with all of this is Fleet White is a central figure to the story, but Fleet White reported he looked in the wine cellar at 8 a.m. and saw nothing, only for John to find Jonbenet Ramsey in the wine cellar at 1 p.m. Also, how White's wife got suspicious and upset with Patsy when she tried to claim the damage to the butler's pantry door was new, and how an intruder could have got in when White's wife knew the damage was there for ages before. Same with the broken window being initially said to be new, but was there since June. The Whites and Ramseys ended up breaking friendship, so did another family. As they grew suspicious, the family was lying about stuff. The Blogsite author does say something I wholeheartedly believe, though, quote, the staging of the Ramsey home was done by very intelligent but deceptive people for the purpose of pointing suspicion for the murder in as many different directions as possible, but away from the truth, end quote. I believe that because when I researched this through Mindshock and other sites, there are so many suspects, so much evidence that goes in many different directions that backs up an array of different overarching theories and possible suspects. To me, and as I posted on Mindshock's channel's episode 9, if he hasn't deleted that too, quick aside here, I do not delete comments. YouTube removes them for spam. So if your comment disappeared, just post it 2 or 3 times. I do not delete them. That is YouTube. So just continuing on here, there is so much of that in this case that can only point to being a coordinated collective effort to the murder and to covering things up, including the police. Whether by accident or not, whether the family or someone out for revenge on John for not doing something, there are dozens of sure thing suspects, all with their own smoking gun evidence. That means there isn't a solitary suspect, but a collective effort. Many people involved in various ways. A mastermind, a killer, a couple of lookouts, an info gatherer, someone to scope the house, someone to keep track of police and distract them, someone to help clean up the house and destroy crime scene evidence, take evidence secretly out of the house, etc. Okay. So as the McGuire 2 theory here, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't jump to they were all directly involved. It might be more likely, maybe, again, I'm not alleging this is true, that this circle, possibly not even the Ramseys, to protect all of this, whatever you want to call it, satanic ring of child abuse, they hired these lowly criminals. That way they would just possibly take the fall for it if certain evidence needed to be framed up as such, but mostly just to obfuscate and make sure it never got solved, because you have this just, the Pew Crew theory is just so weird on how a lot of this evidence seems to line up. But if that was all by design, does that make even more sense that these random, I mean, I don't know, it's a tough one. I mean, this case truly is one of the most mind-shocking cases ever. Marion number 1 also posted this. It seems likely to me that the whole drama of John Ramsey and Fleet White turning on each other was to save their own asses after they were put under the spotlight. Fleet probably figured he could deflect the attention away from himself by making it look like the Ramseys, particularly Burke, were the sole culprits, covertly using henchmen of his like Tal Jones and I suspect Thomas Cecil Doc Miller to push these narratives while assailing the Boulder DA's office for a cover-up protecting the Ramseys. John, conversely, has hinted at the guilt of every one of his former friends, especially Fleet, while acting as if the Boulder police have been conspiring against him and his family. Okay, see, that's another interesting point that doesn't get talked about. I mean, John Ramsey really did seem to throw everyone under the bus at one point or another, including the guy that sheltered him, Pasta J's co-owner. I mean, all of this is just so insane. But, I mean, how many cases has there been when someone literally burned every single bridge they had with all of these supposed people. Now, if they're all guilty of something, and is it possible that John Ramsey really is not guilty of anything involving his daughter, but he is involved in some kind of crime or corruption in these upper political circles, whether drug-related or business-related through Access Graphics, IBM, government contracts, whatever, that he's super dirty with all these other people, and he really did not pimp out his daughter, and all of this never happened, and he really did care about his daughter, but he clearly can't blow the whistle on all of this upper crime ring. Would that be a reason why he just threw everybody under the bus, because he just got so fed up with all of that, and he really wasn't actually guilty in what happened to his daughter directly? Is that a possibility? He's kind of hard to read. I mean, I do have to admit, he's pretty difficult to read. But I don't know if I could think of any other case where a parent of a murdered child behaved like he did. But continuing this comment here, or maybe it was even largely for show. Looking at their actions in tandem, it feels like John and Fleet were pushing equal and opposite narratives of the case, designed to force observers of the case to choose between two false narratives. Only one of the Ramseys did it, RDI, and everyone else is totally innocent, or an intruder did it, IDI, and the Ramseys are totally innocent. Maybe they were fueling an intentional false dichotomy. I like this guy's terminology, false dichotomy, logical fallacy right there, and laughing it up behind the scenes. You also have some weird actions where both sides appear to defend each other even after their apparent split. John denied under oath in the deposition for the Stephen Miles case that any altercation happened with Fleet in Atlanta, despite multiple witnesses and his own words in his own book he later published. Fleet and his wife initially backed Mary Keenan and the new Boulder DA, even though Keenan was involved in an incident of the DA's office trying to gain unauthorized access to war room police files, and their supposed ally at the Boulder PD, Steve Thomas, although Steve Thomas thoroughly despised Keenan as corrupt. Nancy Krebs' lawyer, Lee Hill, opined that, quote, the breakdown of communication between the families was just superfuge. Or is that supposed to be subterfuge? And much of the separation, I guess these are typos, was for show, just an apparent separation. He also expressed a belief that the Ramseys and the Whites knew each other long before their first official meeting in Boulder 1994, which I believe to be the case. So, okay, I mean, we've gone down so many rabbit holes here. I mean, this is just insanity. But some kind of overarching conspiracy, I mean, that could explain all of it, could it not? All right, now, I mean, just if you think that's not enough rabbit holes, let's go down another one. Searching Girl on the Jonbenet subreddit also posted this regarding the Whites trying to find out what was in the files. They were probably curious about what was disclosed. Regardless, maybe the Whites are suspicious for another reason. Conspiracy theories abound in Boulder, and please don't shoot the messenger, but I have heard Nicole Kidman was in Boulder that night, and there was an eyes wide shut type scenario going on at the Whites that included Jill Zane Maxwell. And before people think she threw Maxwell in here for no reason, there is that famous photograph, allegedly, of Jill Zane Maxwell with Jonbenet Ramsey at a pageant. And of course, she has the local Colorado lawyers, happens to be the same firm that John Ramsey employs. And who knows how many of these other individuals have the same law firm as well. All coincidental, I'm sure. Think about this. Kidman was married to Tom Cruise at the time. He owned a ranch in Telluride. Who was the marshal there at the time, and what if the Whites paid someone to make sure this murder is never solved and prosecuted? Like I said, I'm just relaying the story, but I'm at the point where nothing would surprise me anymore. So I don't know where this information comes from that Nicole Kidman was in Boulder that night, but the thing about Kidman and her father, I mean, there are so many conspiracy theories, and then of course the Tom Cruise dialed into Hollywood, all of those scenarios. I mean, all of these people have the same lawyers. I mean, this is just insane. Man, let's keep going down the rabbit hole then here. Affectionate Fly posted this. Don't even get me started on the Eyes Wide Shut lead. Remember the part in the movie where Tom was buying his costume at the store called Rainbow Costumes? There was a part where the owner's underage daughter came out. It was implied that perhaps the owner of the store was also renting his daughter out. It is rumored that the section of Kubrick's movie that was cut out was a scene where the Satanists rape and sacrifice a child, as in That Child from the Rainbow Shop. Now let's go back and remember some of the weird lies Patsy told. Remember Patsy denying writing in the baby picture book, Rainbow Game Players? It was most likely her handwriting. Why lie and try to distance yourself from what she wrote? I don't have the answer, but I did start Googling everything to do with rainbows. That is what led me to the scene in Eyes Wide Shut. Then I found a kid's book. It's called The Rainbow Fish, which has an accompanying workbook called Rainbow Fish Game. The story is about a beautiful fish with unique scales that make her more beautiful than the other fish. She decides to take off all her scales and gives them to her friends. Thereafter, she feels naked and empty, but she is encouraged because now she has many more friends. Then I Googled rainbow and sex games. You don't even have to know about a rainbow kiss or rainbow sex. The rainbow kiss game is where teen girls are encouraged to wear different colors of lipstick and gives the guys in the room oral sex. I know, gross and sneaky. I'm not going to pretend to know what perverts and pedos do behind closed doors to get the kids to go along with the plan, but I suspect other like-minded people know exactly what the symbolism means. Also, and possibly totally unrelated, do you know what a rainbow girl is? They are a group of organized within the Freemasons. And guess who was a rainbow girl? Yup, Patsy. Her dad was a high-ranking Mason. I read that this was the organization that introduced Patsy and John. I know that later Patsy became one of those Freemason ladies of the Eastern Star. I forget the correct name. Okay, can anybody verify all that? I don't even know if I want to keep going down some of these rabbit holes. Samar Candy posted this. When I first came to the case, although I never thought Fleet had been involved in the murder of Jonbenet, I did think he had been sexually abusing her prior to her murder. But I changed my mind about that. I think he was protecting members of his family who were involved, the ones who came over from California for Christmas. I do believe Nancy's evidence about him, which I think she said he was involved in her abuse along with his father and his associates, but stopped around the time he was in his late teens. Then there were those missing years of his and even the use of a different name. Did he try to break away from his family then and then try to lead a clean life? And it was very unfortunate that his relatives came to visit him in December 96. I wonder if he was happy to welcome them or if he was forced to accommodate them. That's an interesting theory as well. I mean, we're going down every single possible rabbit hole. I mean, we really don't talk enough about people who are criminals or had criminal pasts or illicit pasts, and they really do try to change their way, or their ways, and they are dragged back in by family members or pressure that they can't fight off for whatever reason. Does that lead to more anomalies in the cases? Someone needs to research his life and who he associated with in all the years he and Priscilla lived in Boulder. In my opinion, I don't even think I even know the year it was when they arrived. Was it when Fleet the Third was born? Benny Baku posted this. Fleet really does have a murky past. John nor Patsy knew exactly what he did for a living. They weren't rich. Priscilla worked. And his reaction post-murder was beyond bizarre. His behavior read to me desperate and fear-driven. Now, how do we know that John nor Patsy knew what he did for a living? Did they say they didn't know while they did know? I mean, can we trust anything anybody says? Fleet cozied up to Steve Thomas quickly. Steve Thomas was a weak link to protect his secret. Thomas was good for it. I don't think he was involved in the murder. Merv Pugh and his connection puts him on the top of my list. Affectionate Fly posted this. Agreed, let's just say the worst case scenario about the Whites is true. Can you imagine being besties with these kind of people? Sorry, there is something to be said about the company you keep. Birds of a feather flock together. I feel like I would sense in my soul if someone was at the very least vulgar. How much more so a father-son generational pedo family? Surely instincts would tell you something eventually. Search and Girl posted this. Nothing surprises me anymore. The father in Aspen and the son in Boulder is too convenient. So many celebrities pass through Aspen. Filthy rich fat cats. I can totally believe a pedo ring passes through there. I struggle with John Ramsey's involvement in such a thing, but if someone was operating on a revenge and or blackmail scenario, it might be motive for the crime. So Affectionate Fly actually... Okay, so they posted this... I just noticed this comment on Mindshock. I worked in Marietta, Georgia in the early 2000s. I used to wax a group of girls' eyebrows. They were friends with Burke. They all went to the private school Levette. All 3 or 4 of them told me that Burke told them that a business deal of his dad's went bad, and they were the ones that killed Jonbenet. They also said Burke was very nice. I suspect John was into some shady business and Lockheed could not afford for an investigation to be conducted on John or his business. Now, there's a little bit more in-depth conversation or in-depth description here by Affectionate Fly on the subreddit. Okay, this is hearsay. I lived in Marietta, Georgia, worked at a day spa waxing around 2000-ish. One day, a group of 3 or 4 high school girls came in to get their eyebrows waxed. They went to school with Burke. They told me that he told them his dad had a business deal that went sour and that they were responsible for the murder of Jonbenet. And not that this has anything to do with anything, but one day I came face to face with John Ramsey at a barbecue place during lunch. It was one of those random moments you don't forget. He looked at me like, "Do I know you?" And I did the same. It dawned on me about 10 minutes later who he was. See, this is also very interesting because I think a lot of cases could be solved if they simply interview a lot of even friends and acquaintances at the kids' possible witnesses or possible POI family members' schoolmates. Because kids talk, teenagers talk, even if they're just offhand comments. Now, again, Burke might have said that because he believed it was true or he heard his dad talking about it, possibly as a cover. So I don't know if he would just randomly say that to random girls to try to deflect attention away from either himself or his family. It seems more likely he believed it was true, even if it wasn't. So as far as he knew, perhaps that's what he believes is true. So apparently in the 1998 interview with Fleet White, he said that he didn't work. He didn't know he didn't know what? And he didn't know how they made the living. Priscilla mentioned they had a budget. Regarding what John Ramsey said, that neither as in John Ramsey's 1998 interview, he said that neither Priscilla nor Fleet worked. Here's another excellent post by Affectionate Fly in response to someone asking, hasn't Fleet White supposedly pushed the Ramseys to say what they know? Affectionate Fly posted this: I have thought about this. Think big picture. What if the powers that be, who have an interest in helping to cover up this story, created a spin to take the investigation away from the true perpetrator? How would you do that? Perhaps make it look like the Whites were against the Ramseys and earnestly wanted to see justice prevail. What if the spin crew wanted to point the guilt at the Ramseys over the Whites, with the idea that it would lead people away from some big pedo ring cover-up? I'm just rolling with this idea. What if Fleet White Sr. and Jr. were heavily involved in some organized kiddie porn, etc.? If they went down, then all the others would be implicated like dominoes. I want to know why the girl accusing Fleet White was not credible. Who says she wasn't? She was credible enough to put one pedo in prison. Her counselor put her own life and career in jeopardy with the idea of helping other kids. She was eaten up with pain and venereal diseases while talking to police. They had to continually hide her in new places while she was in Boulder. Why? I read the deposition. It was unsettling, but what do people expect? If this happened, it's not going to be a pretty story. You know what else is kind of weird? Going back to the 911 call, the official story was that Fleet White accidentally dialed it. This was at the Ramsey home 3 days before Jonbenet's body was found. So was there another type of sex party or whatever, some kind of satanic abuse or whatever is going on? Did someone want to blow the whistle? Is it possibly one of the children wanted to blow the whistle and something they interfered with it? Is it possible that 911 call somehow spiraled into something else and people getting afraid? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The thing about, is it even 100% verified that he was the one who made the call? I mean, obviously there's sources that claim that he did in the Ramseys, but yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Also, what's weird is Nancy Krebs also claimed this was all videotaped, as well as other sources, particularly those that you know, there are theorists who claim that Bill McReynolds was somehow involved and there is a videotape on the dark web. Well, Nancy Krebs was claiming this was all videotaped before any of these theories ever came to light. I mean, and one of these individuals is Thera Kuhn. And I went over some of their posts previously on Conspiracy NOPOL. They posted Jonbenet Ramsey and the pedophile network responsible for her murder. I mean, this goes into a lot of things, including North Fox Island. I've covered all of this on previous episodes, so check those out. I mean, this one's already getting pretty long, so I'm only going to go over the relevant point here in relation to what we're talking about. Others have come forward speaking about abuse relating to John Ramsey's friends, such as Fleet White. Nancy Krebs spoke of abuse, and her story mirrors a similar story perpetuated by Kathy O'Brien, who spoke about her experiences on Beaver Island of which John Ramsey allegedly frequented and on at least one occasion allegedly took a ferry with his daughter to. According to her, an operation was set up on Beaver Island that centered around the sexual exploitation of young girls. Beaver Island is very close to the Tri-Island area near North Fox Island, with it being Beaver Island, South and North Fox Islands. John Ramsey was also said to have been on a ferry with Kathy O'Brien's father, but the veracity of her comments on this has never been proven. She claimed many things that line up with this is how this network operated. And I mean, just when you think there can't be any more rabbit holes, I will just add this here too, because, I mean, if it's so common for crazy kooks to come out of the woodwork with these types of stories, because clearly Krebs has established some credibility in terms of who she was and connections with the whites, and putting away one pedophile, even if she made that story up, whatever, she's got some kind of credible baseline for association with the Fleet family at minimum. If this is so common, though, of crazy people coming out of the woodwork to accuse random people of this kind of satanic videoed abuse, why haven't we seen more of it? I mean, if there's that many crazy people out there, why do we have almost no examples of people like this? And I'm not going to get into John Mark Carr here, but some people allege that he was also involved in some kind of online network of these scumbags, and he possibly even saw a Jonbenet Ramsey video, and this was his version of blowing the whistle. In his deranged, demented mind, this is what he came up with, claiming that he was maybe responsible. I mean, look, if we're going down every rabbit hole possible, is it possible some of these scum actually pay money for these types of tapes and they wanted something done to Jonbenet Ramsey? So even though they weren't present at location, they like ordered a request for some kind of video and it was done and she happened to die, even if that wasn't the intention. I mean, we're talking about the lowest of the low scum in the world that would obviously be involved in this. But if this is true, and they are, does that explain why so many wackos have claimed to have killed her? Are they simply part of this online dark web network? Now, some people, of course, do not find Kathy O'Brien credible. So she claims to have been a victim of government mind control programs like Project Monarch, CIA's Project MK Ultra, and yeah, I mean, she's authored all these books, so some people believe she's not credible, whereas I don't know if Nancy Krebs is coming out with books and doing all these appearances. And Kathy O'Brien, of course, has made some really, really bold claims. So, yeah, I mean, including, obviously, these sex slaves rings, child abuse, and also presidents using hologram technology, etc., etc. Her claim is actually interesting because she claims that they're using hologram technology to make themselves look like reptilian shapeshifters. That's an interesting one, is it not? It's like the Operation Bluebeam version of David Icke. Because if David Icke's research is all legit and all of the witnesses are telling the truth in terms of they witnessed somebody glitching and turning into a reptilian alien, if that's all man-made technology, they could pass all these lie detector tests or whatever and appear credible because they are credible. That's what they saw. That doesn't mean that interdimensional alien shapeshifters are real. That just means they appeared to be using some kind of technology. But yeah, I mean, Beaver Island is that's another huge rabbit hole. Here's a post by Conscious Language 92. There are also, I believe, many connections or clues between the Ramsey case and the Oakland County child killer case in regard to details of places and dates, the age of children, etc. For example, Jill Robinson abducted Wednesday, December 26, 76, exactly 20 years to the day of Jonbenet. Both girls murdered. Both cases involve specifically bikes, Christmas, snow, both clothed. Jill was age 12, Jonbenet size 12 underwear. Both names start with the letter J. Jonbenet was found with beaver hairs on her hand. Jill was found next to Beaver Road sign. Jonbenet lived at 755 15th Street. Jill was found on I-75 highway, both with the numbers. John Ramsey's house in Charlevoix is directly opposite Beaver Island. He chose the house numbers in Boulder, Colorado. He chose the J in Jonbenet as in Jonbenet Ramsey. Studied at Michigan University, an hour from all the victims' location when discovered. owned a plane, owned a business called Access Graphics, $1 billion business. Theracoon also posted this. I go over a lot in my previous series relating to how the International Access Graphics headquarters were set up in child trafficking hotbeds, including the same vicinity as Francis Sheldon was currently living. What the heck is this? Lady Frolic posted this. I agree with you, it's more than a coincidence. James Dudley J. Ramsey gave Frank Sheldon permission to build a landing strip on North Fox. Their connection isn't Ann Arbor, though. John Ramsey went to Michigan State in Lansing for both undergrad and a master's, not U of M. The link could have been pedophilic, aeronautic, and or Charlevoix. Sheldon owned land in Charlevoix, and I believe the Ramseys summered there in the 60s and 70s. Sheldon was between the ages of father and son. He could have befriended both. It wouldn't require blackmail if they were all like-minded. I mean, that's kind of insane, though, if the Ramseys were linked to North Fox Island specifically through different family members and that area. And then also Beaver Island there, directly across from the Charlevoix house. Wow. Okay, Theracoon posted this. This is really one for the coincidence theorists who think that snuff films aren't real and, you know, or there's no actual attempt to create them. Theracoon posted this. Take, for example, the website Mariana's Web. The website featured 28,000 members who actively shared materials. 28,000. They arrested 3 people not far from where I am in Michigan for a plot to kidnap, rape, and kill a child from a carnival in the area, all on videotape so they could sell it on the dark web. They were one of the few groups who were caught. In this group, there were 2 men and a woman, proving it's not just a boys' club either. I mean, this is insane. And for those that think this is a fake post, again, like a lot of these so-called conspiracy theorists posting on Reddit, when you vet them, it turns out to be true. WZZM13.com on the ABC News here. It was actually 4 people arrested in plot to kidnap, rape, and murder a child. Matthew Toole and Talia Furman among them. I mean, this is insane. This was September 21st, 2018. So, I mean, this is just absolutely insane. And John Ramsey's father was Dudley Ramsey, who was implicated in North Fox Island. Let's go over another interesting post circling back to the Judge Long's alleged comments here. This comment is by Benny Baku. It is unfortunate corruption and greed's tentacles suck the life out of the good of the people. It's not just Boulder, but everywhere where there is money and power to be had. They are intertwined in our political system, our government, and in every global nation on this earth. In order to save the people and the good of the people, you need to cut the head off the snake. No one is willing to do it because they'll probably end up dead, or they are knee-deep in the evil corruption that only money can buy. They are content with selling their souls to the devil. That's the one thing to bring this case is an example of how sick the rich are, John Ramsey being one of the elite in Boulder. He wasn't, and the circle of friends they had weren't either. We don't know much about the Fleet's wealth or lack of, but Priscilla has the career while Fleet stayed home. With that in mind, the Fleets may have been comfortable financially with Priscilla working, but they didn't have money to throw around. Their friends in Boulder really didn't run with the rich and famous of Boulder, Colorado. Really, the Ramseys didn't always have money. They built the company as a family. I don't know how much of that is true based on John Ramsey's father, but this is a bit off the subject, but while I'm here, I think people should be reminded of the importance as far as Patsy is concerned. People like to point out how Patsy was really, really good at spending John's money. It wasn't his money, it was their money. She worked equally hard at building the company to the level that it was attracting a huge secretive company like Lockheed Martin. When they were first in Boulder, she was working for the company, but then she got cancer. Cancer changed her perspective on what was truly important, their children. The company was off and running. It was time for Patsy to invest her time to the most important asset they had, the kids. She did, and she was happy, and she could have had that opportunity. Not everyone can without financial sacrifice. Back to my issue with the pedophile rings and why I find it a dangerous diversion to this case. There was and is no evidence John Ramsey was involved in such a depraved network. This was a homicide. Why the Ramseys and Jonbenet were chosen, we don't know. We don't know because we don't have the missing piece, the intruder and or intruders. Until then, to spend energies on far-fetched theories that take people down rabbit holes serves no purpose except take you down rabbit holes of no return. Well, unless some of the rabbit holes are true. As far as whether this judge did or didn't state this just messes with the mind and focus of who did this, then I wonder how in the world did pedophile rings enter into this narrative? Children are murdered by psycho pedos all too often, but how in the world does a ring of wealthy and powerful pedophiles come into play in this homicide, whereas in the murders of children in this country, such theories don't come into play? Well, and how many? In some of them they would, some of them they wouldn't, right? What is it in the Jonbenet case that fosters these theories? Was it because the Ramseys are wealthy? Was it because of the pageants? Was it because of the national coverage? Or, like the BDI theory fills in the weaknesses of the RDI theory, the PRDI, the pedophile ring theory, fills in the weaknesses in the IDI theory. The PRDI theory explains why the intruder wasn't and will not be found. They are protected by the cops and the Boulder elite, who's protected by those up the political ladder. I have ranted enough. This will be the last I say about that. I mean, a lot of interesting points there. I mean, really, if they want this thing solved, they should just brain fingerprint scan for all remaining people. But this, I mean, going down these darkest of dark rabbit holes, I mean, it's just... It's really tough because it seems like nothing makes sense no matter where you look. And is it all by design? Because this vast conspiracy, as crazy as it might seem, does it explain everything? Now, obviously, without definitive hard evidence, you can't claim that it's true. And I'm not claiming it's true. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. This is, of course, Mindshock, where we attempt not to fall for any logical fallacies of any kind. But if it's true and it explains all the variables, what are we supposed to do? Ignore it? I mean, obviously, evidence is needed, evidence beyond a reasonable doubt if we're going to criminal court. Now, this rumor of there being some kind of a snuff film on the dark web, if there's truth to it, you would think someone would have found it by now. Obviously, that's not something I messed with. I have zero interest in the dark web. That just sounds way too insane for me, not just regarding any kind of possible murders caught on video, but just the very nature of it in general. It just seems weird. I don't know. It just seems way too weird. There's too much of a criminal element across the board. But people who have been on the dark web, they can chime in here on how all that stuff works. I actually did an episode on the dark web with JR. You can check that out on Mindshock. It's an older episode. We didn't get into the Jonbenet Ramsey case, of course, or even other cases, just the general idea of criminals operating in the shadows, so to speak. But, yeah, I mean, this really is a one-of-a-kind case. You just don't see this many rabbit holes in other cases. So is it really possible that it's all mere coincidence that there's just even this many rabbit holes? I don't know. What do all the Mindshock listeners think about this? Chime in the comments section. Obviously, we have way more suspects to go over. This was a long one, but there's seemingly an endless amount of rabbit holes and suspects, each with an assortment of variables that can and cannot be dismissed. So definitely very, very mind-shocking across the board. So I hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.